welcome to day 5 of VALORANT Champions. We've already witnessed some incredible VALORANT action, but it's time for more, and who better to bring on the desk with me today than Bala and Mitch. Your first time working together.
Welcome back,
this.
bro. Welcome back. It's been a while.
Thank you, man.
We missed you.
Words cannot describe how happy I am to be here and to be with both of you as well. It's going to be a lot of fun today.
Yeah, I can't wait. I feel like we're going to make Tom jealous.
I think we are going to have some fun. I've been waiting for this day for a long time.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We've got some bangers up today as well. Some elimination, some unknown matchups. I cannot wait. But before we get into all of that, we do have an update regarding the Ascend versus Vivo Keyed matchup that took place a few days ago. Riot became aware that Vivo used a Cypher camera exploit in the second half of Map 3. Our competitive operations team issued a ruling for the map exploit by Vivo and forfeited 4-round wins in their match against Ascend, resulting in a 13-9 victory for Ascend. After further review, it was determined that Vivo should have forfeited 3 rounds, not 4, which would have made the score 12-10 in favor of Ascend, with no team securing the necessary 13 rounds for a win. And after Riot competitive ops teams discussed the issue with Ascend, we will be replaying Breeze at the start of today's broadcast, with Ascend ahead with a 7-0 lead, account for the 6 rounds that involved the exploit and 1-round econ penalty. Now, with all of that in mind, like I said, we are going to see that replay of Breeze first, but let's take a look at the rest of the schedule because, like I said, elimination, a long day, but we're going to have to say goodbye to 3 teams as well by the end of today. Following that rematch on Breeze, we're going to be seeing Team Secret versus Crazy Raccoon, followed by Crew versus Furia, and then rounding off the day with that group of death, Cloud9 versus Full Sense. Again, like I said, elimination, 3 teams, they have to go. No more second chances, Bala.
Yeah, it's elimination, but it's also important for the teams that are waiting in that decider match as well. The team that comes up will have a big say, whether we're going to get the Furious Sentinels rematch, whether we'll get the Crew, or just a bunch of different things going up into that final match. Could be very important.
Yeah, definitely going to be a toss-up in the air for those teams waiting on the sidelines. You know that all eyes are going to be on these games as well. But the problem is, right, playing in them, you're not going to have the option to conceal strats, to hide things, because it's tournament life on the line.
Yeah, exactly. This is like do or die. You have to bring your A game here. But before we dive deeper into today, I'm going to give you some time to gloat, Mitch. We haven't seen you here for Masters, not Masters Champions yet. Now, since you haven't been here, we've had 3 out of 3 EMEA teams take first seed out of their groups. How good does that feel?
Pretty good.
Feels pretty good. I got to be honest. I got to be honest with you, especially when we hear some of the other NA talent out there. They have their opinions about how their region's faring. And, well, I don't know what it's like to be in an elimination match just yet, but maybe we'll get to find out. We won't. We won't. Not for a while.
Let's be serious. You had plenty of those at Masters Berlin. So
listen.
Whoa, Bala, whoa. Our team still won. Yeah, there we go.
You're acting like it's something special, but it's not.
It's just been so long, you know? Been so long since we got to taste that. But for you NA guys, I guess the taste is fresh. And how's it feel? How's the weather down there?
Hey, I'm having fun too, man.
Yeah, that's
You've seen the teams I'm rooting for. I'm having a lot of fun.
You're a secret EMEA. You're one of us.
Yeah,
You're one of us.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Low key.
He likes the best region. What can we say? You know, it's
I
fair.
can't blame him. We can't blame him. And speaking of the best region, we're going to talk about the match that took place yesterday, Bala. Sentinels versus Team Liquid. We waited so long for this, and what a banger this was.
Oh, it was so good. We got Tens versus Scream, although that didn't live up to the expectations. The rest of the match, in my opinion, did. Zoms with the clutch with the classic there to kind of force overtime, and then Link also turning up. Then the next map was just as good, even though it was a Sentinel stomp. I loved this the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, looking at this matchup, this map got me a little bit concerned because the first one, it almost felt like, you know, steam starts to run out when it comes to bind, Liquid lose focus, whatever you want to say, but Sentinels were in full control. And this was a series for Shaz, I think one of his best series that we've seen, certainly when it comes to international events. It was a joy to watch these guys play, and even more so when it came to this final map.
I mean, in terms of NA teams as well, you know, Sentinels, they're still one of the strongest teams in this tournament. Let's not forget that. Mitch, are you worried at all about them progressing, or do you feel like they're still going to be a huge challenge for any other teams?
Oh, I think, like, realistically, Sentinels, look at what they did against Team Liquid. They had a blowout map over on Bind, a super close one when it came to Split. It's a couple of tiny decisions that end up costing them the map. The reality is, any team here should be scared of Sentinels, just a little bit more so of any of the EMEA teams. Like Liquid.
I think that matchup was a head-to-head head-to-head IGL battle that was so fun to watch, especially on that last map of Split. We saw that round with the dueling Viper's pits. That was so cool to watch the entire time. You could just see the tension building between them and how they're anti-stratting each other. I think you should be scared of that, but I still like, even though that was a great match, even though I really liked how Sentinels played in that, I'm still concerned because it was 10s for the first two. That was literally, it felt like he was willing them through it. Sure, there was a Zombs clutch. Sure, there was those moments that were like, okay, cool, Sentinels has still got it. But other than that, Shazam also stepped up. The rest of them, I was not seeing that same level that I saw at Reykjavik. Let's just say that.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Over on the other side, though, Team Liquid, we got to talk about them, the performance that they put up. In particular, Yumpy has impressed me again and again. Just looking at this guy, obviously he came in to Valorant, you're looking at him, you're thinking, oh, Jett, he's going to be playing these simple roles. Now he's even pulling out an Astra. His Sova play on Breeze, so important when you look at how he's controlling Halls and Tube and then flexing into whether it's mid, whether it's pushing down to actually hold the site. The Sova util provides so much for countering the typical kind of Viper push out towards the site. He's been a lot of fun to watch and really grow into this game over the last couple of months, and I think really hit a peak in the series up against Sentinels.
Yeah, it does feel like the Sova players are really stepping up. They're getting aces left, right, and center.
I know, right?
They're doing amazing. And speaking of those amazing players, let's take a look at the top 5 players in this tournament according to ACS so far. You guys are not going to be super surprised with who is top of that leaderboard right now. It is Durka, of course. A lot of people doubted him. I mean, a lot. Bala, I'm not going to call you out because I don't think you were one of the people that doubted him, but Platchat.
I think you could throw me in on that boat,
okay,
but this is an absurd performance. MVP level, like the stats that he has right now are crazy. But I do want to point out, look at this, Durka. Yeah, he plays Jett, but he played primary Raze, I think, for the most part. Sassy, Sova player, CNED Jett player. Mazino, not so much. Zeke as well, Raze, and a bunch of different options for him too. It's not those Jett players. Finally, in Berlin, in Masters Berlin, it was Jett, Heat, CNED 10s, you know, all that stuff. So I'm very happy to see this, and I actually think that kind of speaks volumes to what the tournament has been like so far, at least in terms of the meta.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. We got Zeke there as well, right? He's been pulling out the KO as well. So viable agent, evidently, top 5. It works. But no, I think Durka, you know, a lot of people, we heard it. We've had those chats. Some people didn't have him on their players to watch list. And I think now you're starting to see that this guy, he is the talent that has been rumored for so long. Whether it was back in Season 1 when he was playing over in CIS, then moving over and playing with the Fnatic guys, obviously, he's just been unbelievable to watch. I think one of the most skilled players. I'm surprised there's some names on that list that we're not seeing, and it is like the Jett players that I want to see start to show up a little bit more as the tournament goes on, to be honest.
No 10s, like no Yay. Like,
Yet, I feel like.
Yes. That's the very important point, right? Because we've only seen 1 game for most of these teams, maybe 2 games. So yeah, 100%.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, we're going to take a short break here, but when we return, we will refresh you guys on Ascend versus VivoKeyd before their deciding map. Welcome back, everybody. We're going to talk about Ascend and Vivo Keyed, and now we're going to do, some highlights as well, look back on what happened in those two maps they did play. But before that, Midge, I want you to give us a rundown as to who they are and how we got here.
Well, obviously, when we're talking about Ascend, it has to be said, this is one of the strongest teams in EMEA. It's a team that's had a lot of hype behind them for a long, long time. And the fact that we turn around and see them challenged by Vivo, it was super exciting to me. Honestly, in that first map, the fact that we had to go so tight, it showed that Vivo come in, at least in EMEA's estimations, is not a very solid team. When you look at Ascend are proven, they've proven themselves in the international stage, Vivo have not. And this is where they actually stepped it up. Icebox was a slap in the face to all the EMEA fans looking on at home, expecting this to be a blowout series, because Vivo, they had some plans for this map.
I'm looking at those rounds just right there. I'm just like, Miriam, some of these are insane. And it definitely came down the wire. I love the opening match for MW. He was so solid. I'm very shocked that we actually didn't see him in the top 5 because I think he's lingering around there. And again, the Sova player, historically, he's been playing Duelist, but our first time seeing him on Sova, that was the big question coming into this event, and he looked solid.
Yeah.
One of the other things, we had some really nice plays coming out of Heat as well. I felt like his jet, especially on Icebox, really hit exactly what it needed to. He was able to entry into sites, but also play those longer range angles, really make Ascend worried about peeking into anywhere that had long range sight lines, because there's a good chance Heat's going to be waiting for you there to take you down. That's exactly what you want from a strong jet on a map like Icebox. I think someone like Defo showed that, obviously, in their series earlier on. You really want to have that player who's confident in the early duels.
Yeah. I think one thing to note about just this entire battle, right? He did step up. CNED, he played well, but he didn't play up to the level that CNED should be at, especially when it comes to LAN. So, I mean, yes, the second map was pretty good for Ascend. I don't think anybody's expecting to lose at this point because they are, what's the streak right now? 17-0 in non-seeded matches?
Just don't pick bind against Ascend.
Agreed.
It's a good call. Honestly, this was easy. From the get-go, Ascend were completely in control. And after a tight enough first map, to have this kind of confidence boost coming into the final is exactly what you want. There's nothing better than 13-2 in a team. There really isn't. You just feel like all your problems, they're gone, they're washed away. Although, maybe that sets you up a little bit too much confidence moving into map 3. What I'll say about CNED, same point we've made now, in all these pre-shows before Champions, we were saying, like, at Masters, we expected this guy to blow everybody's socks off. Now, he did well. He's probably, I didn't check, but he's probably still very high up on the ACS ratings. But from an outside perspective, that might seem great, but we know CNED as someone completely different. He steals the show. For the entirety of the start of Ascend's career, it was CNED and friends that people called them, not Ascend. It took a while for that respect to grow for the rest of the team.
You said CNED and 4 dudes.
CNED and 4 dudes, CNED and friends, it is what it is. But
I think you kind of have to change it at this point to Zeke and 4 friends, at least from the first game, right?
Honestly, I think every single player on that roster has earned the right to have their name included in the title. The thing is, for CNED, he didn't show up on Masters the way we wanted him to. I thought maybe that extra bit of LAN experience is going to help him out here, but so far, still not hitting that peak.
Yeah. There's just a lot to say about it, but I'm just really excited to get in the match.
Yeah, we will have time. We will have time. Don't worry. We have 8 different teams competing today on here at VALORANT Champions. So let's get day 5 underway.
Do you remember your first time seeing the impossible? When the first masters emerged, they were challenged to evolve, challenged to create masterpieces that would inspire millions. A mix of personal style and pure skill that redefined the game.
What is this?
This is where the best players from around the world will clash, and champions will be born, dreaming of greatness.
Oh my God!
Now we will all bear witness to split-second sparks that changed the course of esports history. An inspire future generations to find their own flash of brilliance. This is where we live. This is the art of greatness.
La presión de jugar una Champions, lo que jugar cualquier torneo presencial, no somos el mismo equipo que cuando estamos practicando. Y siento que si jugaríamos una vez más sería un resultado completamente diferente.
Team Secret shocked us all.
The best team in the tournament? I wouldn't say anything other than Team Secret, I guess.
Bang, bang, you're dead. My name's Dubstep. Get out of the way.
At the end of the day, we're here and we're here to show you guys what the Filipinos can do.
Crazy raccoons. This could turn into a bloodbath.
チームシークレットは日本でも結構スクリームやったりとか、お互いにちょっと高め合ってきた部分もあるんで、一緒に勝ち上がっていきたいです。尊敬はすごいしてます。
Pra mim não importa qual time venha, a gente vai jogar do mesmo jeito, independente do adversário.
They're a pretty massive underdog, and a team like Furia absolutely can get it done.
A gente tem nível muito bom, a gente está treinando muito para isso, então só cuidado.
Crew, right? They've been on every international land so far.
I still think they have something to show.
Entonces yo creo que tenemos como esas ganas de querer demostrar y demostrar que la TAM merece mucho más respeto.
Cloud9 are finally riding high.
Being here, being at the first World Championship is pretty surreal. We wanted to get here, but it wasn't like the end-all be-all. We're more so worrying about the future. I think we should easily breeze through the lower bracket. Just like we do with Rise during LCQ, we'll bounce back stronger. But obviously, the goal is to win.
Guys, what are you doing?
Cloud9, I think they are the same level as Sentinel. We are no namer here, so they don't know much about us.
Full Sense could have a ton of things up their sleeves.
But I think this is the time for us to prove ourselves.
Full Sense is going to jump you. They're going to catch you by surprise.
Porque qualquer erro a gente vai punir e a gente tá bem preparado para esse jogo.
Prepárense, Furia, que ustedes ya nos conocen.
Be well, ask maybe we can bounce back. Honestly, hope you guys prepare well.
We know what we can do against them. Crazy Dragoon, good luck. そうですね。次は負けない。
I mean, we spoke about this earlier already for these teams, not just elimination, but if they win today, they have a shot to get out of their group. And winning today, Bala, is going to be incredible in terms of momentum for them.
Yeah, it absolutely will, because there's a team waiting that definitely already lost, and they're feeling what can we do to come back and bounce back from those losses. And these teams are hungry. These teams are very, very hungry.
Yeah, it has to be said, when you look at the situation that they're in right now, whether you're Vivo, whether you're Ascend, you've got to be mentally strong to come back in today to play. And then when you look at the elimination matches as well, it's not easy to come to an international event in the first place when we were at Masters and such. But now that it's champs facing elimination, I cannot imagine what that does to your heart when you wake up in the morning.
I mean, as you said, for Vivo and Ascend here, they don't have to think about elimination just yet. They have to get over each other first. And we touched on the big hitters on Vivo Keed, but what about the other members of this team, Mitch? What are they like?
Well, I gotta say, for Vivo, there have been a couple of very, very strong performances. We talked already about MW as well, and how he was able to put up some serious figures. The Reina of Muri's as well, I think, can do a lot more. Joe had a little bit of a slower start in the first two maps, but obviously we saw him a little bit later on. I think Sam were calling him Jay-How. I was like, Jay, how can he see me? But coming into this, I think it's going to be a challenge, really, to deliver on the same level that they'll need to overpass Ascend.
Yeah, I think there's a bunch of role players on this team that, yeah, okay, we talked about the heavy hitters, but I have to say, Joe, sure, he had his moments in those, like the pistol round, for example. Yep. Very, very strong. He had a couple clutches down the line as well. Very important for him as the Cypher player on Breeze, and I think that that's going to play a big impact. And sure, he has to think about what has happened for them to be here at this point. So whether he can continue to bounce back is very important.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of big hitters on the side of Ascend as well, we haven't seen, the full-fledged CNET that we've been expecting, but the rest of this team, Bala, over the last tournament as well, and this one, they have been stepping up.
Yeah, I mean, Zeke in particular, we've talked about him a lot already, but I think for me, Keylets is another guy that's like just consistent as a rock for this team. The rest of them, though, they're very inconsistent. Bone Cold can go from clutching, like serious good 1v3 type of things, to not having a major impact. Starkso is disappearing on land. Sure. This is the second time now, at least in these opening matches, that I just don't feel like we're getting what we should be getting out of Starkso.
Yeah, they're young players playing on a big stage. It's honestly going to require a lot of kind of warming up to, and I think for the same reason that we made the point earlier about CNED, that playing on LAN, he has not reached the same form that he does elsewhere. Now, that might sound hilarious to be almost critiquing him to people who are going to pull up the stats and be like, dude, he's like going positive in every game. Like, he's playing objectively well.
It's the LeBron James effect.
Exactly. It's like, yeah, but he's not playing like CNED. He's playing like a good player, but CNED's a great player, and we want to see him reach that form, as well as the rest of the team kind of normalize themselves. And I think when you have a player like CNED who is having that little bit of inconsistency compared with his past, it's no surprise then that some of the other players on the team are facing the same issues here on the international stage.
Yeah, I think one important thing to note here as we go into Breeze for just like the players in general is how does Zeke play on the KO, and specifically how they've actually prepped Zeke now, because they've watched, they've seen, they've played, and they understand where these timings are going to be for him.
And I'm sure there's going to be someone that says at home, you know, oh, well, maybe they just won't play the KO again, right? But they have to. We have it confirmed that these players are going to be playing the same agents they did last time. So that KO that didn't bring nearly the value that we were kind of hoping that it would for it to be picked in this series now has to come up big coming into, because there's no choice. You can't change it. You can't get rid of it. And they know how you want to use it already.
Well, one of the impactful players they have on the team is Starkso as well, and this is what he had to say about his roster.
Hello, my name is Starkso and I play for Team Ascent. Let's begin with me. I'm like flex role in our team, like most towards support role. Then it's Zeke, he's playing like secondary duelist, also he's playing sometimes supports. He's secondary IGL as well. Then it's Bonkot, he's our main IGL. He was used to play smokes, but he went into initiator role more. Then we have CNED, our superstar. He's his main jet, obviously. He's just doing all the job. Then in the end it's Killes, and he's our sentinel, and he's holding bomb sites for us. So the main goals we were focusing on in the practice between this tournament and was like mainly communication, chemistry in the team. When people hear my name, I want them to like know that they don't need to be sad their whole lives and they can have fun, and it's not only about like work, winning and stuff. You just need to have fun in your life, and that's it. Our goal is to for sure show like the best performance and like what we're capable of, but we obviously main for the main trophy, and we're gonna do our best to take it. And I hope we won't disappoint you.
Yeah, you know, you heard it there from Starkso. He likes to have fun. We saw him a master singing and clapping on the stage. We haven't seen that just yet, but I suspect that's going to come out.
I hope he doesn't disappoint us either.
Wow, Baller, wow.
That's what he's saying. I hope we don't disappoint you. And to be honest, that kind of, I mean, it's just a random interview type of thing. He's just saying stuff. But those are the types of things I'm kind of scared to hear from him. Sure. Because he's thinking about that pressure. More so than anything.
Another piece of pressure that we have to talk about in this is the fact that they're the only team from their region not qualified at this point, not through to playoffs, right? So they're going to have that in the back of their mind. Like, everyone else is waiting for us. We're the only ones that are left to go. And now they're having to come back and replay this map, obviously with a significant advantage starting 7-0.
Sure, they're happy about that.
Yeah, I'm sure that they're happy about the 7-0. But the fact that, now they've got to try to fight to get their upper bracket spot, to get through it, it's going to be tough. A little bit of extra pressure on a team that we already theorize is struggling with playing on the international stage.
Yeah, I think like getting into this match specifically too, I do want to talk about, like you just mentioned, the 7-0. We also have a pistol round that they're going to play, so the shortened first half for that is going to be something that they have to work with, and I think there's a lot of prep work to go into basically 5 rounds, the pistol round specifically. What are they going to come out with? Is Bonko going to come up with some good stuff? And MBS, of course, to win and get that massive, massive advantage that would come from going 8-0 up in this first half.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a huge pistol. But on the flip side as well, for Vivo, 7-0 is not the hardest. We saw Gambit come back from 12-5, you know?
Sure, and they get to play the second half, right? They chose originally to start on the defensive side, if I'm not mistaken, and they will get to start the second half on the defensive side. So that is the one that they feel a little bit more comfortable on. So that's going to give them a little bit of extra leeway. But it does concern me. In that pistol round alone, I expect attack pause in round 2 or 3 purely because if you win the pistol, what do your opponents do? Do they force buy that round? Do they save up and buy up after? Like, how are they going to handle that? I think you're going to have to kind of sit back at a certain point and go, okay, there's like 3 rounds left. We're at this early stage. What do we do? Yeah. There's a lot of thought going in there, and it's going to push players out of their comfort zone. Again, they're not playing the game that they're used to for these first 5 rounds.
It's something we haven't seen, to be honest. Like,
Never.
It's something we haven't seen, and I think we're going to see the most optimization out of the first couple of rounds of a match that we have ever seen, right? Because you have to get those buys perfect. You have to get the economy perfect. Otherwise, you could be going in with a huge deficit. On the note about them starting on defense, though, I definitely think that was their weaker half when we went into it, because they got an 8-4 on their attacking side. That was very, very strong, especially when we saw how Cena had started that match, when he was popping off, especially with the operator and the knives, to come out and go 8-4. And it was clean. It was very clean. I think that it makes sense for them to, want to be on that defensive side, but also for them to have a full, potentially, attacking side to play with.
Yeah, I think one of the things, when I look at Vivo and how they were playing defensive side, they had obviously a lot of information, but trapwire inside of halls. They're playing 3 players towards the A side a lot of the time with like Heat looking for those duels inside of mid. But they were not able to hold down the A side at all against just the typical Viper wall up, go in, even whether it was Viper's pit or not. Yeah, it was consistent from Ascend that when they went towards that side of the map, this defensive, this passive setup from Vivo wasn't really showing the value that we want to see from them. So coming into this, I'm very, very excited to see how they handle it, because from a coach and analytics perspective, you are playing a team on a map you've already seen that team play, but they're going to change how they play. There's a trade-off, right? You're going to move outside your comfort zone, which puts them on the back foot of what they've prepared, but also makes it very difficult for you because you're outside of your comfort zone. So how far out are you going to go? How much are you going to change your game plan coming into this?
Honestly, I have a headache.
Yeah.
It's going to be crazy. But also, you mentioned that they've played against each other already on this map already with the same composition already.
Comps, everything,
so they're going to know each other very, very well, and they've had obviously a little bit of time to prep for that as well. So, Bala, what would you want them to do here and make sure they iron out the mistakes from last time?
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot of prep for Zeke. I think that's like the main focus point I would have for Zeke, but also the opposite side, MW, right? Try to avoid as many and try to be in a bunch of weirder positions. I guess the Sova players and the Viper players trying to not on Vivo Keyed get into those 0 points and get into situations where they really, really need to have their utility for that. I have an interesting question.
Ooh.
I have an interesting question. Okay, since they have to play the same comps, which side do you think is more disappointed after playing that match with their comp?
It has to be Ascend.
Ascend,
Surely, you're playing with a KO, and the KO didn't work. I think they're coming in here going, God, like if we could have any agent, anyone else, let them pick the agent for us. It just can't be KO. Like, honestly, the value wasn't there at all. I know coming into this, there's going to be a lot of thought, and I think that's a bad thing, honestly. The fact that Ascend are going to have to sit there and go, okay, how are we going to use this KO? How did they, they're having to alter so much or focus so much on something that I think in an ideal scenario, in a vacuum, they would just discard it and start again with a different agent in there. So instead, they're committing a lot of time for what they probably know is just this map, because they're probably not going to pull it out again afterwards.
I think they're certainly disappointed that there wasn't like a double drone type of comp coming out of Vivo Keyed, because then I think they might have been a little bit happier, because there's 2 of those drones to cancel.
There.
You saw Team Liquid against Sentinels have a lot of fun with that entire idea, just canceling the entire information gathering. With just Sova on the other side, it's maybe a little bit more disappointing to only get, 1 Sova drone canceled instead of the Sky Trailblazer and the Sova drone.
Obviously, there's always going to be upsides to it. Like, if you can manage to hit that Viper, take down the wall in the middle of an exec, leave them, pants down. But the reality is, for the most part, it's a disappointing agent with the way that we saw it used. At the same time, maybe they'll look at it in a very positive way. Maybe they'll think about it from the perspective that, hey, we can now catch them completely off guard. Maybe they'll have better ideas on the KO. One can only hope. But with a 7-0 lead, I guess that'll make up for any sort of problems they'll have agent comp-wise.
Yeah, they'll have time to get their swing into the things. Well, yeah, I mean, they have time. If it doesn't work for the first couple of rounds, they know they've got a lot of other rounds they need to catch up with. But you guys spoke about the way that the KO didn't work. What would you like to see from Zeke? How would you like to see this KO be played?
I think I kind of want them to, like, obviously you use the 0 point, you get it as optimal as you can, try to cancel drone, try to get the Viper wall down, but I think I want them to play it a little bit more aggressive. Use those flashes, right? I saw a couple rounds on their defensive side where they were able to get into very, very advanced positions, like down mid, for example, and then Zeke pop flashes from double doors or nest, and it works so well. So if we could see some of that stuff, maybe in cave, try to catch them off by surprise, do things that you weren't doing before.
Yeah, I think it was, it might have been X10, if I remember correctly. They were doing something similar. The KO's pop flash ability up against a Viper especially, right-click it through the wall, you and a teammate push through at the same time, you are guaranteed frags for retaking in towards 8-site breeze. It can be super, super valuable. So, honestly, there's a lot of potential there for that agent. It's just a little bit disappointing that they have to play with him. At the same time, you look at the rest of the team, I'm going to look at CNET, I'm going to say he needs to step it up here on breeze. It's an open map, it's one that I expect him to have a lot of control over, and I think Heat's going to be coming in looking to take him down.
Yeah, I mean, he is definitely going to be on point here and definitely one of the bigger win conditions. So, Barlow, would you be worried for Ascend if CNET isn't able to match that?
Yeah, I mean, always. Always. He's always the win condition, him right here, right? He's got to be feeling good. He has got to get himself into positions where I think he thrives in chaos, right? So I need them to break up the round and make VivoKid very uncomfortable, and I don't think they were able to do that. I think that's going to be what it takes to get CNET online. And then once they do switch to that defensive side, he has to be consistently good throughout there and not falling off after he, loses an op or something like that, has to play with just knives and around. Things like that cannot stop him.
I gotta be honest with you, man. Like, I'm thinking about, I'm putting myself in their perspective because I'm looking around and, seeing the players, which, again, is so damn cool. But I'm thinking, right, you've got 5 rounds to start it off. Now, for Ascend, they're already in the lead. Worst case scenario, they come out with an all right half. For Vivo, though, it must be insane. You think about the pressure that's normally in a pistol round anyways, and now losing this pistol means this half is going massively against you, and then you've got to fight back on a half that, yeah, I agree with Balla previously, wasn't that impressive. So you've got to be very confident, no matter what, that your second half has been fixed, that the work you've put in has been valuable and will pay off. And then secondly, you've got to already build those foundations in a very short time span with very little room for error in that first half.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure for both teams. It's definitely going to be a very exciting map here. Now, yesterday I heard something called a bold buff, so this must be the most overpowered casting duo of all time, Tom Biz and Ryan Central.
Thank you very much, Sue. Of course, I am joined by Doma. Oh, wait. Or is it
Link? Yeah.
Okay, but either way, it's some bald guy, and we're going to be getting into what is probably going to be the weirdest cast of our entire lives, because the team is about to start with 7 rounds on the board, but I don't know. With the way that we actually saw VivoKid play the other day, I do wonder if they're actually still going to be able to bring this one back.
If they can get off to a good start, because it's starting from the pistols, there's no sort of overtime rules, right, where they're on half ultimates or whatever. So you got to treat it as such. Overall, this is going to be an interesting one for Ascend. Here we go again. And the team's allowed, because this is a weird point to have to jump into the trenches on.
But that is the thing. We talk about pistol rounds and how valuable they can be. In this scenario, it's more valuable than ever before, because realistically, this could almost put Ascend in a position to close out the map. So I think we have to look at VivoKid and say, you need this pistol more than anything.
I mean, for both these teams, it is a case that they would go down to the elimination match. They won't be out of the tournament, so...
Look at this stack.
Yeah.
This is most of the defense already here. They are ready and waiting for their opposition, and it has kicked off strong. Zeke's been able to find one back in response at least, and Starzo is doing the same, but it's left all onto Bone Cold. Sure, the spike's down, but he'd need an utter miracle to try and bring something back here, and the reposition is just trying to get an extra line on the spike, but they are holding this angle. There is absolutely no hope for him here. VIVOKEED, they get that pistol and they get their lifeline.
That might be one of the most impactful rounds. At least one on the board for VIVOKEED. They're going to pick up a second, so it's not going to be on the 1-7 scoreline for all too much longer. And Ascend, well, throughout that series, there were moments of the glimmers that you'd like to see, especially from players like CNED, but on maps like this, in the first one, there were times where VIVOKEED didn't take long to get the momentum going. And this is where it could get very interesting, right? Like, it's a very niche point, I suppose, to Ascend. We'll never get a second chance like this again, right? And this is a team that can be a bit awkward when it comes to composure in big games.
That's the thing. It would be the most embarrassing thing ever if you get given a 7-0 lead and you still lose. Yeah. Like, let's put it that way. Like, I know that we're talking about them having the edge, obviously, in this scenario, but there's also a hell of a lot of pressure because you will be laughed at until the end of time if you are literally given more than half the rounds you need and still lose. And
also with one of the things that I wanted to really go over, regardless of, despite all of the things that happened in that series, VIVOKEED were the better team. It's one of the exciting things overall. Like, the Brazilian teams, for the most part, have really come together in a tournament like this in general. Like, Furia's really close result against Sentinels, Vikings, really scaring Gambit. And when you have a player like MW0 who has come in to be that silver role despite being a duelist all the time he was on Game Landers, it's coming and working out nicely, but this is still pretty expensive in the end for VIVOKEED, losing a couple players.
Yeah, well, it's getting to the point of not even just expensive. As Heat goes down here, it could be a real problem, but luckily, we talk about this man being the superstar and he's popping off. It was getting a little bit dangerous, but he decides to just wipe down the remainder of Ascend, and they will have their second onto the board. It's still maybe a little bit more costly than they would have liked, but as already mentioned, at this stage of a map, it really doesn't matter anywhere near as much.
So, obviously, for the sake of this matchup, every team had to play the same agents that they did the first time that we saw them.
Yeah.
If we were to see Ascend play Breeze again in like the next series, whether it's up on the higher or lower bracket part of it, would you still would have wanted to have seen Zeke play that KO?
I also don't know if I would have wanted to see Starzo play Viper. I haven't really been particularly impressed with it, and as said, I think that honestly, him being on Sky is much more interesting for me.
Yep. And he was one of the best. And I mean, if it's a case of, yeah, she got nerfed, so it's one of those things where I think Soulcast was a player that a lot of people called out very early when the speed, the tempo that these flashes can go out for Skies, that Soulcast was nerfed a little bit. With the fact that you can flash, pick up your gun a lot quicker, that's been lowered. Soulcast was one of those players that played it very aggressively. He's adjusted. Starzo, we haven't really seen that, if we've got to be honest, but now on this fall-by round, Aldrin information's gone. There's a minute left on the clock, and the lean is mostly going towards that B site, and Joe is waiting over there, all on his own, and he doesn't have really much help if he gets trapped there as well.
Yeah, this is a scenario as well where you're seeing much more of a heavy investment into what would normally be considered a bonus round because of where we are. So there's still going to be some rifles on the board. Ascend do have a slight advantage in that regard. You can see the rotation already coming back from Muraz, trying to find something through the cage, but realistically, they're just being used by Joe to try and reposition. He catches one, but he's already been flanked. CNED managing to come in from behind. They're putting that pressure on. Killers lands a second shot after the whiff from Reyna, and it leaves this in an awkward scenario now for the side of VIVOKEED.
CNED trying to hold on. The Aldrun is going to get some information. The wallbang is attempted and eventually goes through onto NW0. Now he, with the spike eventually getting planted, is the last one alive in a 1 versus 4. CNED, you wanted him to come online as soon as possible realistically, but he has had responses.
This attempt, I still feel like at any moment Heat is going to be dangerous, but yeah, 8-2. I'm actually now intrigued to see what the finances are actually like for VIVOKEED, because as mentioned, because it's not a proper bonus round because of the scoreline, they invested more than they normally would have done. Like as said, they had a couple of rifles. They also lost 2 players in the previous round, so it was a risk that I can completely understand taking because you want to try and get 5 rounds. But now you look at the purchase that they have because of it, well, they might actually be lucky to get 3.
There is also a null command available for Zeke. And this is a scary position to be in for Joe. Now, utility is wanting to be set up as soon as possible, but if that null command suppresses him, well, he hasn't had the chance or real utility to afford it this time, so it could work out. And Zeke, if he's coy to the fact that the economy is not good, he's just going to hold on to that. Or not.
They are putting a lot into this round. I think just realizing that, okay, if we just get to 9, it doesn't matter anywhere near as much about the remainder. They'll also make sure that they confirm their economy for the final round. So it's just everything here for Ascend. And it makes this as sort of that risk or that slight investment coming through completely null and void for the side of VivoKey. Because if they managed to win this round, Ascend would have had to make some of the biggest mistakes we've ever seen.
You don't want to be coy about this kind of thing. He called it onto double doors. These trades are still coming in well.
Okay.
And they had Bladestorm now, giving them players advantage in, but Bunkhold shutting down and holding onto holes.
Yeah, I was about to say, that was starting to get a little bit dangerous. They do still have Vixen with his rifle available, but I think it just comes down to ducking out, making sure they save something. Joe has managed to get a second. They actually clear up all the remaining players, but there's no time. That is unlucky, because at this point, the round is what matters, and for Ascend, 9-2 up now, so far in that lead. As said, VivoKey look like they'll be lucky to get 3.
It's still not a bad attempt,
It's the
all things
weirdest scoreboard
considered.
I've ever looked at.
Yeah.
It's funny. It's one of the things we always talk to, like, production observers, like, oh, are we able to see the scoreboard more? Like, I always love seeing, like, who's doing well on the board, the sort of ACS, the damage that they've done. This is the only matchup I'll ever say I don't care if I see it for the rest of the game.
Even just sort of looking back onto the scoreboard from the last one, like, oh, how did people do then? It just doesn't feel relevant in some cases. I think it's more of a case of, like, Ascend had so many issues on this map when it came to playing together. It was often isolated brilliance from CNED and a couple of times from Starzo. But even then, even if they do win this map, it's a case of do Ascend, have they rebounded, right? Like, have they solved some of these issues? Because it's not, I don't know if it's nerves that was the issue. It just seemed that the whole play from Ascend across that series was a little bit weaker. Certainly in comparison to the other EMEA teams, which, by the way, all top seeds.
Yeah, I also think we learned nothing from this match, just because of it, because of the circumstances that we're currently in, unless they lose.
Yeah, same for X10 and X10 and Envy that start watching this as well, going, this is hard to gauge.
Looking to come in. CNED's going to manage to bypass the majority of the utility, and already they will clear off one. Joe doing his best to survive, and with MW0, they brought this back into a 3v3 scenario. The fact is, though, the rotation looking to come back. Killer's sneaking his way through mid. Now, there is still Vixen here. He has a bit of utility in an attempt to play with, and the angle he's got is pretty solid. Winning that opening duel will now make things at least a little bit awkward, unless Starzo can clear him out, which he will. But with 25 seconds left, they still don't have any positioning on either side of the map. B is currently open, but it definitely comes with a risk.
Oh, wow. It's just also the fact that that snake bite from the Grave from Vixen did do all that much damage, but it really got under Starzo's skin. The fact that he goes over to B and you still have a player from Ascend in a 2 versus 2 trying to go through Cave completely isolates it. He has this utility to help, so that's why the Viper wanted to move over here. And the Hunter's Fury, an interesting play from MW. And I guess in this case, it's just really getting under the skin from Ascend as much as possible.
Yeah, he's used it to basically just clear out some of the back angles. Obviously, Starzo could have moved into them, so they'll still have to be clear, but they were hoping for free information. They haven't actually spotted him here on the cross, watching for the spray down, but he won't get anything done. 3 rounds coming up for VivoKey. It's the minimum they would have hoped for, I'm sure, with a little bit more being ideal. But realistically, Ryan, 3 out of 5 is not bad.
That is the most hype reaction I've seen to ending a half 9-3, but it's just that mental is so important, especially getting into the second half now. This is where it's, okay, it's just a normal game for us now. We need to come back, and for Ascend, it's just closing it out. They ended the last time that they played Breeze, 4-8 on their scoreline, so they had a lot to come through with. VivoKey, it's what they can realistically do, and again, a very important pistol having to be played here.
Well, we're going to be kicking it back off to the desk for at least a moment as they can break down the few rounds they saw from that first half. Good luck, guys.
I mean, we got to address the energy right now on stage, Bala. I've never seen a team this hyped and emotional before.
This is literally dude, they started chanting before the game even started. They were yelling, they were standing up, yelling across the at the Ascend players. Definitely feeling a little bit,
of heat.
Yes.
Hey, I like that. I like that. But I gotta say, on the other side, it doesn't feel like it's affecting Ascend all that much, at least looking at their body language so far. Like, before the game started, right, we all heard those cheers coming from the Vivo side. We turned around. I'm just seeing CNED kind of smirk back at them like, that's cute, guys. That's cute. Trying to play mind games here.
I don't think CNED is the person you want to look at to see how he emotionally reacts.
Oh gosh, no. But we got to talk about the pistol. You know, we knew how important that was going to be. And Mitch, for Vivo, they got on the board straight away.
Yeah, look, if Vivo lost that pistol, game was probably over at that point. But they've at least managed to bring up those 3 rounds. Yes, they come in strong. They win that pistol. They get even louder than they did before. Really, you feel it when they win a round. Problem is, it's 9-3 at the half. Yes, this comeback is possible, but there are so many questions coming into this next half that Vivo need to answer. And at least for now, the answers ain't looking too strong.
One thing here, look at the scoreline for you. 9-2 over 5 rounds. I know the caster said they don't want us to talk about stats, whatever. I think that is something to note for sure. Not bad, but when you look at going back to what you're talking about the gravity of this comeback, it is difficult, but they get 3-2 out of 5 rounds. That is very solid and better than the ratio that they were actually getting when they played this half the other time.
Including the pistol.
And this time now, they got 8-4 last time. That's only 1 round better than the half that they're going to have. So
sure,
I don't see this completely out of the realm of possibility. And the way that they are getting hyped up about it, I, for some reason, feel really, really good about.
You're with Vivo at 9-3?
I
see it, man. I see it, man. Honestly,
it is a curse.
I mean, considering the fact that it really is about that energy, and it's about Heat being able to show up like that, get those rounds, and then rally the team around him. You know, winning rounds is good. Clutching rounds out is the best feeling. Honestly, it just motivates you. If you're down 9-3 and you end up 1v4 clutching, that's better than winning the round clean. I think that right now, the mental game is being won by Vivo. But the game still has to be played.
Yeah, it does indeed. Well, let's jump into the second half of this game with Ryan and Tom.
Thank you very much, Sue. It is a mountain to climb, but you know what? I can kind of feel it as well. Like, the energy in the room for a team that is currently down this far is very, very high. It's almost like they want to try and prove everybody wrong that they can overcome absolutely anything. So the side of Vivo Keed are looking to try and battle back here as they now go into their attacking side.
Yeah, already a bit of defensive aggression. Facing far up is Zeke. He still has that 0 point in hand, and it's going to be used catching onto Heat, but he doesn't really mind all that much. He's still going to try and posture, at least for a split second. Moves out, baits away, and at the same time, Ascend have actually pushed up, trying to get away from Elbow is CNED, and suddenly Ascend have fallen right into it.
Yeah, no, this is a hell of a start. They're talking about a team winning both pistols. It's looking fairly likely for Vivo Keed at this point, looking to try and bypass the utility that's currently there, and although the rotation has come in pretty quickly, it's not a whole lot you expect to do. That shock dart combo was actually really nice from Bone Cold, but it's only whittled away a couple of the remaining players. He might be able to take another down. 3 HP remaining, and Bone Cold's found another. He's making this one competitive, but can't quite do enough. It's left all onto Starzo. A man renowned for his clutches, at least when he's playing his Sky, but being a little bit surrounded. The last player, oh, he found himself the headshot onto Heat, and he could put them in the grave right now into that 1v1 scenario. Vixen on just 3 HP does have the spike. That's at least something, but getting it down is going to be nigh on impossible. He's hoping to try and find the drop on his opponent. The bait out from the small pieces of utility that Starzo has left, just trying to act as a distraction. But everything here just comes down to timing and the peek out. I think he might have just spotted a pixel. That might be just about enough, but Vixen lands the headshot. He keeps them in the map.
I know, it's so unfortunate for Ascend. Like, they did so well to pull it back. They had 2 players all the way pushing down B. They were instantly in a 3 versus 5 disadvantage. But the utility, the retake, they were playing for a retake. Despite the fact that the spike wasn't even planted up until the very end.
That has become probably my favorite combo that we see nowadays. I always used to love the Astra Suck in combination with the paint shells, but I do feel like a like shock dart combo with the snake bite is just beautiful.
All relies on timing as well. I think trying something a little bit different, getting that information again. Really wanted to make sure that pulse control isn't giving up as much as it was beforehand. Now Joe is going to lurk and find a lot of space over towards B as his stack is mostly on A. CNED actually buying up the Marshall, brings it to a 4v4.
it's definitely, again, a little bit more costly than they would have liked, but it's not quite the same as the last half. Like, even if they're just getting through these rounds and playing these bonus rounds, it's not going to be the biggest issue in the world. CNED, though, is going to attempt to try and clutch this. Now, he knows there's still a player lurking elsewhere, the Cam, spotting them down the bottom of mid. MW0, though, has actually managed to find CNED. He's avoided the dart, at least for now, and even not destroying it just lets him know that there's no one there. CNED, he's already found the first. Just one man remaining, and we know what this man can do with a Marshall, but he's not quite quick enough. Joe, again, it's only one man surviving for Vivo Keed, but they're still going.
Yeah, they just have to keep buying up as much as possible, and it was a good mid-lurk from Joe. I was a little bit nervous that CNED could isolate the two players, one on the site, one still playing in towards mid and stacks. CNED almost really pulls it back. The full buy is there, at least some half armor on the cases of Zeke and Bone Cold, but everything that they pretty much need for this is there. And like you mentioned, Spectres in some cases, Bulldogs for MW. No, he has 0 credits left, but all the utilities.
Yeah, they're going for this. This isn't a bonus round. They are putting pretty much everything they have into this. So again, like this isn't a bonus round scenario at all for Vivo Keed. If they lose this one, the follow will likely go to the opponent as well.
Vivo Keed mostly leaning towards A. Again, Joe is still going for these lurks, but this is something that Keyless is keeping an eye on. Has that camera in the corner, tripwire as well if somebody goes around the other side. And there's still 3 players over towards B, so the numbers advantage is there. And Ascend have now started to use this lineup that we saw from X10, I think. Starting to get that vertical toxic screen down, which is good at breaking this apart. And now with a minute left on the clock, the reset is coming towards B. And CNED, he's going to see if he can find anybody rotating.
Yeah, this is actually a 2-man push. He's got Bone Cold alongside him. They found nothing down mid. The peek into A gives very little as well. So they have to start making the read that this is going to be a play into the B site, and they might actually be able to catch a couple of players with their pants down. Joe is going to hear all of the footsteps. The rotation coming back through. He could have some free B kills. That's CNED gone. An easy frag for them. And considering the information, I expected a little bit more from Ascend. Instead, he has now found another opener. They're doing this once again on the attacking side. Just easy picks coming through from Vivo Keed. And while Bone Cold and Starzo, 2 versus 5. They just have to hold on to their guns, Ryan.
Now Bone Cold, yeah, again, is trying to see if he can maybe get around. Keep the economy tight from Vivo Keed, and with Heat having one of the few rifles in their hand, like there has been upgrades. Joe still holding on to that Spectre, can maybe pick up a gun towards Tunnel. I think that's why he's eking towards there right now. But yeah, Ascend, this was a good advantage, and as that scoreline creeps ever closer for Vivo Keed, this is probably the most pressure and the weirdest type of pressure these guys will experience.
Yeah, no, this has got to be one of the oddest scenarios for Ascend on the other side as well. Like, you've been handed a huge advantage, and to see it slowly diminishing with 6 rounds about to be coming up for Vivo Keed thus far. The fact is, well, that would have been all that Ascend needed to actually close out this game.
I also really like that Joe's been so effective on these lurks. I heard the rotate coming through, but also with that first kill he gets onto CNED, he pulls Bone Cold back into that fight on Tunnel to face Elbow as he recon darts the back of the B side. If he was fully focused on Tunnel to get that kill, because it does tag a few people that are moving with that toxic screen, he could have got 1 or 2 there. But because Joe's still in that position, you just see Bone Cold constantly looking from, which way should I be looking? It takes his attention, and it really stops Ascend really in these almost like anti-plant positions.
This is a much more aggressive screen. It was something mentioned by Bala on the desk that he wanted to see maybe a little more spice coming out from Ascend on this defensive side. The fact is, though, it's not really garnering anything, especially in a round like this. I was going to say it's only pistols, but CNED has invested. Now, the reason for this, he's only 2 off his Bladestorm. He gets a kill here and dies, and he has a weapon for the next round anyway, and maybe he can make this one a little bit more contentious.
And if you want a hero for the hero by rifle,
it's probably
always a good shout in the end. And for the next round, you've also got Starzo having a Viper's Pit, so going to plant that down near enough instantly. Zeke hoping to maybe sort of bait and catch people out if they actually push this A site. But yet again, this B lane for Vivo Keed, just a slow incremental state. And this is so different to what we've seen from Brazilian teams in the past. Just the slow, the rotates.
The difference I want to really talk about and hammer home from this VivoKid and the one that we saw last time is I think that the calling from Joe has been infinitely better.
Yes.
Like the amount of times we see them bait a kill, get some aggression, force a rotation, fall back into a more default round, wait to see if anybody pushes, gather up again and take the site. And you look at this round here, they get the open RNA, they're very patient to make sure they don't overextend, they clear out this B site, and now they have an after plant with absolutely no hope for Ascend here. This is again a great round just calling wise from VivoKid other than nothing else. And well, looking like a 7th is almost guaranteed already. Killes dropped that rifle from CNED now, might as well just be saved, even if he is going to get an extra kill here. And well, Zeke's at least hoping to try and find something, and he will. He takes down Vixen, and CNED gets another. So there you go. There is the Bladestorm. That was the sort of trade-off I was talking about, but no real hope for actually winning the round. Of course, Zeke dies to the spike just for the extra economy.
Also an interesting question, when do Ascend call a attack timeout? When is the point
Honestly,
when you get a feel?
Well, I'm looking at that clock, Ryan, and it's currently not moving, so I am assuming the time could actually be now, because
That's
realistically, like, this has already got out of control. Like, you have to remember, they had a 7-0 lead just by default, and it is now down to just 2. They've already let all of that dwindle away. They ended up losing both of the pistol rounds, which we said were incrementally important, so realistically, as I said, it is now very, very worrying for Ascend, because all the momentum is going to be with the Brazilians. And as of right now, we've seen nothing to say that they're going to actually pull off this victory.
It would be something, wouldn't it? And I'm pretty sure from both opponents that Envy, they're currently sort of waiting. Later on today, they'll book their place in the playoffs if they beat the winner of this map. And part of me was almost like, I'm sure they would have preferred to go up against VivoKid as the easier opponent. Now it's hard to gauge.
Yeah, I don't think, like, at least in terms of form and in terms of momentum, I think the VivoKid have looked like the better team throughout this series anyway. Yes. Like, Ascend have definitely had their moments. I think they have a couple of maps where they look very comfortable. For example, Bind, where I think that any team facing them on that map is going to have a very difficult time. Even if, I'm starting to think even if you have a permaban, it might actually just be better banning Bind and just seeing what else they have, because that's the main worry for me at the moment when we're talking about Ascend is depth. Like, their depth in map pool doesn't look fantastic, but also the players themselves look a little deflated. And I do wonder that could partly be due to this scenario as a whole. I don't think they're having an amazing time having to try and replay this map.
If there's anything to understand, like, Ascend are just sort of in the rut of it as well, right?
Neither team wants to be in this scenario.
No, even the teams that are waiting for this match to end in this group don't want this scenario. And especially when you look at teams like Envy that are very good at anti-stratting. Yeah, quick turnaround on that overall. But now Zeke is trying to put in the pressure, suppression onto the Reyna.
Yeah, the cam waiting. You could tell Zeke wanted to try and be a little bit more aggressive there, and just getting tagged up instantly by the cam, it's just not worth it anymore.
One thing that I wanted to say as well about Joe's calling is that he was on the team with MW's era, Gamelanders. And maybe one of the reasons why MW was quite happy to come in as a, a stand-in almost. It's just a temporary. But if this tournament goes well, maybe MW considers the switch. And you'd understand that because VivoKid have looked beautiful this tournament. And Ascend, they went into every third-party tournament seriously.
Here we go, though. Finally going to get ourselves... Oh, I thought we were going to get ourselves the operator battle, but that Cloudburst actually completely negates that play.
They still want to go towards double doors, despite the fact there being a Viper's pit in cave. And Keyless, it's these kind of moments that I'm worried about, because this toxic screen has been put up, he's peeking out of it, and that's a dangerous position to be in. And CNED at least wise that he might try and take this mid space. Joe still over in an elbow position. And
he might get caught.
Yeah.
Oh, the dash actually saves him. Able to maneuver out of the way, and he spotted the remaining players coming through, but Muriz wins the duel anyway. Now that pressure comes in onto Starzo. Stuck inside his own Viper's pit, and Muriz clears him out as well. He won't get the heal, but he does get the dismiss. Are they expecting Bone Cold to be here, though? They could be everything from Bone Cold, but it's still not enough. They have at least denied the plant for the moment, and Zeke will find another kill into this 1v1. Vixen looking to try and face off, and this raid doesn't come in! That is a whiff and a half from Zeke, but Vixen will turn him and find another round on the ball for VivoKid. We are down to just one, Ryan.
Oh man, Zeke, you're sort of expecting those situations to have those clutch outs. That's what we said in the initial series as well. Like, there was MW, like MW0 free K that came in that map on Breeze. And every bit of success that Ascend has had has been multi-kills in the middle of a round. These clutches have not happened at all from Ascend. And it's just going to keep tagging along, worse for worse. This should have been around from Ascend.
He was looking completely the wrong way. I genuinely think that might be it. That might be the mental boom. Look how aggressive we're seeing Ascend go, just trying to get up in the faces of their opponents. Equal find one, but again, Muris is there on the response, and this push is garnered nigh on nothing. Just 2 players standing, Killers, who I think currently only has 1 kill on the board. Okay, Starzo.
So, yeah,
that was a pretty crispy shot. I won't take that one away. Killers sneaks his way through, but he won't get anything, and Joe is still fragging. Up there once again. Oh dear. Do you remember that moment when I said it would be really embarrassing if you were given a 7-0 lead but lost? It's going to be heartbreaking. But on the other side, VivoKey, I think that they've more than shown themselves this tournament. I think already, even though we're still only in the group stage, the fact that they've now come back from every adversity, they've come back from scenarios where it looked like it's impossible, they've now evened up a scoreline where, again, like they've won, what, 9 rounds to 2 of the ones actually played.
It's just every aspect of it, like map control. I hate the fact that Ascend are just pushing on their own as well. They're not trying to stack up to take defensive aggression. Like in this example, for example, Zeke's pushing in B. If he runs into a stack, he's down. There's not much that he could do. He's trying to...
A lot of info, though.
He's playing late round, hoping for another B rotate, but this time, VivoKey going to A.
They've not checked it! They gave Starzo a chance. Even still, though, the trading from VivoKey has been solid. They're going to use this Viper's Pit to isolate the left-hand side of the site. Bonecold's got to be careful as well. They've at least managed to deny the dart for the moment, but MW0 is going to get the plant. The full rotation coming in for the remainder of Ascend. The angle, though, actually whiffs. It's going to be CNED given a second chance at life. And actually, they're going to use the null command. Remove all those abilities. CNED has managed to find one back already. Zeke with one more. Maybe this is what they needed. Getting them back to level pegging, and now they finally step up to the plate with CNED getting another onto the board. The lead is equalized for at least a second, and then Ascend will snatch it straight back.
And they're shouting straight back as well. Decibel levels through the roof so far in this series. It was a nice retake. And even with Bonecold using the Aldrun, that Viper's Pit goes down on the attack. He's trying to get that information, but Zeke, again, tries to put the game on his back. But the utility was nice because he came in through mid. He 0 points double doors just to check if there's any aggressive place-ups from VivoKey. If he hits that shot...
It could have been a very different round.
Yeah.
And it's an uncharacteristic miss, even in this matchup we've seen so far today. Still, it's only 1 for Ascend, and on the other side of things, there is no trouble buying back in. He actually opting to go away from the operator, because well, if you look, Vixen still has 4,500 credits, so I think this might be a slight pace change.
And Zeke, that's a nice one to trade out with that no command being used in the last round. It's that catch out from Heat.
He's run all the way up mid. The sheer pace of it catches CNED off guard, but Killers is quick to turn it back into a 3v3. It definitely isn't done just yet, and after plant likely to ensue as the screen at least holding.
This is so scared from Ascend. They're Aldrun and all the way from Nest to Clear Tunnel. He really doesn't get that much information, and even then, Bonecold is checking behind him. It's such a paranoid look from Ascend. The spike still hasn't gone down. That's why they're so, like, maybe it's a bit of a bait. That's what VivoKey have been doing. And now the Hunter's Fury forced out too.
Clever. They're debating it out, trying to use the plant to at least get rid of that piece of utility.
Snake bite there as well on default.
Very well played by VivoKey. They might have to wait a moment for the screen to go back up, but it looks like they're still just playing the clock. They know they've got time. They know that their opponent's going to potentially take some sort of risk. And with their own screen up, I imagine this is where we'll finally see the plant come through. The tag, not really going to make that much of a difference, at least for the moment. Nobody in a position where they can actually isolate this duel. Now the retake looks to begin out of the side of Ascend, slowly edging their way forward. Still managed to get quite far. Starzo already finding one. MW, he's been isolated. This screen has completely separated him. This is beautiful from Ascend, picking them apart one by one. Now he needs to do everything, but again, this man is just so clutch in these scenarios. Down to the 1 versus 1, but Bonecold has landed that that final headshot, I thought we were about to have a repeat clutch from MW0 that puts Ascend in the grave, but they will live to fight another day.
Achilles does well, so well that round. He's holding back, he's holding passive. Considering Zeke dies early, he doesn't try and force a play, he's playing passive, especially that space that he takes initially.
This was too close.
That reload doesn't come in too. He's 31 HP. Oh. I think if there's a player that needed to have those kind of clutch out moments, it was Bone Cold. He has to lead by example. And like I said, everything he was doing was so safe that round that when he's forced into a fight, he can still hit those shots.
It's going to be a timeout from VivoKid.
The buy.
Again, financially, they're still in a decent spot. Not really going to be much of an issue there. They've managed to get the operator over at least onto Heat. So again, I imagine this is going to be more of a default round from what we've seen over the last couple with the pace change. I won't lie, I 100% believed in MW0 in that clutch. I still can't quite believe he didn't manage to get over the line. He did the hard bit. I think that's the worst thing.
It's just the fact that that was said in interviews beforehand, that like MW0 was going to come in on a different agent to what we see him through and play literally word for word from like Murray's like late round and to play clutch. The fact that that's been working out wonders is insanely impressive. But Ascend, they fell into their win conditions as well. They didn't feel forced to match the tempo that VivoKid was set in. It was a slow and safe retake. We were almost like, I was almost ridiculing it at that point. But yeah, you're right. That screen from Starzo.
That screen won it, because it managed to isolate the duels from MW0 in the first place, so that his teammates basically had to just try and take really awkward fights. So I said going into this, I criticized Starzo on that Viper the last time we saw it, but today he has been one of the difference makers.
It's the fact that this buy-up is near of everything that VivoKid have left. If Ascend win this round, they go into match point. Series point. Zeke yet again just trying to catch that first kill. Pushing a bit more.
Gorgeous. Almost look to try and bait them into the angle that Cena now taken. Still having the dash online to escape if necessary. He knows exactly when to reposition. I think he lands that as well, so it might be survival from MW0. The thing is, though, players are still moving on the other side of the map. They might not expect Heat to be this far forward, already taking control, looking to try and dash away, and he will survive, keeping things into a 4v4. But the HP definitely favoring Ascend.
Where Joe is again. In fact, there's a ping, I think, that comes in from Ascend, just to be careful, and Starzo again, forced to not play from arches. He can't back out. It's a position that if he gets caught and isolated from the majority of VivoKid, he's in trouble. And considering how reliable that toxic screen was in the last round, if he goes down and loses that utility, the site is very much open. Bone Cold there on the rotate. The Eldron already been used. One shock dart left, one snake bite left, so you never know what kind of combos you're going to get. And there's the recon dart coming through as well. That's a nice bait to keep those Ascend players over towards A.
Oh, Bone Cold is hitting shots over the last couple of rounds. 2 quick headshots, denying this split completely. And with the other player currently stuck between utility, I almost wonder if this just has to be a save. Starzo doesn't want to allow it, though. He's looking to try and push through his own utility, wants to try and clear them out, but Murray's will at least deny that. He keeps MW0 alive, and he keeps the weaponry in their hands as well.
And suddenly now, that tack pause coming in from NBS, it took a bit of a while for Ascend to get going, but now that money is being pushed just a little bit more. It is really on a coin flip, though, these rounds. Like, if Zeke can get one as he's aggressing on his own, if he goes down early and it's a 5 versus 4.
Also, just Bone Cold, just tapping heads. Like, that's 2 players he's facing off against. And realistically, I expected there to be a trade, and then it's all left on to Starzo. So, yeah, solid round.
Considering Starzo now has that Viper's Pit going over towards A, has that sort of retake utility over on B. Might not even use it straight away, considering.
Hunter's Fury, though, as well.
Yeah, that's also true. If they can maybe force out that util in the Eldron, especially first. I mean, if the Eldron does come through, they do have the KO there to 0 point. Hopefully catch this over and stop that util from pushing away.
He's going to be He's just more past him. He's just completely more past him without checking the angle. It's free for Joe. Bone Cold, a completely different look for him. And well, they've spotted 3 players over on the A side. This is just now a foot race to try and get all the way back over to B, but I think the rotation will already be there before there's any chance for them to get into the site.
Yeah, Zeke is trying to re-aggress onto mid as well. He has 2 flashes to push through double doors, and he is holding out very passively. He's not with the action. And so this is going to be a slow one to start with. We're seeing Ed holding on to the angle. He has to hit these shots. He's isolating and going to continue to push.
God.
He misses. He's caught out.
Oh, Killers though. It's been a quiet game from him so far, but he's managed to find 2 back at least. They still haven't cleared him from the site. And sure, there's plenty of time for them to do so. He's using their own screen to try and actually get position in Killers! One of those shots! 4 kills for him already. Now it comes back into the 1 versus 1. A potential weapon upgrade available, but maybe attempting to do this in style as he still got the Guardian to his name. The rotation coming in on the flank, looking to try again section him off with the screen as a little bit of bait, and he is now watching into middle. He's going to pop his blaze. Somebody hasn't spotted the angle. Starzo could just kill him off here, but the shot's landed by Heat. This man in clutch situations just never seems to lose, and VIVOKEED are still in this, Ryan. I'm honestly so surprised.
Yeah, Starzo had the right idea using that directional toxic screen to get in behind. It still works from him from that angle, but like you mentioned, Keeler's at the half, even though it was 5 rounds, he was down pretty bad. I think he only had 1 kill as we went to Yinsu and the rest of the desk. And it's just those kind of 50-50 fights. Starzo chose to take that gamble. He saw Heat just for a second before the toxic screen went back up. Starzo felt that he had that in the bag.
Yeah, that was his own screen. That's the unfortunate truth. I think the timing of him putting him up actually benefited Heat. And then seeing it drop, I think Heat knew, okay, he has to be behind this now.
He didn't want to give away that position. And now the buys are starting to get really awkward if you're looking onto Ascend. Like, sure, you've got the operator, you've got the rifles, but Zeke with the Marshall, at least it keeps him playing a little bit more passive than we've seen from him in the last few rounds. And it does allow VIVOKEED to start to take control. But then usually mid to late round for mids, and that's the area that Ascend are going to try and put a stick in the mud for.
2 rounds, the difference. We've had it leveled up already in this matchup. I would not be surprised to see it happen once again.
They know that there's players in elbow, though, because Joe had to break Keeler's camera. So I was expecting maybe if there's enough space that VIVOKEED can take mid, they can almost turn around and crunch onto where Bone Cold is playing from. But now, I think this is the direction that Ascend want this map to potentially end. They have players stacked over there, and the rotate is going to be a late one. A Bone Cold could break this completely apart.
He might hear the footsteps of them rotating. I think he has. There's already 2 players making their way deep into the B site. The Viper of Starzo already delaying them once again. He's done well to just slow these pushes, and he's still got another snake bite. They're going to have to make the choice to just almost try and go through it, but that benefits their opponents more than anything else. Starzo, I think he should finish this one. There's only 8 seconds left for them to try and get onto this site. They have to run through, and it is done. It took Ascend a long time, but it is not quite enough for VIVOKEED. A valiant effort to fight that one back, but it will be the victory. And even some dance moves.
They are really liking to give it to each other at this point now. It was a testament to what VIVOKEED can do in this tournament at the very least. And Ascend, it kind of took a while for them to realize their identity, their playstyle, but towards the end, that's the kind of team, the map control, the mind games, and the composure was a lot better from them, at least towards the end, especially from players like Bone Cold.
Yeah, I think the thing that I've actually enjoyed more in this series than I did last time was Starzo starting to come into his own a little bit on that Viper. Like, I think especially in the rounds they actually won, you have to think about the retake that they used, his screen towards the end of that round as well, just saving his utility because of these much slower takes coming through from VIVOKEED. The fact is, though, there is a very real possibility
they face off again,
that we get this match again. I mean, it is going to be heated, to say the least, so I'm almost excited to see if that will come through as the decider. But of course, this now means that going forward, VIVOKEED are going to look to, I believe, take on X10, and on the other side of things, Ascend will go into that upper bracket matchup for another EMEA versus NA matchup.
I think Envy's the favorite in that one for sure.
Yeah.
To say the very least. And I don't know, like X10, they brought some interest. That's going to be just a different style of game for both sides. This is one of the most interesting groups, even if you just take all of the stuff from Alpha Server in. It's just the way that these teams play. We were expecting a group of Jets. Bala had his nice section highlighting it, but it's everything else around Heat, Yay, Patipan, CNED. that has really brought this group to life. And the fact that even the body language from VIVOKEED, it doesn't feel like a loss. It's almost just like a, we will meet again and our battle will be glorious.
Well, yeah, if you're looking at the rounds that were actually played, they pretty much did win this map. So an impressive performance from them. I've enjoyed watching them in the server throughout all the matches that we've seen so far. And I think that X10 match that will be played later will be quite exciting because realistically, I actually quite enjoyed X10 quite a bit more than I thought I would going into this tournament.
Yeah, they've got some cute stuff, but again, the big thing for me overall has just been that Brazil have really turned it up onto the main stage. I think all three teams scrimmed in EU for a month before this tournament. I think you could tell, not just because, oh, it's more of an EU style, that's best. It's just, there are so many different styles in EU in itself. Certainly when you add in some of the Turkish teams, that it feels much more cohesive for the start. With all of this that's happened as well, I think it does benefit Ascend a little bit. It was that experience, how much they can be a little bit awkward on stage. This is the most awkward position that you could possibly be in. And at least they had those kind of moments where they won it off their own back in clutches. The scoreline being close towards the end, it kind of almost takes the Ascend like it's just a normal game now. We're not like this 7-0 lead. We're just going to play this as normal instead of this weird advantage that we should have.
That is the funny thing. It got back to 9-9, and that was almost when they seemed to actually kick off into the match. So maybe a little bit of a wake-up call, maybe an early sort of start to the day caught them off guard. But as said, I've got a lot of respect for the side of VIVOKEED. Either way, we're going to see both these teams again later in the tournament, and we've got a lot still to go through today. So make sure you don't go anywhere. We're off to a quick break.
He doesn't need to zoom in. Get out of here!
Would have to be an ace. Fusel. Think from the opposite picture in picture.
He's gonna Util. Simple does it, my goodness.
This is his world, and we're just living it. I'm surprised. Durka. An operator. And connect. 자, 이번에 화살 없어요. 정찰용화 설명 있어요.
1대1이에요. 자, 나노
It's a rematch for Ascend versus Vivo, but Ascend, they take it in the end. I'm back here with Mitch and Bala. It was a close one. They very nearly didn't take that one, Bala.
Yeah, that was really close. I thought it was going to get there, to be honest. But I think we kind of undersell a little aspect of this, which was the pressure that Ascend was feeling in that situation, right? Because they come into this up 7-0, like...
You have to win.
You have to win. You have to win. And everybody, when they feel that sort of thing, they're already in the position that VIVOKEED end up being when they tied it up. Once they tied it up, all of a sudden you can see, oh, we're about to do this. And that's when things change.
We talk about the mental game normally, and we talk about how important it is, but you have to take a look at this series and realize the fact that there's a lot going on in both of these players' heads, a lot of eyes on them, and a lot more pressure than there normally is, not just because it's champions and all of those things, but because of the situation. That said, Ascend still show up. It took them a while. They certainly let VIVOKEED back into the game for a bit.
I really like what Ryan said at the end of the cast after Ascend wins. VIVOKEED put out a statement, in my opinion here. Like, the emotions that they showed, the way that they were going at Ascend on the stage, to me, that definitely signified what Ryan said. We will meet again, and our battle will be glorious.
Well,
I think that is very important to shout out.
Let me be very clear on this. You're coming into this tournament, Vikings, Vivo Keyed, I had incredibly low expectations looking at their previous performances internationally. Right here, though, they have looked absolutely incredible. And this clip, I wanted to actually show this just because how aggressive is CNED? Who goes through a cage like that? But he had that little bit of support of the trap wire behind, knowing that his teammate will be able to at least take down the one. Now, the fact that Killaz gets two there is kind of ridiculous. The plan was for CNED to get aggressive, maybe get a kill, and definitely get out of there alive, but it still worked out.
And what a way for Killaz to come alive, too, because in that first
he had like
half,
1 kill.
Exactly, 1 kill, and even into the second half, he was also struggling. Yeah. But what I told you at the beginning of this, he's consistent, and those are the types of rounds you can expect from him.
Yeah. And speaking of CNED, you know, Mitch, you and I we've been around the guy, we've seen him a lot, and I have never seen him, I mean, every now and then he cracks a smile, because he's a great guy. I have never seen him get angry and hyped and emotional the way that he has right here, you guys. I don't think we're ever going to see it again. This is CNED we're talking about. And in Turkey, when someone pops up, you say, oi, and I want to drop a big oi for CNED, and I love this, you know.
That's crazy.
If there's any time you're going to react like that, it's right here at Champions.
Yeah, and I think speaking to what we talked about in the pre-show, Starkso struggling a little bit. I think he definitely, you know, he was happy on that stage, but I don't think we're seeing the level that we see of Starkso online, where he is literally dancing on the camera over and over and over. And when you start to lose an emotional leader like that, you've got to have somebody else who steps up, and I honestly think that's a big factor in why they were able to actually hold on to that game.
Well, I'll tell you what, something that we were discussing even watching it was like the Vivo just didn't look, Ascend didn't look activated. They looked like they were in their own heads. They didn't feel like the same team. Even just having a look at the players and their body language during that game, to have someone like CNED step it up, it elicited a physical reaction from me, seeing it out of the corner of my eye. Imagine being on his team, you're like, guys, is CNED just do that? Really? That gets you right back in, and I think that's why as well, towards the end of the game, we start to see that little bit of Starzo coming out. Right at the end there, we saw him obviously doing his little dances, pulling out his moves. That's the Ascend that we're used to seeing.
Yeah, I mean, also when it comes to how hyped they were, I mean, Vivo were really giving it. I feel like CNED probably wanted to just exert some of that energy out. Yeah. But with that in mind, our bracket looks a little bit different now, and we can see what is going to happen next, because we have a few elimination games coming up. But Ascend winning this game means they will be facing against Envy for that spot to get out of this group. Again, we set a precedent here, Bala. 3 EMEA teams have gotten out so far. Do you think they can do it?
Look, I'm very, very excited about Ascend versus Envy, because we finally get Ye versus CNED. We got robbed because Ascend kind of didn't make it through against 100 Thieves. So I'm very excited for this match, but what I'm seeing from Ascend, they still have learning to do. They really still have learning to do, but this will be a different environment for them. I think going for the high-pressure, diamond-creating match like this one to that one, obviously it's high pressure, but it's nowhere near the same.
Yeah, I think a lot of this game for me was genuinely looking at Ascend and going, this is not a team that I recognize. And I think some of the plays, you remember Zeke over on the A side, he goes on top around the pillars, has a guy not even looking at him, completely whiffs the spray. That does not happen. It doesn't happen in the regular season. So when it comes to this LAN, a lot of pressure on these guys. We saw it. We saw CNED step up. We know that they're feeling that. We need to see them get a grip on it, though, to start a game out, not halfway through.
Yeah, but I think these are actually the learning experiences that Ascend need, right? Yeah. It's these types of situations that they need to get in over and over and over so that they can learn. And I think they did learn. At the end of that game, who was the person who was walking down halls and getting a kill and falling back bone cold, right? Yeah. This is the guy that everybody's criticizing after Masters Berlin, and I think he kind of showed a little glimpse of what may be to come.
Oh yeah, I cannot wait. This is just the appetizer for today, guys. This is the starter. We're going to get in the main course soon, because we have 3 more matches coming up. Going to take a quick break here, but don't go anywhere, because Team Secret will be playing Crazy Raccoon right after this. Welcome back, everyone, to the analyst desk. It's time for the main course. Let's get into those elimination matches. But first, welcome, Ryan. A great job on the caster desk.
Yeah, it's fair to say that that was a difficult cast. It was cool if VCT could make it close, but in the end, it's still one of those things that because we have Envy playing later, it's just a bit of a... The whole group has a lot to quickly catch up on now, which I think makes it more interesting. Ascend versus VCT is now a bit of a grudge match that we might see again.
Yeah, you talk about main course. That already got me stressed out, right? And now people are going home. So
yeah, you're going to get more stressed out, yeah, for sure.
Day. I'm going to lose my hair like Ryan.
Well, you're going to get the bold buff. It's real.
Yeah, the composure is
real. I guess
real.
I'd be fine with that, yeah, after seeing Link.
I even said I was going to shave my head, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm definitely not above doing that if we all do it. But let's talk about Team Secret first. Now, for me, this team, it was heartbreaking for them back at Masters 3 Berlin. They qualified, they couldn't be here, but this time around, Ryan, you can really see why they qualified in the first place.
Yeah, it wasn't anything cute from what we saw in their full free mapper against Gambit. Like the first map that they won being Icebox, they were just fundamentally stronger. It was Gambit's first game, so you could always argue nerves or just trying to get into the swing of things again. But this Team Secret team, it wasn't like one player popping off. It was just a fully strong side that you could understand why they made Berlin in the first place.
Yeah, I think that as we look at these smaller regions from the outside, right, because most of us focus on NA or EU or whatever it might be, you see a team like Team Secret play against Paper X, and you get impressed by Paper X, but when you watch the games locally, you're like, oh, I don't really know the level. But the reality is that these teams are so strong, and you could see, because every single time they have a representative over here, they do impress. They don't go as far. We're still hoping for that, but that's another hurdle to cross.
I mean, in this group, Bala, though, that possibility is very real. They can get out of this group.
Yeah, they definitely can. They have to go up against who's waiting for them. Vikings, who look very, very, very strong, and they just took down Gambit completely, even though Secret unfortunately failed to do that. But they look strong, and they succeeded where Vikings didn't.
Yeah, we were expecting this group to be a little bit, not boring, but straightforward, I think. And considering we now have both Team Vikings that we haven't seen in a while that actually look better than anticipated, and now Team Secret do the same, there's potential there. But I don't want to write Crazy Raccoon off just yet.
No, we don't. But before that, I want to talk about one player. I know you told me that he's your favorite player in the entire tournament. Ryan, tell me why you love Jesse Vash so much.
Jesse Vash is the kind of player that is so valuable to a team like Team Secret going into this tournament. He's been in esports for 10 years, playing all sorts of different games, from MOBAs like League, Dota, to Overwatch, to now being involved in attack shooter like this. And when he's involved in the play, Team Secret look a lot more composed. He is just the thing that reins people in. He enables Dubstep to do what he does. And I think having that kind of reliability was not only pivotal for them getting here in the first place, but also in that series with Gambit.
I think one of the important things is his clutch rate. He has taken a lot of clutches, and he's way up there, something like 25+% on his success rate. You can see it in these rounds over and over, the 1v1s. And that was against Gambit. So if he's getting that many clutches and winning that many, that is crucial to talk about. But I had that breakdown where I'm talking about his Sova utility on Icebox. I think his prep specifically is what is giving Team Secret an edge.
And that prep is the thing that maybe caught Gambit off guard at this point. And if you compare that to like how Crazy Raccoon played Icebox, if that is going to be a series in there, it was just very different styles of teams coming into this tournament. Because some are like, we'll change up, we'll put a KO in there, you know, throw a bit of a curveball. But it looks like this Team Secret team is, we're not going to try and do anything zany. We're just going to fundamentally try and outplay you and actually face teams like Gambit and almost have them ask and answer the questions.
And speaking of Jesse Vash, he seems very confident ahead of today's elimination match.
Hi, my name is Jesse Bash. I'm from Team Secret. We can really win against any team right now in Champions Berlin. We just let them think that we are the underdog, but we know that we can win. We started as VALORANT Esports, and after a year, we won a qualifier. We are very confident against any Asian team because we can scrim against Japanese team and Korean teams. I think we can make it to the playoffs. Thank you.
I think they can make it to the playoffs as well. But Bala, you know, it's really interesting that hearing from them that they do scrim the bigger Korean, Japanese teams, and this is going to go really well for them in this matchup.
Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why that region is so strong. Specifically, I mean, obviously it depends where you are in SCA, but this team specifically, they look solid. They look like they have plans. I think we heard that some teams are stealing stuff from them, right?
Yeah.
And that's a big thing at these international tournaments because you have the clash of strategies and styles. So, yeah, I think the confidence is pretty solid for him. I think there's a reason for him to be so confident.
I think the fact that they're doing stuff to the point that other people are stealing is almost like the opposite of SEA last year, because it's not a region that's really well known when it comes to attack shooters. And when you watch them play, like me and Tom cast a load of SEA events at the end of last year, and it was, oh, that's a lineup the Sentinels use. That's something that G2 does. It was like cherry picking different ideas and strategies across the region. Now they found their own vibe, and that's the exciting thing when it comes to setting the pace and being the team to fight for.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's a lot about Team Secret that I'm excited about. I think that this matchup is going to be very interesting because there's a lot of people who are very, very similar in terms of the way that they play. So Crazy Raccoons could bring out some fire here.
Well, let's talk about Crazy Raccoon, because for them, you know, in the last tournament, they also had a bit of a slow start, but then the second time we saw them, they were amazing. They blew us away. Do you feel like, Bala, that's the same case here for them?
The first match, not so much. I don't think so. There's definitely a lot of people rooting for them, and I think that does motivate them. But the first match, I was very underwhelmed against Vikings, and there was a lot of moments that I'm like, oh, this is kind of sketch. However, I am seeing things from this team that I really like. For example, Fisker back on the role that I think everybody wanted him to be at Masters, but also him paired up with Munchkin, and the way that they're approaching this primary entry, the secondary entry. That duo has the second highest participation rate in opening duels. It's something like 68%, which is unbelievable. No other team really comes close. I think there's one team above them.
And that's funny when you consider the fact that on Haven against Vikings, Munchkin was often going on lurks on his own a lot of the time as well, right? Which is the concern. Like, it's Munchkin, how does he play off of that? Because we've seen those kind of like secondary entry flex players like Doma come to life in tournaments like this. Munchkin brought in the KO. It was fine, all things considered. It wasn't the best, it wasn't the worst, but it's how that synergizes with the rest of the team. At this point in the tournament, it can't just be like the Munchkin show or the Patipan show for these teams. It has to be a synergy with the roles and how it all comes together.
Here's where I'll disagree with you, though, because I think that it's important for a team that has these that is their team, right? Munchkin and, of course, Fisker on this team. That is the importance for them, right? They have to be playing well if they want Crazy Raccoon to win. And sure, there's Nath Ade. These guys are going to step up, but the two main stars on the team are, in my opinion, their winning conditions. If they don't have that, they don't have a win.
I think of players like Adi, though, that had a really rough series overall, right? It's just like, there's only so much, especially if you're on defense, there's only so much you could do over on that. And the risk when you run those kind of things is like, I think Zeke in that last series was a prime example of, I need to put the game on my back, I need to play aggressive, I need to find my own thing. And I think that's the impressive thing. And I think when you look at Munchkin, it's just a case of he could play all sorts of different stuff, including the KO and Yoru. I added them together and said Yayo. But it's where does he fit best? Because like you said, like Fisker being on the Jet, all of the teams that have had like a duelist and then brought in a player, like Durka for Fnatic is the first one that comes to my mind. You have to be the player that goes, okay, I need to know what agent synergizes with that well. Not only when it comes to utility, like Silver's always a good shout, but if you're doing something else on a different part of the map, it's hard to set up those players on utility and roles like that.
Yeah, I think Haven specifically is a map where it's just awkward for them because of the way that they play. They need to play Medusa and they can't bring in Bazi, so they need a Silva. It's just really, really awkward. But either way, does he really have an 8% Yoru pick rate?
Yeah, I mean...
I love that.
You never really know that it could just the one Euro, the one. I think a lot of teams are sort of like, we'll see what the devs do because there's, you know, it's potential that agent gets changed up in the future, so let's not go for it too much. But the one nice thing about Crazy Raccoon is how they did bounce back in a lot of those series, at least in the first half against Vikings, being 5-1, 6-0 down, and then bringing it to a 6-all half. It's just those streaks of rounds that Vikings brought together. You could sort of see that Sassy was such a main integral point of keeping Vikings under check and not panicking a little bit. And I kind of feel that Jesse Vash is going to be doing that similarly for Team Secret.
Well, you guys have heard it from these two about Crazy Raccoon. Now let's hear from Aneth to give a breakdown about his team.
自分はクレイジーラクーンのメスです。クレイジーラクーンは結構クリエイティブな攻めをするチームで、ちょっと敵にすると厄介なチームで、自分ネスはいろんなキャラクターを使いこなすオールラウンダーで、バッジはチームのサポートを担当するプレイヤーです。 フィスカーはエントリーキャラをして敵のサイトを破壊するプレイヤーで、アデは主にスモークを担当しています。メデューサはバッチと同じサポートを担当するプレイヤーで、マンチキンは、何でも使いこなしますし、かつ攻撃的なプレイスタイルをしてくれるエースプレイヤーです。自分は結構デュエリストメインだったんですけど、 VCT が始まってから、センチネルのキャラクターキルジョイとかをやるようになって、で真逆のロールでも自分が活躍できることに自分でびっくりしました。本当正解がないゲームで、自分たちらしくない戦いをしちゃうと、チームに悪い結果が出るので、楽しんで思い切ってやれることが大事だと学びました。本当に応援されてここまで来れたので、もう、期待される分めっちゃ幸せなことだと思います。
And when it comes to Crazy Raccoon, you guys, we've seen the emotions back at Reykjavik and Berlin as well. It means so much to them to even just be here, Bala.
Yeah, I think Nath specifically is the guy that you think of when you think back to the interview after Reykjavik, where they're so disappointed. But after Berlin, I think everybody started to get really excited about the Japanese scene. They got their first win over a Brazilian team back at Berlin, and I think now we're hoping for something else, right? And from Nath, I'd like to see him talking about his teammates in a lot of different positive ways, because there is a lot of depth to this team.
Yeah, well, let's talk about the maps for today. That's going to be very important in this best of 3. We've seen both teams play already, Ryan, and they seem to have banned out a couple of things. Do you feel like we're going to see a replication of that here?
It's hard to really gauge. Like, Crazy Raccoon throughout the year have been banning out bind. That's not likely to change. And really, when you look at the other maps as well, like we saw, it's just the kind of like middle of the pack stuff. I guess the only question is, Team Secret being 13-0'd on Breeze, is that enough that they want to take that out of the pool, or whether it's just the freak of nature Gambit on that map and they think that they could still take Crazy Raccoon here as well?
I think the one interesting thing about this veto, and everybody's very excited about Fracture, but Team Secret is one of the few teams who has actually let it through. They didn't play it, but they have actually been okay playing it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the conditions to like allow us to know that is very difficult to see, but yeah, Breeze bind for them, that's different.
Yeah, they didn't fancy to go a repeat of the 13-0 again here, Ryan. I think you called that on the nose.
Yeah, and it's like Team Secret used to ban out Ascent as well, so maybe there's a chance that that doesn't get put into play. Split is very interesting, especially from Crazy Raccoon. It's one of these maps that they have played frequently. The only concern I have for some of these maps is, Nev said it in the interview, of just when we don't look like ourselves, we struggle. But the issue is, when do they look like themselves? They change up their comps so often, they try and throw in stuff like KO. Like, what is their identity and what is their strength? Especially with 6 players on a roster as well.
I do want to come back to the Breeze ban real quick, because at 13-0, everybody's like, oh, okay, it makes sense, but it's against Crazy Raccoon. It's not Gambit, you know?
True.
It's completely different, so I'm a little confused about that. I think they should really be focused on their own game.
It's a bit knee-jerky, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah, but this to me, though, well, Haven is locked in for the next map, but it looks like to me that they really want to just bring out the Fracture, because it feels like in this tournament you are taking away one or the other.
I think at this point Team Secret's map pool is starting to bloom a little bit more, to be fair, because I think that was my complaint from being on the desk with the team in the Gambit game, is that their icebox looked amazing. Breeze, it's hard to really get a gauge in the 13-0. It could just be all Gambit, all of Team Secret. But the bind, they didn't play Viper, for example. So the fact that that's not going to be played, I think almost falls into Team Secret's hands. They don't need to sort of stress about the compositions. And I think these 3 maps, they're going to feel at least a little bit comfortable on, and they can easily ban out Ascent at this point too.
Yeah, I mean, if Ascent gets removed off the table, Bala, that's going to be pretty good for them, given that that was their ban against Gambit.
Yeah, that could be very nice. I'm looking at the icebox right now, and I'm actually surprised to see Secret not pick that, given how strong that was. You already mentioned it, kind of, but going to Haven is going to be interesting, because I believe we're going to have another Breach Mirror matchup for Crazy Raccoon, and that didn't work out for them.
Yeah, and Fracture is left as the map for the last pick. We're going to see Split, Haven, and Fracture. Bala, do you feel like these maps lean one way or the other, or is pretty balanced for you?
No, I think we're pretty balanced here. I think both teams have some sort of advantage in either one, but I don't think they're either enough to go anywhere crazy for them. I think we have a very balanced map pool. We could have a 2-0, we could have a 2-1 based off of it.
Yeah, and we say that like Icebox looked really good for Team Secret. They would have played Haven if given a choice against Gambit. Obviously, we know that Gambit ban out Haven because some really kooky stuff starts to happen on there when it's unleashed. So it's almost like Crazy Raccoon, yet again, in this position where they have that first map pick, they really need to bring it out on Split.
I do want to talk about that real quick because they've only have ever lost twice here on Split. This is arguably the map statistically on paper their best one. So Ryan, it's one of those series where you got to start out strong. A Secret, they looked good against Gambit. So do Crazy Raccoon essentially have to win here if they want a chance in this series?
I think so, just because of how scattered Crazy Raccoon looked in their series with Vikings on Haven. I imagine that's a lot of stuff that they can easily fix if it's like obvious things like why are they not playing together in these scenarios. It's very easy to try and turn that around. It's more of a case of like, what again is Munchkin going to be playing, because he's played like Sky in the past, he's played Cypher on this map, for God's sake. Like it's so difficult to get a gauge on what he can do realistically. And look at the players like Neff that have played all sorts of different stuff in the past. There is a chance for Breach on Split. So it's a case of whether this composition that they play is their identity and when they look like themselves. Because so far, I haven't seen that Crazy Raccoon that we saw from Masters 3.
I do think that they have a little bit of resilience to them, right? That we saw against Gambit in that final series that they had at Masters Berlin. So losing this map, I don't know. I'm not saying that it's going to go either one way, but I do think that they have resilience. So losing one doesn't mean that's going to really bleed into the next. Although when we see the opening match, yeah, I might kind of lean more towards that direction. But then again, I think back to Berlin, and I think they lost their opening match 13-1 against Gambit in the last time. So who knows? Maybe they can bounce back as well.
What about Team Secret, though? How important would it be for them to take this, away from Crazy Raccoon when on paper it does feel like it's Crazy Raccoon's favorite map?
I'm a little bit scared because I feel like Crazy Raccoon just has a little bit more wild things that they can throw at you. For example, if it comes down to Fracture, right? And that might be the case if they end up losing the first map. Going against a Japanese team on a Fracture when you have no clue what they're going to do because they've never played it before is a scary thought, I think. I think that is pretty terrifying.
Yeah, sort of looking at the three teams from APAC that aren't Vision Strikers in this case, like Crazy Raccoon, Team Secret, X10, all different ways of how they want to really get under the skin of some of these top teams, especially when you're on a stage and you've got the pressure on you being the team to perform. It's that underdog performance. So now the Team Secret are kind of the favorites in this one. It's how they sort of make sure that Crazy Raccoon don't get under their skin, don't panic when they see a KO, because that's something that Team Vikings didn't struggle with, that kind of thing. Envy dealt with X10 in similar fashion of, oh, that's weird. Second round, they didn't let it happen again. That's what I want to see from Team Secret.
Now, we've talked about Fisker already, but I want to do a little head-to-head with Fisker versus Dubstep here. I mean, we talk about these Jet players in this tournament a lot, but Dubstep, for me, is one of the more underrated one for sure coming into this tournament. What do you make of this matchup? Yeah,
I think it's going to be the marquee matchup, right? Dubstep is the leading figure on Team Secret when you talk about how they get their openings, how they push the pace, and he does have a high opening duel percent, so you can see the first blood, 15.7. He has much more success than Fisker, but Fisker is getting those opportunities a lot more. But then you look at the ACS, you look at the KDA, the damage per round, and you're like, hold on a second. Fisker is consistent at this as well. So I think that because of the way that Fisker plays, and yeah, he's being aggressive, he's also getting support on that that opening duel role more so than Dubstep is.
The funny thing about it, though, from looking at Fisker's stats, they're not too far away from what Ye did against X10. Very similar in terms of like the kills per round, the damage. The only thing that let him down was being the first death in a lot of cases. And also, especially when you look at the op, he got 1 kill, 6 rounds, I think that he had it, and he lost the duels in 5 of them, right? Dubstep, I think, is a bit more composed, both to be early and try and surprise you, but he's also been playing a little less aggressive this tournament from previous, so he knows Jesse Vash is reining him in, like, we don't need you to die right now, play a bit more passive, and I think that's going to maybe amp Crazy Raccoon to play a bit higher tempo to try and catch them out.
I mean, we talk about win conditions. Do you feel like these two players are the biggest win conditions for their teams, or is there something more to it?
I'm interested to see just how these sort of flexi players, like Wits, for example, like I think when you looked at stats, I think Sideshow put out a tweet of like underperformers compared from now to online. Wits was on that list of like low performers, but for me, he still passed the eye test. He had a lot of times, and he's also playing up against Gambit, losing 13-0 in a map and bringing it to a full best of 3. Like, they are stats that have sort of quelled him a little bit. So him versus Munchkin is going to be really interesting, but Munchkin is such a star player. You can't keep his name out of your mouth when you talk about Crazy Raccoon. But if he's not on that Jet, that other secondary role, even if it's a Cypher, it has to be there to talk about as well. Not just the name, the game as well.
Yeah, I think you're going to have a hard time ever saying or getting out of us that, oh, one player is going to be the win condition for the entire team. But if you want to talk about players being win conditions, I think Neth is. His performance in the first game was definitely very underwhelming compared to how he normally plays, right? Back to Reykjavik and Berlin, both of them were very high up in terms of stats compared to his regular play. Here, they're much, much lower so far.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how these two teams go up against each other, but we're going to step away here for a couple of minutes. But don't go anywhere because Agent Select is coming up. This is it, the first elimination match of VALORANT Champions. It's time for Team Secret and Crazy Raccoon to take the stage. both teams have a great chance of getting out of this group. And all they have to do today to stay alive is to beat the other one and progress to the next round. Now, I gotta say, that twerk was a textbook twerk, Bala. That was amazingly well done.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that might be like better than Boaster's twerk for sure.
Well, yeah, I mean, the form is exquisite.
That is the best like flick of the day that I've seen this tournament so far. I think that's the team synergy you want to see though from Team Secret.
Yeah, I think that's a Verizon high-speed moment right there. I think that's worth putting it out there a little bit later. But very different approaches even when they came onto stage. Team Secret, very playful, high energy. But Crazy Raccoon, Ryan, they're keeping their cards closer to their chest.
Yeah, they want to keep themselves composed, and it's understandable really. It's the last time that they'll play potentially if they get eliminated here in this tournament. But also, the way that the Japanese region is going at the moment, there's a lot more competition. It's not necessarily going to be the Crazy Raccoon show in that region, especially with how like North Eption looked in last chance qualifiers. So yeah, Crazy Raccoon want to use this as much as possible when it comes to that experience and put themselves on the board.
Yeah, I think there's a big, you know, this is it. This is the end potentially for one of these two teams, and this is not just, you know, this tournament qualifying here. This was the entire year building up to it. So you can tell Crazy Raccoon is focused. They have a job at hand. They really do.
I mean, for one of these teams, this is potentially the last series they're going to play here at VCT for the entire year until 2022. So a very big moment for both of them. But let's talk about map 1, which is going to be a split. Ryan, you touched on this earlier in terms of how many different compositions Secret they like to pull out. I have a stat here. Out of the 13 times they've played split, they've played 9 different comps. They've had Raze, they've had Reyna, they've had KO. They just like try everything. But what do you think could potentially work for them here?
Oh, it's just about sort of keeping everything as consistent as possible, I feel, because you look at the team and you sort of know that the roles that they're playing, not necessarily agents, but like Wit's being able to be like that sort of Swiss Army knife of agents. He's been more of that secondary duelist on the Reyna. That is a possibility here on a map like this, and whilst it's a little bit different, it kind of worked before.
An Omen baller?
Yeah.
Sorry, we're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select, and yeah, an Omen.
Omen, but the other side, look at this. Mozzie is playing for this team on Split, so he's going to be playing Sova and Breach. This is literally that Gambit comp that they had before. So we had all those notes talking about Gambit playing that potentially, but they're playing Sova on Split. That's crazy.
We had Medusa here previously, right? So he's not here now to accommodate for the Sova and Barzi. This is very interesting, Ryan.
It's also scary as well because I think Medusa looked good in the series that we saw before. Like he comes in on Haven, puts up, I think, like the top ACS performance on his side at the very least, or at least up there. It's kind of scary to sort of take those gambles with players. Jesse Vash also on the Sage, considering that they're defending first, you see a lot of teams moving away from the Sage completely because you have enough of an advantage defending anyway. So this, for me, screams that Team Secret want to win this first half dominantly if they can. Just really stack on that defensive-sidedness, use the Sage for those quick rotates through mid. Really don't like Crazy Raccoon have an ounce of like map control.
I think this is actually very difficult actually for Team Secret because they don't have as much delay as other teams. They're playing Omen, right? They don't have Astrogravity wells to stop. They have nothing in that regard. They don't have any combos either except for the Sage slows and the Raze nades. So when you have that breach executing on the site, taking space for your team and taking control early on, that becomes very difficult. I would love to see how they deal with it. I would really like to see it.
Well, we have some funky stuff at Agent Select already. I love it. It's time to toss this over to your casters, a Paper Thin and a Kilios to get us into Game 1.
Thank you very much, Yinsu, Bala, and Ryan. Yeah, boy, what a setup we have here as we get ready to jump onto Split. An Omen coming out. I could feel the pain in Bala's voice as he saw that, as that revelation came through. We've got the Sova coming in. We knew that this was going to be a wild series, Paper Thin, but already, before it's even begun, we've got some really crazy out-of-left-field stuff.
I mean, with Crazy Raccoon, I'm not super surprised by it. Their comps are all over the place. They're willing to try different things. They're willing to try different roles. You're constantly seeing all the members of Crazy Raccoon switching up what agents they're playing when on what maps. So they're always kind of a roll of the dice. But yeah, Borkum here on the Omen, a pretty interesting choice. Let's see if they can make something out of it. Of course, this early Sage wall tries to slow things up on the pistol round, but Crazy Raccoon has a lot of firepower to break it down quick.
Yep, go ahead. Just chunk right through that, get 2 position at the top of ramp. Smoke's going to be coming out from Borkum to cut off that Heaven Vision. And for now, everybody's still just playing around main. Dubstep going to be tagged up a decent amount. Can receive a heal, though. We'll get nearly topped up.
Yeah, neither team overcommits on this early information that's gathered out of that wall. That wall's there for mostly just to slow down an aggressive push and to also get the information that another team is trying to break through that entrance. Sometimes you'll see it at mid, sometimes you'll see it at B garage door. It all just depends, but look at this lurk.
Yeah, they're going to be privy to this as Jesse Vash pushes up, spots out at least one. That's actually going to pull the rest of the team back through the sewer, over across towards this A site. Everybody else from the side of Team Secret's really rotated over towards B.
You've had Munchkin kind of keeping track of what's going on from mid-bottom. He didn't get much information on it. Nobody from Team Secret ever crossed through mid-vent or mid-mail, really. So there isn't much going here for Crazy Raccoon other than the fact that they've stacked up. They've kind of allowed the enemy to default around.
Dark goes into the back, doesn't necessarily spot anybody out. Oh, at the flash point, and the right clicks up close and personal. Jesse Vash going to be good for 2 before he goes down. Neth finding that kill. Now just going to be 2 left alive versus 4. Bazzi will find 1 before falling. Now just 45 HP in a dream, and that is not going to come to fruition. Can't get anything else done. 3 members left standing. Team Secret start things off with a pistol round win.
This is a big pistol round win here for Team Secret, and a big loss for Crazy Raccoon. I mean, Crazy Raccoon, you remember against Havon Liberty, they got a lot of their damage done on the attacker side of this map, so not running quite the same comp at all as what we saw there. Jesse Vash does a great job dodging that, picking up 2. That is huge. That sets the stage for this right around the corner. And then we finish it off with Dispenser. But this is such a huge one because on attacker side on Split, no matter who you are, you feel like you really want to get that first pistol round, get the momentum, get those 2 on the board, because every round on the attacker side, Dubstep, oh no.
Very nice little shot coming up from Dubstep. Good peek. Puts Munchkin in the dirt, and that is already a very solid start to the follow-up here for Team Secret with the anti-eco.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to make also, to follow up on what the desk was kind of hinting at with the Sova on the Batsy. I mean, if you suspect your opponent's going to have a Cypher, it's a nice way to have some counter utility to that, to open up space for Fisker, to make some of his entries, do some of those kind of things, but it's still hard to find enough value out of Sova that it isn't worth it picking up other agents like Raze or something like that.
Or, yeah, I don't know. It's a bit puzzling, but just have to see if he can get anything really done here. Push coming through. Jesse Vash just holds W, manages to find 2 before getting taken down. Nade will save them off, but I don't believe the weapon was able to be recovered at all, so it's still just going to be classics in hand here for Bazzi and Neth, who've been tagged up in a pretty nasty way. Nice little shots coming out, though. Neth will manage to take down Dubstep, making this a little bit more costly for the side of Team Secret, but it's a bit of a far cry hope. I expect them to try to take this round, so yeah, we'll just be Team Secret picking up the anti-eco. Lose 2 members. When we come back in with rifles in hand in all likelihood, see what they put together.
Yeah, not much to write home about that. Just never really checked that corner before they crested it for Crazy Raccoon, and there's a judge in the way. That's going to result in bad things, especially when you're on the eco, and down go 2. Of course, there's the crossfire setup from A ramps as well for Team Secret. So a really nice setup. They're going to convert off of it relatively easily. Only losing 2 is not too big of a deal. On the anti-eco round, now it's guns in hands for Crazy Raccoon, and this one has to go their way or else you start to feel really, really bad. Frankly, that's the nicest way I can put it. You're going to feel bad.
Witz is just going to be sticking through with the Sheriff. Only spent a little bit to try to get a blast pack and a boom bot out. Fisker finds a very nice opening kill on the Dispenser, just getting that rush up the ramp, catches him in the head, finds the second one as Dubstep swings just a little bit too wide. Just around the corner, though, is Jesse Vash. He does have that judge in hand, waiting out around the smoke. Shifts over to the side, throws out a slow orb to try to stop up the enemy. Getting in onto the site, and Fisker off screen is going to manage to find a 3rd. There's Vash taken down. Zade finds the kill, and it's just Witz. He's got the judge, wants to try to push the envelope here, gets right in on top of Fisker, will manage to find 1, so now the flawless round is going to be off the table for the side of Crazy Raccoon. Let's see how much more damage Witz can get. Throws out the boom bot, it's going to shift his attention back towards Heaven.
You can see that there is, of course, some value to be found out of a Sova here. Batsy is going to finish the round off with a headshot and a Witz, but they did get that recon dart in right ahead of the smokes. You get the spot. That allows Fister to get that headshot, get the entry, take control of A Heaven, and that oftentimes will give you a very good chance to take control of A site. Behind it, of course, they do on the backs of superior firepower. There you go. The spot there right away. Fisker finds the second as well on a Dubstep, so getting him heated up is going to be a big deal. 3 in the round. Batsy ready around the corner for Witz, and Witz just doesn't have too much left. Of course, with just a judge, there's not a lot you can do, and Dubstep is going to be grabbing that operator on the half armor, so bit of a glass cannon, not quite full.
Gravity Well pulling him in as well. Dubstep's going to be hopping back to safety. Aggressive push didn't come out from Ade, so doesn't manage to find a punish. Now he's just going to be creeping forward, wants to try to clear out the garage, but I'm not sure if he's going to be prepared for this very forward angle that Dubstep is taking at the moment. There it is. Shot comes in. Astra says goodbye.
Yeah, this is nice start for Dubstep. You do still have a ramps control being taken by Munchkin here. He's been waiting. He had a camera set up at sewers for a counter lurk. Meanwhile, Fisker's gotten deep into mid-vent, so now a heaven control very much could be in the grasp of Crazy Raccoon, but you can see Team Secret does have the camera set up. They're waiting for this. They're seeding this territory on purpose. There's a few trap wires at the front of a site on the entrance. There's going to be a wall being put up here by Jesse Vash. Now Fisker, curious to see what he wants to do off of this. There is that rolling thunder. He's going to dash ahead of it.
It comes across, manages to find one over by screens. Cloudburst covering him from the back angle, manages to stay safe for now. Just hot on his heels, manages to catch him with his rifle tucked away. Fisker now does fall, 4v3. Trying to get their way out of heaven. They finally rotate around through the elbow, get into the back of the A site. Nice shot from Bazzi, finds Dubstep in the head. Red's going to be coming out over in screens, but Munchkin presses in, manages to claim both.
This is really nice work here by Fisker to get so deep with that rolling thunder, of course, from Neth. Gives him a great opportunity. Neth's going to find Borkum as well, trying to come in. Vitz, the last one alive. Not going to happen. It's going to be Botsy taking him down. And man, Achilleos, this is looking like the Crazy Raccoon we're used to seeing on the attacker side on Split.
Yeah. Picking up the pace there. Solid stuff, solid entering from Fisker to find those initial kills. Good from Munchkin knowing that as that res was coming out, he could just pinch into screens, take down both. Timing is perfect, gets him right before the rifle comes back out. And, well, for Dispenser, he really didn't have much of a chance. He was rezzed back into a very, pretty much a surefire death scenario.
Well, the wall had already been used, so there's no cover from that.
Yeah.
And, you know, this is really good recognition here by Crazy Raccoon, right? They know that A Heaven has been seeded because of that cam, and immediately the rolling thunder goes back into the screens, back into that elbow area, or I don't know if it's the elbow, but the back area towards defender side spawn. And that really opens up a ton of space for Crazy Raccoon to get onto the site, control the choke points back from the defender side.
Recovering it.
So far, really loving this A side of the map. Raccoon pushing out yet again. Do you see Munchkin taken down? Nice little first blade out from Dubstep, gets him in the head. He's going to be looking for a little bit more. Majority of the squad to be shifting over towards B right now to make it across in mid. Bazzi going all the way back through the spawn with the spike in hand. Ade still going to be lurking around at that ramp.
But still got Borkum there. Yeah, this B hit is looking rather dicey, Achilleos. There's too much defense here on the side of Team Secret. Nobody's pushing through mid-mail to try to open up a little crossfires, a little bit of extra space. So let's see if we can find some more blades here.
There it is, spots him.
Eyes down.
Manages to get him in 3, gets that reset, looks for another, but Bazzi says no. Cuts him down with a Vandal, but there's the blind coming through. Nate will put the Sova in the ground. Now it's going to be a 3v2. Weapon advantage still going to be there for Crazy Raccoon as Ade manages to find Dispenser on the rotate over towards the B side. Strikes him down as Witz starting to aggress forward into this smoke. This is a very aggressive move, but they actually managed to find the kill. Neth goes down. Now it's all on Ade. 14 seconds remaining. The spike down just at the exit of the garage. The nade trying to buy some extra time. He spots one, the flashback, pushing him away. And Borkum with the recovered Vandal finds the kill, and it's a thrifty win for Team Secret.
Yeah, this is just kind of a press here from Crazy Raccoon. They don't have much information, and with those knives out, finding 2 very valuable kills. Now, there will be the knives for Fisker this round as well. On the opposite side for the attackers here. Nice little shot by Botsy. Gets in the smoke and still manages to get that spray down. Very nice work there, and Borkum comes around the backside. But yeah, it's just Crazy Raccoon not really covering enough space, not really opening up enough space for themselves, and for Team Secret, it's a pretty easy swarm on top of them. There's those blades from Fisker. Up and over, dashes right in. Off of the flash, oh, he couldn't get it.
Doesn't manage to find anything, not even a single bit of contact with those knives. Instead, it ends up falling down to 30 HP. Munchkin trying to lurk his way into A lobby. He's going to be struck down. Nice forward aggressive push from Witz and Dispenser. That allows him to get the neural theft. They spot out the remaining members of Crazy Raccoon, making their way through mail now into A, or into B heaven rather.
All right, let's see if they can find a little bit of control. If they can take B tower, control garage, but right now, Actually, Ade is wrapping back towards mid, so this might actually turn into a hit potentially if they find contact back at B stairs. I could see that happening.
Very well might decide to make that rotation. They do have a couple trap wires set up to spot that out in advance. Jesse Vosh going to find Neth, and that just makes things even more dire now for the side of Crazy Raccoon.
It's a huge lurk coming in from Dispenser right now.
Yep. Making his way around the back. Maybe he won't even be needed. We'll have to just wait and see. There you go. Ade does manage to find one. Dispenser gets the kill. Borkum just going to go for the hard push. Takes down Bazzi, and now it's going to be a 2-round lead here established for the side of Team Secret with the operator recovered. Go ahead, pass that one back over to Dubstep.
From a strategic standpoint, the last couple of rounds, Crazy Raccoon is just falling into Team Secret's hands. You know, Team Secret just waiting behind B stairs for the rafters just for the right moment to strike, and that's a great crossfire to put down towards that mid-mail exit. Crazy Raccoon there, I think they had a really good opportunity to play off contact, to re-rotate off of that, but they were fully committed. They had sent Ade down into B Garage to try to create an off angle for themselves, but that lurk by Dispenser, the very long lurk, there was too much time for him to get there, and it was able to all be shut down very effectively by Team Secret. So now guns are going to be rather lacking for Crazy Raccoon. Some ultimates available though, so maybe they could find the Thrifty here.
Oh, Wits gonna use the boom bot. Instantly spots one. He'll rotate back through the ropes. It's okay. Not necessarily equipped to deal with this by myself. Dubstep in the meantime finds a lurking Munchkin yet again. It's going to be the first one taken down on the side of Crazy Raccoon. Slow creep up, moving into heaven. Did see the wall from Jesse Vosh used right off the bat. So now they have to decide, do they want to aggress through this, or do they want to try to wait it out? They have a little bit of time left on their side, just dipping under a minute at the moment. Wall's going to be lasting a little bit longer.
There goes Paranoia. There's a Paranoia there behind it. That's a lot of people. Flash.
Managing to find threes, looking for the fourth, and he's got it. Beautiful Paranoia into Vandal spray control. Borkum comes up huge, and they only lose one.
Also, at the beginning of that round, I mean, that's about as easy it gets for Borkum. That Paranoia just timed perfectly, right with the wall going down there. And yeah, Dubstep just gets way ahead of Munchkin. He has no idea here. Very nicely handled by Borkum. Great transfer, great sprays. That is what you like to see in a situation like that, for sure. But yeah, I mean, you can see Crazy Raccoon just kind of beating their head against a wall here, Achilles. They're not getting anything done.
Nope, not at all. It's looking like not much has changed since their last series.
It's frustrating, because you know there's talent on this team.
Oh, for sure.
We've seen it.
Yeah. I've commentated some of these guys in different games. Where they're also, you know, still very talented. But, I don't know, it's not really coming together right now. We'll see if this is just going to, you know, that early afternoon rust that needs to be shaken off, get your head into the game after getting kicked in the rear a little bit. One way to wake up. Jesse Bash, really cheesy little spot here.
Hunter's Fury is up, so let's see what Bodzi can do with it. Maybe they can get a pick or clear out something like B Heaven, try to push through onto the site potentially off of that, as they kind of are completely spread around the map right now, just trying to get information, trying to find an opening. I wouldn't mind seeing them, when Crazy Raccoon does push through mid, make sure, get into mid-vent, maybe try to get a little more information off of that, see if you can, you know, have options available if one push fails, because right now the defenses are very heavy on the B tower side.
But no, there's just going to be a tailwind, and oh boy, Fisker picked off. Jesse Bash is saying, no, I am not having none of that. Cuts down the entry. Munchkin will manage to find Wits, though. Borkum just going to be rotating away, gets himself tucked across the left side. This time, though, doesn't know which target to pick, ends up falling, and Jesse Bash not going to be good for the kill onto Neth as he tries to enter. Dubstep creeping forward, and despite the fact that Dispenser's the only one left, they still will go ahead, invest in the ult depth. They certainly want to make sure that they get this kill. They'll lose out on one, but otherwise, Crazy Raccoon, the three members left standing, will close out a round. They keep it within 2.
I mean, the neural theft, it only takes 6 more counters to get it up. You might as well just throw it down and make sure, try to not lose as many more guns than necessary there. Don't give your opponent any opportunities to make anything happen. Now, this is a really interesting buy. Munchkin is going to be grabbing the operator here. I wonder what the setup is going to be for Crazy Raccoon. Is it going to be him trying to outduel Dubstep over on a Rams? That's kind of what it's looking like. I mean, that's ambitious.
It certainly is. Dubstep has been kind of getting the better at him at every twist and turn. For now, he's just going to be hanging back. Munchkin up in hand. Hasn't really decided to creep up too much. They want to lead this with the drone. And okay, they'll actually somewhat surprisingly clear the drone with the operators and making it known.
Rolling Thunder available for Neth once again. Let's see what this one's going to look like for Crazy Raccoon. Love the way they used it last time, being patient with it, not just throwing it directly blindly on the site, getting ahead, getting information, and then using it to cut off the enemy's rotations. Will that be the case here again? As we do have members of Crazy Raccoon continue to angle, looking potentially for a fault line or something towards mid. It is going to be Neth sitting on that spike right now. So far, it is just a very slow, methodical, space-gathering game right now for Crazy Raccoon. Nobody's really budging much on the side of Team Secret.
Yeah, it looks like they were looking for a fairly similar setup as we saw from Team Liquid yesterday. Nice little lurk through there. Borkum finding Ade. Good headshot, gets the punish. Now a lot of that vision now going to be taken away from the side of Crazy Raccoon as they try to execute in onto the side. Witz is looking to anchor. Finds one. Blind comes out. He's going to let the paint shells go loose. Follows up with a second kills. Now going to be looking for a little bit more. Turns away from the flashpoint. Can't quite get it over top of Neth. Ends up falling, and suddenly we have a 2v2 with the spike being planted. Rolling Thunder can be using the back end of this to try and deny the defuse. Actually, we'll just go ahead and open with it. Gets the push out onto one. Borkum using the TP, keeps himself set up behind the map. Shot comes down from Neth. The lurk around the back, gets him in the head. Now Munchkin has to push forward, still just holds onto the operator. Borkum pulls away from it, spots him in the shoulder, gets a couple shots off, damages him up, tags him down to 16. One more shot and that'll be the finish. And Munchkin has to play this so patiently, so perfectly. Gets the tap, gets the kill. 3 for Borkum, comes up clutch yet again. And that is going to be 6-3 with 3 more to go in the half.
I mean, Neth doing everything he can to salvage a kind of disastrous entry for Crazy Raccoon. He gets some big kills along the way, covering his angles well. Rolling Thunder doesn't really find much value, though. There's not much they're able to really do after it's there. Borkum coming in big once again, so Crazy Raccoon definitely going to be needing to take a timeout here. That was a little bit chaotic here for Crazy Raccoon. I would have liked to have seen that Rolling Thunder come out a little bit sooner. Ade's eyes deceived him there. He just never quite saw the gun stick out here from Borkum, and that allowed Borkum to come through, be the one to flank, and come in with that big 3K at the end. And yeah, he's happy about it. Munchkin, not so much.
Yeah, really great TP. Just be using that right in that moment as the Rolling Thunder comes across. Just great reaction time there from Borkum, fully understanding the situation that he put himself in. And unfortunately for Neth, just didn't quite get the read. We will have a timeout from the side of Crazy Raccoon as they look to find some level of stability, because right now it's been few and far in between where they're able to find these rounds.
Which is pretty typical on Split, to be frank. Like, the attacker side is a little more difficult, of course, but this isn't Crazy Raccoon's MO, and but also they're running a very different comp than what the last time we saw them when they beat Havon Liberty on this, and very different players playing very different agents. I mean, it was Munchkin playing the Jet the last time we saw them on Split here on the international stage. So, you know, of course, I'm fine with Fisker playing the Jet. He's very, very good. We saw some good early setups for him to get some, you know, advantages with his utility. We saw Batsy land a nice recon dart, but since then, I haven't seen much from Batsy. He's still sitting on this Hunter's Fury, Achilleos. It's been forever.
I mean, it's difficult to find a time really to use it, because, I mean, more often than not, when the spike actually is able to get planted by Crazy Raccoon, Bazzi's probably already dead, so he can't use it for any kind of, you know, post-plant protection, but certainly just odd overall. You know, we knew that this was going to be the case coming into today. We looked at this series, you're like, oh yeah, that's going to be a wild one.
Yeah, it always is with Crazy Raccoon. They definitely live up to the crazy in their name. That is 100% sure, for sure. Neth does have the Judge. Ade's got the Spectre. Otherwise, it's Sheriffs across the board for Crazy Raccoon. Dubstep, he put himself up on the rafters for now. Fisker, this is what I was talking about. Gain some space inside of ropes and from the A main side. If you could take control of both of those, a really darn good opportunity to get the site, get the plant, set yourselves up for a really nice post-plant defense. Witz, Munchkin did drop across there, and it is going to be Dispenser setting up the camera, but Fisker is going to try to play off of it.
Yeah, tries to, but Witz says nope. Shows up, pushing in from the rafter, comes up with 2 kills, and just like that, things not looking great. Scoped in, there's one off shot from Dubsteps, looking for another. As he moving up into mail, but I mean, just doesn't stand a chance. May have heard the jumps there from Munchkin, who will get a nice headshot. See what if he can get anything else now that he does have a little bit more firepower in his hands. Wit's starting to move through the ropes. Munchkin, I mean, does he just pull back and try to save this? I think it might be the case.
That's exactly what I was thinking he should do. There isn't much else he can get out of this round. He's got a couple trap wires. He's got a camera. But Borkum had already pushed up off of it, very well aware of the situation here.
A little bit lower than that. Oh, and he gets the flick onto the head. What a shot from Munchkin. Really looking to retain this weapon. 3 members left. The creep up.
10 seconds left.
Coming through from Dispenser. Peeks around into Ramen. Scoped in, and yep, Munchkin gonna be good for 3. And that's what he really need to stop pursuing. Everybody else just pull back. 3 kills plus the operator pickup. Munchkin absolutely making the best out of an abysmal situation.
Yeah, despite how inefficient the early round was, the end of it comes out pretty far ahead in terms of money, in terms of economy. I like the change up here from Crazy Raccoon. I like what their coach is telling them during that break. Hey, you guys need to push through ropes, you need to push through vent, try to get in a tower, try to take control of it. Fisker's there. They see that camera. They try to play off of it. It's a really good opportunity. Witz just shuts it down. He's got a better gun in that situation. So, I mean, you have to land some crazy shots if you're Fisker. But it just wasn't meant to be in that situation. So for Crazy Raccoon, I like the changes. I like the ideas. The only thing I didn't like was Ade peeking his gun around that corner a little bit too soon to give Dubstep a pretty easy first shot with that operator. Regardless, it was going to be probably pretty easy for Dub no matter what. He's very, very strong with that operator we've seen so far here.
Yeah. Does get spotted out. Goes ahead, rotates back over. Peeking down ramp. In case anybody happens to be looking over that side, but Munchkin has changed up his MO just a little bit. Instead, he's looking to try to make his way through the garage. I see Vash yet again, just going to be sitting on top of that wall, just on the inside of the site. A little bit of protection from the push in heaven, which Ade is going for right now. Makes any noise, just go ahead, turn around the corner. That's going to be the paranoia flying out. Fisker finds 2, though. Jesse Vash and Borkum both going to be taken down. Dubstep here on the site. Oh, somehow doesn't nail the shot. Gets a smattering of damage out. Munchkin and Neth have been tagged up, Fisker as well, but for the most part, this is looking like a very clean round from the side. The Crazy Raccoon. Dispenser wants to try to turn the tides, though. Finds one as he lurks around the back. Wit's going to be dead on entry. Dispenser will follow suit. 3 kills cleaned up for Crazy Raccoon's breach. It's 7-4 as we move into the last round of the half.
Yeah, it's a solid adjustment here from Crazy Raccoon. Team Secret forced to put some of their Cypher utility towards mid this time, and they just cut through B Garage, and it's great entry here for Fisker. Jesse Vash tries to get a little cute, get on top of his wall, find a higher angle. That wall angle gives you the ability to see down on people where you normally wouldn't with some of those entry smokes, but great recognition, great reaction by Fisker to shut that down, and that's a really solid approach from him, and then a great follow-up from Neff. Get underneath the ropes.
They might be looking for this ramp fault line setup. Wall slows him up just a little bit. A couple knives going to be thrown down there by Dubstep. Tag out onto Fisker, but for the most part, he's going to be just fine.
It's pretty calm right now, actually, despite a little bit of early chaos. Cyber Cage is going to be thrown down here by Munchkin to see if they can push through to A ramps or at least get in the cubby. And they do get there, but there hasn't been much else gained. They got to be so careful with Dubstep lurking here in screens. Here. If he hits one blade, it can really start to turn the tide of things so quickly. I mean, Split is such a tough map on the attacker side in general. When you have a guy like Dubstep waiting at those long angles with those blade storms. Let's see what they can find with this recon dart.
Dart goes out. It's trying to check heavy. See too much. Dubstep turning the corner. Peeks from screen. Finds Munchkin. Strikes him down. 3 ults still available here for the side of Crazy Raccoon. Can they utilize them? That's going to be the Rolling Thunder coming through. Now the Hunter's Fury finally going to be used. We'll see if Bazzi can come up with anything. Into the back here at elbow is Fisker. Looking for one. Doesn't find too much of anything, but Dubstep actually collapses in on top of him. Manages to win out in that exchange. Fatal now going to be recovered. Borkum and Dubstep both alive versus Bazzi and Ade. Ade down to 33 HP. Spike. He's just sitting over in this corner. Dubstep's going to put it on the floor, though. Finds the eliminations, looking for just a little bit more. Bazzi charging forwards, looking for the elimination, but Borkum pushes out from above, gets the headshot, and there you go. 8-4 on the half. Team Secret finish it up. The first half, up 4 rounds.
Yeah, a solid first half for Team Secret for sure. Not what we're looking for out of Crazy Raccoon on an attacker side on Split. I mean, it wasn't, for most teams, if it was 8-4, I'd say that's about that's about like average on the attacker side of Split, but for Crazy Raccoon, it has to be better.
Well, there's plenty to unpack here, so we're going to throw it back over to the analyst desk to break down the action for the first half.
Thank you very much, guys. Now, I just want to give a quick apology. The twerking we saw in the walkout wasn't a twerk. It's something called an otso, and I just had a little watch. It's like a dance in a song in the Philippines. Yeah, I wanted to correct myself because apparently those two are very, very different things. But Team Secret, a great start.
Yeah, definitely. It was always theirs to sort of be in this position on the defense to try and make use of the Sage and stuff like that to hold on for dear life, especially when you look at the way that Crazy Raccoon were trying to leverage themselves as attackers. The successful rounds from Crazy Raccoon, using the Rolling Thunders, using that Neff utility, they really were a knife cutting through butter on these hits. It was just the fact that Borkum had one of the best performances ever on an agent you said wouldn't be able to stall as well as Astra.
Yeah, and it did stall. That's what it did. Every time they wanted to go for their executes, Crazy Raccoons, it literally stopped them in their tracks. I don't know how many times I saw Fisker full blind, although there was that last round where he was like full blind and got 2 anyways.
Yeah.
But most of the time he was able to do the very, very typical Omen paranoias. You know, just the one across the from the pillar and then the one from top heaven, and it's just working out to stop that B main push.
I really like the Omen. I never thought I would say that, but I'm a big fan of it. But what about the Sova? Because this is also, Bala, a pretty odd pick.
Yeah, I think there's things that you can do with them. Like I saw a lot of times they would get a nice start in and they would get the information, but they just wouldn't play off of it, right? There was around, I think, round 6 that you had them kind of split up. You had the Rolling Thunder getting ready to set up Fisker to dive down through a heaven, but they didn't push it because they had the dart coming. The dart cleared it, but then they don't really do anything off of it, and they end up stalling enough time for the A execute. And how long did it take for the Hunter's Fury to be used? I mean, that's the difficulty of implementing Sova on this map. I don't think it's impossible, but it's very hard.
You got to have an idea of it, and I think it was just those sort of early rounds for Crazy Raccoon that struggled because of that mid control the Team Secret consistently had. Like you point out yourself, just like the Sage wall being broken and then utility coming off that. But there were even rounds in mid where there was no utility being used. Crazy Raccoon didn't give away their position at all. As soon as it hit like a minute on the clock, you'd see the slow up and then a paint shell come into mail. And it was just a lot of that, putting Crazy Raccoon off that mid control because their splits were so concrete on split to actually get onto the A site or the B site. That's where Crazy Raccoon worked. If they didn't have mail or A heaven control, it all fell apart very quickly.
Yeah, I also have to give props to Wits. I think he stayed very composed in a lot of situations. I remember the double blast pack there as they were rushing through the smoke to get the spike down that delayed them enough. So big props there.
Well, it's a great start for Team Secret, but Crazy Raccoon, they have a way to get back into this. So let's jump back into the game with Achilleos and Paperson.
Alrighty, thank you very much, Desk. Here we go, back into the fray once again. 8-4 as we shift sides. Team Secret going to be trying their hands on the attacker side of the map.
I think this is a bit different now for Crazy Raccoon, of course. I think it's going to be interesting to see Botsy with those Hunter's Furies. I'm actually super curious about this because I think on the attacker side, you just got to be flinging them out. Whenever you have it, just screw it. Just go for it because it's really hard to find value out of them on this map without some really cheeky setups.
It does feel like the Sova would at least lend itself to be a little bit better on the defender side comparatively.
Sure.
But, well, they still lose one. Not Bazzy's fault, though. That's Fisker getting a little overzealous and some nice shooting from the side of Team Secret. Got a nice little first blood. Bazzy potentially thinking about peeking out of the top of ramp. Obviously doesn't have a drone. Just going to be going for the Ghost double shock setup. Cam goes out. Knows there's one right around the corner. Sends out a couple shots. Bazzy going to be taken down at the top of the ramp. And that is enough for Team Secret to feel satisfied. They say, okay, let's go ahead, rotate back through.
It's a pretty good opportunity, actually, in a way, for Crazy Raccoon to turn this odd man situation around. I mean, Neth is really beat up, but he's going to be locking down A. You have all of the right defenders' utility here. Adi and Munchkin are both on this B side. Wall going to go up. Should be a relatively... Oh, nope. He's going to get aggressive on this. Munchkin sees him through the smoke, gets one.
Trapwire, yeah, sets him up with a vision, manages to find Wit. However, Spike's still going to be getting planted here. Dubstep just holding it down. The push comes in, but Dispenser has a perfectly timed peek from back sight. Catches Ade right in the side of the skull. And with 28 HP, I think it might be done there for Neth. Yeah, Dispenser going to find 4 in the pistol. And that sets Team Secret up now. There's 4 more rounds to go to close out the map.
It's just awkward the whole way through for Crazy Raccoon. Never able to win a duel, never really able to play off contact well. The only thing they got going is because Munchkin's Trapwire gets tripped and he just goes ham on it. to get at least one kill, and I guess that's okay. You can see, yeah. Botsy's not happy about that one.
Whole team, in all likelihood, feeling exactly the same. They're trying to do something to turn it around. Almost half expected to see a force buy here from them, but actually not going to be the case. Dispenser, having picked up 4 kills, says, yeah, I think I could afford a Vandal.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, and full armor to boot.
Yeah. Jesse Vash going for the Phantom in half.
Not going to have any cyber cages, though. That's kind of the one interesting thing here for Dispenser. So it's going to come a lot down to, of course, individual mechanics on this one, which, you know, well, from what we've seen so far, and in the situation that Crazy Raccoon is monetarily as well, they're not going to be sporting much in the way of weaponry. So I think that's a pretty good trade-off there for Dispenser. I think that's a really clever little buy.
Just going to be cutting back across. They've got 2 people positioned in mid, getting ready to cut through ropes. A site completely unoccupied. It's a heavy stack here from Crazy Raccoon, hoping and praying that they're going to come spilling out onto the B site, but I think that they are about to have a pretty rude awakening somewhat shortly here. It's just a matter of time before that spike will get planted.
I mean, they can't hear any of this. They can't see any of it. Literally nothing.
This all looks so silly.
Witz is going to go back on this one and be like, wow, I wasted that blast pack for nothing.
Wasted 2 of them.
Yeah.
But they thought, hey, they got to be on the site, right?
Somebody's got to be. You would expect, like, Neth or somebody to be lurking down here. Munchkin is usually who's going to be down, like, just trying to rat behind screens in a site or something.
Well, goodbye. There's one. There's another one getting ready to move through mail. We'll see if Bazzi can try to out-trade him. Fisker with a nice headshot. We'll take out Dubstep, but which is good to clean up, too. Paint Shell's going to be bounced in, takes him down a half, and there's the cleanup. 3 kills for the Rays, halfway to that showstopper. And now just 3 rounds away is Team Secret from taking map 1.
Look, I kind of don't mind this from Crazy Raccoon. I mean, I know it looks kind of bizarre. Yeah, exactly. You're on an eco. You know that the opponent has a ton of money based on that last round. Flip a coin, go for one side or the other. If it doesn't work, well, so be it. You're going to get flawless. That could have happened anyway. So, you know, this is... I actually don't mind it at all in a way. It is a little bit simple, but if it works, sometimes simple, you know, works.
Yeah. Sometimes simple is best. Just not, you know, in that round.
Well, yeah.
That was definitely not the best.
Sometimes.
Absolutely tragic is what it was. All right, little jiggle out there from Munchkin. Says, yep, I see a fair few people getting ready to push the site. Trapwire going to be broken. Witz, again, just blast packing himself into the back. He might have even slowed up a little bit. Let's get spotted. Bazzi, handle in hand, will find a nice headshot onto Dubstep. Taking one down. Aftershock to further delay the plant. Spots Witz. The spray comes in from the Spectre, and even at that range, Witz will get the better of him. Smash is lurking around inside of the Nebula right now. Has to bring the spike in onto the side. Gravity Well comes in, tries to pull them together, but as Fisker goes for the push, he's just going to fall. 8 HP remaining for Neth. Munchkin going to get clipped in the skull as Dispenser finds yet another one. Neural Theft nearly online for him. Not that he's going to need it in this round. Just Ade trying to do anything here.
Spike planted.
Any extra kills they could get, while it's helpful, the likelihood of them getting 4 in this round to try to turn the tide of it doesn't seem very good.
This is going to be unbelievably difficult with 8 health. I mean, he might get this one around the corner, not even going to find that. Witz is ready for him, no problem. Just sits behind the box with the Spectre, and now Neth going to have to save this gun. There's just no hope, no hope. Look, this
Don't
is...
mind me.
Yeah.
Just a breach, trying to save the Phantom.
This is just really awkward for Crazy Raccoon. They do a pretty good job stymieing the initial push. There isn't a plant that isn't able to come through right away. But then Fisker gets a little bit frisky around that corner there. You know, the Sage Wall gets broken through. There's the Astra Gravity Well on the other side, and his mind is we know there's people behind this wall. We know that somebody's going to be in this Gravity Well. Potentially an easy 1 or 2 kills for me. The problem is there's tons of crossfires. When you step on the other side of that wall, everybody and their grandma is going to be looking at you.
Yeah, Jesse Vash is still, you know, lurking around the back as well. It's just plenty that can be done. Spencer with a very nice shot, and I can't tell, was that the same clip that we ran before, or did he just make the same exact expression again?
Poor Munchkin. Oh no. Oh, that's Jesse doesn't look super excited after just rolling through that. I mean, that was a buy round too for Crazy Raccoon Achilles. Yeah. That's devastating. I mean, that's potentially game over. I mean, it should be 12-4 after this. Should be map point.
Yeah. I mean, hey, call the timeout, dig deep. If you can run it back, how impressive would that be? Crazy Raccoon, they need to have a stronger showing. They really shocked us near the end of Masters Berlin, putting up strong performances after a very weak start. That's what we want to see again from this squad. Right now, though, they're not delivering on it. Hopefully, on the backside of this timeout, you can see them at least pick up a couple more rounds, make this a closer map. No, we don't want to see anybody bomb out, you know?
Yeah, it's frustrating. I mean, you could see that sometimes they have really good ideas. I mean, I go back to that Rolling Thunder in the first half. That was a great utility usage of it, a great patience with it. You'll see a lot of teams just either throw it at a heaven or a site again and just try to break the site open, get the plant down, and then play for post plant. But they get deep, and then they use it. But since then, I haven't seen much that's really impressed me, to be frank. I'm really curious what this is going to look like, but it's just a kind of a default here for Crazy Raccoon. Not much changes, to be frank, other than you've switched the Astra over to the A ramp side. That's about the only thing that's really kind of changed for them in this setup. They're going to be really relying Munchkin on the B side, but they really feel like they're, I think, confident that this is going to be Team Secret, at least initially trying to go for an A hit, and they're right, so they've got that part right. But I'd like to see some kind of mid-control or mid-presence from either of these teams. Right now, it's just been all on the edges.
Slow and steady right now. Nebula thrown down. Neth holding onto the fault line, ready to pull the trigger and try to set up Fisker here.
It's paranoia.
Oh, they spot one. Astra right there at the top of the ramp. Daze is going to be coming in. The push comes out from Ade. Neth turns the corner with the Phantom in hand. Manages to find two. Ade cleans up another two. And suddenly, it's just Borkum left alive. Full HP and armor. Phantom in hand versus two Sheriffs. Bazzi and Munchkin, the Korean duo here from Crazy Raccoon. Can they get it done? Can they clutch this out? Or does Borkum put Team Secret one step closer to closing out Split?
Well, he's got a good gun for it, but the Sheriff said he isn't looking in the right direction. Munchkin catches him in the side of the head. And that's going to be Crazy Raccoon. For everything that I thought that this round could have been after that paranoia came out and it landed right down the middle, hit two members of Crazy Raccoon. They turned that around real fast. Some good shooting there from Neth and the company, and my word, Achilleos, that is an absolute just reprieve for Crazy Raccoon. They are breathing a huge sigh of relief after that. Yeah. It's an eco, it's a great gravity well as well to slow this up for a second.
Great
Fantastic combo play. Yeah, we've seen them try to make it work, and this time it finally does.
Yeah, finally get it done. I mean, hey, that timeout seems to have worked. They get that combo play set up. They pull it off perfectly. How many more timeouts do they have? Maybe it's just called timeout, and then they always win the round after that.
It builds up like ultimates.
Do we have 8 more timeouts?
You can get a timeout if you get 6 kills.
Oh, perfect. Forward camera. Spots out Wits. That's actually the Rolling Thunder crashing through. They're looking to try to take him down. Dubstep, however, is ready. Watches the garage with that operator. It's the kill onto Fisker. Bit too overzealous, didn't have enough backup. Rolling Thunder just not enough to give them clearance.
I'm a little bit confused about this one. The Rolling Thunder in the garage, I mean, they sort of predicted it right. It's just, I don't think they quite took into account that there was going to be an operator in Dubstep's hands already, and it shuts it down pretty easily. The follow-up there, it's a great exit for Team Secret. They're able to get out of that relatively unscathed. Only Jesse Vash takes any damage off of that. And back over to Neth on back B, waiting to see if there's anything that comes out here. There is going to be the Astra Star to give him a little bit of cover potentially as well.
Wall goes up. Wits leading the charge, needs to try to clear the back side. Bazzi actually going to be taken down. Good kill from Dispenser. Cuts around, there's the neural theft. Wits just going to be spraying away with the Phantom. Finds the kill now, Munchkin.
Player standing.
Eliminated as well. Stuck there in hell. Push on the corner. Dispenser's good for the headshot as he often is, and it's going to be a Prime Gaming flawless for Team Secret as they take us to match point.
Yeah, I mean, they just kind of get a free entry this time. Neth stuck in back B without anybody able to cover him or help him at all. Left completely on an island here. They just, again, this early maneuver, you know, it's just the operator's too far outside of that Rolling Thunder for it to really do anything. Of course, you get that, you know, get that neural theft, you know exactly where everybody is. Not too hard to just hold that angle, wait for the player to come around the corner. It's
such a lack of emotion. I love it.
Team Secret is just like...
It's just a day at the office.
Yeah, man.
You got the TPS reports? Cool. Thanks, man.
Oh, good. Yeah. You going to be at the meeting at 3? All right.
Has anyone seen my stapler?
Cover going out.
Please don't burn the building down.
Our audience might be a little too young for Office Space references.
That's some real boomer stuff there.
Well, speaking of boomed, Crazy Raccoon right now. We're going to get boomed out of this first map. Team Secret just need one more.
Here.
It'd have to be 7 consecutive rounds from Crazy Raccoon to take us into overtime. So I think right now, mentally, if you're Crazy Raccoon, you're probably just looking forward to the next map. Try to shake this one off.
I don't know if you are. This is a really good Haven team in Team Secret. So
I mean, looking forward to it like with anticipation, but you know, like into the future, thinking about how you're going to play that one out.
There's no defense here on the A side, really. I mean, in terms of utility for Crazy Raccoon, you have Nath, of course, with the breach stuff, but there's no planted utility. I guess I'll call it that. All of it's up in B, so right away, Smoke's going to come through.
Left. Dark on spot 1. Bazzi waiting to start sending some darts out. Starting to shift around. Seems like it's just going to be a solo entry into heaven from Dubstep. Oh, he's got Borkum there to back him up, I suppose. Blast packs come in, and Munchkin's on the right side of the wall, but only manages to find 1 kill. Adi now going to be taken down. Witz finds that elimination. 2 around by Ali, and look at this. Yep, Borkum, he's got the plant set up over at A. Nice little TP from him. Cheeky stop from Team Secret as they look to put an end to this first map. Push comes in, gets a couple shots in onto Fisker, takes him down to 17 HP. Jumps back across, stays safe, actually finds Dubstep, and Witz goes down suddenly. This looks a little bit more winnable here. Dispenser's going to be setting up the cam. Shifts over, wants to look into heaven, but it's going to be a double approach from the side of screens. They have to be ready to clear this close angle from Borkum. Dark spots 1, there's the finish. Bazzi manages to turn around, gets a headshot, but he's running low on time, and Dispenser won't give him the time of day. Puts him down, and there you go, 13-5. A one-sided affair in the first map as Team Secret takes split.
Yeah, some really good stuff here from Team Secret. You know, even though Munchkin is lurking inside of the Astra smoke, he's going to step out, pick up 1, doesn't quite find the second, probably punching himself a bit for that. But there's some, like you mentioned, some great TPs here from Borkum. I mean, he was huge on the Omen, landed some great paranoias, setting himself up or setting his teammates up. Actually really impactful with the Omen. And Crazy Raccoon here just looking flat. This Sova didn't really do anything that mattered.
Yeah,
frankly, I mean, other than Batsy being good at shooting,
I feel exactly the same way. I don't think the Sova is obviously the issue. I don't think if you plug anything else in there instead of the Sova, suddenly Crazy Raccoon wins this.
That's not wrong.
That definitely wouldn't make that much of a difference, but yeah, it just felt like we weren't seeing that utility come up with any profit for the side of Crazy Raccoon at all. Huge game, though, for, I mean, basically everybody on the side of Team Secret. I mean, Jesse Bash, he's playing support. He's got that Sage there. He's just putting up walls, offering up some heals to his teammates. You know, he comes in with the least amount of kills, obviously, but everybody else just dominating the leaderboard. Witz, absolutely huge performance from him. 18-9-3.
Those walls, though, were so frustrating from Jesse Bash. I want to give him a lot of credit. The way they played off of those, the information that you're getting out of those walls and the time stalls as well, you know, would give them enough time to react to what Crazy Raccoon wanted to do. And the attacker side just felt so slow, so just confused for Crazy Raccoon. It didn't really seem like they could ever be comfortable in any of their decisions that they were making after, you know, the first, 6-7 rounds.
Well, that is the first map out of the way. That's one step closer to advancing for Team Secret, one step closer to elimination for Crazy Raccoon. They need to dig deep. They need to come back firing on all cylinders as we get ready to go into our second map of Haven. Before we do that, we're going to go to a break, so don't go anywhere.
Well, a fantastic start from Team Secret. They were able to close out that map against Crazy Raccoon. That was Crazy Raccoon's map pick, Bala and Ryan. And we said before the game started on the desk, we kind of need them to win this one.
Yeah, I think it was a split decision on that,
Yeah.
that whole argument. But I, after seeing it, I agree. After seeing it, I agree. I think Crazy Raccoon's form on that map was not up to the standard that it needs to be. I think they tried to come out with a little bit of a gimmick to catch him off guard, but and honestly, it doesn't even feel like Team Secret cared, right?
Yeah. Like, we sort of joked about, like, oh, Munchkin sometimes plays Cypher on his map. How about that? And then he does. And it's like, all right, like, it makes sense considering we were, like, I was lamenting him for, like, lurking on Silver on Haven. But then after a few rounds, he picks up the Operator on attack on Cypher, and it's like, I like the idea of trying to catch them out, but that was the thing. Team Secret just seemed fully in control. And it's a case of, like, they change up their comps, their agents, but you still see the semblance of what made them potentially scary about Gambit. This is also, like, Team Secret's one of their usual permabans. Like, they get rid of maps before, like Ascent, and then they brought in Breeze, but Split was the other map they really didn't want to play. The fact they win that dominant against one of Crazy Raccoon's better maps is drastic.
I think that it kind of felt like, I mean, we're watching Borkham here. It kind of felt like the entire time, not only him, Jesse Bash, and we're looking at their reactions, and it doesn't feel like they're playing an elimination match.
No. They're so calm. They're just doing their job. And I said this before, you know, about Paper Rex when they were here at Masters Berlin. They felt like a European team. It felt like you were watching an EMEA team, the way they set up, the way they have their team plays. And some of the cool stuff we saw here, so particularly around the Omen, Ryan, I feel like they play really similar to the EMEA teams.
Yeah, it was the idea and not necessarily the agent dictating it. Like one of the rounds where we actually saw that From the Shadows used on defense from Borkham. He goes onto the A site, it's chaos, and he's like, all right, I'm going to bounce. I think Witz stays there. Witz still gets 2 before he's traded out. It's just the whole idea of like, all right, they're aggressing early. We'll just slow it down, play the retake, just because so much utility gets used at Crazy Raccoon. Borkham's like, I'll wait. You do your thing. All right, then I'm going to go. That's basically their plan.
Yeah, on the other side, I felt like Crazy Raccoon in the first couple of rounds, they exhausted all of their ideas, right? And it felt like they were just kind of doing some of the things that we've seen Gambit do in the past or some of the other teams that's run Sova on Split, but also Breach on Split, where you take heavy A control for the top side, and then you just kind of go from there. But they never really pushed the pace. It never felt like Fisker was getting into those positions that you are really, really advanced, really, really fast, and then either taking extra or actually taking the fights or slowing it down and waiting for them to come through to you.
Yeah, I mean, Dubstep also popped off in that game as well. We took a look at the Fisker versus Dubstep matchup before this split map. Let's revisit it. I think that there's an update here, just a little bit of an update, but Dubstep with that Operator, massive impact, Bala.
Yeah, you know, the Operator, there was definitely times where I'm like, okay, this works. I think it was mostly because he was in good positions, but when he was getting pressured, I wasn't necessarily the biggest fan of it, but the rest of the team really coming through. The other side of things, 11.1 first blood percentage for Fisker. That's the guy who's taking the most duels on Crazy Raccoons, and he's not getting much impact on that at all. That hurts.
And also just the fact that if Dubstep goes down in some of those duels, there's somebody like Wits right behind to trade out. It's just how tight the play was from Team Secret for the most part, and Crazy Raccoon. I firmly agree with what you said. It was just the idea. So when now it's like, let's use this default, let's use this idea. Team Secret was like, this is the main focus of why we're doing this composition and what our win conditions are. And Crazy Raccoon, sorry, were like, what idea sort of breaks this? And they might have had one, but it didn't work the second time they tried to use it.
I also think they had like a bunch of audible calls where they just don't really know what the real plan is. You know, the full stack on A or on B site, for example, or they're attacking around there. They're just kind of sitting outside of A, ready to execute, but they never really do it. And the rest of the time, Secret's just able to move around the map and get the information and realize, oh, okay, we can make the rotation. On the other side, it wasn't there.
I mean, we spoke about Dubstep a little bit already, but let's take a look at him right now as he's practicing in the range for the AIM Lab shoot round. You know, things are going to get a little bit scary for Crazy Raccoon as well, not just because of this guy, but because Team Secret, they're playing like a team. You know, they've got each other's backs, Ryan, and there's nothing more scary than that.
Definitely, especially with what we were saying before about, like, it's not just a case of one player versus the other in head-to-heads. It's not a jet-off, for example, despite sort of looking at the way that they played. I have to say, even for like Crazy Raccoon to a lesser extent, like we saw a little more from Neff and Addy and such. Like it was a bit more of Crazy Raccoon that started to shine as opposed to Munchkin in particular, as a quick example. But the fact now that I'm like, man, Wits is so good, Borkum's popping off, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is the team with Jesse Vash and Dubstep as well. Like, and Dispenser didn't have a bad series as well. He doesn't need to do much. He's got his role. If the other four are just popping off and becoming household names at this point, it's looking really good for Team Secret in the group in general. Like Team Vikings are probably watching this and going, they actually look really good on maps that they shouldn't as well. That's the thing with Team Secret.
Yeah, now that we move on to Haven, though, I think there's one thing that you mentioned, the Cypher for Munchkin. And there is, moving back to Haven, we actually will get Medusa playing the Sentinel role, and we're getting Munchkin playing on something else. And I think that's a very, very good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're also probably expecting a mirror matchup too, you know. These days, it's not that rare to see a breach, maybe outside of NA. We're kind of used to it, but if all things goes right and correctly, I think, Ryan, we should get the Astra Breach, Jet, Killjoy, and Sova.
Yeah, that'd be interesting as well. Although with the way the Borkum performed, like you could make Omen work, especially on Haven. We saw it a little bit in EMEA, and just sometimes you forget how good some of that utility is, especially if these guys have been screaming for like a month on end in Europe, and then they just almost forget, like, oh yeah, Omen could do this. I almost forgot, like, the stall, it's in a different way, and considering Team Secret were like proactive on their aggression on the defense, having a Paranoia over any Astra utility can work in that favor.
Yeah, I still don't like it though. I think Split is a special case, to be honest, because they have those short corridors really, really tight. On Haven, it's much different, and you can't really find the value out of the one-ways, for example, that he's throwing deep B main, or the one, there's plenty of them. You can throw it up in A Heaven, you can throw it up in B Heaven, you can throw it on A main. In Haven, yeah, there's a couple, but you don't see them have the success rate and the reasons for it. So yeah, they are going to go back to the Astra, so there you go. But we do have the Breach mirror.
Yeah, we do indeed. We're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select. Now, as you predicted, Bala, Medusa is back in for this, and we have a complete mirror matchup. Nothing funky.
Yeah, no, this is good. I really like watching these Breach mirror matchups on Haven, because I think that this is going to start being played a lot. We already seen it on, against Vikings, and it was Sassy playing that, so we'll see what Wits can do here against Neth.
I'm wondering what Crazy Raccoon have adapted or changed in such a short space of time. And also, if we still see Munchkin going for those mid lurks to try and catch around, that is something that they really want to rely on. The issue is it's very easy to spot. It's certainly going to be noticeable for Team Secret in the server too. And I imagine, much like everything else that we've seen on the side of TS, they're just going to be happy to deal with it and have an answer to it.
I mean, Ryan, if there's anywhere that Crazy Raccoon need to show that they have adapted and they have learned, it is now, because they're one map away from elimination.
Yeah, it's difficult, and it's a lot of pressure to deal with, and we've seen just how much these players are sort of rattled by it in the past, just some of the disappointing runs that they've had in all of the global tournaments, right? Like, they've been here at every single one, and Masters 3 was a bit of a better showing for them, but I also think the competition level here at Champions is a lot stronger. Team Secret's one of those teams that we should have seen in Berlin. Unfortunately, we didn't. Is just an example of like some of the teams that have come in and improved over a long period of time, but also what have Crazy Raccoon sort of been doing since Berlin? What has been their main focus? Because it has been just sort of curveball adaptations, and that's about it.
all year long has built up to this, and for Crazy Raccoon to start off at Reykjavik and lose to X10, another SCA competitor, that hurts. They don't want to do it again. This map, they have to bounce back strong.
Yeah, I mean, and also they're familiar with each other. These two teams, we've heard from both of them, they scrim against each other, you know, in their own region. So Bala, it could be one of those times where they know something that we don't.
Yeah, it definitely could, but so far Split didn't show that, right? They thought they knew something. They thought they knew something.
Yeah, I mean, for Secret as well, for them, it was heartbreaking for them to miss out at Masters Berlin. We heard it from Dubstep, who spoke about it. You know, they hated watching that tournament from home, but winning today and winning in such a dominant faction. Ryan, you mentioned Vikings. You know, it's going to be a little bit closer than we think.
Definitely, and I just want to see like that Crazy Raccoon rally almost, because it's not like we haven't seen them win at an international event, right? And when they were on form, they can be scary. The problem is, I think they're a momentum-based team that have had 2 rounds in a row at most. So if they're not stretching 5 or 6 rounds, I think it's going to be very difficult to shut down Team Secret. And the fact that we haven't seen like attack pause from the side on Split kind of says to me that they have not been under that pressure to fix anything in particular.
You know what's crazy about this Team Secret team that I think is catching Crazy Raccoon off by surprise is that it doesn't feel like they're feeling the pressure. And this is their first international. Like, it feels like, I mean, I already mentioned it when we finished Split, but it feels like they're not playing an elimination match. It feels like they've played and been on the stage over and over and over.
Jesse Vash effect.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it, but Bala, they are playing an elimination map. You do not want to be the first team to go out first. Let's jump into map 2 here with Achilleos and Paperthin.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. Yep, here we go. Haven coming up. You were kind of talking about it at the end of Split. Not particularly where Crazy Raccoon would like to be going right now as far as the maps are concerned. Team Secret historically going to be feeling just at home here, but we'll have to see if they have had enough time to make some adjustments. Obviously, we do have Medusa stepping in as well. Bazzi going to be taking a step back. Is that going to be enough to change what we saw happen on map 1?
It's going to be a really, really difficult map for Crazy Raccoon. I mean, even if they're able to string some good rounds together, really push Team Secret, I imagine it's going to be neck and neck the whole way through if it can come to that. But, you know, Team Secret has been really, really good in this tournament, to be frank. And I mean, it's hard to understate how much they want this. So they're a team from the Philippines, right? Team Secret.
Yep.
And they were talking to me and some of the other guys that I know in the Philippines that are in the esports scene there. We're talking about how this is probably the biggest event that a Philippines team, international event, that a Philippines team has ever qualified for.
Sure.
And so in esports history, in FPS esports history, FPS, I should single out FPS. So everybody on this team is fired up. They really want to put on a good showing. And of course, this is the only Japan team left, you know, with Crazy Raccoon. So there's a lot of pride on the line for both of them. But Team Secret has come in with something fierce into this tournament.
Absolutely have. Despite finding themselves in this elimination match, have so far looked like the stronger opponent. It's Crazy Raccoon who need to change the story here, turn the tides around into their favor. Fisker trying to find an opening kill, doesn't manage to find too much. In fact, he's going to be tagged down at 46 HP. While everybody else on the side of Team Secret's able to successfully pull back onto the A site and stay safe. Gonna have one tucked away just at the top of the sewer access. Fisker rushing forward. Jesse Bash going to fall. Nice shots there from Munchkin. Fisker comes up with 2. Gets dubstep, follows up for Wits. Just like that. Tides certainly are shifting. Crazy Raccoon with 5 members strong. So going to hold off Borkum and Dispenser now. See if they can get anything done.
Yeah, this is good utilization of the utility to buy time here. The Asker smokes with the breach utility. Just keep it going. Nat's going to lock it down. Munchkin finishes the job. A flawless pistol round for Crazy Raccoon.
There you go. Prime Gaming flawless to start things off for Crazy Raccoon on the attack. That's exactly what they needed. Fisker, despite falling, you know, what I say, 46 HP at the very beginning of the round, managed to come up with 2 huge kills.
Yeah, he gets so deep there, finds some really good angles. There's a lot of the Astra utility being put at the back of the site there as well to keep him, you know, safe and secure from anybody flanking around that corner. Yeah, let's go, baby. Let's go.
Flowing.
I want to take this to map 3. I want to cast Fracture.
Yeah,
I haven't got to do it yet.
I know, that'd be great. Well, we'll see if they can get it done. It would be absolutely massive. Dubstep going to get that tap there onto Munchkin. down to 49. Obviously no way to heal him up. Don't have a Sky. Drone coming through. Get the dart into him. Blinds now coming through. Fisker again getting his entry. Spots, just sprays away with the Spectre. Manages to come up with a kill, but it's going to be 2 on the return. Just finding 1. Spencer moves in with the frenzy, finds another. Borkum puts Ade down. He's got a Marshall in hand. It's only loaded with 1 bullet right now. He's going to take his time. Put a couple more in. Shifts over, grabs the Spectre, gets himself situated. It seems like Neth is very well aware of his position. And there's the Nebula coming up. He rotates to the side, and Borkum's ready on the jump. It's a thrifty turnaround. Team Secret make it 1-1.
Oh, great timing with the smokes here from Borkum. He has all the control of that situation, and he executes it so well. Great reaction, great awareness here to change over to this gun as well. That was going to be an unbelievably difficult situation with that Marshall, especially if you're not really just filthy confident like somebody like Tens or Heat, and he just gets himself in a perfect spot, uses his utility so nicely, takes it down, and makes the comeback here on the anti-eco. Man, oh man. That is backbreaking for Crazy Raccoon after such a good start.
Yeah, absolutely huge. Pulling the rug out from underneath Crazy Raccoon. Now rifles in hand. Borkum still just going to be sticking with the Spectre. Hold on to a little bit of extra cash.
Yo, Dubstep is deep.
That he is. Moves all the way up. Neth just on the other side of the wall, but Neth does have a slight advantage in that he's holding a shorty. Then he's going to go ahead and shift away, and Medusa will be left, to watch a lobby. Shots come out. Gets tagged up. 82 HP. Could be worse for wear, but still just free damage put out there for Team Secret to profit off of later.
I like it. You don't over-aggress on anything for Dubstep. Seeing if he can find a pick. Doesn't swing around that corner. Good recognition that, you know, there was potentially a shorty, and there was for sure. We know it. There was a shorty. Turret playing off of it.
Oh,
There's the gravity well!
Pulls them all together, and Dispenser mows them down. 3 kills for him. Munchkin trying to tuck away in the corner, but Borkum says nope. Pushes up. Finds that kill. A nice little dink goes through onto Wits, but with the Vandal in hand, Medusa just did not stand a chance. It's a flawless yet again, this time for Team Secret. 2-1.
2 Prime Gaming flawlesses in 3 rounds. Well, we knew it would be a little wild coming into this one, Achilleos. We just had that feeling, but this gravity well is just chef's kiss. They're playing off the turret as well, playing off a contact right away. There's a fault line in there, even to add insult to injury. My word. Yeah, not much you can do about that one. It's, you know, yeah, it's an eco round. What are you going to do?
It's difficult to be angry or disappointed. It's just like, well, again, that's the thing that happened. Avoid it in the future, especially now that they do have a full buy round coming in. Still going to be half armor out there for Fisker and Ade.
Look at all this.
I'm going to be stunned up for just a moment. Tries to run across, but the spray is good. Neth getting him in the head. Finds that opening pick. You have already collapsed in onto the C site to try to make up for it, though. Jesse Bash getting tucked away. They got Wits at the back behind boxes, but this is where Crazy Raccoon say, okay, we've got that kill. Now we can play with a little bit more ambiguity, potentially shift over to a different side of the map, but it seems like they might just stick
Look at what Jesse Bash did.
Kill.
Look at, you know, if you're Crazy Raccoon, had they gone over to C.
You're getting so much info.
Yeah, they might have suspected Dubstep.
Oh, goes for the push, but it's good for the kill. But as he tries to rotate back, get that bot set up on top, Dispenser says nope. Flips him in the skull. Jesse Bash, however, does fall. That means that the C site is unoccupied. Flash point out on the corner. Shots coming in. Wit's going to be good for 1. Falls down 45 HP. Flash goes out. Looks for a target. Doesn't see anybody. Needs to try to clear that cubby. Nebula in the back. Dispenser's got just enough vision to spot 1. Gets Ade, puts a little bit of damage out, and that is going to be the lockdown now available. Throws it back corner. Little sliver of space for Munchkin to tuck away in. The Rolling Thunder is going to be used as Net pushes into the garage. Gets Dispenser. Now it's Wits all on his lonesome. Tries to move out through C long. Ends up falling despite the investment of the lockdown. It will not translate into a round win for Team Secret, so Crazy Raccoon tie it up at 2-2.
Man, there's so much smart stuff going on in this round. Crazy Raccoon, first of all, throwing all their utility towards the back at Borkum there. You know, you got the breach stuff, you got the fault line, you got the aftershock, displacing him a little bit. They follow up with the Munchkin recon dart, I believe, get the spot on him, spray him down. That is the back of that site clear. Now, I like the adjustment here from Jesse Vash, trying to see if he can catch him off guard, trying to see if they think that they'll leave that left side of C open. He gets up onto Plat, does get taken down for it, and then the swing comes through, the flanks come through from the other members. Fisker, Dispenser, and Dubstep on the backside, but Crazy Raccoon handles that all pretty well. And then when the lockdown goes down, there's no aftershock for Neth. So what does he do? Well, you're going to use your ult, I'll use mine, I guess. Rolling Thunder catches Dispenser right inside of that smoke, takes him down, clears things out. Really nice reactions by both teams across that round.
All right, well, Operator, made known. Dubstep goes for the repig, a bit of a bold move there. Manages to make it out to safety. Let's get knocked down to 84 HP, however.
This has got to go well.
Fisker dashing forward, spots one. Cloudburst to try to cover. Fisker going to take a little bit of damage from Munchkin's shock dart. Tucked away over and short. Jesse Bash comes up with two. He's looking for a bit more. Can't quite get a third. Does end up falling. Fisker going to be good for one, but Witz and Borkum have arrived. With the help of Dispenser, they will mow down the remaining members on the side of Crazy Raccoon, and just like that, a bit of a slow creep up at the beginning. An explosive round happens on a site, but Team Secret are the ones walking away.
Yeah, I like the dial-up of aggression from Crazy Raccoon, but it doesn't fool Team Secret. They're not really able to get much off of it. I mean, you're just trying to keep your opponent off balance here, but Jesse Vash doing a nice job keeping himself settled. And that's Cubby there, and it's just a massacre afterwards. They bought enough time. They were able to hold on long enough. You know, Jesse Vash isn't identified soon enough that he's able to just get a couple big kills in there. The initial entry from Fisker just doesn't find anything with that Blade Storm, and now you're on the eco without that Blade Storm. So maybe I think Crazy Raccoon might have thought about waiting another round before popping that Blade Storm. You know, I don't think it really changes much in that situation. Fisker was able to find, I think, one kill with it. But
yeah, he got Dubstep at the very end. All two going to be spawned by the drone. Good info gathering there from Jesse Vash. Tries to set up a little bit of a dart. Not going to find a target, though. Very much slowed down now. So Munchkin is trying to see if anybody's going to be peeking into sewer.
He's going to get a lot of info from here. He's going to be able to hear a lot from that spot. And he can keep himself relatively well hidden, but nobody's pushing it. Nobody's really doing much. He might be able to hear these rotations if noise is made towards B.
Yeah, looks like a little bit of noise being made there now that they're running through the link. He's going to creep in, and that's the call.
So good.
Everybody to inch forward and come over towards the A site. Ping's coming down, though. Team Secret getting a bit of a read on this. They think that this is going to end up being the hit because they have Ade all the way out at C. He hasn't spotted a damn thing, so we'll just go ahead and start shifting over towards A. Off shot, going to go wide. Doesn't get the kill. Jesse Bausch, though, shooting out from heaven, manages to find Neth. That slows them up. That's a spike on the ground. He just mows down two more. Is he just shooting blind right now? I think he is. We're going to have to get a replay of this, man, because right now he's on for the ace, but Dispenser will take it away. But that, all the same, it's yet another flawless round. Unbelievable. Show me that POV, please.
I need a Prime Gaming flawless counter, please.
Did he dart? He had to have darted, right?
What?
That one's blind.
What?
He just doesn't blind!
He got the ping from his teammates, but still.
Oh my God! I thought so, but I was like, no, surely there's no way. He had to have had some level of vision. Nope.
That's just ridiculous.
Unbelievable.
I do want to say, I liked Crazy Raccoon's setup here. You get Munchkin deep into short, he gets the info, they get the open sight. They get there, but it's great reactions from Jesse Vash. There was even a shock dart thrown up at him that grazed him and didn't do a ton of damage. Just no problem at all up there with that Vandal. Now Dubstep going to be holding. Aggressive push out already. We need some utility around this corner. Crazy Raccoon, not like that. Oh, goodness. That is dangerous. You are playing with fire doing that against Dubstep.
Does not connect. Rolling Thunder comes out to try to buy some extra time. Hunter's Fury coming across, but Jesse Vash replies. That is Munchkin struck down. Good reactions there from Jesse. Shifting over to the side, Spike is going to slowly creep away from the A site. Seems like Fisker might try to stick around, but no, we'll go ahead and shift away.
There's like no utility left here for Crazy Raccoon now. They're very low. I mean, you have a couple things on Neth, but not much. You'll have one Nano Swarm from Medusa. You know, the Astra stuff is still there, but losing Munchkin takes away a lot of your ability to gain information, so you're going to have to make it work off some pretty wild and stuff. There's that turret again in garage door. We saw it previously comboed with the gravity, but there's a nanoswarm on the other side.
Yep. Start pushing their way in. Nanoswarm comes
30
out.
seconds left.
Trying to get the catch with the fault line as well. Slows him up for just a little bit, but now they need to push in. They're running out of time. 20 seconds remaining. Medusa makes his way forwards, just on the outskirts of the gravity well. Bit of a daze out onto Borkum, but as that dissipates, he manages to find a kill. 2 quick ones from Dispenser. Dubstep will find the final with the operator. Another round win here for Team Secret. Crazy Raccoon. They need to buckle down, get back in. If things don't change soon, we might be looking at a very similar scoreline to Split.
Yeah, they need to find a way to deal with this garage setup that we're finding from Dispenser. It's causing a lot of problems with that turret. They followed up with either, you know, Breach utility, Astra and/or Astra utilities we saw previously. This time it's just all Dispenser's utility himself there, and that gives them a lot of information. The rotations are quick from Team Secret. Again, there wasn't much utility left for Crazy Raccoon, so it's a lot of just trying to make it happen off their own gunshots. And right now, Team Secret is pretty well dialed in with their own gunshots, as we've seen here, particularly Jesse Vash. It's been pretty nuts with that Vandal. Dubstep, we saw it on the previous map, still continuing to have a lot of success off of his first contact. He whipped on the early shot, but that was a little bit dangerous for Fisker. I'd like to see Neth try to use a flash point to set Fisker up to try to peek that corner. If you're going to try to do that, you got to be real careful. Ooh. Oh, Medusa, no.
Rough spot.
Ooh, we got out.
I think it actually went behind him,
no, he
but
didn't. I take it back.
Yeah, no.
This is so good from Team Secret. They play off each other so well at Kilios.
Yeah, it's really great. I love that they're constantly moving around the map. It's very much flowing. There's the shot. Dispenser's going to be good for one, but Fisker recovers. Sheriff finds a second shot. Very nicely done as Witz tries to break open the garage. Grabs the gun and sees that. Tries to go for the flick. Fisker says no. Finds yet another headshot. Jesse Vash still lurking at A. Will find the kill onto Munchkin. Now Borkum just looking to put this round into their favor, but will end up falling. Good from Ade. Stays alive. Now just has the 1v1 versus Jesse Vash. Get that done. Crazy Raccoon will stop the momentum to Team Secret, at least for a moment.
Trying to cut this off, give himself one angle.
Nebula's coming up. A little bit of ring around the rosy. He's going to get himself up onto the flanks. And Jesse Vash is good for the headshot, as he so often is. Gets that elimination. He's going to have to go on a little bit of a walkabout, try to find the operator.
You know, Ryan just pointed this out on the desk, that Jesse Vash is clutch. And that is just so good from him. I mean, Ade has a lot of opportunity here, and I'm not thrilled with the way Ade used his utility with those smokes. I'd rather see a gravity well used on that star that's on the plant. You back up here into Cubby or into Long, try to play it from distance, and really make it a lot more difficult for your opponent. He plays it close. Jesse Vash able to kind of catch him a little bit off guard, jumping up on top of those boxes, making it hard to transfer your spray there. And poor Medusa just gets absolutely just isolated and taken out. Fisker, though, hitting some just disgusting shots while stunned up from the fault line even. Woo.
Nice little wry smile.
Here.
Strong performance here from Jesse Vash.
A lot of ults, though, for both sides.
Yeah, 3 and 3. Rolling Thunder there, though, for Neth. As they can finally utilize it, get themselves in onto a site. Right there. And be able to defend the spike from there.
Yep, good. Good recognition. This is what I'm talking about. They found a way to break down this setup. They get rid of the Nano Swarm and the turret. They get the information that they're on there. They're able to ping it, shoot it down, clean it out. Now the garage is open, and now they have to respect that.
Okay. Cutting across the side, support position from Jesse Vash, manages to find one, but Munchkin replies in kind with a nice little headshot. Rolling Thunder now going to be used, only catches one. It's going to be Witz playing back inside of the link. Dubstep still sticking around in sewer, managed to find that elimination onto Medusa. Now they don't have that lockdown to try to utilize here in the round. Daze is coming out. Ade moving forward, will find one. Dubstep and Witz both going to go down. Spencer comes up with another. Lockdown looks to flush them out of the site. Spike not planted. Looks like they're just going to go ahead, go on a walkabout, head over to either B or C.
Yeah, Munchkin caught in no man's land in that smoke right by the link, but they're able to rotate because of this defender's lockdown. And now the garage is clear. They're able to get through that easy. That gives them a little extra time. Now there are the stars here. That gravity well is going to drag Neth off by themselves sometime. Try to delay this plant a little bit longer, get into position. Look at this flank from Dispenser.
Oh, spots him in the astral form. And Ade just doesn't have enough time to try to really stabilize and understand what's going on. Gets struck down, and now rough tidings for Neth. Manages to find one, got the fault line out onto Dispenser. Turret comes down, he's looking for the kill, but Dispenser Strikes him down. 3 kills in the round as the defuse will come through. 7-2 so far in the half. Team Secret looking like they will not be denied. They want to send Crazy Raccoon home.
The boys from the Philippines are absolutely fired up back there. They are just on top of everything right now.
I mean, look at Dispenser and Jesse Bash.
It's disgusting.
Unbelievable. 354.
This is what you want. It's pretty good. This is what you want from these two players. I mean, especially from your Killjoy on the defensive side of Haven. If that player could put up big numbers, then you are absolutely going to be having a phenomenal defensive half. And Haven's a hard map to defend, Achilleos. You see this all the time where attackers' side can often have a lot of success, but right now they're really just keeping Crazy Raccoon at bay, not really giving them much opportunity, countering things with the right utility at the right time. The lockdown puts Crazy Raccoon in a horrible spot and just gets swatted away.
Oh, Fisker has just not been having a good day today. They're going to be thinking about dubstep. They managed to trade it back. Medusa finding 2. That's going to be rather huge for them. Aftershock should clear the lockdown, and it does. And Wits just putting this round on his back. Says, I'll get rid of the Killjoy utility. I'll get rid of everybody. Borkum will snatch it away from him at the very end. But man, Team Secret looks a little bit rough at the start, but they managed to stabilize round over round.
They more than
they're able to
stabilized.
just take a step away from the action,
Yeah.
come back in, reset, and then close out the rounds. It's just absolutely wonderful to see.
Well, the confidence here. I mean, look, they just step up. There's a drone coming up. They get darted by it, and they just step up to try to go for the kill. It didn't work, but then the great Cosmic Divide here to give Wits the great opportunity to work side to side behind the A-site boxes and just pick people off as they step through. And it's such a toughie when you're coming through there. That 180-degree angle you have to worry about when you're walking through that Cosmic Divide as the attacker is just so difficult to deal with. And it's only Neth who can even afford anything here. The Vandal and a half armor. That's what he's going to go for. Everybody else with Sheriffs is Fisker going to try to come through. Okay, here comes this typical kind of B-site wall, and immediately the utility coming out, and Jesse Bash finds Fisker.
He just gets the fade away right as the wall's coming up. Fisker dead yet again. I mean, I'd love to see a stat pool. How many rounds to see the first one die?
Well, look at how they're ready for this, Achilleos. They've got all the right, they've got all the mollies at the front of this site. They're just perfectly prepared. Yeah, I'd love to see that stat.
And granted, that's often going to happen when you're playing a Jet, when you're playing an entry, but it just feels very out of sorts for him so far today. Medusa slightly get pulled into that gravity well. Good little cuddle back there from Dispenser, keeps himself safe from the fault line. Doesn't get dazed up, shifts away from the aftershock. Peak coming through, Dubstep will get the shot on the second attempt. 9-2. Team Secret looking strong as we move into the last round of the half. Crazy Raccoon, I mean, if they can get 9-3, pray to the gods that the curse can come true, maybe they have a chance here. They will be calling a timeout, but it feels like it's far too late for this.
I agree. There should have been a timeout a long time ago, Achilleos, and you can see the mental mistakes coming through. Medusa stepping into that gravity. Well, there's no reason to do that. You're not with any gun, pretty much, except maybe an Odin. I could see you making a decent justification for stepping into a gravity well, but with a Sheriff, no way. I mean, he just probably timed it wrong, but still, things are just completely off the rails for Crazy Raccoon right now. There's not enough coordination. There's not enough cohesion. Some okay responses here and there to what Team Secret is doing. Eventually they're able to clear out C Garage, but it takes too many times. It takes 2 times, not just 1.
Yeah.
And that's not good enough. And the A sites have just been absolutely swatted away every time by Team Secret. Whether it's Dubstep just putting his foot down, Jesse Bash hiding in unique corners. Wits did it one time as well, where he hid in the back of A, got behind Fisker after Fisker dashed into the site. It's been a lot of really interesting stuff from Team Secret that just has Crazy Raccoon just befuddled. They just don't have an answer right now. And I don't know what they're gonna do. I mean, I think even their coach is probably left shaking his head a bit. They tried a B-site push off the Cosmic Divide. Nope.
Yeah.
Team Secret ready for it right away with the mollies in the front of the site and just shut it down.
Placing swarm grenade.
Such a rough place to be in to try to recover from. Very few teams could be pushed this far and then manage to rally back.
There's only one that we've seen here so far this tournament. That was Gambit.
Yes. They managed to make it happen. Otherwise, you're thinking about North Eption, full sense from the LCQ.
Yep.
Being able to stay in, come back after these 10-2 halves. Crazy Raccoon might be in the same position. Dubstep just going to go ahead, takes the tailwind out, doesn't want to get caught. Continues to play it safe. He's going to rotate back through into Sewer, though.
But look how much utility that they get out of that, does Team Secret. Tons.
Yeah.
Recon Dart, fault lines. Munchkin's out of utility, completely out, because he got the drone at the beginning. That's a win every time for Dubstep.
Okay, Munchkin.
Oh, hell.
Managed to find one. Good spray through the wall. It's the wall bang there onto Dispenser. He's been a very solid rock here for Team Secret when it comes down to clutching out these rounds. So getting him off the table, definitely a good look for them. Borkum, though, he's got an operator in the back of the site. Hunter's Fury is going to come through to try to flush him out. Going to get tagged up once, manages to avoid the last one. Now Hunter's Fury coming in to try to apply some extra pressure against the side of Crazy Raccoon. Borkum manages to swing wide, gets yet another pick before Fisker takes him down. Hunter's Fury finds one, which will get another, and it's the last round, so why the hell not? Pops the Rolling Thunder, sees Munchkin in the corner, puts him down, and there you have it, 10-2 on the half. So very strong yet again from Team Secret.
That's one of those situations where a buy could catch you off guard. There's no way in heck you're expecting Borkum to be over there with the operator. It's been exclusively in the hands of Jesse Vash. So those little change-ups that you see from Team Secret at these timings have really just made a huge difference. Of course, Wits, yeah, the Rolling Thunder, like you said, why not? Why not? Just make it as easy as possible for your side. He knows it too. It's just a free kill at that point. So it's been a tough one. 10-2. Crazy Raccoon, Achilleos.
Yeah, this is not the position that you want to be in whatsoever. Crazy Raccoon, I mean, if they could do anything at this point, make this close, I think that would even still be a bit of a win compared to what we have been seeing. Right now, their backs are against the wall. Team Secret holding the cards. Let's see if they can turn it around. But first, let's go ahead and hear a little bit of a chime in from the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, guys. This is brutal. This is really, really brutal. It's a little bit hard to watch if you're a Crazy Raccoon fan, but Team Secret, Bala, they're having the time of their lives.
Yeah, they are. And once again, they're just laughing on stage. They're just, you know, joking around almost, it feels like, especially that last round. I think that last round as well is a good representation for all of Crazy Raccoon's struggles, especially on the attack side, right? They just cannot find the time and space to actually do what they want to do, which is execute on the sites with the breach, right? That last round, we have Fisker push all the way up. He has to get droned off in the first point. And then after that, they spend a fault line, they spend a flash, they spend a dart, and they don't have any space to do anything, and they get shut down in the last moments.
That's the win condition for Crazy Raccoon, is just building up that momentum to be a freight train to go onto a site. We saw it in the pistol, but the problem is just these rounds streaking up. They only won one pistol, which was against Vikings on Icebox. But it's the fact that they didn't even win the follow-up. Like, Balcom glitches out. It was great to watch. But it went from Crazy Raccoon wanting to sort of hit the A site as quickly as possible, being deterred away by a lockdown, which makes sense. Good chance to reset on the attack, to then a fault line and a shock dart. And then suddenly Crazy Raccoon are like, oh, we got to go somewhere else. It's just that sort of panic almost. You know, it's the such little utility forcing Crazy Raccoon to rethink the strategy that they go into the round in. That's a scary prospect.
I mean, Paperthin and Achilleos mentioned as well, Bala, you know, Fisker taking some risky fights and it's not paying off, which isn't great to see, but do you feel like he needs to maybe change it up a little bit in the second half?
You know, at the beginning of this, I was like, okay, sure, yeah, maybe he does have a lot of first deaths, right? And I thought that was okay. I thought I wanted him to just try to convert those, right? And go for those opportunities still, but maybe not so much, honestly. I think this second half is going to come down a lot to their delay people, right? Their Killjoy, their breach, all of that is very important.
Well, this is going to be one of the most important second halves ever in the careers of Crazy Raccoon. Let's jump into it with Paperthin and Achilleos.
Alrighty, back in we go, but for how long? Probably not very. We'll have to see. Crazy Raccoon, this pistol round is the most important one that they have ever played in their lives, Paperthin. They are so close to being eliminated from Champions. This is what the entire year has culminated to, and they may be going out with a whimper.
I mean, there's nothing more that I want than for them to come out swinging in this half to really make it a map, but what we've seen so far is just Team Secret's better at everything. There's nothing that Team Secret is doing worse than Crazy Raccoon right now.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Crazy Raccoon, they were able to get the first pistol round. Granted, it was then turned around in the second round, and Team Secret won a thrifty. The turret really turned the tide, but Oh, getting that first pistol would be huge. And Dispenser, a little bit of a whip there at the beginning, still manages to stabilize for one, but Fisker will trade it back. One exchange, turn away Borkum.
All of Crazy Raccoon's here.
Stay alive. Yeah, they're just all piled up into the garage. Team Secret already have that spike planted, and Dubstep is just shutting them out one by one. Dart goes forward, shows that somebody's waiting inside of the Nebula. 4 members strong versus 2, Medusa and Fisker. Can they do anything at all? They've already taken a significant amount of damage as well. Fisker down to about half HP. Shots flying through, and there you go. Dubstep cleans it up. There's no more of this nonsense. Kills 4 to put them 1 round away from locking in overtime. But I mean, come on.
I don't know. I don't know what you. I don't know what's going on here. This is just bizarre. I've never seen a team do this on a pistol round or otherwise, where they all stack up in a C window. Maybe on an eco, I'm sure somebody's tried it, you know, but where you just get absolutely bottlenecked in there. You're trying to get ready for a retake, and you're not coming from different angles. You can see Munchkin's just beyond frustrated. I don't blame him. It's been rather difficult.
This is not how you want to perform. I mean, obviously, Crazy Raccoon, they want to win, but even if they're going to be eliminated from this tournament, as we're talking about, this is not the way you want to go out. This is not a strong showing at all. It's 3 appearances in international tournaments, and they've just gotten worse and worse as time is going on. That is not what you want at all.
There was that one random spike against Gambit where they looked like they might take something off of them, Achilleos, but that's it. Otherwise, it's just been, you know, they beat Havan Liberty. That was amazing, you know, the first win internationally for Japan in Valorant, but other than that, it's just been not, that's not good.
Again,
oh my God.
One after the other. Dubstep continues to press forward. Dispenser's on the back end. It's a quick tap to Medusa's skull. And just like that, we are at match point. Crazy Raccoon, if you want to live up to that first word in your name, do something wild, do something unexpected, and do it right the hell now. I am begging you.
I know, dude. I'm worried they're more living up to the Raccoon name, where they're dumpster diving here.
I had that one in the back of my mind. Oh, dear.
I'm sorry. I love Crazy Raccoon, man. I really, really wanted them to come into this tournament and have a strong showing, especially after what we saw against Gambit. I was just really, really hoping, but it just wasn't meant to be. They just were not prepared for this.
Dart is going into the stratosphere.
What in the world?
This is one of the slowest
darts I've ever seen. Is that going to land on the roof?
I don't know. Either way.
Is it bounce?
Concealment. Need that back.
I don't even care that Neth got a kill. I'm so fascinated.
Where does this land? What? I don't even care what's going on the screen. It landed at the corner of A entrance.
Okay, well, back into the action we go. Jesse Bosch has gotten a kill. Munchkin taken down. We have a 4v4. Borkum and Neth both similar on HP levels. A little bit of a bounce there coming through, trying to get a catch onto anybody. Does not, but Spike has been planted, and Team Secret are in this to win it. Crazy Raccoon playing for their tournament lives right now, need to run it back. 10 consecutive rounds. This would be the first step. Medusa's gonna find one. Jesse Bosch taken out. But Dubstep throws the knives, manages to find one, can't quite get the second. Medusa is looking to keep them in the game. He goes for the push, but Borkum lurking in hell with 20 HP, finds the shot. They're so evenly matched as far as health is concerned. 20 versus 15, Borkum's got the hit. It's the Red Bull clutch, and Team Secret, they stay in the tournament. 13-2 on Haven. They eliminate Crazy Raccoon.
Just a dominant performance, devastating to Crazy Raccoon. These guys were in control of this almost the entire time. From the get-go, from the opening pistol on Split until the end. And Medusa giving a bit of a hug over here. I know, guys. It's been a phenomenal year for Crazy Raccoon in their region. They're able to qualify for basically everything. They were the best team in their region all year, but here at Champions, they come up well short.
What a moment. Borkum was just absolutely huge in the first map. A little bit quieter here on Haven, but it was just everybody else stepping up, but still is the one.
Still 11-6.
To close it out. Yeah, I mean, everybody, you know, goes positive here. But, I mean, we still saw smiles, at least on the side of Crazy Raccoon. I think they're still, you know, grateful and happy to be here, to have participated in this event, but it's just unfortunate for the region and for them to not be able to show us a bit of a better performance here, make this closer. But for Team Secret, for the Philippine fans, for you know, the fans of just SEA in general, this is quite the statement to be made. Already starting things off with that close series versus Gambit, now coming in here, staying alive in the tournament. This sets us up for such a great series in the future for these guys.
Vikings is coming up next.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, I am super excited about that game.
I mean, the battle of Jesse Vosh versus Zassi, the Sovas, that sounds absolutely incredible to me.
That's a treat. That just sounds amazing. I mean, I can't wait for this. GTN versus Dubstep, all of this. Look at that. Give us those punches, big guy, because you earned it today. That was a statement game for them. They are coming into this. They want to get out of this group, Achilleos. They want to be in those quarterfinals.
Absolutely. Everybody does. And I mean, Team Secret, they absolutely look like they can get it done. Both, you know, them and the Vikings have fallen to the likes of Gambit. And now we get to see these guys square off. That is going to be an absolute banger of a series. Cannot wait for that one on the horizon. For Crazy Raccoon, unfortunately, they're the first ones they will be departing the tournament, but it's been a hell of a year. The fact that they were able to take part in all 3 international events is a statement in and of itself. They were able to maintain their spot at the top of their region, but unfortunately, this is not really the conclusion that they were looking for, nor the ones that we were looking for.
I'm really curious to see what's going to be of these players for Crazy Raccoon.
Pick 'em up.
A lot of them are quite good, and this guy... Give Borkum a little love here. He was phenomenal the entire day. I mean, that Omen stuff was just so well thought out, so well executed. You almost never see that. I'm just so impressed with these guys, so happy that they actually were able to come here, get a chance to perform, and my word, have they made the most of it.
Yeah, they absolutely have. But for Team Secret, the story, it seems like it's just beginning. They kicked things off so nicely in this event, and now the story continues. I'm looking forward to, you know, I mean, hopefully we can get to cast that one, maybe. That would be awesome.
Dude,
them versus
please.
Vikings. I mean, whenever that match comes up, that is definitely one to watch. Mark your calendars for it, set your alarms, whatever you need to do to make sure you tune into that. But of course, we're just getting started here on the day. We've got plenty more series that are going to be coming up. After the little bit of a break, we'll have the desk break down this action, set up for the next series. But that's it for us. We'll see you next time.
Time slows down when it can get no worse. Wishing there was something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you.
Hold up. Hold up.
the first elimination match of VALORANT Champions. It's time for Team Secret and Crazy Raccoon to take the stage.
My eye. One enemy remaining. Let's go. Enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
And that was the Prime Gaming post-match highlights, or otherwise in this case, a Team Secret frag movie. You know, it really illustrated how dominant they won that map.
Yeah, that was disgusting. That was really, really good. A lot of their plans working. I know we talked on the halftime about how Crazy Raccoon stuff was not working, but Team Secret stuff was, and especially in the second half, they closed that out clinically.
I think the big concern for Team Secret after their series with Gambit was like, how deep is their map pool, realistically? Their icebox was good, their breeze, they got dominated on and bind. I mean, they're up against Gambit, who sort of made the book on how to play like Viper. They decided not to. This map, both Split and Haven looked exceptional.
What did you say earlier? You said the map pool was blooming for them?
Yeah.
Like, that is a very good way to say that.
Exactly, and it's just that case of Team Secret. Not only do I think that matchup against Team Vikings is winnable, I think that there are some top-seeded teams that... So what we got? We got Liquid, we've got Fnatic, we've got maybe Envy later on, depending on how their game goes with Ascend. This is a scary opponent, even past that point of getting out of groups, because it's not only just an interesting take of stuff, it's a cohesive one. It's not, hey, I got an idea. It's, we've been practicing and we've got this down. Like, this is a top 10 team in the world, which I think a lot of people might assume that, oh, these are the two worst teams, Crazy Raccoon losing out against like another poor team. Team Secret are pretty formidable. They're definitely like in the middle of the pack of the other teams in this tournament, including EMEA and NA.
I think over the last two matches for them, I've seen good things from a lot of different players, right? I've seen Wits. To me, this is a breakout performance from him, at least in my eyes, watching him play Valorant. We already had Dubstep, and we already had Jesse Bash on the Gambit game. So now I'm looking at all these guys. They're so good and actually pretty deep, right? So I'm looking at this group now, and all of a sudden, I dubbed it as the group of breath, right? The easiest group for Gambit. But in reality, it's gotten really, really interesting with Vikings and Secret.
Oh, yeah. I mean, even with before we saw Crazy Raccoon, I think a lot of people were split down who they thought was going to be the second team to get out. But I want to talk about Wits real quick, because in this tournament, you know, you mentioned this before. Last time at Masters Berlin, it was the Jets, the Jets, the Jets. In this tournament, we're seeing appreciation for the flex players, the support player.
Yeah.
And Wits, he can do everything.
The secondary duelist, right? That we saw him on the Raze on Split, the Breach. I mean, yeah, it definitely feels like he can. I'm interested to see how far his map or his agent pool goes. If we'll get like a graphic like Munchkin at the beginning of this, you know, if he's going to play 3 or 4 different agents at the end of the entire thing.
And it wouldn't surprise me if there are various different hats on each of these like maps, just different compositions, different ideas, like changing like from a double duelist onto Haven, for example, where obviously we saw him sort of pull it back a little bit on different agents, right? It's just those cases of like, what can they do to maybe throw a few curveballs for teams like Vikings and beyond potentially that are hard to anti-strat.
Yeah, and one thing about it, all that I really like that Team Secret has shown off is that the rules are pretty set, right? But the flexibility from them in each of them, they're still running the same type of stuff. It all makes a lot of sense, which I love. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, we've already given you guys the matchup head-to-head between Fisker and Dubstep. Let's just round it off, you know, after the two maps on what it looks like in this head-to-head in terms of stats, at least. Dubstep already, I think it was 44.4% first blood the last time we checked in on this graphic. That's gone down a little bit, just by a little bit, but the comparison is just, it's so stark.
Yeah, I mean, it's on this map. Obviously for Team Secret, there was a lot of different players stepping up in that one, so Dubstep didn't have to carry carry the load. We were watching on Split, for example, his opping was very important to the team. This time it wasn't so much, but still the stats speak for themselves.
Yeah, and what I like as well, from like watching a few of the games from Dubstep and Team Secret before this tournament and some of the third-party stuff in the Philippines and SCA and stuff, I was thinking, like, are they the best team in SCA? Like, they were losing to like Self-Built, which is another Filipino team, and it's like, they might not even be the best team in their country at this point. So it's more the fact that Dubstep is the most noticeable one. He was sort of let off a lead in those third-party tournament games. Like, he was going very aggressive. He was getting punished in the first few seconds. But this is more refined. He's also just like, they had precautions in case he died early, but he never really got punished, did Dubstep. So that's the thing. Like, he had free reign today.
Yeah, he could have do whatever he wanted. I want to talk about your boy Jesse Vash as well, because this is the Verizon high-speed moment. And yeah, Ryan, I'll let you talk through this.
So this is what 10 years of esports experience looks like. And it's scary, the fact that he does this. It's also just the pings that are coming through from his teammates, and yeah, he's going to be pretty happy with that. It's just the reads have been so good from Team Secret. Jesse Vash can just cover his eyes like it's Bird Box or something, and he still has a good idea on what he needs to do.
I love it. I love that they're marking things for their teammates, especially when they're smoked off, but there's only one person dead too, so that's really, really... Oh, actually, all 5 players were up, so they're all doing it for him at the same time. I love it. That's just good Sova experience right there.
I would be so tilted if I were the enemies and I had to find out that that's the reason that you died. But I felt like there were a few moments like that, right? Just them being intuitive enough and getting all the important kills.
Yeah, there was definitely a few moments like that, but the crosshair placement from Jesse Vash is exceptional enough that that's just really nice.
It's funny how I keep comparing him to Fnatic, but when you think about it, these are two teams that like have got to champions, not even off their own back, right? Like Fnatic were very reliant on the fact that Gambit had to win Masters free.
Well, they could have played LCQ.
Yeah, of course. But it's like, I imagine once they got to that position, it's like, oh, we really need to work our asses off to get there. It's the same for Team Secret, because they only got through because Paper X didn't go further in the tournament. They were equal on points, and it's just because Bren at that time won the SEA playoffs at that. So I imagine it's been a case of, yeah, we need to actually work on our game because we didn't really do it off our own back, so we need to be prepared for it.
Yeah, well, we spoke about your favorite player, Jesse Vash, and it's time to hear from my favorite player, Dubstep. He's standing by with Mitchman in the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. Yes, I am here on the interview stage, joined by Dubstep from Team Secret, and we're about to go through that incredible game you guys just played. I want to start out by saying, man, congratulations on your first win here at Champions.
Thank you so much. It means a lot to me and my team because we were really looking forward to go out the groups, and we are also looking forward to facing Vikings soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, speaking about that, before we get to Vikings, I want to talk about the opponents you just faced off against, Crazy Raccoons. Now, these guys, I heard in some of the videos we had before the game that you guys scrim within the Japanese region a little bit. Were you familiar with Crazy Raccoons coming into this game?
Yeah, but don't get this wrong, because there was a really big gap in the scoreline. I know Crazy Raccoon is a very great team, and I feel like we were just used to how they play. So it doesn't mean that they're not a good team. It's just that we are really ready for what's coming for us. And I have a lot of respect to Crazy Raccoon, especially the guys there like Net. I can see his emotions when we were fist bumping earlier, and it really broke my heart. And I wish we could both go out to the groups together, and I wish them good luck on the future as well.
That's a really beautiful thought. Yeah, you know, obviously you came into this, and as you're saying, you're familiar with this team, but I bet you didn't expect it to be as dominant as it was. I mean, it felt like you guys were in control from the start to the end of this game, and I have to ask, we see a lot of teams take their foot off the gas a little bit. It's easy to get that maybe 10-2 first half, but closing it out flawlessly is a difficult thing. How do you guys keep yourself in the game, even when the game is flowing that easily?
I guess you could make an example like the Icebox game from Gambit. We could close it out without any problems, no 9 tweakers or whatsoever. But I feel like closing games is such a big thing in Valorant because there are ultimates in the game, like you can utilize them, you can take advantage on what round you should use it, what round it would count the most. It boils down on how you use your per se bonus rounds or some sort. Yeah. So like whatever happens, just don't choke.
Just don't choke. Yeah, a couple teams could use that advice, I'm sure. Well, listen, talking about the opponents you've got up next, Vikings, both of you have had some pretty close games up against Gambit in the grand scheme of things. How are you feeling now coming into this? Do you think Vikings is going to be a big challenge?
I'm pretty sure they're going to be a big challenge because I saw them against Gambit as well yesterday and they were really doing good. We have to watch out for Stacey also, and I feel like it's going to be a great match, and I'm looking forward to it.
Well, I wish you the very best of luck, and thank you for joining us here on the interview stage. We're going to toss things over to a break, and when we come back, we'll be launching into Crew versus Furious, so don't go anywhere.
Inside my head, I can't make it stop. It just goes on until I'm dead. The sound inside my mind plays all the time. I press repeat till I delete this beat. Inside my head, I can't make it stop. It just goes on until I'm dead. The sound inside my mind plays all the time. I press repeat till I delete. I delete, press repeat, press repeat, press repeat, till I delete, press repeat, press repeat, press repeat, till I delete, press repeat, press repeat, press repeat, till I delete, 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 I delete,
Stay low key. Don't follow me. I stay low key. They cannot see what I'm trying to be. Don't follow me. I stay low key. They cannot see what I'm trying to be. Don't follow me. Don't follow me. Don't follow me. Don't follow me. I stay low key. see what I'm trying to be. Don't follow me, I stay low key. They cannot see what I'm trying to be.
Welcome back to Champions, everybody. I'm Dash, that's Potter, that's Jess, and we're jumping on for the next 2 matches of the day. Some elimination matches coming up. That means the pressure is on for all the teams taken to the stage, and we kick things off with Crew versus Furia. And I want to start by setting the table for everybody at home about what we've already seen from these 2 squads. For Furia, they actually pushed Sentinels in a 1-2 loss across 3 different maps, and they were relatively close battles. Crew, unfortunately, had the privilege of playing against a very dominant Team Liquid and falling down to them 2-0. But both of these teams very much have it in them to get that rematch or get that second match against Sentinels to try and get out of the group. But I want to know your take, Potter, when you take a look at these 2 teams, how they should be feeling coming in.
I mean, you touched it, right? You nailed it. We got to focus a little bit on Furia because as you say, Dash, that matchup versus Sentinels, that could have been a 2-0 very easily. You know, had Furia converted that first one, Breeze, they looked freaking spectacular, right?
Yeah.
And they just came out swinging, and it feels like it's hand in hand. The map Breeze, it's just such a large map, and when we think about Brazilians, when we think about this Furia lineup, we think aggression, we think in your face, and Breeze, it just seems like the perfect layout for the squad.
I don't even think it's just the layout of the maps. I feel like it's the layout of the team. They're on your screen right now. I mean, Xan, the big man, and he, of course, unfortunately has to make a lot of space for the team. I thought he would be Xan and friends. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Xan and co.
Right.
Turns out Fury is here to play, and everyone on the roster has their own role.
Exactly that, right? You see them making their way into the arena just now. I love the confidence from the players as they step onto the stage. They're going to have very much at the forefront of their mind how close they were to pushing Sentinels over the edge and being in that, you know, qualification match that Sentinels found themselves in just yesterday. They want that rematch as well. And as we talk about Xan and Ko, let's talk about Ko, Khalil. I mean, he really showed up in that first series and surprised many, I think.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, we don't talk about the Sentinels enough, right? And it's hard to because when you've got flashy duelists like a Jet, like a Reyna in the forefront, it's hard to kind of shift your gaze towards the Sentinel. But Khalil, he's always in your face. He holds the back lines and he's so clever about it. I love watching Sentinels because it's not, as I said, as flashy, but when you get flanked by a Sentinel, you're thinking, what the heck is he doing? He's still where you buy guns. He should be out on the map. He should be poking, but the best of them, they don't have to have the best aim. They just have to have a bigger brain, and Khalil, he's got it, man.
You know what? He had the highest ACS, and I know we don't point out ACS when it comes to Sentinels, no problems, but he had the highest ACS against Sentinels. He outdid Xan, and I think that's something to really, you know, shout home about when you have a player that's consistently keeping up those results for the team on any map.
Also, too, just the idea that so often he's the second in, right behind the entry, right? And it's like that's kind of somewhat unusual to see from a player like that, but then he follows it up by hitting the shots. You've heard a bit from us about Furia. Let's hear from them themselves.
Meu nome é Alexandre, meu nick é Xande, sou jogador da Fúria, estão cansados de me ver já. Então, eu e meu time aí estamos juntos há praticamente 1 ano, né? A gente só teve uma mudança que foi a entrada do Mazin. A gente acabou tropeçando em todos os Masters, então a gente acabou se frustrando um pouco, mas como a Fúria já é bem conhecida nesse meio, eles trabalham bem nosso psicológico, a gente trabalha bastante isso. E aí a ideia é essa, nunca desistir, se manter, e é por isso que a gente tá aqui hoje, né? Pra basicamente resiliência. E sobre a molecada, os moleques do meu time, eu não poderia escolher jogadores melhores. E eu, né, que sou o paizão do time, já sou bem mais velho, um pouco mais experiente. E é isso, é uma junção de fatores, como eu falei, que faz nosso time ser tão forte, assim. Essa diferença misto de sentimentos, de idade, experiência, é o que torna a gente bem forte. Quando as pessoas pensam em mim ou citam meu nome, eu gostaria que elas pensassem no em paixão, amor, porque eu realmente vivo. Tudo que eu faço, eu vivo com muita intensidade. Então, tipo, eu sempre boto muita vontade, muito amor nas coisas. Claro que todo mundo tem seus defeitos, seus erros, né? Eu tenho 2 jogadores bem novos que são o QCK e o Khalil, mas já mostraram o nível deles aí no evento presencial que foi o Last Chance no Brasil. E tenho 2 jogadores experientes aí, que é o Mazin e o NZR, que já competiram diversos mundiais aí nos seus respectivos jogos. A nossa meta nesse Champions, né, a gente tem que ir passo a passo, mas eu sou um pouco exagerado, eu acredito que a gente pode surpreender em chegar até na final ou brigar pelo título, por que não? E aí, um jogo de cada vez, mas claro, eu sempre sonhei muito alto, com o pé no chão, claro, a gente vai um jogo de cada vez, mas a gente tá aqui pra ganhar, né, assim como todos, e a gente vai dar o nosso melhor pra isso. A mensagem que eu queria deixar para meus fãs é só agradecer todo o apoio que vocês têm, não só comigo, como com o meu time. Então, eu queria parabenizar vocês aí por torcer pela gente, ou seja, por outro time brasileiro, apoiar a sua região.
I'm taking things step by step, citing resilience as the key factor that he thinks makes them a strong team. And resilience is something you're going to need here on an international stage in order to eventually lift that trophy. And speaking of resilience, though, another team that's going to need it is Crew. This is a team that might have a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, having made it to the quarterfinals at Masters Berlin, but now already finding themselves in an elimination match and on the verge of not making the cut. Jess, this is a squad that we know has what it takes to get there, but we haven't necessarily seen it just yet.
Yeah, and I hate to say, the Crew's looking a little bit hot and then they look a little bit cold, and I never know where to put them on the spectrum, especially in this matchup. You know, production, what is your prediction? I don't know, give me 5 minutes. I got to think about whether or not I feel Crew's on the hot or they're on the cold today. So for me, I'm sort of looking at how they're going to go throughout the rounds as a team rather than the individual players.
You better figure it out fast, because I'm going to ask you in just a couple minutes. What are your thoughts on Crew?
I'm glad that Jess mentioned as a team, right? Because when we look at this Crew lineup, it was hard for me to make any sort of judgment. There were small, minor mistakes that made their jobs and lives a lot harder than it should have been, right? I think back on that Haven matchup, there was a missed smoke in Heaven. Nags, he gets picked off as he's entering into the site. Small, minor mistakes like this kept catching Crew off guard. And although they had a fight in the beginning, those first 6 rounds, later it looked like they got outclassed. I'd like to see them coming out swinging this time, polish it up, tighten it up, actually have yourself a chance to fight back in this map.
I think a key part of that's going to be Klaus. When we talk about the success that they had at Masters Berlin, he was a big piece of it.
You know what? He's a big piece of that, but he hasn't been a big piece so far, and that is probably the detriment of us bringing him up as the counter sentinel to obviously their opponents of Furia today. We're talking about Khalil. The man was a shining star. Unfortunately, Klaus, he was almost missing on the map. Multiple of those maps, he was not having the impact he was looking for, and I was looking over to some of his stats, and okay, stats don't tell the full story. I know Potter will probably agree with me here, but I just couldn't find moments where I felt like he had the impact a Sentinel should have on maps where Sentinels will have great impact.
Well, I'm definitely curious how he'll show up today. They're going to need it, as we mentioned. When he finds the shots, he's there, and that's a big piece of their victories. I'm wondering how he's dealing with the pressure of the event, and luckily for us, we've got him on tape talking about dealing with pressure here at Champions.
Hola, soy Klaus de Crew Esports, juego Killjoy y estoy acá. La presión de jugar una Champions, lo que jugar cualquier torneo presencial, o no somos el mismo equipo que cuando estamos practicando, y eso es lo más importante, y creo que es factor de la presión y eso. Primero que nada, muchas gracias, y no solo a los fans de Crew ni de Latinoamérica, sino que a cualquier hispanohablante del mundo que está apoyando a la región, no solo Crew como a nosotros, sino que todos los días está apoyando a cualquier equipo de la región, y hoy nos toca a nosotros representarnos. Muchas gracias por bancarnos en las buenas, en las malas, igual que perdamos, igual que ganemos.
See if we can deal with that pressure, because again, it all comes down to this matchup. It's do or die for both of these squads. And I want to start kind of reframing towards the matchup at hand. We talked a lot about what we've seen from them so far. Let's talk about what we might see from them today. And it's got to start with the map vetoes. Interestingly enough, both of these teams have played the same maps so far here at Champions. It's been Haven and Ascent for both of them. And for both teams, those are the maps they took the losses on. Of course, Furia did have that Breeze win, so one more map in the pool for them. But I'm curious, from the two of you, Potter, I'll start on your side. What do you think is going to break down here?
You know, I think we're going to have a rematch once again, the same maps coming out. I think Crew, as I mentioned before, they didn't really get to play out the rounds and stick their game plan like they would have wanted to. I wouldn't be surprised if they come out and pick Haven again. I'm probably looking at a bind Breeze for Furia, perhaps. And there it is.
There it is.
Yeah.
Icebox and Bind off the table. So definitely still an option for us to go back to Haven and Ascent for both these squads.
I'm a little surprised by the Icebox ban. Yes, okay, both teams have mixed results, but their opponents have worse results than them. So if you really want to take them off guard, but I know I see your face there, Dash.
Yeah.
Is that a fracture? Is that a, wait, hold on. Is that a first map fracture, not a deciding map fracture?
That's what it is. That's why it's so surprising.
Sheesh.
All right, I love it though.
And the fact that, you know, Crew, they banned Breeze the last time around, and generally speaking, in your opening match, if that's not a map that you want to even flirt with or even have the chance, second time around, that's interesting. That just means that they went back to the drawing board and figured a different game plan out, and they're feeling a little bit confident to let that float.
This makes me happy, though, because tournament life on the line, bring out the Fracture.
Yeah, you're
know?
absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I mean, Ascent is going to follow. Okay, we're going back to the script here, ladies and gentlemen. Not sort of veering off the road here. We're going to go back onto it.
We almost went over the edge.
We did. And, well, Ascent is going to be one of those maps that, yeah, okay, we have mixed results again here from Furia particularly. They're so 50-50 on this map, but when they have a good map, it's really obvious.
So now we're looking at the second phase of bans. With Breeze still on the table, I'm wondering if that's something you target as Crew, having seen Furia find success on it already in this tournament.
Absolutely. I don't think they're going to want to even chance that. I'm surprised that Furia didn't punish Pickett in the first round. It should go out this time around. I guess that's probably going to leave Haven. It should, as the last.
You'd imagine so, but it is down to Furia's choice here between Split and Haven.
I would be surprised if...
There it is.
Okay, there you go. I'm going to get rid of Split. I mean, look, the big thing for me is that no matter how this map ban had gone, bar Fracture, I actually put Fracture to the side on this and I looked at all the other map videos and the possibilities. I was expecting either Split or sort of like maybe an Ascent. We know Crew likes Ascent to some, and then Bind is a huge favorite for them. So I don't know who this favors, because if you're going to highlight Fracture even as map 1, we can't give you even like a foundation as to what to expect from either of these teams. We're going in blind here, ladies and gentlemen. It's like jumping in a plane and hoping you know where to land. You're just going to see if it sticks.
Right, we've barely seen it at this tournament at all, let alone these teams on it. And so a lot is going to be up in the air with that map 1, but that's why I think it's going to be so important. Haven and Ascent are comfort picks, but it makes you think that whoever does take map 1 has a tremendous edge in this series.
They certainly do, and I'm still so shocked that we're seeing Fracture this deep into the tournament. That's ballsy. I'm loving it. You know, there's no blueprint for that map. There's no past successes that these underdogs or top dogs can look at and feel like, okay, this is the game plan that we want to optimize. This is going to look good for us. There's nothing like that. These guys are innovating out there. We're going to see brand new stuff on a brand new map. Exciting stuff.
Maps are in. We're starting with Fracture. We're going to go to a break because that's going to give us a minute to figure out what the heck to talk about when we come back. We'll see you in just a bit to dive into this matchup.
Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play.
Welcome back to Champions, where the pressure is mounting for our next two squads. It's Crew versus Furia. 3 maps out there in front of us, the first of which is Fracture. And I don't think I can say that enough. I'm just so happy that we're going to see Fracture as the first map between these squads. But again, it's all on the line between them. And with so little tape on this map, we're just going to have to wait to see what the teams have for us. They're ready to walk out onto stage. Let's go meet them. Respect shown between the players, between the coaches. A little bit of joking as well about those height differences. You gotta love it. But for both of these squads, they want to make sure that this is not the last time they step out onto this stage. And if they want that to be the case, they gotta take 2 maps here in this series.
Big thing for me is that I've been seeing a lot of people talk about the fact that this might be a 2-1. Now maybe I'm just reading into the wrong thing. Maybe I've watched different matches or different maps here, but I really feel like Crew is going up against a big Titan Goliath today. I don't think it's going to be as close as people say it is, and I know people are going to criticize me for that, but I don't know. I just feel like recent form from the team of Furia has shown severe strength compared to Crew.
On paper, it certainly has. I mean, Crew, they've got to come in with a different flavor, right?
Yes.
When we think back on their first initial matchup, it was the mid-round that they were struggling in. Right before they exec into the sites, those multi-kills from Liquid Link, I mean, he was getting 2, 3, 4Ks back to back to back. I think the spacing, Crew, they really have to focus on that. They cannot give these defenders so much breathing room to be able to pop those different shots up on multiple targets.
And you're gonna wanna start out on the right foot. And to do that, that means you need to take a Fracture. Again, I know we threw to a break and I said we're gonna try and come up with some stuff to talk about, but there is so little tape on this map across the world that it really just leaves so many open questions.
You know what? I'm going to throw something out here.
Please do.
How good was Fnatic on Fracture? And as a result, the biggest thing you can do as a team is look to what other team successes are doing. Wonder whether or not the copy-paste can work, the Control-C, Control-V, if you know what I'm up to, and see if it sticks on this map. I don't think that that is the play necessarily, because you'll be pushing people out of their comfort zones and whatnot, but you are in a do-or-die situation. You can go in comfortable, or you can go, what I like to call in Australia, balls to the wall, and just go, what does this map have to show? Fnatic has shown how it is best. Let's do it that way.
Yeah, I think that's not a bad shout at all. Copy paste, and you know, Fnatic showed pretty clearly how to attack that B bomb site, right? That tower split, the fact how they were utilizing the rays and the paint shells to buy space. Certainly, I think that sort of blueprint is laid out. But again, everyone saw that, right? I think as we go out through this tournament, we're going to see the different reactions for these teams as they make those kinds of reads. As we see these Asian selects coming out, I think Breach, it's a given. Both squads, they're definitely going to want that sort of fault line and flashes to buy them some time within the rounds.
Very interesting though, no raise, because I love the call out on the success that Fnatic found with it, and so both of these teams mirror matchup between them.
Speaking copy-paste, that mirror matchup, both of these teams are like, all right, let's go to Fracture, high five on it, and let's just verse each other exactly as we please, and show exactly how maybe, you know, we do it in different parts of the world on Fracture. I want to see a different region's take on this map, because we're setting the meta. We want to see where it's going. It's very early in setting the meta here on Fracture. But this is the World Championships, baby. You don't leave anything in the door.
And another interesting point is that both squads are deciding to bring out 2 controllers. I think that's the biggest point of contention across not just Fracture, but even Split, even Icebox. How many smokes do we really want? Is Viper really enough? And both squads say no. They want to have the extra utility from Astra.
We get the handshake when it comes to the comps. I was saying yesterday when we saw so many comp differentials that sometimes it's really fun to see the strategic differences, but by the same token, when you do get that mirror matchup, you really feel like skill and team synergy are what's going to come out on top. And so what a way to start off this 3-map series than by going up against each other with the very same tools in hand. Let's go to predictions. Jess, I told you I was going to ask, and you've had a few minutes.
I have
So
had a
I'm
few
going to
minutes.
start with you. Who are you thinking?
I really still have to put, some respect on the name of Furia. What they've shown me thus far, recency-wise, I think I've just got to put them down as the winners, especially for the series.
Do you think it's going to be that 2-1 that you mentioned some people do think, or you think it's going to be as dominant as a 2-0?
I want to also then, in return, be able to put some respect on Crew's name and say 2-1. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
What about over here?
I'm going to say 2-0 Furia. I'm going to say 2-0 Furia. I think both of these squads are pretty familiar with each other. I think the fact that Crew are bringing out Fracture into the mix, it can be a great thing, but it's a little bit worrying for me. It's yet to be seen, but I'm going to say Furia 2-0.
All right, there you have it. Some faith in Furia here. We'll see if Crew can keep their tournament hopes alive and challenge them. We're kicking things off on Fracture, and we've got Mitch and Tom standing by for the call.
Sounds pretty good, doesn't it? They're finally hearing Dash say your name after having a few days off. You've been chilling, relaxing in the hotel, having a good time.
You know what? Yeah, a great time, Tom. I've had a great week. You know that. I've realized I've come in straight away. Mike's on the wrong side, but you know what? We do these things. It's listen, I'm warming up. I'm warming up. All right, give me a little bit of time.
I need my professional co-commentator back. And what people don't realize is you also knocked everything off the desk.
Dude, I
about
literally
2 minutes
dismantled
ago.
this desk when I got here. It was like I was just so mad that Ryan was here for so long. I was like, no, I can't look at any of this.
He even got a cake.
He did. He did.
On your birthday as well.
Don't start. Don't start. It's a full disclaimer here. It's nobody's birthday today on the broadcast. Not worldwide. That's not. All right, we're ready to jump into the game, though, Tom. I'm super excited to actually kick this one off. Fury and Crew, we're talking about Fracture, a map that we don't really know a lot about either of these teams on, and already they're looking to fight. I like that cam. It's going to force out all of this control towards Dish. QCK still wanted to fight for it, and he's paid for that with his life. His teammate, though, Khalil, coming in with at least the first. A little bit paranoid on that, and he'll be dropped as well.
A little bit more aggressive from Khalil. Obviously picking up an Astra here. It's a little bit more interesting from his side of things. We've seen him switch up those roles. Cast though.
What?
Damn. All right. He's here to play today. 4 kills already in the pistol round. And NZR, well, he's got a fair amount to do here in this retake. I would say I'm not a believer.
No, not quite. I mean, Klaus is still up and about, looking for that ace as well. And he's going to catch him off guard on a side angle. Oh, but he won't end up with the ace. Shut down at the end. It might not be a victory in rounds, but Furia will look at that ace denial as a mini victory of their own. Even still, 1-0 to Crew, who decided to pick this map.
Yeah, I do wonder the preparation that's there for, at least for Furia's side, because I think we can already make the assumption that realistically if Crew have decided to pick this map, they've probably prepared at least a little bit.
I would hope so.
Yeah, and I think even just, as said, some of the composition choices that are coming through, identical at least within the agents, but as said, like at least in recent times, we've seen Khalil playing as that Sentinel player. Like he's someone who picks up the Killjoy a lot of the time. And although, okay, if you go back to like some of their older bind comps, he was someone who, or even just older comps in general, he was someone who played like an Omen or something like that. So this is definitely something they've attempted. I'm interested by it though, because I do think there are a lot of strong Sentinel players who can pick up and switch up to that controller role, especially when it's Astra, just because Astra, in sense, is a little bit of both.
That's 1-0 for Crew with a tech pause coming through. You can see that on the stage there. Crew having a little bit of an issue. They'll get that ironed out in just a moment, some of these teething problems on the stage. But when we look at this map, you know, it's one of the worst ones really to sit down and think about from Furia's perspective, because yes, we know well, yeah, but the thing is, as you said, we know that Crew have put that preparation in, otherwise they wouldn't have picked this map. What scares me is the fact that Furia came in, they picked the same comp. They're looking at, obviously they've put some thought into this map. The question is, how far has it gotten? Has it been a simple, yo, if somebody picks it up against us, let's run this comp. We've seen a few VODs, we've played 2 or 3 scrims, or is this something that Furia feel like Crew have just activated their trap card?
I think as well, like, chances are, if they were going to be prepping this map going into the tournament, I would almost bet that Crew might have been one of the teams that they played it against.
Yeah,
like,
true.
You think about it, like, okay, of course, we talk about, like, you've got the Brazilian qualifier and you've got the South American qualifier. Well, those two places are pretty close together. In fact, some of the countries are even, like, Brazil are closer than some of the others. So chances are that either they've intentionally avoided each other going into the tournament because of the groups, or they've just been scrimming everyone around them as well. So that's why you're seeing this identical sort of idea. Obviously, when we saw Fnatic play it earlier, it is still some similarities. The only real change is Raze for Jet, which I think from seeing Raze on this map, I'll admit, when I first saw this map come out, I was like, oh, I don't know how well it's going to work for Raze. I am convinced just by watching Durka.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And you know, looking at this map, sure, when it comes to the more conventional attack side, Raze, blast back in to create space, yes, your Jet's going to be able to do that better. I feel like that's almost hands down when it comes to Fracture, but clearing out those angles with your paint shells, with your Roombas, can be very helpful indeed, but obviously we won't be seeing any of that this time around. One of the most important agents to have is the Breach. When it comes to this map, I genuinely think if you don't pick a Breach, you're trolling and throwing at the same time. Mix two words together, Tom. Didn't go as bad as it could have. Yeah, I can prove that. But when it comes to Breach on this map, you even just look at a picture of the map. Literally everything is perfect for his Aftershocks. That's a free PC utility you're going to be able to throw in again and again. Or the fault line, sorry. Obviously the Aftershock clearing out the corners is incredibly valuable for the same reason we talked about. Combine that with a Raze, and all of a sudden you're looking at a very, very efficient execute that doesn't really need that sort of dash-in ability, but we have it here with the Jet. Just going to have a much more aggressive sense to it. That said, I'm not too surprised when it comes to a Crew and Furia looking for a bit more aggro out of those early rounds. It's kind of what we know them for.
Yeah, I think as well, like, we saw it again initially, a lot of people picking up that Killjoy, so it was almost just like you needed Breach even before you were like theory crafting this map, because otherwise you're going to get wrecked by just someone putting the ult underneath the map and you're just like, I cannot destroy this in any other way.
Well, Tom,
so.
you know, there is an Odin. That's the other thing, right?
You could stare at the floor and shoot an Odin.
Yeah, stand in the middle of B-side.
Yeah,
in the open, aim down, and just spray. It's all good.
Yeah.
I don't see a problem with that.
You know, that sounds like a great idea.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Honestly, I'm surprised that you're no longer the analyst of Alliance.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I started coming up with these golden ideas, and all of a sudden they're like, you know what, man? We're good. We're good.
So it's interesting. Like you said, the tech problem currently is coming from Crew. Just a few in-ear issues. Didn't seem like they were having too many problems when it came down to the pistol, though. So and now soon they'll have sound as well.
Crew or Klaus? I mean, this was a Klaus round, right? The fact that he's able to hold down Dish like that. Obviously, that's a part of the map, and this is something I want to.
Is it?
Oh, is it? Wow. I was actually going to say something else on top of that, Tom. Fracture is a map, but when it comes to dish control, this is a part of the map that you can see Crew want to control. And I expect going into the buy rounds, they'll have some ideas of how they can pressure their opponents out of it. Because to me, in a pistol round, you stack two players towards it, you push up. Either you were trying to get that early flank on the other side, which on this map is exactly how that works, or you are attempting to maintain that control for the late round and have a solo player holding it, which is something that I think not enough teams do.
I think especially the gamble a lot of the time will be in defending that B site, and thus the A site players are always going to have to be aggressive to one half, so that you hold it for that retake. Basically, is either you're going to have that dish control, or you're going to have a horse control, and then you can go for it. But it does look like we're going to be getting ourselves back into the map, at least in a moment. So we'll see what's going to happen post-pistol, which is always nice, because you don't learn a whole lot from a few headshots from a cheap gun.
You don't really, no, unfortunately. But this time around, we'll see not too much to learn from either. Because, of course, both of these teams are going to be Crew coming in with a strong buy. Furia, not so much. They've only got the classics, even a shorty to play with there. I'm not too surprised with where it's being deployed up towards the tower. The reality is, you know, Crew at this point, they've been flawless so far. Already, two players are pretty low tagged, and with Kesnet falling, they kind of want to be careful not to lose anyone else, because they did all invest. There's no ghost or anything carried through in this round.
Yeah, anything extra here, realistically, from Furia would be a nice little bonus. Now, one of the things I kind of want to talk about, although there have only been a couple of matchups within these sort of like high-level tournaments, but Crew have a pretty decent record when it comes to facing off against the Brazilian teams. Like, we've already seen them beat out Vivo Key, obviously before they updated their roster with MW0. and previously also beating out Shark. So, and I think both in a 2-0 fashion, and at least in the case with Vivo Keed, personally, I thought Vivo Keed were coming into that as my favorite for the match. So I would say that I definitely agree with the desk that I want to see Furia come out. I want to see them like do as well as they did facing off against Sentinels. But I do also think that Crew, when they face off against either local opposition or Brazilian opposition, they play with a different level of confidence than, for example, when they play against Liquid. And that's where we kind of see those sloppier mistakes from Crew. Whereas, as said, versus the other sort of comparable regions, they actually look like one of the better teams.
Yeah, I think going back to the point that you made before about Fury and Crew scrimming each other, I'd find it very odd if Fury were actively scrimming Crew, especially if they were trying new things like a Fracture. I doubt they would have seen that from each other.
You could say that for both teams.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think the fact that Crew have been so dominant against the Brazilian teams in the past, it's probably just someone you want to stay away from. And if you are scrimming them, it's going to be an Ascent or something, you know, nothing really out of the ordinary, unlike that. How did Zan get away with 2 to start that out? Furia dominating the early fights and looking at a 4v2 now.
Yeah, they had a heavier stack in towards this A site as well, and now you're looking at the remaining 2. Now this is similar to the last round. As much damage as Crew can hope to achieve. Make it so that there's some repurchases, make it so that your rebuy is going to be strong. Every single player, though, is coming in from Dish. And I don't think anybody's going to be expecting this. Straight through the Nebula they go, looking to try and pick them apart. It gives an opportunity. They all lined up for a second. And with NCR only on 12 HP, that very nearly went very badly wrong.
I feel like we could have ended up with a disaster of an opening buy round for Furia. And even still, with 2 players alive, it's not exactly the victory they would have hoped for. Crew will be able to come into this in high spirits, knowing that they did good damage, got that spike plant as well, and presumably identified some of the early aggression out of Furia. This is not the first time that we've seen them aggressively look to seize Dish control. Although it is the first time they've had nearly that level of success with Zan going nuclear.
And now we kind of look at the purchase. It's not actually amazing out of the side of Crew. If they are going to go for anything here, it's a bit of a mixed bag, like just actually keeping things up. Or about, no, wait, I've got that backwards. I'm talking about Furia. Doesn't seem to matter, though.
That happened to me. It's
okay.
okay.
Zand has just popped the face of Klaus. And he actually has his Bladestorm now, so he could just drop that weapon over and play his Bladestorm instead.
Kind of wild to see so many players on Furia with those pistols, but they're still having the early round success. Zand lit to 1 HP. Probably going to look to transfer that rifle over to a teammate as the Bladestorm, but with 1 health. I highly doubt you're going to be deploying it. You'll play the Sheriff instead.
Yeah, he's head over to his teammate. And there he is! Mazin finding the kill. Will get traded out in response. Again, bear in mind there are some weaker weapons here for Furia, but they do still have a man advantage, even if he is on just a slither of health. It's going to be the rotation coming through from Crew, trying to reposition, find themselves another opening, and they also have to go and get the spike.
Yeah, that's one of the big problems for them right now. Luckily, the aggression is kind of tapered off towards that B site, so the spike can be recovered and brought where, though? That's the problem. They were looking for a little bit of A-site control. They're going to move through Dish, but Furia still have a trap wire there. That's going to be free information. Oh, no, that's going to be free information. And Mazzino has no idea that there's a player. Oh, he does. He suspects it's a double push. They've done it too often, but Furia still get away with the kill, leaving Kesnan and Delzik to do it all in a 2v3.
And they're running out of time. Going to be able to get on to the plant. Zand still getting kills, even with just 1 health. And now it is left all onto Kesnet to try and clutch this one back. Not on his usual age. He's actually going to pop himself up. His opponent's been launched up into the air, flying through the sky, QZK. But they're still both over on Dish. And he has an inkling there coming from the other direction. He's got to be careful as they look to try and drop down. The sound cue will give it away. Sprays down the first, but the trade comes in thick and fast. QZK will give another round for Furia. And bear in mind, they had, what, 3 pistols there? That's a pretty good round.
That's an incredible round for Furia. Again, with the context of the previous being a little bit shaky, coming into this one and dominating like this, considering the bye they had. The one thing I will say is we have seen Dish every single round. It is a point of contention on this map in the early, late, and mid stage of the round. It's somewhere that one of these teams is going to eventually abandon, right? You're going to have to give it up. You can't just keep fighting for it. And I honestly think that Furia at this point will have that thought in their head. They'll be thinking, maybe we don't continue to push that area down because it's getting a little bit predictable.
This should do. That goes there.
I'm still surprised. Like, we were sort of talking before this cast went through, before we actually knew that Fracture was coming up as a map, and I was saying to you, like, oh yeah, recently it looks like Kesnet has sort of gone into a more of like a puggy agent role. He's been picking up a Reyna here and there. He's on Breach.
Yeah, it's not exactly what we anticipated, let's say. I like to see it though, man. Like, adding in that extra depth, especially when it's an agent like Breach on this map. Someone's got to do it.
Yeah, I'm just thinking back though, and I was never particularly impressed in comparison to some other agents with his Sky. So I want to see if it's going to work out. Like, at least on his fragging ability, I don't think there's any questions when it comes to Kesnet. Like, he is an utter superstar. But I want to see how good his breach is, not just how good his aim is.
That's a very interesting ult coming out of the attack side. It doesn't quite get them onto the site. It'll get them right up to it, but it almost feels like a disadvantage, Tom, unless they're going to try to split in through the middle, perhaps? No, they're committing to this site, losing Nagzit already, and now, oh, well, the Viper's pick coming out on the other side. Like we said, it's very difficult for these players to actually get in towards the site. It's very difficult for them to stay alive as well, as Kesnet's going to be left alive in a 1v5.
Yeah, I'm not gonna put too much down to his breach in this round, if I'll be brutally honest. He would have had to pull off the craziest clutch of all time, and well, it hasn't happened. And yeah, I agree. A pretty heavy commitment of an ultimate in a round where you didn't really have too much to play with, trying to take some extra space, but it was space that kind of didn't really benefit them that much.
But again, I could see it being relevant if they're going to go for a split through mid. It gets you across there. It starts to open up a lot more angles, but where it was, I mean, you just look on the map and it literally, they have to jump out of it to get QCK, and they didn't use it to try and push into the backside or anything because all of their teammates were dead
like
before they could.
They finished the Prime Gaming Flawless with just like every player peeking him at once. I like that from Furia though. This is one of the things I think that a lot of people have made comparatively to other teams within their region, is that Furia are very well regimented and use their utility incredibly well.
These are horrible people. These are actually horrible people on Furia. Look at their setup on Dish. You've got a breach ready with the flash. As soon as Jet takes contact, she kills someone, presumably, because it's Zand. And oh, it's not even a flash, it's a rolling thunder. I mean, he's swapping between the two. The idea in the early round was to get a peek, get a kill, dash out, flash, and then have the peek come out of the Astra, which would be the most disgusting double opening that we've seen. Instead, they late round push up and look for the information. They'll get the map control, and now really the ball is in Crew's court. If they can manage to up the pace and push into a site, or shut down that push, but neither happens.
Yeah, this whole round is disgusting. Even their B setup is something I want to highlight. Really low trips, a poison orb so that it covers you walking through it.
Like, they're so late.
It just seems like Furia are playing this round incredibly well. But there is a response with a Cosmic Divide. Mazin's actually going to be caught with his gun out, and this is falling apart now. Khalil will at least trade one back, and Zand is in position just to try and deny them. Turning it into a 2v3 scenario, but they're starting to win the duels back. A 2 versus 2. Zand desperately low on HP, just trying to dodge around the aftershock, but they pincered him into a corner. And what started like such a good setup now comes down just to NZR. Almost catches it out, but Kesnet there with a response on just 5 HP.
Incredible play. For Crew, I felt like they misread that mid round. They started to rotate to the A side after seeing, okay, there's 3 players pushed up on Dish. What they didn't account for was Furia coming back to the A side. They got there way quicker than Crew could, which left Crew walking late into a 3-man stack on that A side. That was a death sentence. That was a round over until Mazin gets caught with utility in hand. The second that that gap is exploited with the Astral Cosmic Divide coming in, that just completely ruined Furia's day. The round was already in the bag, and somehow Crew managed to snatch it back.
Brian actually said to me earlier, wouldn't it be funny if Mazin and Mazinho played against each other? And I'm realizing the answer is no.
No, it wouldn't actually.
It's not. It's a little bit confusing, a little bit frustrating, but you know what? I think we'll get through it. We're probably going to slip up at least a couple more times. This is a setup I was talking about, though. They have I think they did eventually put down a star here as well, and initially had themselves the poison orb. So you can't even see the trips as you attempt to walk in. It just makes it so irritating to try and get through this, and they're so low that obviously if you try and jump over them into the site, you're going to look like a moron.
Oh, there's a snake bite coming through. That snags it off the angle. Oh, I thought he was going to shoot in through the edge, but instead he's just holding, waiting. Viper's wall goes down.
Will the grab well pull them back into the trip? That's the real question if they try and push into this. Here comes the Rolling Thunder, but Nagset, as he tries to jump over, has just been caught. QZK already managing to find a couple of kills. This B-site hold is just looking disgusting, and they're finding openers every single time that Crew actually try and push into the site. It's gonna come down to the clutch ability of the squad once again. But they have it in bucket loads because it's not pretty. QZK is having a round and a half, and Mitch, there's only 2 remaining.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough hold for Crew, and with another player down, walking in through that Cosmic Divide, the only chance for Mazzino, and he'll get nothing as QCK pulls out his 5th kill of the round. An incredible performance as Fury take the lead.
I told you that setup was ratty.
It was. Oh, it was.
The amount of players, I think also, I'm not sure, I think he was hit by a stun. I think it was Nagset as he tried to updraft over, the stun came down, so he couldn't even move as he went through. It's just gross. Yikes. And we normally talk about this map and how like a lot of teams are really struggling to defend B from these sort of setups, especially with the Rolling Thunder. That was a Rolling Thunder invested, and they just wrecked everyone.
I think a lot of it comes down to, as well, being aware of what your opponents have, playing outside of sight when the Rolling Thunder comes in, just creating that extra space for you to play with. Now, starting out this round, again, we talked about Dish and how aggressive it's been, but Furia are going to swap it up. This is the second time we've seen them go towards main, but Nagset wants to run it down, and he will eliminate Zand, leaving Khalil in the corner. Good for 1 at least, and a little bit more. Not a bad performance, all things considered. But it will be an upgrade of a rifle for Crew at least. And with the 2v3 that they've got, that operator, that was in the hands of Klaus. In fact, Mazzino wants to go join him to pick it up instead. I don't know if he's going to make it across.
This fight actually becomes, I was going to say, a little bit awkward for Mazin. So I'm glad that he falls out from there, because that really hasn't gone too well. There is a flank coming through from Dish as well as the weaponry is slowly retrieved. The problem is the more time that is taken here by the side of Furia, by the time of Crew, the more screwed Furia get. Now, they are actually watching this with an operator, but the timing could be awful. He's starting to sneak his way around the back of the site. I think he's dead for sure. NCR just catches him in the open, not expecting them to come through that late, and they just clean this up all too easy. I like the idea from Crew. I think, again, we see that quite commonly, the sort of fault line combination with the gravity well behind it. The problem is, again, Furia just seem to have adaptations for all of these things.
Yeah, most definitely. I think Furia's mid-round calls are just on point at the moment. Even when it came to the Dish push into an immediate fallback to the A side, a lot of the stuff that they're doing in these rounds looks good. And I think Crew came in wanting to catch Furia off guard, but you can see the question that we asked, did Furia actually prepare extensively, or have they done the bare bones research on this map? Right now, I'm very comfortable in saying this is a map that they were ready to play.
Well, actually, I'll be honest, in terms of defensive setups, because I think we've seen a lot of very strong attacks, at least in this tournament.
Yes.
In terms of defensive setups, this might actually be the best we've seen so far in the tournament.
Oh, in the tournament? Yes, I would agree, 100%. I'm a big fan of what they're doing. And, well, Nagset is already in their spawn. This is an incredibly fast pace. A player who previously pushed up on A main, and now he's going to have 2 players close with no idea that he's already here. He catches 1 off guard, nice and easy. Even good for a second as Khalil falls. Sure, the info will be there to play with for Furia, but Crew have got the advantage.
Yeah, they've got themselves an afterplant, a deep Viper's pit, so it's very difficult to actually get anywhere near the site without having to bypass Klaus on the way forward. This is going to be a very, very difficult scenario, and you actually see on the extremities as well, there are players ready and waiting. Now, this does give individual duels, and as I say that, NCR actually manages to win one of them, so back into a 3v3 scenario. Delzik will trade and keep things in a pretty good position, and they need to try and clear somebody on the wrap back around. The swing from Delzik actually grants another, and now it's left all onto Zand. Timer ticking, operator wanting to be saved, and Crew with a fast-paced take are going to get themselves a fall.
I think we can forgive Zand for not going for that retake with an op into a Viper's pit with limited time. Probably the best call to save that one through. But yeah, massive round from Nagset. The fact that he has pushed up on A before, found a 1-for-1 trade, wasn't great, but it's not the end of the world when you're that jet dashing in the early round. But right there, finding that much control in towards their spawn, it completely blindsided any plan that Furia had.
I also wonder if part of that was because of what they saw in the last round. Like, they had that early stun, and there was a second player waiting behind, so they go, okay, if they're playing too deep on that A main spot, well, what are the chances they also have someone playing ropes? Fairly low.
With the fact that they've been aggressively controlling Dish as well.
True.
I think that at this point, Crew have sat down and realized Furia are all in on one angle in the early round, then resetting into a site defense. So how do you beat that? You go all in on a different angle and really catch them off guard. Look at this. Again, you're going to see Nagzit pushing up and taking Dish control. First couple of seconds, he's already in there. There's a flash to support him. They are really trying to pressure this control that Furia have been getting again and again.
There are some very good reasons why you don't go pushing through a Viper's Pit too often, and I think that is one of them. Especially, I like the fact that they still have Cypher utility in there.
It's nasty.
It's just like, you can't even see half the stuff they're doing. Klaus, though, again, they've managed to take space in towards the spawn. This is something that has now happened a multitude of times and starting to become a bit of a worry for Furia. Now, with A main under their belt, and Zan watching in that direction, he actually whiffs. The trade is there again from Khalil, who's trying to catch them on the cross. A good fault line will hold him back and give an afterplant once again. But they're still watching to try and find where Klaus has gone, because with the space he has, he could be anywhere.
Yeah, lots of time, but look at that flank coming through. Looks like Khalil won't be all too much longer. When these two players rush on in, Jet should be able to completely blindside them. Or even Klaus, who's now starting to move up. I don't think they're going to even look towards the side. Time's going to be too low when they run back into towards side as well. Really, the player who has to be making this play is QCK. And if he doesn't find an angle pretty soon, those players are just going to be mowed down coming out of main. The Rolling Thunder doesn't even need to be used. They realize that. Kesnet cleaning it up. And that's when Klaus chooses his time to strike. Although he won't get anything done, Kesnet certainly will, with another strong round out of him. And a 5th for Furia.
Yeah, I have to say, last 2 rounds, I've really loved the adaptations coming through from Crew. Like, they basically decided, like, okay, if you're going to continue to battle these extremities, while you do that, we're going to take control elsewhere. Because you can actually see it right now in the replay, where Klaus actually just walks through while the other side is locked down, and he doesn't actually fight anyone there. He's not looking to spray them down or get all these kills in the back. He just goes, okay, I'm going to give us so much control on that A site that there is no way anybody can rotate through in that direction, which just gives so much space. It does also help when your breach is just mad fragging.
I think one of the big things, though, is the fact that if you look at Kesnet's peak there in the second player, it was unnecessary. When he pulled out the Rolling Thunder, put it away, and swung, if he dies, his teammates are under a lot of pressure over on that left side. However, normally I don't think he would make that play. Right now he is fired up, and he is feeling it. And that is scary because the level of predictability goes down massively when your opponents are feeling that comfortable. They can do whatever the hell they want. And Klaus right now, well, he's in a bit of danger. Pushed up, the smoke was timed perfectly. I don't think that was intentional at all, but it works out for QCK as Furia pick up the opening.
And straight away, you see just Crew fall back off this angle. They know that if there's been a lot of early presence on one side of the map, chances are there's an opening elsewhere. And I think mid-rounds are so important when it comes to Fracture, more so than any other map, because there's always going to be space somewhere. You can't split your defense that thin. Now, you do currently have Khalil watching for this, though. So they've given up A main, Mitch, but they've done it somewhat intentionally.
Oh, yeah. Again, this is what we've seen from Furia. Round in, round out. They'll push up A main, they'll push up Dish. Wherever they go, that's the part of the map they want to control. Utility is left elsewhere to slow them down. You're going to have some Master Utility burned up, but nothing found for it because that Cosmic Divide gets Crew onto site for free. And now we're going to have Furia having to fight back in afterwards. Still, though, they have the man advantage to do it. They have a Cosmic Divide of their own as well.
Now, one of the things, though, is that normally Crew has a lot more control than this. And you can see they're actually going to start fighting for it in the form of Nagzit, because they have managed to take control of mid in a lot of these scenarios, which has made retakes really awkward. Zan, though, is just going to go up above. He may be vulnerable, but he's still fighting. Has Khalil alongside him and just lands the headshot. It's left all onto Nagzit. They expect him to be here, and Zan is going to land every single knife. It will be 6-5 in favor of Furia. And that is a bit of a tongue twister.
That was beautiful. Just watching Zan updraft dash in. He throws a smoke at someone first. Like, hey, I don't even see you when I kill you, bro. Obviously, the idea there was the cloud burst, the spike. There just happened to be a player sat on it, and it works out still, putting them on 6-5. The advantage again to Furia. And once more, we have to highlight, this is Crew pocket picking this map, thinking that they've caught their opponents off guard. And as you can see, Furia are beyond comfortable here on the defensive side. They have ideas for days. And it's not that Crew don't. Yeah. Crew are also performing well, but in the context of this map and what it means, we want to see Crew come in and deliver a solid first half, because when they swap to the defense, if Furia are as prepared over on the attack, which I'd imagine they will be, I get a little bit worried.
Well, they've managed to isolate both of those duels. Yeah. That is not a pretty picture. Again, there's going to be this control taken, but it's expected now. And that's the thing. There was a couple of rounds for Crew where they got that spawn control and they were able to win rounds off the back of it. Well, it hasn't happened in the last couple. Kesnit, though, he's just popping off! What on earth is that? 3 headshots in a matter of seconds. He turns this round on its head, making this a possible scenario. A 2 versus 2, the flash placed into both players' faces. The peek through for Dowsing, but he doesn't expect Zan into the 1v1. The stun has landed perfectly onto him. Kesnit has just used it to escape. Has no idea where he is, and Kesnit comes out with the quad. Is that like his 3rd quad kill of this map so far? Can we bring up a scoreboard? I think I need to see how many kills he's got.
17 and 8 right now, Tom. That is ridiculous. Yeah, you talk about Kesnit on a breach. You said about his Sky, like, yeah, he can frag individually. How do we feel about his breach play? Honestly, he's making this agent look like a duelist at this point. It's unbelievable. He's come out of that half with 3 assists.
So clean.
3 assists, because he is just headshotting everybody. And I love that attempt from Zan. Swaps to the Spectre, knowing he's low, but not even that's going to be enough. Crew are fired up coming into this half now.
Well, it does end 6-6, and actually there was a man over on the other side that says he loves a 6-6 scoreline, so I'm hoping that Dash is as excited about this one as he was before.
I definitely am, Tom, and thank you for listening to me. That's what I just took from that. He pays attention to what I say. 6-6. I'm going straight to Kesnit, though, because for as ready as Furia looked to perform on this map, Kesnit is keeping Crew in it.
Insane stuff. And the fact that when we think back of Kesnit, the casters talked about it. He's a duelist. He's been playing Reyna time after time. And the fact that he's busting out Breach, and not only is he fragging like a duelist, but he's providing that utility. He's the backbone in those hits to allow his teammates to find that sort of space. And with these A site hits, these B site hits, this is a Furia that was completely prepared for Fracture.
I am shocked. I think shocked. And I think Tom and Mitch put it rightly so. This is some of the best defensive setups we've seen so far. I was referencing Fnatic before this, and now I'm sitting here going, whoa, sheesh. How am I balancing up Fnatic's setups and takes on this map compared to what I'm seeing from Furia? I think Crew unfortunately fell into their own trap here of picking this map, and Furia going, ha ha ha, that's the trap we laid, and now you're inside of it.
There are some coaches and IGLs back in their hotel taking furious notes in watching
taking Furia. You know what? I caught your pun.
I had to go there. I know you're up a bit. 6-6 half, though. You have to imagine that while Crew's happy that Kesnit is popping off the way he is, that they probably wanted a little bit more out of that half.
Yeah, certainly, especially with how the pace we've been seeing on Fracture so far. Look, we still don't know. When we go into the second half, it could all of a sudden flip and the defenses might be where it's at, right? But so far, what we've seen at Champions so far is that there's just so many angles on the attack side, so many opportunities. The entire start is in the middle. You can go to the left, you can go to the right. The pinches on this map is real, and Liquid and Fnatic showed us exactly why it should be an attacker-sided map. So, yeah, I mean, I don't even know what to expect going into the second half.
I'm going to go a little bit more heavy on the attacking side, and it's from every single player, coach, analyst, or even people outside analyzing the game. They think this will be an attacking sided map. They think that you should be walking away with an 8-4, for example, and then going onto your defense, hoping to clean up some extra rounds, maybe chaining a couple of rounds here and there. So I'm going to go heavier on that and go on Potter's point there to say that a 6-6 half, whilst it looks good on your screen, it is not good for Crew. This is their map pick, and I think going on in the defense, they're going to have to whip something crazy out, because what Furia did on their defense, that was some sick stuff.
We're going to need to see a couple more players step up behind Kesnit here on the defensive half for Crew. 6-6, dead even as we go back to Mitch and Tom for the call.
Yeah, I'm really excited to be getting back into this one, because I think, honestly, I came in today, I was thinking I don't know what to expect between these two teams, obviously both in that sort of lower bracket, but the fact is that was a banging first half.
You're always a very nice guy, Tom, you know, because I knew exactly what to expect, I'll be honest. You know, Crew are the winners of my least favorite game of all time when they played up against, You said it was Zeta.
Zeta.
Yeah, God, I remember that now. That was horrible. So I expected this to be Furia destroying them, to be honest. Crew have impressed me. You know, respect is earned, and they have certainly earned my respect today because they are playing an excellent game here on Fracture, showing their theory crafting, showing their abilities, not just as individuals, because, yeah, Kesnet has been unbelievable, but the rest of the team as well, their approach, the way that they're thinking about the map and how Furia are approaching it and trying to steal away that early control. An example of that being Nags just getting so aggressive. Man, I love it, and this is what I want to see. Teams elevating their level of play from season to season and not stagnating at a mediocre. Crew have done an excellent job so far, but it's not enough yet. 6-6 at the half, and we're in the pistol right now as they look over on the Furia side on the attack to take the B side. What's Crew's response going to be?
Yeah, starting to make their way forward. No real information garnered just yet, although I think they might have spotted out the cam as they look to try and dash through, already tagged up at least a little bit. As they do look to try and push in towards this site. It's become a little bit awkward for them. Still plenty of time to try and make their move here, but they've been stuck behind the snakebite. And this means that the majority of the team can rotate over, especially with a flank already coming through.
I think the most important is Kesnet is now here. He's got an aftershock to play with. His fault line should be up pretty soon. As they lose the first player here, Crew fighting their way in towards this side. Lots of players on low HP. Nags at just 23 health. Oh, this is tough. They know where he's coming from as well. No opportunity to deny that plant. He's going to have to make his way through sewers here and try to catch them off on a different angle. But Tom, look at the HP of his opponents. If they play this one together, they might be able to trade it out, but they've got to be so careful not to be caught off guard.
Yeah, the thing is now, though, the spike in their favor, they don't even really need to take any risks. It's up to Nagzit to try and find what is a very awkward position, and it may have just got that little bit worse, having to take the extra time to get rid of the pin, and, well, they're actually running straight towards him. QZK, what's just happened there? A complete misread of the scenario. Maybe looking to try and get this one to half. Just going to have to try and hit the instant headshot, and it's not going to be happening. Mazin ends up saving the day, but I question what went through the mind of QZK after what was an incredible 3K in the pistol.
I mean, a fault line's still active. You can use that, as he did, to just put it on the spike when the player is there, double peek in. Easy round in theory, right? Certainly more so than jumping out like that. But it's QCK that gets all the credit for that. That was incredible. 3 kills, very, very quickly found.
Well, not the start that Crew were looking for. And I think especially, we do need to premise that the majority of teams within this tournament so far have been a lot better when it comes to the attack. So the fact that Crew have managed to keep things even while being on the defensive side is a very positive sign. Now, for the defense, I like this. Uh-oh. How good is their pistol play?
Oh, no!
He's not good enough.
Gonna make it away. That was a very unfortunate duel to have to take. Zand was not going to updraft into that, I don't believe it. They're running onto the site, full control for Furia. As they're going to overrun B, get a spike plant as well. But look who's very quickly coming here after that flank play in through spawn. Furia will expect this, and it's only pistols. But they can still do damage if they're given the opportunity.
Zan? Oh, I think he thought he was a little bit more in cover than he was. The fault line as well is superb. Already a couple of kills coming back, but NZR make sure it doesn't get too dangerous. And QZ carries there once again. I don't even think he knew where he was getting shot from.
Yeah,
just spinning around, spamming a right click, just is the ultimate prayer to try and find a kill.
Oh yeah, just spin, click, maybe you get a kill. At the right click, you never know. You never know. But 8-6 will end up, and look, decent attempt by Crew. They do some good damage. Not the end of the world just yet. Giving that pistol round away, certainly not what they want after such a close first half. As we said, things are sort of set to get a bit more difficult when it comes into this half, at least we would imagine, because what we've seen from Furia so far has been very impressive. When it came to their defensive side, they had a lot of interesting ideas for a map that you could have said coming into this would have caught them off guard. Evidently, they're comfortable, and now on their attack, we want to see what else they have planned. This will be a bonus round, though, so we don't expect them to win it. But maybe they have some ideas, and it's going to be a full dish push out of them. Well, not quite full. Mazin's still playing towards the B side.
Yeah, I can only assume he's trying his best to sell a fake here, and it has not worked. Delzik has just popped the heads of 2 players as they look to walk past, and he is managing to wrap his way back around, but I'm unsure what the plan is at this point. Because, okay, if you're trying to throw a few pieces of utility in, bait people into rotating, I can understand the premise, but he was just walking through the tunnels.
Yeah, I know, he's walking back the other way now. He's really having a mosey. having a gander around, seeing what's going down. Thing is, at this point, you don't expect there to be kind of full rotates out of crew towards the B side, or the A side, sorry. And then the other aspect of it is the fact that you're going up against a Cypher and a Viper whose util is already put down. So getting in towards this site is, I mean, it's really, really tough. They're going to kind of run headfirst into a brick wall and see if they can at least make a dent.
They found my wire.
I think the chances seem fairly slim at least. Cage is being popped just to give that extra bit of space. Mazzino with a wonderful headshot onto his counterpart without the O. Now without a head.
One enemy remaining.
Obviously, Khalil didn't want to run through that cage, but now he's going to be caught with 14 seconds left. And
he's got to run through bullets.
He's got to just run into them and die pretty much. See if he can take a few with him, but he will not. And crew bounced back in this buy round with a flawless round. That's exactly what they want.
Yeah, Prime Gaming flawless, of course. And honestly, it's one of those scenarios where it's a bonus round, but at the same time, the manner in which they managed to just control that. Like, Delzik here, Chris, couple of shots, but then he just falls back. I think it's very easy for players in that sort of scenario to just overcommit to that duel, but if he's going to win it and get out of there more times than not, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah, fair enough. The only reason that we criticize angles like that is purely because normally you don't.
Yeah.
But if you can consistently do it, well, then we ain't going to say anything about it. 8-7. Crew obviously just won that round flawlessly, but it was against weaker weapons. Furious still didn't really seem to crack the code of how to get in towards that site, or either of the sites when it came down to their slower play. But they will have looked at that round as an information gathering opportunity. They're figuring out where are crew, how are they playing? In the early round, are they getting aggressive? Where's their utility, for example? A lot of the trap wires here are in pretty much the same positions as they were before. And just gathering that sort of intel can be quite valuable. Now that they're on their buy round, it's time to execute off of it. And you'll see they already have a Viper's Pit to play off. Look who's, oh no! Taken down through the cage. Zand had a really nice timing on that, but didn't have a nice finish to it.
Yeah, and the Warriors on this map in particular, that the information that's just been picked up for free off that one kill now basically tells them exactly what the plan was for Furia. So they have to almost attempt to try and rethink this or bait their opponents into something else.
Yeah, one of the big things here, Nagsit's already pushed up in A. Halls, has full control towards the spawn. At this point, crew are 100% certain, with the second player committed towards holding dish, that this is going to be a B hit. Those players are on edge and ready to pounce the second the Furies start to make their way forward. And it's going to be, again, that Viper's Pit coming through. This can open up the opportunity, as we discussed before, to make it in towards the spawn. But they've already eliminated Mazzino. Now, there actually might be an opportunity for Fury to get to the site.
Unfortunately, though, they've lost a player in return, and the time really is starting to tick away. 10 seconds for them to try and get something done, but they're just beginning to land every single shot, even looking for a kill onto a teammate. It is this man, though, remaining. Kesnit in a 1 versus 2. He's been killing anyone that's put into his path so far. They peek it together. 11 HP, the difference there. I will say I believed.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, well, when it's Kesnit with the way he's been playing so far, sure. But he's not going to find his form in this round in the same way as the previous half. So we'll end up with a 9th for Fury. Look at this. Absolutely nasty. Now, obviously, a lot of these replays, just to quickly let people at home know, a lot of these replays are from the players' perspectives. One of the beautiful things we have here at the LAN, right? We've got the player perspectives being recorded so we can do all these replays. The downside of that means sometimes the UI is in their color because it's from their PC, right? So you'll see it green, red. It kind of threw me off for a second.
Or they might have a horrible crosshair, or just an awful res.
Yes.
Which sometimes you go to their res and you're like, oh my god, do I need glasses? And it's like, no. That's actually just how they like to play.
I'll be honest with you, Tom. You know, as a caster, timeouts usually a bad thing. Tech timeouts certainly, but when it comes to like normal timeouts, they can really disrupt the flow and all that. I love the timeouts here, man, because the music is popping.
I feel like the way that you're moving, it almost looks like you're ready to do one of those like home workouts.
All right, guys, now lift your leg. Up, down, up, down. Let's go. Keep the rhythm, keep the pace.
Feel the burn. You know you can feel it.
Yeah.
If you're not feeling it, you're not doing it right.
Oh, God.
No, not coming to us.
Don't
come to us.
Don't put our home workout on the cam. Yeah, we got a timeout called in here by crew. And again, not too much of a surprise. This is a super tight map, but it slipped out of their grasp a little bit, allowing Fury that round. They want to go back to the drawing board here before it's too late. Can I just say, sure, crew are doing well and Furia are winning, but when it comes to the bling game, Furia are really winning. So some of these guys came in, they're on fire, man. It's incredible.
Yeah, I can understand why maybe it has had a few issues here and there because some of them are like made out of gold.
Yeah,
and, like
dude, I saw diamonds on some in-airs. What is that about? I thought Lothar's were fancy, but...
Do you know what they say?
God damn.
Style over comfort.
Oh, 100%.
Look
yeah.
at you.
I've gone full comfort.
Have you now? Have you? I think the exact phrase you use, I've never sweated this much in my life.
God. So that's going to go in the top 10 things viewers wish they didn't know. Well, we're 9-7 here as we return to play. Crew have just had their timeout. Still onto a bye round. Klaus is going to nerf himself a little bit, but playing behind his Viper utility, that's going to be just fine. We got to look at Crew and what they're attempting in the early round because we've had a lot of aggression out of them, but now they seem to be stagnating a little bit. That's not always a bad thing, though, because they're looking to get Nags at a pick with that operator. He's just not finding any opportunities just yet.
Zand is already deep within the site. They've used that Rolling Thunder to try and take some space, but again, we're looking at these ciphers. They've just been incredible throughout this map. Both players, obviously in the first half, we saw the same from QZK. The thing is, though, they've taken control elsewhere. QZK mentioned his name, he only gets himself one, and now we have the counter Rolling Thunder. The spike, though, is still not made it in, and it doesn't even seem to matter that the stun came in onto Khalil, because he's just landing the shots anyway. Left into a 2 versus 2. Make that just one, as the spike looks to be planted, but his teammate's so far away, he can't actually risk this. If he died, there would just be the diffuser. It's better to just almost try and bait that clock a little bit longer. The NZR is walking as slow as humanly possible. The dash, though, pushes him in!
So
oh, that stun is beautiful! Hits him, next it goes, well, he ain't gonna be behind me. So I dash into the door, and then he's like, I was watching. I was waiting.
You got to put some respect on these players' names, man, because like, I'll be honest, when it came to previous international events, they didn't show up. I mean, the likes of Fury, right? We ain't seen them, but when it comes to Crew, not delivering nearly what we wanted. The level of play right now is really and truly blowing me away. And from Fury, that little bit of coordination, putting in the fault line, having the flank come through, it's just so beautiful to watch, man. That's why we love Valorant. That's why we love comp FPS in general.
It's even just pausing the plant, because I was sat there going, don't plant, don't plant, don't
please
plant.
Don't.
But instead he then goes, if I fault line him here, where's he gonna go? Like that. So I didn't even think of that as a concept. I was like, it's just delaying time, and then he pushed him into his own team. That's superb. I'm loving this Furia team, like really loving it.
This skin coming out same time as Arcane was just unfair, honestly. I got the
bought this
Arcane
one.
Sheriff, and then I saw that come out. I'm like, come on, man.
I had to buy this.
I need
Sheriff.
one for each half. We need to be able to pick a skin.
I didn't
for
like
half.
when Zilv actually tweeted me like, "You're gonna buy this." I was like,
"Yeah,
you don't know me."
Yeah, and then you immediately did.
Yeah,
or you already had.
No, yeah, pretty much.
Oh,
I like the green.
Furia want to just blitz in towards this site. You still have Klaus down below with the Sheriff we saw earlier on. They haven't cleared him out, so he's going to be good for 2. The drop down from Zan deals with him eventually, but that's quite a lot of damage done for just a pistol, and the knives coming out for Crew to give them the advantage.
This has got very, very scary. You've got Zand and Khalil in this afterplan. Now the weaponry is still a little bit weaker, and sure, you might have the knives available, but so low on HP, the flash is decent, but he completely misses. It's an issue for sure. The shot from Delzic's nice though, and it's left all onto Khalil. The youngster trying to clutch this one out, but he can't quite land the shot. It's Clutch Kesnet to close out another round for Crew. These faster paced rounds only seem to go in the favor of Crew, which maybe means Furious to slow it down a little bit.
Maybe. I mean, look, on that side, all the work Naxa was able to do with the Blade Storm to start things off, covering out the flank, moving back in towards the site, the right click not landing was very unfortunate, but Crew are doing a damn good job here. They've already got themselves that...
No, I didn't need to see that. I didn't need to see that.
Just to be clear, that didn't happen mid-game, right? We didn't see that.
So.
If I missed that somehow,
I'm pretty sure that's Joey who did. He just had that replay queued up already. Disgusting.
Now, shout out whoever was observing him just swinging underneath as well to catch that. That's gorgeous play right there. 10-8. Early aggression out of Nags. This guy loves to get in their faces, but with the operator, we ain't seen too much of him, and we won't see too much of him this time either, as he's going to give up that dish control. A wise choice, as Fury have got a couple of players around this area.
And again, we're seeing that deep Viper's Pit on the B site in combination with Cypher Utility, which just makes it almost a rock and allows for that extra space to be challenged for. Zan, though, just dashing through.
Sorry.
Have they actually? Did they put that Nebula down themselves for him to dash into?
Spike
Oh,
down,
they get the
defenders
space. He's just sat there like, guys, don't worry. I'm still holding here on A, and well, eventually he will fall in exactly the same regard. Mazin, he can see the spike.
I really have to once again double down on the fact that the decision making of this crew team has improved exponentially. The fact that to start out the round, Nags wants to get aggressive on Dish. That is the game plan. They see a bit of utility come in return, and they decide, I don't really want to risk it up against this kind of buy. And in return, they end up with a solid, clean round, losing just the one player in the end. And that's not even that much of a tragedy. When Kesnet's 21 for 13, he'll take that extra death, one step closer to an ultimate. That Rolling Thunder's been online a couple of, it feels almost like it's a fault line at this point.
Well, the other thing as well is, I think this is one of the highest fragging Cypher games you're going to see. Like, both players,
Okay,
I think it's 16 kills for Mizzino, I think 21 currently for QZK. So, like, they are both popping off in their respective positions, and I like the fact that we are seeing both defenses be quite dynamic in the way they set things up, like be it with those combinations of utility or with that sort of deep Viper's Pit completely switching up how they play the defense. So, we're back 10-9. I think this also, like, we've casted a couple of games of Fracture. Obviously, some of them were in the sort of Rebel home ground where I think
I'll say this is the best one I've seen.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
I was like, this is easily the most enjoyable game of Fracture that we've casted. I also think that it being a little bit more balanced, because again, when we saw the Fnatic match, it was very attack-sided. Now, I know that they weren't particularly happy with their defense from talking to them after. They went, yeah, if we played how we normally do, it would have been a much quicker game. But the fact that this has been back and forth and both teams have adapted to how the other is played makes it such an enjoyable game to actually watch. And I'm also interested as well because on other maps, as said, we've seen crews switch up to almost put Kesnet back into that duelist role, like move away from these agents that, like Sky, that it's more of like a utility-based fragger rather than, say, like a Raze where he's just popping into a site, or a Reyna where he's just used to kill everyone. So I wonder if on the next map even, if they have something new to show us as well, or if it is just this map we've gone crazy on utility and allowed Nagzit to sort of pop off, and then on the other maps we'll go back to him just being that individual genius.
I think one of the big things as well, though, for Nagzit, you look at how often he is actually supported by Kesnet in those early aggressive spots. Just having that breach utility, whether it's your fault line, whether it's your flash, and indeed, we see it at the start of this round. Kesnet plays in towards the B site, pops down his utility, rotates out, and allows this hole to come through from Nagzit. Has to use the dash to get out of there after good counter utility by Crew, who now have this control and exchange. I am loving the way that these teams are fighting for the map control. That right there, one of the more interesting engagements you'll get, and it's not like, oh, look, he's got 3 kills. It's just like, it's really fun to watch these players' minds at work. Okay, I'll stun here, I'll flash here to allow us to peek, and how does your opponent respond? It doesn't end up in a fight, but that's almost the best engagement because it's like the brainy play.
Yeah, that one was for the nerds. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
But there's some people out there going,
That's not going to go in a highlight package, you know?
Exactly.
It's, oh, look at this fault line. It's incredible. No one cares about that. We just want to see the headshots, and I think we're about to see a couple. Nagzit again going to be forced out of position, but look who is hiding behind this box. Kesnet hasn't been spotted. They know that the Jet fell back. This is where he has an opportunity to strike and completely catch them off guard. He's good for the first, blindsided, but still takes down Khalil. A 3 versus 4 on the back of it. But Furion needs to hurry up, and they've still got Nagzit to deal with.
Yeah, he's been dodging and weaving all of this time, just trying to avoid getting killed early, and finds the perfect spot to grab a couple of kills. Now NZR, 15 seconds. There's no chance that he manages to bring this back, and Nagzit ends it with a triple. I have no idea how Kesnet's aim is that good, that he's getting rushed down by 4 other people after killing someone, and he's just like, I'm just going to flick to that guy's head before I die. Like, it's gross.
It's the composure as well, right? It's not just the ability that he has, it's the way that he wields it. In this moment, he had started spraying at the other 2 players. He got swung on and didn't even panic. Immediately went, I must now change my target. Turns left, kills the guy.
That guy.
Yeah, you are my new, he's like a Terminator. It's incredible. Now we're on double digits, 10-10. Tom, you told me this was going to be 10-10. I would have been crying before we started this match because I'd assumed it was fumbles and terrible play.
Someone
but this is gorgeous.
tweeted us saying that we deserve double digits in the ones.
Ah, right, okay.
There
Thanks,
you
Tom.
go.
Yeah.
There you go. It was me.
Yeah, okay. It was you that brought it up, Tom.
That is true.
But yeah.
I'm just, don't shoot the messenger. That's the
sure.
saying.
Sure.
You can't look at him
Not quite a
angrily.
fair comparison, but no, I'm impressed so far, and I'm ready to go to OT if the teams are, but we don't get to decide that, Tom. We don't write the script.
We don't? Oh, no, wait, Sue does. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Let's take a look here, though. Crew on that defensive side, they haven't got a lot of control. They've not played super aggressive, but they have stacked up the A side. With Nagzit as well, holding Dish completely. If Furia went A, they would be running into a pretty heavy stack with support from Nagzit. Instead, they're going to rotate back. But the problem is, again, they're going to run into that utility that we've seen be very successful for the Crew side.
Instantly, as they look to actually rotate through, you just see all of that utility go up within a matter of seconds. They've still got the cam watching over the top. Like, it's just delay tactics as the rotation already comes back through as well from Kesnet, just to make sure that even if they do get a little bit further, they have the stun available. Cloud's perfectly placed. Sure, he only gets a couple, but it's all too easy.
So
11 to 10, Crew take themselves the lead, but that was just pistols. Now we wait for Furia's response.
What I'll say for Crew there, again, doubling, tripling, quadrupling down on the fact that I'm loving watching this team. I really didn't expect to, Tom. It's like a surprise at Christmas. When you look at Crew and how they responded to that push, we had Astral Stars go down from Furia. Immediately, the response is, okay, I'm going to activate my orb from Klaus. He's going to put a snake bite on it. That's his last snake bite. Going to buy them a couple of seconds. Then right after, Delzik pops down a star of his own, uses the gravitational well. That is burning up enough time that when Furia push in, they've only got a couple seconds left on their smokes, which then dissipate, leave them completely in the open, and the last second execute is completely ruined. That is exactly what we want to see in the early round, and right here, Crew getting away with another opening duel. Nagzit good for one, posted back up, and Tom, he's still got his dash online after that engagement. He's so comfortable right now that he didn't even feel the need to bail.
Yeah, he has support as well. You've mentioned that deadly duo along with the breach, just basically allowing him to reclaim extra control that he previously lost. It means that any of those peaks are nowhere near as risky. And, well, I think that one actually caught him in the face, but, you know, it happens sometimes.
Now, this is Furia really postured up towards Dish. They've got the control that they've been fighting for again and again. We saw it defensive side. Defensive side, they kept defending it, right? They were anchored down there. But now on the attack, I want to see how they're going to use it. And the biggest problem, as you said, the spike is alone. Sure, QCK is going to find the first, but they need to deal with Nagzit, who's currently cutting off that spike rotation in.
This becomes a pretty
30
big
seconds
problem
left.
for them to try and clear. Now, there is another fault line available for Mazin if he wants to try and make things a little bit more awkward. This is a Viper's Pit that's a slightly more common one. It allows you to drop down without too many issues. It's expected, though, however, it's clean. And Zand is just going to double up as well, leaving Mizzino left. He's got a neural theft, but I don't think it's going to win him the round.
I do like the idea from Furia. It still is very risky having Mazin go like that, but the fact is he didn't peek into any angle that Nagzit would realistically be on until the Viper's Pit was already down on the site and players were pushing in. In reality, that translates to him either dying when he comes around the corner, or the most likely, and what happened, Nagzit is looking at the site. He's trying to deal with those players because at this point he thinks, hey, no one's coming here. No one's starting to push up behind me. And even if he does die, his teammates have already made it to site, should be able to trade up against that operator. It was a risk, but it's something that paid off massively for them, as they'll clock up an 11th round, and of course, well, assuming Mizzino doesn't somehow defuse that spike, which I don't think he's going for. Instead, he wants to make this costly.
Trying to remove a couple of these guns, expecting them to just be hiding behind the dish, but they've actually gone all the way back. I think Furia realizing how important their economy game is, but actually, hey, QCK is going to peek back out. So an extra kill for Mizzino. It's not going to affect anything in terms of ultimates, but it will mean there's an extra rebuy for the Brazilian squad.
Coming towards the end of the game here. We'll take a look at Furia, and yeah, look, their money is going to be a lot lower than it otherwise would have been. I'm not sure the risk-reward necessarily pays off there in taking Mizzino down. He would buy up and be on low money for next. I guess it does, especially because for the most part, you wouldn't expect him to really expect you to be there, right? You think he's going to run around the corner and it's a free kill. Timeout called here by Crew. Can't really blame them at this stage. We're in the home stretch.
Yeah, 11 to 11. It's as close as it could be. We're going to be hitting that sort of max rounds available and potentially even a little bit more. But yeah, I honestly, this one's tough to call. And it's definitely, again, impressive from Furia, the fact that they've got so much depth in their map pool. As said, I think there's a real possibility that if Crew are picking this map up, other teams within the region are picking it up, and thus they're going to be playing against each other quite regularly, practicing this. So I don't think it's a huge surprise, but it is still one of those things that Crew clearly felt comfortable pocket picking, and I can see why. It's just that Furia are clearly comfortable on this map as well, and I do think that, whoever does go marching on in this tournament, Mitch, I don't know if I want to play them on this map if I'm another team.
No. I think both teams have shown at this point that they're incredibly comfortable. If you're going to play it, I'll tell you what, you're not going to pick it. Maybe you'll play if they pick. You might leave it open for a decider or something like that if you're comfortable, but you're not going to come in and go, oh yeah,
this is our pocket.
Yeah, we're going to easily beat these guys. If you do, well, more power to you. Go for it. I like to see the confidence. 11-11 as we jump back into things here. Crew having just called that timeout. We saw Owner giving them some big words, that the mechanic, of course, in the background, looking to crank up the performance of his team. Let's see if it works out as we jump right into the second last round of regulation.
Ready. In terms of stars, a lot of presence in towards A main. Now we know that this is something that we've seen exit challenge for the majority of the map, so you could just see that the attackers are almost just going to start throwing down utility just to make sure that if they do look for this control, they're not going to get instantly killed by an operator. Like even now that they have a smoke down, Zand is still like, right, jiggle peek, he hasn't shot, I'm going to jiggle peek, I'm going to jump peek, I'm going to jump, nope, he still hasn't shot, okay. I'm good. Guys, I've got aim control, and in the meantime, Nagsit's on the other side of the map on Dish, just watching. Like, I have no idea what's going on over there. It's irrelevant to me.
Yeah, he's focused on his one task, man. Until he hears his name, like, they could be screaming, rotate, rotate, BB. He just needs to hear Nagsit, and then he's on his way. This is going to be tough for Delzic. He's in a lot of... How is he still alive? He'll be taken down by Mazin eventually, but the trade is instantaneous from Kesner, who just leaves the site, content to play the retake that they want. Once that Cosmic Divide has gone down, and they're going to even waste a little bit more time, try to... Oh no. Oh, Nagsit, he's been waiting here all round, and now he won't get any opportunity to punish his opponent. It was just zipped away.
Yeah, that after plant now becomes a little bit stronger as well, because they're going to have two players around A main with a chance to just spam this through. Leo waiting within the site, and Nagsit just hoping for a pot shot, hoping he can bait someone out, but Khalil has some smokes of his own. I don't know if they'll expect him to just be sat on the spike as well. Like, it's a bit of an odd position, but his teammates have such a solid crossfire that could make things a little bit difficult. However, Kesnet, again, has already managed to find one. He needs to do work with a classic, and he will hit himself a ding, but it's QZK looking to try and take away that top fragger from him, and he's been doing a damn good job of it.
And it was a good chance that QCK wouldn't have been alive at that stage. A missed op shot that lets him zip away, goes to the other side of the map, and then ends up walking out with the victory in that 2K to close things. I mean, look, they are very thankful that that shot did not connect, and a couple of QCKs didn't connect either. That was a long spray, but you'll forgive it on that sort of aggression. Pretty devastating round if you're Crew after that timeout call. They are now 11-12 down. This has been a damn good fight on Crew's map pick, but Fury came in prepared to play Fracture. Oh my god, I thought Zand was about to be caught off. The Blade Storm on the other side of the map takes down the hero of the previous round in the form of QCK. And as he has lost, the chances of overtime increase. Crew one step closer to their goal.
Oh, maybe not for long. Zand, he's got the smell of his opponents, looking to try and hunt them down. It's a Blade Storm on Blade Storm action. He still hasn't cleared out the bottom of the site. I don't know if he realizes this.
Yeah, he does.
The thing is, though, it's still going to be very difficult, and his teammates peeking a little bit wide. This has become incredibly awkward. A trade back and forth. Zan runs out of the knives, but it doesn't matter because Khalil's decided to pop off the youngster, looking to try and help them close this. It's left all on to Nagsit. 1 versus 2. He gets the individual duel, but he can't quite fall away. They may have pocket-picked this map into Furia, but the Brazilians were ready as they have taken home their opposition's choice and now look to move into the next.
Yeah, it's a statement made by Furia. They're not going to be caught off guard in this series. Very impressed by what we saw from both teams, but with Furia taking that across the line, that's a big blow to Crew, who were hoping this was going to be their one surprise, their one big win, and instead it's really blown up in their faces.
I can't point out as well, QZK, 18 years of age.
That's incredible. on an international stage. I mean, we had the game to open up today. We were talking about Ascend and how that's a team who I think have had a lot of trouble when it came to playing LAN events compared to their online performance. And that's not a new story, right? That's something that we see time and time again. To see Furia come in, to see QCK feeling no pressure on this stage, and you can see it even in the way that he's going for these duels. He's just swinging out and taking them all. I love it.
Yeah, I think as well, a lot of his plays were very intelligent. Like, you see all of the repositioning, even in just these highlights alone, like, he is sort of sat back and making sure that, okay, I'm not going to get out-dueled just by trying to fight too many players at once. Very good at isolating, very good at lurking. And as I said, like, we've highlighted him, we've highlighted Khalil as well, 17 years of age. Like, this team is a team for the future that is performing right now. Yeah. And that is so exciting, especially when we consider that at previous tournaments, we talk about the Brazilian teams as, like, almost fighting at the bottom of the pile. I genuinely think that this team can challenge.
You know what? Today's been a really good day, Tom. Not just because I got to be back by your side, but like I said, Crew were the previous holders of the worst game of Valorant I'd ever cast, and now I genuinely think they've got the best map of Fracture that I've got to cast.
Yeah, no,
so they're walking away with very different trophies, and I love it. I love to see these guys play, and I'm glad it went all the way, right? 13-11. Not a scoreline I would have expected, certainly not in that fashion. Now the question is, will the next maps be as close?
For sure. I think as well the fact that Kesnit on a breach, 27 kills, chances are going into the next map. He's probably going to be on something like a Reyna. So if he can do that on a breach, we want to see what he's going to do on it.
Assist-wise, right? He got 8 assists.
It doesn't matter.
Still
you know
good.
what? They want us to be quiet now, Mitchell. I'm sorry. I know you haven't had much time to talk. You've only just got back. We're going to be throwing it off to a break, and then those other people on the desk are going to tell you what just happened.
Welcome back to Champions, where we went the distance on map number 1, Fracture. 13-11. Furia had just enough in the tank to push it over the edge and take their opponent's map choice.
Oh my god, I did not expect to see a second half like that, because I came in saying that I expect this map to be attacking-sided. I expected Crew to be falling into the trap that they had unfortunately set for themselves, and it turns out they just aged like fine wine. Even though they didn't win the map, it was an impressive showing on that defensive half.
Yeah, it was really impressive, and if it wasn't for QCK on that Cypher finding those lurk kills on the extremities, the dish control that QCK was finding in the late round, that really opened the site up for Furia. That allowed them to come back into it, because Crew, they were not allowing Furia to actually stick to their game plans at all.
I mean, and Furia had to be strategically better, I think, in this one because of the way that Kesnit was popping off on the breach, right? It's just not something you normally see. Over 300 combat score on a breach.
And it wasn't supposed to happen, right? Because when you watch Kesnit's point of view in the positionings that he was under the tower at B, 1 for 1. That's the best you could probably ask for, but he's getting away with 2 kills, sometimes even slipping past and slipping away, and you got to be able to punish Kesnet when he's in those kinds of positions.
And that's where I'll go back to QCK, as you already called him out as the MVP for Furia, coming up big on this Cypher. The dish control on both sides, actually, as well. It was an incredibly important part of the map to hold down, both attacking and defending.
The only player that even put it up in terms of multi-kills to Kesnet was QCK, and some people know him as Quick, so, you know, if you're wondering who we're referring to, I mean, how many have? He had 2 2Ks, 3 3Ks, he had the ace, he had the 1v1 clutch as well. The man was putting everything up on the board, and some of the best Cypher plays. I mean, we don't always talk about the flashy sort of players on a map like this when you're looking at the utility, but I think Mitch said it best. This was the brainy plays. The brainy plays are what won this map, and I'm glad that we got to see it. It's like watching a really good game of chess.
Yeah, it was, and I'm glad that it wasn't just a superstar from QCK that we saw, right? Because if we look back at the first half, Furia's defense is fantastic. That dish control you were talking about, Dash, they were able to have 3 members of Furia be very aggressive forward at dish, and because they have the Viper Cypher defending B, they can have that freedom, the stopping power, the Viper mollies. They can wait for those rotations to be able to make it through, find the help, and they've got all the time in the world.
A complete team effort. Didn't take us long to find our Verizon high-speed moment from this map. It was round 7, Furia, QCK coming up with the ace. You mentioned somebody had to step up against the multi-kills that Kesnet was putting up, and QCK, he delivered this time around.
You know, I was talking about those cages. A lot of those cages, he was actually forcing some of his opponents into lines of sight, which obviously shouldn't have been able to be pushing some of his opponents into. That's how he's getting these kills. You can see the tight little angle he got between 2 of those cages in that start of that ace. I mean, unreal the way he's able to manipulate the map. It takes very good map knowledge to do that, and a player like a Cypher player is the one that's going to be able to know how to do that.
And you saw that energy there in the pop-off, too, when the game concluded. That's the kind of energy you're going to need to keep carrying through this series. We've already had a marathon, map number 1. Now we head to map number 2. We're looking at Ascent. So that's what I want to start reframing towards. Again, this is Furia's map choice, and they've already locked up 1, so they're probably feeling pretty confident. Let's start on the crew side, then, about how do you attack this second map?
We got to look at Kesnet. Just the fact that he had such an explosive first map, and he's going to have a completely different role change, right? Tom touched on it. The fact that he's going to Reyna, more than likely, on Ascent. He didn't have a good time on the opening day. I think he went 1 for 8 in his opening duels, losing out on most of them. Crew need him. They need him to find those openings, be slippery, use that Reyna kit to the max potential that he can, and hopefully create that sort of pressure on the side of Furia.
As we continue this conversation, let's jump in to see how Crew is warming up with the AIM Lab pre-match shoot-around, getting into that firing range, warming up the fingers. Make sure you can find those headshots. You guys may have noticed, too, on the team statistics that they were matched to the 0.1% on headshot accuracy between both teams from that first map.
Honestly, the big thing for me is even if you've got players who are popping off with high headshot percentages, I think the highest I pulled out for the entire tournament was 40-something%, and it was unreal, and I didn't think I was sitting on a desk with someone had 25 plus kills with a 40% headshot ratio. That's unreal. And I mean, obviously with the shoot around like this, you're trying to get yourself in the zone to be able to do this. My big thing is on Fracture. There was a lot of long lines of sight there. There was a lot of misplays for a lot of the players there when they're shooting long ranges like that. I would like to see them tighten it up a little bit. We're going on to a map where you can do that. You can have those more short range engagements, so you're not locked into those long range, trying to sort of pop shot the head from across the map. Maybe you don't have to be as accurate on this one, so we'll see.
Right, I mean, if you play to the sides, right? You have that option for long shots if you play through the middle, but otherwise go to B main, A main, try and find those short-range gunfights. We'll see if that's the answer for them. We already mentioned the Reyna switch-up, and I think that's the key difference between these two squads. Last time they played, it was a Reyna on the side of Crew. It was a Sage on the side of Furia. So very distinctly different approaches there.
Very distinctly different. And, you know, we have to touch on Furia just a little bit more as well. In the opening of the show, we mentioned that Furia, they almost 2-0'd Sentinels. The first map was Ascent. They were up 5-0 versus Sentinels, and they were at one point tied 8-8. It was those man advantage scenarios that Furia were finding themselves in, and they weren't able to convert 5 versus 2s, 4 versus 2s, those weird, wild thrifties. I'm looking at Furia to, they should be able to bounce back, right? I mean, just because this was just a couple days ago, it was so damn close. I think Furia are going to come out swinging. They should be feeling super confident.
some of the running storyline that we've had throughout the desk in the past couple of days, Dash, is the fact that some of the players are giving a little bit too much respect to their opponents, especially in those late rounds, turning around and going, well, such and such is still alive. We might not have what it takes to cap this round out. Maybe, and okay, I'm just spitballing, maybe now after that first map win, they've turned around and gone, this is easy. We've already got one map under our belt. Do we really need to give that much respect to our opponent now, knowing that we can do it on their map pick?
It's a good question, right? And this tournament, if anything, has already illustrated to us so far that the competition is a lot closer than anyone thought.
Yeah.
Taking into account Masters 2, Masters 3, where you saw maybe some larger discrepancies in skill between teams or regions. Here, everyone has been tested from top to bottom, and I think Furia will walk away from that Sentinels series saying, yeah, it hurts to lose, but if anything, I think that showed to them that they can compete with anyone here in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's very clear that the gap is certainly closing. These matches have just been getting tighter and tighter. And as we go over to Ascent, we touched on the fact that Reyna is going to be a switch for Kesnet, but we're going to see a lot of switches coming through here, actually, just because Fracture is so different. Yeah, I mean, we're going to see Sovas coming back into the mix. We're going to be seeing Killjoys over Cyphers. So certainly, I think just the change in pace for these players individually, they're going to have to be pretty thoughtful moving over into the second map.
Something to highlight as well is that in map number 1, we're highlighting QCK over and over and over again. Very likely to play the Sage now, jumping into the second map. When he was going up against Sentinels, he struggled a bit. He was having a bit of a bad game. That's okay. Guess who stood up? The highlighted player on the pre-desk of Khalil, and he was on the Killjoy. So it's giving an opportunity here for Furia, and we criticize Crew having maybe some issues in the team synergy and the ability for them to be and play as a team. That's now not so much a problem on Fracture, but on a map like Ascent, where Furia just runs riot as a team, some of your worst players on map 1 now become your best players on map 2.
All right, here we go. Prime Gaming Agent Select. Let's find out.
Yeah, oh man, I'm just... Crew are looking like a completely different day as well from the first day. Their confidence, it seems like it's beaming. I don't know if it's because it's Furia and they're just very familiar with them or not, but if they're able to make Ascent look even half as good as they did Fracture, it should be a pretty good second map for these guys. I mean, that familiarity of Ascent over a brand new map in Fracture, that should surely allow them to have that second plan B, plan C, plan D even.
I think we're... Oh no, I'm doing that half thing again, Potter. Look, smack me down if I'm wrong, but I'm gonna say Crew starting on the defense. Their best side on Ascent is their defensive side.
Okay.
So I really feel like once we get to the halftime and it comes back to us on the desk, I could probably give a pretty good indication, in fact we all should be, as to whether or not Crew is going to be able to take us to a third map. And I hate deciding a map in the first half, but when you're decisively more defensive sided on Ascent, it's going to be pretty clear when we get back.
So they're going to have to start hot.
Total
spotlight on Crew on the defensive side. I like that both teams are reaching for comfort here to kick things off when it comes to the compositions. You want to make sure that if you are, or rather when your tournament life is on the line, that you're either moving forward on your best foot or exiting on your best foot. Either way, right? You don't want to leave any questions to remain on the stage as you have to step off.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I think Crew have shown certainly that they, again, as they're warming up more and more into this tournament, I mean, I just blinked out. Something dropped behind me on the stage and I blanked out. But yeah, Crew, they're heating up, Jess.
I think we have to put a lot of respect on all of the regions. This is one of the highlights. Since we have a couple of minutes now, since the players are just getting their gear ready, I really wanted to highlight the fact that regions around the world, we're not going into the World Championships and going EMEA versus NA. We're not doing that. We get to come in and go, oh my God, Brazil, look at what they're bringing to the board. They're pushing Sentinels to the edge. Gambit, Ascend, people are having to have rematches because they themselves could have lost out in those matches. My goodness, we have an actual World Championships. When you say it, you want to mean it, and I mean it to the full degree.
And not only that, for Crew, I'm hoping to see them look as confident in the gun rounds, right? Because if we think back on their first day, they were super wild in those thrifties, converting. I believe on Haven, they only got 5 rounds, but of those 5 rounds, 3 of them were off the back of thrifties with those pistols, that no fear, nothing to lose style from the squad of Crew. It was their back pocket strategy. It was a strong look for them. So I hope that it translates translates when they've got the actual inventory to be able to fight neck and neck, fire with fire.
All right, the players have readied up. It's time for us to dive into round 1 of our second map here on Ascent. And as I think we do actually owe Tom a thank you for shutting Mitch up and getting us to that commercial break so we had a chance to talk. Production has also gifted us with round 1.
Oh, so the casters don't.
That is
this
the
is what
punishment
happens.
for the Tom is giving me the massive thumbs up. I know Mitch is probably very excited to see how we handle this. A TriCast in Valorant, round 1, pistol round. Let's see what these two teams bring to the table.
Well, this is what you get, Mitch, when you steal some of the desk's time. We get to steal one of your rounds. You're only back on the cast for the first time since you've been able to
He's gonna
leave
be out
that
of a job
hotel
after
room.
this.
Absolutely. Potter, hit me with the strats. They're going to be hitting up A-strong.
Well, look, there's 2 frenzies on the back of Zand and Mazen. That tells you one thing. They want to get in the faces of these defenders and make things interesting. The Sage Wall is already down towards tree. Zand, look at the aggression. Just popping shots through that Astra smoke. That should buy some time for the spike to go down.
Damn, that's a fast plan, Dash. Look at this. They want in, they want out, and they want this round 1 in their pocket, because I tell you what, if you want to bring the Sage and you want to be able to bring the frenzies, you got to get up in their faces. And speaking of, that'll be a deletion of multiple of the crew players, as the frenzy will pop and the Sheriff will not.
What a positioning from Zand. And look at him. He's not going to stop. He's going for more. He's going to flank through the back, up into the tower, through the glass. That Sage Wall, so clever. Just placing it on an off angle towards that tree. The defenders coming in, they think, you know, there's no line of sight for the attackers in that post plant, but nah, Zand, he's got an angle.
A Prime Gaming flawless pistol round coming out of Furia, and I would have to say a flawless cast by my 2 analyst desk co-chairs. Back over to you, gents, to take over the rest of the series.
Yeah, so we just go get some food while they carry on with the cast.
Yeah, I reckon so, actually. I'll be honest, the ham and cheese toasties have been on fire at this event. So, I
Why
mean,
can I
Dash,
hear myself
cool?
in my microphone again?
Oh, what? Are we on? Hello? Testing? No, obviously. Thank you very much to the desk. You know, we ran over time a little bit. It's only fair they get their airtime, and they did a damn good job. As we come into round number 2, we just saw very innovative strategy over there on the pistol round from Furia. And so now all they have to do is avoid getting wrecked by some of these upgrades. And in it, I'm looking at Nagzit, who's now coming out of heaven. Unfortunately, not going to catch anything with the Marshal.
I try quite often to avoid getting wrecked, but obviously you're not very good at that after what happened just then.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Tom. Yeah, I thought we were back to the games, throwing me under the bus again. I see how it is.
I've got to make up for all the lost
You've been
time.
back for a couple hours, man. You're already leaning in. It's a nice clean round out of Furia. It's exactly what we wanted to see realistically. But these... Oh, no, lose a player! QCK almost went down to a turret. That could have been a disaster. In fact, look at this. The fact that QCK is finding all those kills, man. He is one away from his ult coming into the next round.
Yeah, if anything, dying might have actually been the play. Just to have the res.
You're
I know
not
you
gonna
get
res
to keep
next
the
round.
spec there, and also chances are he could just grab an orb anyway, especially on this map of all the maps. Like, they are very attacker-friendly, is the way I'll call them.
I think the reality is you're probably going to lose this round. You're probably not going to res anyone if you do have the res online. So either he's going to get a kill here, or he's going to die here, or they'll win the round. It doesn't matter anyways.
Yeah, the thing is, though, is that they can now take some pretty ridiculous risks, because you could send someone in, they get an opener, maybe they die, you res them, you get the gun, 5 versus 4. Like, it gives you a lot of avenues, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them actively try and fight very aggressively for at least one of these orbs. Now, the defenders will know this as well. You can already see Crew having a little bit of a gander just around that A site more specifically to try and make sure that nobody is going to be grabbing that orb. However, it doesn't look like it's going well, as they've been forced to fall back.
I mean, it's a very hard thing to balance, though. Sure. Because you want to go aggressive to stop them getting the orbs, but you don't want to go so aggressive that you give those Spectres an opportunity to deal the damage to you that they're looking for. So I can understand this from Crew, that early posture for a fight, and then eventually kind of go, nah, I kind of want to fight in the site. I kind of want to fight long range, and where your utility isn't going to harass me. Now, Crew on this defense are super passive. They're playing back on A and B side. They're playing inside of Garden. It's kind of forced out. Oh my God, Zan's already on them. This guy, his pace in the round is unbelievable. And Mazen will even take down Delzik. Res available, rifles upgraded. This is looking like a, oh my God, they can't even deny the res.
Oh, it's gone beautifully, hasn't it? Almost as expected, you could say. Now it's down to Klaus and Kesnet to try and bring this one back. Klaus is going to find one, dismiss, get back out of the corner, and bring this one back into contention. It's still a pretty awkward fight to take. The fact is, if there's no peek coming out from the remaining players, there's absolutely no hope. And Zand is going to get himself a triple. Technically, a trade on himself from earlier in the round, but hey, what a round from Furia nonetheless.
I'm so impressed. I mean, look at the pacing of Zand going into the A site, gets a first opening kill, which is already more than he should have with the Spectre dashing in. Not only that, but when they focus on killing Zand, his teammates are then ready to fight in return. Madsen gets the trade immediately. They res Zand back up, and he'll take a double to close it. In fact, not only that, they res him, and then they cover the res by killing the player who tried to kill him. That was such a gorgeous round from Furia, and exactly what we've come to expect from this team.
For sure. For sure. They are looking impressive once again, and we need to see a response. Now, this round, the likelihood, fairly slim. Not a whole lot available at the moment for Crew, and it looks like we're about to see an almost identical take once again. Drone going through, Zand likely to follow it in just a moment, trying to take that extra space. Dash, we've seen this multiple times now. He's doing the same thing again and again, and well, at this point, I don't really see why not. If he's getting away with, what, a 5-to-1 KD while dashing into a site, he's gonna keep doing it.
Oh, wow, okay. Delzik is, he just got an angle on that, right? The smoke disappeared. It was a little late pulling up the second one, so he could line up his crosshair and just fire away. And as we all know, even Screams confirmed, that Arcane Sheriff just hits differently. The accuracy is up. I don't know. Locks onto players.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen El Diablo using it as well, so that's not confirmation enough. Delzik's managed to find another one. This is starting to get a little bit shaky. The last few rounds have been solid. The lineup from Khalil, though, is already going to drop another. He'll be the last man standing, looking to try and fight this back, and he's just buying so much time. There's nothing they can do in terms of the defusal, but killing all 5 players in an eco round is still pretty good.
Yeah, it's a pretty big win. Considering the context of how we ended up here, it's nowhere near as impactful as it would be normally. The fact that Fury have been able to chain together all those rounds, the fact that they got away with the bonus that they did, but still, it is important to get these little rounds in there because they give you that little bit of a boost. You're like, hey guys, look, we just wrecked them on an eco. Now let's come back in and destroy them when it comes to a regular round when they've got those rifles in hand.
This is the 17-year-old, by the way, just in case you're wondering. But I do feel like that's the thing that's impressing me most. Like, from a youngster, I expect the A.
I really like the ideas. Oh, never mind. We don't get time for that. Max, it's already getting aggressive. He's trying to get out of here now. Cloudburst put down, but in comes Zand. Not going to check the corner. They don't believe he's still there. Blindly firing away in the corner. Nagzit's taken down eventually. Just too much utility coming his way. But the fact that Mazzino falls as well, that's a disaster. Have they spotted Kesnet in the corner? It doesn't matter either way. The smokes come up. The execute's not going to happen, but in a 5v3, Furia aren't going to be too upset about their pace being interrupted.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because considering this has been almost an A push every single round, Crew gamble that they're going to push into B and they still lose all of the fights. So it's a good read from Crew. It's just the, well, I guess the execution of it that doesn't actually work out. Now, they have managed to find one back, bringing things at least into a workable position. They've got a couple of ultimates online. Cosmic Divide for a retake, and as you can see, Kesnet's already given up the site. This is almost the plan at this point.
Yeah, you're going to just try to pick off 1 or 2 as they come out, at least grab the information. And yeah, with the smoke up, I mean, I guess he was just...
What? Did he use where they shot the Lear from to kill someone back? If he did, he is a genius. Like an actual genius. Or he's just incredibly lucky. Either way, we end up in a 3v3, and I don't think they care which one it is.
Oh my god, that was actually insane. Now Delzik's able to pick up Zand. Coming around the corner, he'll get another! And it's all on to QCK. A 1v3. Oh, what?
Oh. If he'd got 2, I think I would have just left.
That was strange. Obviously, there was a Cosmic Divide behind him if someone didn't notice.
It wasn't as silly as it
ran around, but from his POV, he just got a jump scare of a player like diving into his crosshair. That was bizarre. Wow, first round for Crew.
Yeah, Delzik, huge flank. I do want to know if Kesnet actually did use the Lear to work out where they shot from and then just pre-fired back. Because as said, if so, he is
I
the
heard,
smartest player ever.
I heard Phantom spraying. I don't know if the player died at a Vandal or what, but yeah,
There's a lot of Vandals on the other side.
Take a look back. That was, well, yeah, now there are. I think there were at least 2 Phantoms left in the 3v3, but either way, still incredible that he gets that kill, regardless of whether it was planned, orchestrated, or not. A little bit more impressive if it was orchestrated, for sure. But that gave them exactly what they needed to fight their way back in with a first round on the board. We're going to have that operator come out on Naxit, and this is scary. He's around mid, and he's looking for some duels.
Well, I think they know where Naxit is. He's taken a fair bit of damage, at least in the early portions of this round, just from a turret. But he knows that they're in this corner, doesn't connect the shot, and that allows both players to escape. Unfortunate that the Jets unable to get anything done. You have to bear in mind the double duelist means they do have to be this little more aggressive
Caution here
than what we see on the other side with the just extra pieces of utility. A lot of them made vulnerable, but the vulnerability doesn't really do too much. We see just trades back and forth. Naxit, Kesnet coming up big. And now just one man standing.
Oh, okay. Not a bad shot on a Mizzino, but that's where it will finish. 4-2. Another good round by Crew. I like the idea of Naxit getting aggressive on short. He dashes out of there, doesn't take any unnecessary risks. It's been very patient early round play. And, yeah, well, it didn't pay off all of the time, but at least in the last 2 for Crew, it's looked very, very good. And now Fury are coming in with just a couple of pistols. This should be a blowout of a round in favor of the defensive side. Khalil taking the Marshall is interesting. Oh, because, okay, that's why. Zan's going to be playing. Zan's going to be playing with a shorty. If he gets a kill with this, I'm going to hate him. Oh no! I don't believe what I've just seen. It's just disgusting, man. It really is. Oh, he's got a Phantom now.
If they manage to do something in this round, and there's a very real chance that they will.
Grab well shorty in a dash. It's such a cheap kill, Tom. It's such a cheap kill.
Revealing area.
A little bit risky. Pushed aggressively to try and bring this back, but if he gets pincered here, it could be a problem. He's got to try and escape, and he does have a little bit of support coming through from Kesnet. They are just looking to try and hunt this man down, realizing an extra gun would definitely be beneficial, and instead, they're just going to rotate past him, head their way in towards B. Now, there is some utility available to at least deny them. Instead, they're going to invest themselves the lockdown and just wait patiently for the players to leave the site.
And that shock dart hasn't quite landed. Looks like they're going to end up to... Oh, no, that's actually a free spot towards the back of sight. They expect it. Kesnet's still able to get himself the first, though. Naxit in there in the Blade Storm, really blindsiding them, opening up the angle for Kesnet to take a few more duels, and the rest of the team rallies to his side. 3 rounds for Crew. Very well done to avoid being punished any more harshly than it could have been. I'm still not over Zan doing that, though. Can you imagine what that does to you as a player? You remember, I mean, we've played some of those fun little scrims up against Flights, and when he did that with blast packs back in the day, it was the most tilting, because you don't, no matter where you are, you're like, this dude can just eat. He can come out the sky.
It'll never be as
moment.
bad as what Boaster did to you, though.
All right, we don't need to talk about it. You know, Fnatic have been getting knives in this tournament. They've been doing well.
So what you're saying is because it can happen to pro players, it's
exactly.
not embarrassing.
It's not
because
bad.
It happened to you.
It's not bad,
I think
Tom.
the manner in which he did it to you.
All right, listen,
was
relax
a little bit more
yourself.
embarrassing.
Relax. We don't need to talk about it. 3-4.
Humiliation.
Crew are doing really well right now. In the last couple of rounds, sure, the previous they end up losing 2 players, but considering the manner in which Furia did it, I think that's acceptable.
Used it. The fadeaway smoke just to get another player across into the corner. Naxit's aggression has been expected, let's put it that way. Furia haven't fallen for it in the majority of rounds. I also want to point out in the last round, that rotation was so risky from Kesnet just to go to the back of the site and basically just go, I'm better than you.
Yeah, actually there was a moment where I think he considered, they were playing off the contact of the player who was in spawn, and I think Kesnet was considering popping a flash to get out or to fight on the shot, but instead he decided to go backside, take that duel alone, and hell, it worked out.
Yeah, I think that's the thing with him, is just like, he has these individual plays that most players wouldn't be able to pull off, but he can.
But I also have to give props to Nags that I feel like he called it. Like, I've played Storm, just like distract them and I'll come in and help. And hey, it worked. We're looking at an AX act that's going to come in quite quickly. Look who's tucked in the left corner, though. Completely unexpected. Great Hunter's Fury to find the first Delzik being returned on. He's dancing around and trying desperately to survive as Furia fight for the site. Only the one kill to come their way. Rez will be deployed.
They've got to break their own wall.
They've got to rush in.
I almost wonder if they just saved now.
There's a short play. No, they're not saving at all. The short players are rushing it. Only going to find the one here. Mazzino well able to hold on to that control. A 4K out of the Sova. Yeah, Furia, I think they panicked with the 20 seconds left on the clock. It was like, do we save? No, we're already up short. Just go try to make it work. And, well, they didn't.
Yeah, walling yourself up with 20 seconds to go is probably not the play.
I think it is worth it, though, to get that res. Like, realistically, running in as a solo player
If it wasn't 20 seconds, yes. But with 20 seconds, you put it down. You then have to spend the time breaking it. You have to wait for the player to res. Like, the best case is you're running in as it was with, like, 12 seconds left. It's
honestly,
like... It was just too much of a panic to actually get anything done. And you're also not gambling on the fact that your opponent is also doing something while that wall is up.
I've never enjoyed timeout so much, Tom. I'll be honest. Like, right away is... Oh, yeah, a little bit of bass in there. But you can see it, man. The concentration on these players' faces, they are not messing around. When it comes to this map, 4-4, I'm impressed by Furia calling the timeout here because I think they've made a couple of knee-jerk decisions that they're not necessarily going to be happy with, and this is where Carlo, as you can see, going to be having a few words alongside our man, Owner on the other. Big time for chats over there. He's going to try to transport his team to victory, like putting them in the back of the trunk, driving at full speed. You know what I mean?
I will say as well,
going all out. I love his outfit, by the way.
Out of the two coaches, all the coaches in the tournament, sorry, these are the two that I would least like to say no to, because one of them is an absolute giant who I feel like could just like pick me up and just be like, this is what you will do this round. Like, just and then the other is Jason Statham.
Honestly, it looked like it looked like a Jason Statham movie when they stood beside each other. Like that was the final boss fight, and then there's just like all the minions around him as well. You know, it would have been perfect. Honestly, I like their outfits. So honestly, crew leveled up coming into Champions.
They got style
with their gear. I get one of those tracksuits.
I'd also like you to get one of those.
You know what? Honestly, after the way they played today, hell yeah, man. I didn't expect to come out of this liking crew and being a fan of crew, but here we are. Been enjoying their gameplay. They're already at 4-4, building up a couple of rounds. Let's see what else they can do as we come back into the game. We're going to see another unsuccessful early duel. I don't think Naxxit's really found anything with this op in the early round here in Ascent.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It hasn't really affected them too much in the majority of rounds, but we are seeing that there have been occasions where they could have had an easy early advantage. Now, in a round like this, I wouldn't really worry too much. Like, you're looking at pistols, although they've now got a blade. They had a blade storm. It's gone.
Blade storm used to try and counter the Sova who was down below. They knew Mazzino was there based on the shock darts, so I don't blame the angle that he took. You just don't really expect the second player to be towards the stairs, so that's going to be an unfortunate ultimate thrown into the wind and not really finding anything. But Khalil trying to get a little bit of a scrim out towards mid. And he's going to have an opportunity in a second, but look at that. Kesnitz winning the duel. You can barely even see him.
Well, it sort of comes down to damage, ultimate orbs, all they're really hoping for. Anything from this round for Furia, but after what was a very good early start from the Brazilians, it has started to slow down, and more so I think crew have started to fight back into this one. They've not fallen for a lot of the sort of faster paced takes. They've been able to delay their opponents. I think that's the thing that's worked best, and with the Prime Gaming flawless, financially there's going to be no issues whatsoever for crew.
Oh yeah, they're stacked up now. Very much the same as when we talked about Furia stringing together the rounds they did, and then ending up in their first buy round, losing so many players. Well, crew have done the same, but without the kind of hiccup at the end, without the bump in the road. They're on 5K plus for the majority of their squad, and that is a strong position to play with, especially when you've got these ultimates now coming online, and when you've got Naxxit finally finding success on that operator.
They have, however, spotted Delzik up close. Now, this smoke might just be an attempt to try and escape out of this position when your team already has the opening duel. You don't really want to be going for any more battles, and in fact, just going to fall off the angle. So they're more working off the position of Zand. Now, he's got deep, but they've actually already closed the door. So they're almost looking at this as a plan like, all right, you can have that deep mid control. We've got Klaus watching to make sure that you can't get any further towards the spawn. And until that door is broken, which of course gives the information away, they don't have to look at this angle at all.
For Furia with 50 seconds going back in, obviously a big problem is going to be that door for Zan, breaking it open, getting in to help out his teammates. They're going to smoke it off, even though they have control. That's a big fake. At this point, you're not expecting Zan to be around mid, because why would you? They've smoked it off. But Nagzit's still going to hold it. Patiently waiting. Maybe that info wasn't conveyed over or even spotted by that defensive side, so ultimately it comes to nothing. They're going to have to break this door open and push in with 25 seconds left.
Also seen the Cosmic Divide. They're going to have to try and run through it. Kesnet popping the Empress, giving him a chance to just frag out. Now, they are actually going to use it to try and get the plant down themselves, and NCR has managed to push through. The problem, however, is they are somewhat surrounded. Zan gets one before he dies, but the plant still hasn't gone down. They have to do it here and now, and even just the time delay has worked out for the side of Crew. You can understand the attempt for Furia, but it really hasn't worked out.
No, it hasn't. I think that just that harassment on the site, the players staying alive, running down the clock, it's exactly what we want to see, man. Like, Crew come into that round, and as I said, their mid-round calls have been spectacular. In these moments where previously we would have seen them at Masters 2 and further back, Masters 3 even, you would have seen them sort of freeze up and not really be able to make those key decisions on the split second. And yet here, they're delivering on a level that, frankly, I have never seen from them before. This is beautiful.
The main thing I think as well is before they relied way too much on individual plays.
Yeah.
But now they seem to have these like cool little ideas. Like you bear in mind that in terms of flashes on the other side, there really isn't any. So putting down a Cosmic Divide forces you to run through it dry if you want to try and face off of it. It's just a clever piece of utility that could have bit them if they weren't aware of what their opponents were currently doing. Now we're going to see drones on both sides spotting for information. Again, it's a bit of a mixed bag. Obviously, the rifle save from the previous round for NZR is something a little bit different, but other than that, it's mostly just going to be pistols alongside a solo Spectre for Zand, which in this A site, in some of the earlier rounds, was really effective at getting them entries. Since then, and since rifles have come online, not so much.
Yeah, it's definitely been a little bit shaky. Ahead. Still in a recoverable spot for Furia if they can find the solution to this problem. Where is this wall going for QCK? Is this going to be... Oh, not quite the peak coming out of Zand as he falls. Delzik steps inside the smoke, takes down 2, and these pistols will get very little done. Eventually dealing with Delzik purely because he ran out of ammo.
Yeah, Mazin, of course, was just trying to set them up with utility elsewhere on the map, so had a late lurk in, but with no real entries into the site. He just has to die here, or retrieve that rifle that his teammate had just moments ago. Surviving with this pistol just is not an option.
No, absolutely not. He's just going to run in here, try to take some heads, but he will find nothing as Nagzit deletes Mazin to put 7 on the board.
Last
Crew,
round in the half.
correct me if I'm wrong, Tom, was it 4-0? It was definitely 4-1. And Crew have managed to bounce all the way back in dominant fashion.
Yeah, no, you are correct.
4-0, yeah.
It has been 7 rounds in a row. I think the adaptations they've made, a lot of it was just early presence from Furia. I think as well the fact that they sort of had those early rounds where they were just aggressively pushing in, and then even had some sort of fight backs where the B site, they basically used it as a counter. Since then, it seems like Crew have had a much better read. And they've also just had Nagzit in a lot of rounds, just getting aggressive. And okay, sure, he hasn't got the kill the majority of times, but he has found out a lot of info.
It's fun to see. Oh, that's big. He ran out of ammo, though. That's a big shame.
They had 3 ops at the start of this round.
Now you got plenty of cash, right?
That's how much credits are currently available for Crew.
Drone destroyed. That's great. Mizzino hasn't been spotted now. But Crew are going to give up a little bit of this control. It looks like he might actually, Mizzino might be setting up to go for another wallbang here if the drone manages to find a tag. Kind of difficult for Furia to get any sort of control on this one. They're just waiting for that to come through at any moment, and it's never really pleasant.
Fallback from the attackers. They really don't have any ground at this point. They've almost just been cornered into the backside of mid. Like, this is a horrible position to be in because so much control has just been taken. They've heard multiple op shots fired. Like, I think Kesna even tried to bait that the operator is now in middle just by shooting a shot through the smoke and then running away with his rifle.
30 seconds left.
There is very little to none information currently there, and Dowsic, that timing was spot on. He's going to find, okay, that wasn't, but I guess at this point it really doesn't matter. The 4 versus 2, he has the spike, he's going to run into that operator. Round's already over. It's just how much, well, I guess stat padding NZR can do. 8-4 from 4-0 down. That is one hell of a half.
Yeah, incredible half from Crew, I have to say. And you got to remember that 4th round was when Furia played up against Pistols and ended up losing all of their players. The only reason that they got the round win was the spike exploding. So they were a couple of seconds away from receiving a loss there as well. This has been 9 dominant rounds from Crew, all in all, considering they were on an eco for that 4th one. I'm really not feeling good about Furia's chances. They have got to have a huge turnaround coming into half number 2.
Yeah, I think as well that this was actually their map choice. Now, we don't want to waste any time because we don't want to lose a second pistol round. So Dash, take it away, Dash. I don't want to lose a pistol.
Now that's the kind of urgency I like to see out of my casters and getting it over to us. An 8-4 half. It was a slow start, but a strong finish out of Crew. And Jess, I'm going to come to you because you said they had to get it done on the defensive side in order for them to stand a chance. They did it.
Yeah, they ended up bringing it home, I suppose, and I think it was a slow start, as you said, but I think when we're speaking about slow, the thing that Crew ended up working out in the end was that Furia, out of all the teams I've analyzed here at the entire tournament, take the longest on their attacking rounds. They're leaving it to the dying seconds of a round, and by then they don't even have the control on site they really need. They're just Hail Marrying it onto site, and Crew goes, okay, well, if you want to play that game, we'll play it till the dying seconds. We'll save our utility till the last seconds. You can't get on site, you're out of time. Bingo, bang, and boom, I've won the rounds.
Bingo, bango, boom. I'm glad you mentioned the fact that they didn't have that control on the site, right? Those Hail Mary plays you even saw in round 11, they were trying to make an execute with that Sage wall in A main while Zand is hopping down off the wall, trying to get a higher elevation with that updraft, right? The idea, fantastic, clever look, right? But in execution, it was sloppy. One thing after another, and each player just got picked. And when your jet is so far forward, updrafted into the air, the next person down, that trade, it becomes so challenging. And so that sort of spacing, it was lacking here for Furia.
I mean, I love the idea of patience, right? Letting your opponent make the mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. They read him. They did it on Fracture as well, and whilst Crew didn't walk away with the win, it was adaptation up to adaptation by both teams. Crew have worked them out to a T now, and unfortunately, Furia, they might not win their map pick if they can't work out this speed issue. They're on defense now, so lucky enough, but sheesh, they let it run real late on attack.
Yeah, and Dash, you looked at me and you said, is that 3 operators in the map? That is a telltale sign that the defense is not just feeling good, they're balling out of control. They got the econ to be able to just drop operators across, and they're feeling confident enough that as those barriers drop down, they're taking more forward angles with those operators. So that was a good look for Crew here.
They were rolling in the money, but now we hit the reset button as we flip sides on the map. 8-4 stands the score. Crew looking to push us to a third. Back over to Mitch and Tom.
See, I was looking at the timer there. I think they spoke for at least an extra 20 seconds, so I'm just billing that one for later, just to make sure that in case we talk a little bit too long, like, you know.
We'll get a little death segment on after this one.
See, people don't realize how extreme I am. I have a stopwatch currently going.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Tom is ready to go. Dash doesn't know what kind of door he's just opened. I'll say that. I want to mess with this guy. You don't want to mess with Crew either, though. 8 rounds in a row, 9 very convincing. They have looked in control. That is just a fact. And
oh, it's the instant trade. Not even the like. There was a set. We haven't ever. Never mind.
Never mind. It's even. Still, for Fury, this pistol would be invaluable. A questionable half lies ahead of them. Obviously, now Crew being on the attack, it completely resets what we've been talking about. But just with the form and the control that they've had over this map, it's hard to imagine that things are going to spiral out of control so drastically. This defensive side of Furia, they really want to walk away with this one. And you can see that in the fact that they get aggressive on mid, but they don't want to full commit to it. Instead, they're going to fall back, play 2-2, and leave mid open. That was a door closing, I think I just heard.
Yeah, I think that's on the A side, right? Did they close that as a retake? It looked like it, but I saw either that or it was just pinged on the map and we had the other one. Because I think somebody just pinged it maybe as a warning sign. Now, 4 players currently gathering up. This A site was definitely the point of contention in a lot of the early rounds, and already we're seeing the isolation of some of those players just looking to come through and to get that door closed. But they're going to have to watch it.
Yeah, with that smoke down, obviously these players can just come barreling on through.
I think they broke the door. I think yeah, they did.
Yeah.
That's what it was. They broke the door after closing it.
And
so then that's why they're having to actually keep close on this position, because they can't actually close it. It may not actually matter. It may ending up helping Delzik to find kills. Who said the right click of the classic is dead? That man's finding headshots left and right, and a flawless close to this round for Crew as they keep 4 standing.
You can, well, I assume you guys can hear at home. At least when I was sitting in the hotel room, I could, I could hear the noise on the stage. Man, honestly, just give us a crowd. Oh man, it's gonna be so good in the future. But for now, the players are doing the job for them, right? They're getting fired up, and you can hear it on Crew. They want to really hammer it home. They want to let Furion know we're winning this game, and we're damn happy about it. And with that 9th round on the board, they're looking set to take double digits. And Eco coming out of this defensive side of Furia, the Brazilians really not feeling it.
Kesnet looking to lead the charge. Now, there are multiple shorties. There is one shorty. Can you stop killing people with shock darts before I finish my sentence, Mazino? That's back-to-back rounds that he's done that.
Yeah, they saw him go into the corner, so Mazino was just taking those opportunities every night of the week.
And after finding the opener, they're just falling back into this default. I think they realized that, especially with some of the weaponry they've already spotted, that this is likely to be more aggressive positioning taken from Furia, and well, they can hope to just bait out any small pieces of utility that they currently have, which, as of right now, is 1 dart.
Not ideal to try and push into a site, especially having that shorty. If you want to try to retake, you're not playing all too well on that. So stacking it up, looking to defend this one out, and they've already lost their first. We'll stack up in heaven. It's Mazen that's kind of the danger man here. They haven't spotted him on the backside, and they, well, never mind. He's being dealt with, and this round is clean for Crew.
QZK hoping to at least maybe get an ult here and there, but it's not going to be allowed. The Prime Gaming Flawless coming through for Crew as they hit their 10th, and more importantly, 10th in a row.
Yeah, that level of dominance right now, it really starts to play mind games on the Furia players. You're sitting back, you're...
This was Furia's choice.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem, right? We set Crew on Fracture, the fact that they picked it. It was supposed to be the pocket pick to really upset them. And it didn't work out, and that then casts a lot of doubt on the series. Sure, it was an incredibly close map, but the fact that you've lost your kind of surprise pick, it puts you on the back foot. Naturally, you got to win 2 in a row. But right now, it looks like Crew are just speed running Ascent.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised in the veto that we didn't see them actually pick up Breeze just because of how, well, they beat Sentinels on that map. So I was expecting that to be the choice. They went for Ascent. I was hopeful that we would see something of the same as the last. Instead, it has just been domination. Nice little crossfire, though. Timmy even going to be pulled out. Not that it really matters. Well, considering this is a bonus round, this is still looking incredibly clean. And, well, they're about to break that 10-round streak.
Yeah, I mean, not too impressive doing it up against the bonus. If they lost to the bonus, then we would be basically just looking at the next map. So this was a requisite for them, and they've managed to pull it out of the bag for a 5th. Still, though, there's a lot of room for Fury to get back into this one. At the same time, Crew are so close to closing this out. I mean, it's very hard to lose a game where you have that much of a lead.
The one good thing, though, is the fact that it's a Prime Gaming Flawless is they actually will have decent finances going forward. So it's not like they lost a couple of players here. They have to go for rebuys. They have to have a few weaker weapons. It's rifles across the board, maybe a few shields missing here and there, but then full utility as well. So although normally we talk about opportunities here for Crew, realistically, this is just a normal buy round.
Yeah, I have to agree. Obviously, the problem with one of those lower buy rounds going so poorly. I was kind of interested. Nagzit went for like an immediate dash in that previous round with the Spectre in hand. Ended up just sitting in the, like when he finished the dash, he was just in the middle of the open. Got absolutely destroyed. Still some nano swarms there. It's going to cause a couple of problems for Crew in getting in, and Nagzit almost loses his life early again. I think his early rounds have been either unimpactful or very negative. It's like the one where he found the kill with the AWP is the only thing that stands out in my mind as a positive. I think he's been having a tough map, considering they're doing so well as well.
Yeah, the thing is, though, I agree in the sense, I think, early rounds, but because he hasn't been dying, like, that's the one thing that's actually worrying for me, is that I feel like Nagzit has missed a fair few early shots, but he's not being punished. And then he is punishing them in the late rounds.
Later on, exactly.
So it's almost like it could have been a very rough game. And it should have probably been, but it kind of hasn't, because Furia haven't done enough to actually punish these aggressive faces they've had. Now, the time, Mitch, is ticking all the way down. They're looking to try and execute through mid and move in towards this B site, but already they have lost that opening duel. Still, though, with only 2 players to defend it and the others very far away, they need to have a solid hold. And you know what? It is damn solid. Only 1 player being dropped is Zand, and, well, Nagzit, he'd have to have the best late round of anyone ever, and probably be cheating to kill some people through some walls.
Defaulting for Crew here is something I kind of want to see. I think they're going super aggressive on a lot of these hits. Like they're waiting it out for pushes and then bursting in. But I want to see that little bit of extra map control being taken in a more, I don't know, contained way. It feels very pointed, very direct. But that could be just an element of confidence that they've got right now because they've won so many rounds, because they've been dominating, and their first map went decently. But I think that streak of rounds in a row, that's really what's putting Crew in a relaxed position. And coming into the next buy, that's not what I want to see. I like this timeout. This is a great, exactly everything I'm just talking about. I think is why we're seeing that timeout come through from Crew, and this is exactly when you want to get those issues fixed.
Yeah, it's an early enough pause. You still have a 4-round streak that would need to come through from their opponents if there was going to be any chance for them to even just equalize the scoreline. And it's not like a worried, frantic sort of pause. You could see that coach, he's just lost the lid to his cup.
He's squeezing it a bit too tight.
Just see it fly up. But yeah, he seemed fairly chill in the way that he was just explaining things to the team, and I think they know they've got enough of a buffer that this isn't a worry. Yeah. Now, I did see that there was still that rifle that kept over, so maybe there's a chance for Nagzit to have that hero play we've been looking for. As you sort of mentioned, he has been the aggressor, and now being on that attacking side, there are more opportunities for him to take some risks. The only thing I will say, I would almost like to see him give it over to Kesnit and then go for that sort of dash into the site. Like, give them the space so that then he can peek through and look to try and take some battles, rather than, in a lot of cases, if you're dashing him with a rifle, you're the one getting shot in the face.
Yeah, I think looking at Crew's spot right now, they're in a position where coming out of this timeout, losing a buy round, that is the next round. This one here is going to be buying what they can, but keeping over cash and credits for round number 18. If round number 18 doesn't go their way, it's already 10-7, 10-8, 10-9 until they're buying up again. Things get pretty tough at that point. The mental game really starts to swing against you when the team equalizes up, and that's where we're probably going to see another pause come out. So next round's going to be super important. This one here, don't expect Crew to win, but they got to walk out with like 3 kills. Make this costly for Furia.
Well, they've already spotted out that saved rifle. A bit of a bait and switch here. That's in fact, it's bait, switch, and switch. There are 3 players currently around this position. I don't think there's going to be any way they're expecting this sort of angle. And look, there is no way that they expect NCR still to be here. They're actually still holding the angle, but then the peek comes through into mid. You want it cost. Even though the setup looked almost flawless, they've now taken down 3 players.
This is ridiculous. You're left into an even 2-on-2, a Hunter's Fury to play with post-plant. Spike still needs to be retrieved, but it should be.
I have the spike.
I'm not sure if Dalzik's going to be able to get a weapon with the door closed now. I think that's going to be off limits. But even still, this is a very, very strong place to play from for Crew, considering they came into the round and should have lost. You know, they should have walked out with 2 kills, maybe 3. And instead, they now have a real chance to win this one out. In fact, that turret's not going to spot the player up close. Mazzino not able to get it done, and Khalil clutches it out. A very close round indeed for Crew, and they can be damn proud of what they've done with mostly pistols.
Yeah, and it really is one of those spots as well where I feel like Furia had the perfect setup for what was coming through for the attack.
No, definitely.
They had a layered bait and switch with 3 different players. The rotation even then comes through to try and spam through the wall. Like, look at it. It's just ratty. They took the bait peek with the first, the swing comes through, then they have NZR just waiting back behind, and ends up in a 1v1 with your last player having 30-something HP. Like, that is not the way you wanted this to go. 36. So it's good that they managed to close it out for Furia, but honestly, like, Crew could have easily just closed the game there.
Yeah. Oh, I 100% agreed. They're basically about to close it out if they just hit one more shot on that. But you got to say, even to find the impact that they did, it puts them on a pedestal now. Coming into this round where QCK takes a very aggressive peek and gets no reward for it. Furia, a man down to start it off. This is the round we said Crew really want to win, to stop Furia from making that comeback in, to stop the foot from going through the door. It's not started out well.
Yeah, you can see that as well, both extremities of the map are now being pressured. They want a response and they want it quickly. And on the other side of things, I think this is what Crew has done so well so far, is they have just not panicked. The second they get any of these openers, the swing should be coming, and that's just all too easy. They almost expect this aggression at this point, and Furia just falling into their own trap. NZR, this looks like a desperation ult, and he comes close, but it's not achieved anything.
I think that was called off the back of Mazzino being so low to try and remove that Hunter's Fury from the round and get a pick. It ends up damaging Nags. It nearly takes Mazzino down. He'll survive. And with the trades coming in favor of Crew, they've got a 4 versus 2 as they plant that spike on A.
Spike planted.
Not quite on spot. Moving around the generator. This is aggressive from NZR. My teammate, Operator, not really sure there was anything he could really do here. I'm also intrigued to know the financial position of Furia, just because they only had 1 player survive in the last round. They bought an Operator into this one alongside the remaining rifles, and NZR's just gone in for basically a 1v4 on the site.
Yeah, again, I think a lot of that is the knee-jerk decision of Mazzino being so low, wanting to go for it. They might have even spotted that he was the one planting as well, and just wanting to stop him from getting out of the site. But as soon as he falls, there is no opportunity to go for it anymore. Zand has to save the Operator, and an 11th will be found for Crew. They only barely lost out on their map pick, 13-11. But right here on Ascent, they have looked a whole lot more dominant.
Yeah, I think as well, you just look even at the scoreboard, just the performances that we've got across the board, it has been an incredibly strong performance now. It looks like actually Furia's economy is going to be fine. The 3-round streak was enough. Like I think they had a flawless before having those sort of weaker purchases, so that's at least something. But yeah, I guess like trying to do some extra damage to your opponent, I can understand it, especially now that there's actually going to be a weapon missing for Nagsit and just using a Blaze Storm instead, so I guess that's why.
That's Nagsit, Blade Storm dashing, and again, this guy is so aggressive on the Jet in the early round, and it's finding dividends almost every single time. It's seriously impressive the amount that Nagsit is able to do. As they now cross over towards the site, they're being spammed at by that Operator, but it will find nothing. Furia again face a difficult retake.
Yeah, they do, however, have a lockdown. So they're going to try and just force these players out of position. And in fact, both teams have decided to do exactly the same thing. Just waiting the other out. We'll see if anybody actually gets trapped, but it's going to be the space looking to be taken.
Oh my God!
5 players have been detained across both teams? What is that?
I have literally never seen this before. The double lockdown, double, triple detain, as Zand is just cleaning up, covering that defuse, and they'll get away with it. One of the more ludicrous rounds we've seen at Champions. As Furia, I mean, I think our analysts are going to be scratching their heads on that at that one, wondering how the hell anyone won that round. I think we're all losers there. That's insane.
That's just unbelievable. I've never seen anything like that before. Kesnit also, he got detained up top on the balcony. So he was actually running back around and killed 2 players of the enemy team because they never expected him to be up there. It was a nice attempt, but yeah, that was very, very peculiar. Maybe losing their one versus the other team's one, and it just ended up weird. But hey, I'm sure Fury are going to be taking that all day long. And look how bad the buy is. This is why they wanted to do damage in the previous rounds. Wall timing is everything. It's going to be broken relatively quickly, but that gives so much information over to QCK, now knowing that there's players around this spot, and while what was being attempted as a fairly pacey take has been slowed to a halt.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Crew are going to... Well, normally they would think twice about going towards this angle, but they've set up for an A take. They want to commit to this. And so dealing with QCK is going to be the big thing. Can they actually manage to find this duel as they come around the corner, at least the trade? Klaus already down. It's time to move through short. One has already been spotted. The smoke goes up. QCK falls back. And they concede the control. Allow them to move towards this site. But they'll punish Nagzit, who got a little too greedy. Oh my god.
What?
They've got the site, they've got upgrades, and now all of a sudden a round that started out in spectacular fashion for Furia is very much up for contention again.
There's a res, but it's kind of in spots where you can't really do anything about it. So it almost becomes irrelevant until you manage to clear out these players on the site. And at that point, well, you don't really need the res anymore. The angle's also been playing close. And although there's an operator picked up for Delzik, it's not really going to be too valuable here. He's just going to stick to his pistol, and they are trading things out effectively. This weak purchase looks so rough to begin with. It's now left on to just NZR. He has to try and make the play through. He jumps over the top to find himself one, going back in, but Delzik with this pistol will confirm the thrifty round. Absolute filth.
Have you ever seen that before? Have you ever seen someone do that in a comp game before?
Not as clean as that.
Nowhere near. And to get away with it like that, you could see Crew were confused. Like, I do not blame them. That is one of the more ludicrous plays that I've seen. Look at this. He bunny hops over. Oh my god, Mizzino is raging, but what a shot from Delzik to close it, to keep them alive, keep the dream of closing this one out. They're on 12 now. Crew looking to bring us to map 3.
Yeah, and now it's their opponents who end up with the damaged economy. A Stinger, a couple of Judges, and, well, the rifles at least on the remainder. They do still have a res available for this round, but I think I'm a little bit more worried about the Empress, knowing that Kesnet will have the opportunity to heal and dismiss infinitely is a tiny bit scary.
Oh, yeah, definitely. The double Judge play, though, is always on the defensive side. My god, it's scary. But for Fury, it's scary to be defending the whole map with it as well, having to use these double Judges. And it's going to be a very stagnant hold. Not surprising at all, considering what's in it here for Furia. The weapons that they have don't really allow them to get aggressive on any of these angles. They've just got to wait for Crew to fall into their arms and hope they hit the shots when they do.
Yeah, they've been using a lot of delay tactics thus far, especially QCK. So already his wall will fall, but with only 45 seconds left, some space needs to be taken. It does look like they're going to go walking straight into the Judge. The first kill comes for free, but there should almost definitely be a trade. No, he hits the shot anyway. Nagzit with 2 back-to-back, looking to put this one in the grave. 30 seconds left. Now for the defenders to try and do anything. The plant coming through on the A site, and well, this might not be pretty, but even the time being bought is worthwhile. This is going to be a rough one, and Mizzino, that's just filth.
Yeah.
That's the timing to get that kill.
He knew they wanted the weapon, right? That's a good little lurk out towards the bottom of mid. NZR is dead, and it looks like Khalil might be done for here. He'll find the first, but still 3 more to go. That was a damn good attempt, but in the end, Crew will take it, and we will go all the way to map 3.
It's exactly what we wanted in this series. It has been a banger from start to finish. Crew definitely the victor in this one. Like, they came out on top for the majority. The streak of 10 rounds in the middle of the game, definitely making this look like one of the stronger maps from them. And it was their opponent's choice. So, yeah, I think going into the third map is going to be a pretty difficult one to predict, because both teams have now won the opponent's choice, and now we head into Haven.
Yeah, altogether, this series is delivered far and beyond what I expected. You see the fist bumps there as the players walk off stage. The respect is definitely there between them, and there's no doubt after this one that we're in for one hell of a series in this, or one hell of a map to close this out of map 3.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know. The thing is, I feel like there's been so much of a back and forth already between these two teams. There was a part of me that started to believe, more specifically, that Furia were even going to be able to bring this one back. Even after 10 rounds in a row, it started to go in their favor once again, Mitch. So I sort of think going into this map, or going into Haven next, there is a real opportunity that even these last few rounds that they just managed to get after what was, as said, 4-0 up and then 10-4 back, will at least give them that little bit of extra confidence, even just on an individual level.
Oh yeah, definitely. Look, as we talked about in this series, I think that having a team like Crew, who have constantly been able to defeat the Brazilian teams, right? They have that whole aura around them. For Furia to come in, win their map pick, it's already tearing it down. But this map right here, it resets it. It puts the pressure back on a Furia who were feeling over the moon to have secured Fracture. They felt like their trap card had been activated and the duel was over. But all of a sudden, I've forgotten all the cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! So Pot of Greed, it's the only one I remember right now. Something that heals you, I don't know. They kept themselves alive, and map 3 is going to be interesting.
Okay, so we got some Yu-Gi-Oh! References, some other stuff. Now we're going to be handing it back to a break and then back to the desk.
20 seconds?
No, shh. Come on. We're going to a break.
Time slows down when it can get no worse. Wishing there was something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you.
Thanks, officer.
Welcome back to Champions, where Crew and Furia have traded maps and traded blows every step of the way, but Crew take map number 2 on Ascent, 13-8 fashion, pushing us to our third and final map. You love to see it after a stellar defensive half. They're still able to lock it up on the attacking side.
Yeah, and I mean, I can't believe it, really. If just thinking how it started, Furia up 4-0, and the fact that they're able to just chain 10 rounds in a row, it didn't seem like Furia could even find an answer, which is so odd because Ascent, it kind of goes hand in hand with this Furia squad.
Yeah, and the big thing for me, I'm sitting here, I'm like, okay, these players are popping off, this is going well. I'm speaking about the speed of Furia on their attack. Don't worry, you're on defense now, you can pick it up, and they're a pretty 50-50 team on Ascent, so things are looking good. And then Crew's like, there's something wrong with what you're doing on the defensive side. There's something like, oh, that's right, because most of your win conditions on Ascent are done pre-planned. A lot of people don't know this about Furia, but on Ascent specifically, most of their wins come from pre-planned eliminations. That's a mouthful and a half. That's unusual for a team to do that. Most of their win conditions will be post-planned eliminations through retakes. No. Furia is the team that likes to get it done beforehand. So Crew's like, that's okay. We'll get in really fast, force you into a post-plan. You're not used to winning those, so what do you do now? And Furia's like, I guess we lose.
Right. Yeah, I guess that is the answer. Nagzet, right, on the entries. He was creating a lot of chaos, I think, and finding ways to at least offer a trade, open up those sites like you're talking about so that the bomb could get placed and ultimately create those post-plant scenarios.
Jet diff, man. And that's the fantastic thing of watching specifically Brazilian Jets, I think. We talk about aggression with the BR scene, and we talk about Jet. Just that, the fact that a Jet is able to really ride that fine line between what can be godlike and what can be reckless. You give it and you take it with an agent like Jet and Zand and the other side. They're fantastic.
You love to see it too with Kesnit still atop the boards, right? I mean, he was firing off on Breach. Now he's firing off on Reyna. This guy, he's a chameleon for the team.
Looking over towards, obviously, the Jet of both sides here, and I'm like, okay, what do the op kills look like? Because we were criticizing, or rather the casters were criticizing, how many missed op shots in the early round were being done by crew, and I absolutely agree with that. Missed shot, missed opportunity, players standing out in the middle of mid, for example, and you're missing it. That's a key area of kills you should be getting as a Jet player, and then I noticed as we started to get through that half, I was like, okay, he's getting his footing, he's stumbling to begin with, but he's worked out what he needs to do. It was repositioning for Nag there over and over and over again. He goes, I'm not getting shots hit from this position. I'm going to move over mid. I'm going to go deeper mid. They won't expect me here. Easy kill, back up, next round, repositions. Understanding predictability there from crew was key, and then being able to not become predictable throughout that half.
It was an interesting reminder, I think, of the team that made it to the quarterfinals back at Masters 3 and have now pushed us to a third and final map. They're going to Haven again, very much like Ascent. We've already seen both these teams play that map here on the Champions stage, both teams taking a loss. But you like to believe that they're going to feel relatively comfortable moving into it. Let's start talking about what they're going to bring to the table, though, in terms of compositions, in terms of strategy, pacing, all that.
Yeah, I think it's clear that both these teams are pretty comfortable on Haven. They had a lot of good looks, especially around the Killjoy, so I'm expecting Klaus for crew to be monumental with his ultimate. I think that A main control is going to be crucial. Obviously, Furia should have those tells, and they should fight for that A main when the time comes, but both these squads, we should see more polished plays. I gotta resort back to those missed Astra smokes. It happened 2 or 3 separate occasions where it made Nag's job so much harder, and his job is already hard enough. The man is getting into the sights, garnering all that attention and all those crosshairs onto him. So we've got to make sure that that utility is set up and Nags is set up for success.
Let's draw a more direct comparison between the Jets, right? I think we've called it out. We said it was Jet diff this time around. And if we think that they're going to be important this time here in Haven as well, Xand, Nagzet.
Bring him up on the screen. Let's have a little look. And, well, I'm just going to sort of lay it out for the viewers right now. The ACS you're seeing and the KD, etc. This is over multiple events. This is not what we're seeing just in the past few days. So do cast your mind back and realize that this is going to be an average over a multiplicity of matches that they've played. The big thing for me, and I know I've been bringing up the stats for them over and over and over again, but over this entire series so far for both of these players, I would say that I think it's by 8 ACS. The only, I think it's Xand who's the one that's leading the charge for the Jet diff here. So it's by minutiae kind of plays here by both of these players.
Yeah, and I mean, they're both doing the right things, right? All the things that we know and love about a Jet player. Haven, it's going to be a playground, man. Haven, you got to be extra mobile. The map, there's 3 sites that the Jets have to be kind of wary about. And so there's a good thing and a bad thing about 3 sites. The good thing is that you can get to the 3rd site faster because it's right there smack in the middle. The bad thing is the other site is on the complete opposite side. So these Jets, they have to have the reads. They have to make kind of those pre-rotations a possibility for themselves so that they can be extra mobile.
I want to see the C-long contention. I want to see some long angles down C, whether it's with the Marshal, whether it's with the Operator, and I want to see the Jet v Jet. Like, we see Jet v Jet. We say it on paper, we can see it. Sometimes you can see it maybe on different maps, but that part of the map is where I know it's going to go down. It's like what they call it in the Western movies, where they pull out the gun, there's 3, 2, 1, and then they shoot. It's like a showdown. Is that what it's called?
I feel like that sounds right.
You know, there's 3 of us on the desk, and I would have thought one of us would have understood what I was referencing. And I'm sure all the viewers have the word, and we don't. But whatever it is that's called.
Stupid.
Now Dash, you're the words man. I wanted you to bring it.
I don't know if I'm the words man. I'm the sit here and look pretty man, I guess. Haven, reminder of how we got here. It was Fracture first. Furia in a number of ways kind of writing the book on how to play that map and impressing us quite a lot. You move from there to Ascent, and that's where Crew takes it. Now we jump over to Haven. We've already set the table a little bit about this map, but I do think it's important to re-hit the idea of the width of the map, right? Those 3 sites like you're talking about, and how much that changes in comparison to a map like Ascent or Fracture.
Yeah, it changes the mid-round mostly, right? Because when we think about once you start hitting that A main, all the pre-rotations happen. You've got to be able to have a player who's got that mid-rounding options available. Have that audible ready, put some pressure towards Garage, have a different distraction so that you can actually get some short A control, utilize Klaus's ultimate when the time comes, but really just apply that pressure so that other parts of the map opens up for your squad.
As we dive into Prime Gaming Agent Select, taking a look at the comps that are going to be brought out by both these squads. Crew, in the last time they played it, went for the same composition that we had seen from them on Ascent. Looks like that will continue to be the case. The major difference here being the sky for Furia.
That's perfect. I was worried about the lack of flashes, and especially when those cosmic divides came up, I was like, what's your counter? What is your counter to this? Because every time they came up, it was a win condition. It was an almost guaranteed win condition. We've seen it throughout the tournament. The cosmic divide comes up. Even they're giving ult orbs over towards their Astra players in order for them to have that to split sites across. Because all they have to do is run through the cosmic divide, you're dead. So that will be a really nice counter there for Delzik, who's going to be the one that's popping off there with the Astra.
Yeah, and I'm loving to see the Sky on QCK. He did run it versus Sentinels, but just the fact that we're seeing 3 different agents on QCK. Last map on Ascent, he was on Sage in the second half. He was the reason why Fury were actually able to put a few rounds on the board, especially after they got bullied around a little bit in that first half. We look back on the first map, Fracture.
Oh,
yes,
huge.
QCK, he was the man in the front. So certainly for him coming over Sky, I'm expecting a duelist Sky. I'm expecting him to find that info. Double initiator here for Furia. He should find those openings for the squad.
This is the comfort map for Furia. When I say comfort, by far. Like, if I was going, yo, I'm Furia's coach and I picked the best map in their entire map pool, this is it. You go to Crew and it's like, well, toss a coin. You got 50-50 chance whether Crew shows up on this map or not. So go into a third map, you're jumping on Haven, and it is on paper. Like, the bookies are sitting there going, it's a 10-1 here on this map, considering what we have seen here from Furia. So I'm telling you what, Crew has leveled up, but how much have they leveled up to do it on this map against Furia?
Well, Furia fans love to hear that. I do think it's going to be for Crew about taking the momentum from that previous map, remembering what worked for them in terms of the patience to string those 10 rounds together. Can they find similar patience here on Haven? Can they find those few holes, those few weaknesses to exploit within Furia's game plan and ultimately take the series?
Yeah, and I think they can. I mean, I'm becoming a believer here, guys. It's the fact that we're looking and we're seeing different individual reactions. Kesnet, you know, at the start of the show, we talked about he was looking a little bit, maybe not nervous, but a little bit unsure of himself in the server on day 1. Today, confidence. On fire. Confidence all the way through and through.
Do or die for both of these squads. One goes home, one moves on to challenge Sentinels for a quarterfinal spot. Back over to Mitch and Tom for the call.
Thank you very much, Dash. And I think we're both very happy that we've got to exactly where we are right now, because that first map, absolute banger. We see Crew come back into it after a loss and somewhat dominate. And now as the desk is sort of set up, this is the middle ground, but on paper it looks a little bit better for Furia. But I think paper doesn't seem to matter to the Brazilian killers.
No, it absolutely does not. You know what, though? Crew are going to open this one up, already taking down QCK, and a lot of damage done to Zand and NZR, who are left to fall back. They're going to look for a B take on this, all the utility being expended. But look, Klaus is already in the back site, ready to swing in and help the rest of his team in these duels. Barely even needed. Look at that collateral kill with a classic into a third to close out round number 1. A strong start for Crew.
Okay, so a classic collat should be illegal. I never ever want to see that again. But it just shows how low the HP of a lot of those players were from those early duels. I don't necessarily mind the adaptation after this sort of failed early fight coming through, but I think this almost sets a precedent of what we're going to be getting from Crew in this matchup. I think Kesnet has realized, like, I can almost just bully this team. Like, I can get up in their face, I can take these aggressive fights, and there is a reason that he has moved away from his Sky and onto the Reyna, so that he can get out of those early aggressive duels after he finds a kill.
I really enjoyed Klaus just missing like the whole mag and then colliding someone. Like it's a lot of fun. You're on the backside. Delzic's in a little bit of trouble. You know, at this point, you don't want to skirmish all too hard against these guys. Fury could very easily have something like a Marshall, so that's why that smoke gets popped up, and they'll just spray through it for good damage as well. Fury is shifting back. I like the fact, though, that they're coagulating, right? They're trying to make sure that no one's caught on their own. No one's going to be isolated. This group is just moving together to use numbers to their advantage. And really, Tom, walking out of this round with 2 kills would be fantastic just to set the pace, the tone.
See, I somewhat think that there was a bit of a misread actually in this round from Crew. But because the weaponry was so weak, it really didn't matter. Like, if you watch the way that Klaus is bunny hopping around the back of the site, I don't think there's any way in his mind that they are already dead.
That they're that close, yeah.
It was because they had deep A control, then they droned down mid B. So they were like, okay, they have to still be outside C because we've just checked this. And as they checked it, they then all walked up. So it didn't matter because it was like an eco round, and it's one of those things that's like better to do it now where it's very easy for you to rectify the mistake. But we'll see if that comes back to haunt them in later rounds if they're going to get caught out. This, though, looks like it's about to be filth, Vidge.
It does. It does indeed. The push coming down through middle ain't going to see all too much. Delzic shut down as well, and Tom, well, that round was set up to be decent, and in fact, it ends up with very little.
Well, it was a bloodbath, just not in the way that they wanted. Because that's the thing. A Prime Gaming Flawless coming through for the side of Fury, a great way to kick off your attack in the actual buy rounds, but that was a bonus. So Crew just decided, you know what, let's go as aggressive as we can. We'll set the turret up to be the initial spot. The rest of us are going to push down mid and try and time it correctly coming through the garage. They didn't really. I think the push through garage might have been a little bit late, and because of the hold that was there from Furia, that became an incredibly easy round for them.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think for Fury, this is a round that, yeah, you're going to be happy with. You're going to just write it off, though, realistically. 2-1 is where they're at right now, and they're facing off against the buy of Crew. The important round now about to be played for, and no operators in sight just yet, so it keeps the game on a little bit more of a two-dimensional platform compared to what we're going to see later on, where you have to be super careful about taking any long-ranged peeks. Although I see Furia are still looking to shut down this A control. They're going to smoke at the start, countering out any sort of ranged holds. Then they pop a drone down. I don't believe he just hit that shot.
That's so gross. He did that shit. He avoided the drone, taps, dashes out. That is disgusting.
They'd flashed it as well earlier on, and the drone, like, they use so much to try and gather the information there on long. And Nags just walks out, one taps and dashes. Like,
I'm somewhat in shock that he's just done that to someone. That is mean. We've seen them now collapse with a classic and that. And he's actually going to go back in for more, spotting a multitude of players. Instantly the rotation begins to be pulled, but there is some utility looking to try and delay them back into the site. The problem, though, is Nags is still there, and now the cavalry arrives. Mazzino looking to peek around. Kesnet on site. Mazin doing at least some decent damage along the way, hoping to try and make this one a little bit more costly. Baiting them in, but it doesn't matter. Nags is hitting everything. He was the initial fight and the man at the end to close it out, and he's had a big start to this game.
Man, every time we come back into a map, I'm like, God damn, I have this like impression of Crew from all the games we covered of them before, from the games we watched regionally, and I'm like, this is not the team I expected to see.
I need it slower.
They have done so much work in the downtime in the off season, and like, honestly, I'm so glad we're getting to see teams develop. This is like the future of Valorant, right? The teams that currently you might write off and you might say, yeah, look, they don't look that good, they don't look clean, but this is proof that if you stick together and put the time in, it's one of the worst things for me, man. Rosters play 1 or 2 tournaments and then they're gone. Like, oh, this ain't working. You've got to put the time in, and Crew are proof of that.
Yeah, I think Fnatic, another great example.
Absolutely.
Didn't manage to qualify last time in Berlin, make it to Champions, first one in the playoffs, and they have looked incredible so far. One of these teams are looking to try and battle it out after heading into this lower bracket. Great entries, though. Mazin combining with Zand. They've got to get out of the lockdown, but realistically, it's not going to play the biggest of parts. Imagine Dree Klaus is fighting back into the side. He's trying to do it all on his own. Man wanted to put the world on his back. Maybe hoping to buy a little bit more time for Nags, but they now expect this. Like, there's only so much this man can do, and he's very good at isolating Jules. I really hope he doesn't manage to isolate all 5.
Yeah. Bias caster? What?
I just don't like having a mental breakdown.
No, I see you with your chain on. You're going over on the Furious side. Again, their bling is just ridiculous. I'm pretty sure one of the guys has golden earphones, like the actual cable as well.
I also have to say, like,
Nuts.
the hand tattoo looks sick.
Oh, doesn't it, bro? Doesn't it? And
Like,
what is that bracelet? It's like
I don't know if I could ever get
crystals,
tattoos, but I
diamonds, I
look
don't
at
know.
theirs and I'm like,
see, Tom, this is the thing, right?
If it was me, it would have
I'm
worked.
gonna be real. I'm be real
If
with
I
you.
came in with hand tattoos, you'd be like, I don't want to cast.
Yeah, I'd
this
be like,
guy
Tom,
anymore."
you need some help, man. This ain't you. This ain't you at all. Like, I think we'd all be very worried about you if you came in with hand tattoos.
What if I
but
got the like
guys on
Aang-
Fury? It suits them.
The Aang avatar tattoo.
I'd be down for that.
Okay.
I got a marker back in my room.
I like
got
how
you.
I said tattoo and you've downgraded it to marker
Yeah,
instantly.
yeah, but we'll like because
We'll
what,
test
are
it
you
first.
gonna get it tonight for tomorrow's show? No, we'll draw it on. Let's just jot that down, production. Let's make sure that's part of the wardrobe tomorrow. Get a henna tattoo. They last a while.
Oh no.
Oh come on, someday.
It's going along with Sue going bald, which seems to not be that far away at the moment.
Yeah. Look, it can happen. It can happen. We're at 3-2 here though, and you take a look at crew. Economy's kind of on the rocks here. It's not looking too good. You're gonna have that rifle obviously on Nags. The rest of the team trying what they can. A couple sheriffs, Marshall, but it ain't the most convincing buy for this defensive side. They're saving up their cash for the next round.
They're just walking up. Well, it's been spotted now. There is technically a player on the cross, but the amount of space that's already been taken. Look at the spikers as well. This is almost like, I don't want to say a solo mission because there's technically 2 players, but Zan just walking in. They're also baited. Look at the rotation. This is all a fake. They're throwing a fake in and around, which is basically an eco. They're going to tag up quick, which was make them think there's still players here. Now, they haven't fallen completely, though, because there is this sniper looking to try and hold it down, but it will be an afterplant. There's not much that can be done other than Nags it hitting a nice timing. He gets away with the first, goes back for a little more. A double kill off the back of the only rifle they have. Klaus has managed to retrieve another one. A nice idea for Furia, but it started to fall apart. Still plenty of time to play with, but it's all on Zed to try and hold it back, and Klaus is going to close it with a triple. The idea, as said, good one, but crew, they're disruptive.
I liked so much of that round from Furia. Even QCK being trapped on C long, gets tagged up, uses his ult to cover him getting out. I mean, like, even the start to it, the fact that they put the Trailblazer in, Zan pushes up, like, I have zero issue with what they were doing. It was the right call, but Nags never should have been allowed to just walk out on the side like that and take so much space. You do everything right and around, but it takes that one little slip up, let the wrong player in at the wrong moment, and you're 4-2 down, facing into an operator buy from the defensive side. This is scary.
I think it was almost the assumption that their fake had worked better than it did.
Yeah,
that ends up hurting them in the end. How is he still alive? Okay, thank God. Zand again. This man with a Spectre is almost good as everyone else with a rifle. And while Kesnet, the second he picks one up, is going to kill him off. It is just going to be the fallback, though. Kesnet actually gets dropped off that. So NZR has pulled this into an advantageous position from Furia, and they're just waiting now. They know that they've got the advantage. No reason to re-aggress just yet.
Yeah, they're going to use some utility even to clear out mid, make sure there's not been any pushes up behind them. It's a little bit dangerous if there had been C-long aggression, but that's going to be cleared for now by QCK. Nice deep flash on long as well. That's great information. That's all he wanted, just to confirm there's nobody behind them. Interestingly, though, Tom, they're still going to go back towards this A side, and Klaus has now managed to maneuver himself around. He's got the flank. They're watching for it right now. It all comes down to the timing. QCK has turned his back as they round the corner to long, but Klaus is going to walk right past them. And now they might even think it's a C hit until that recon comes down. It confirms that it's A. Klaus still has the timing, but the shot's not going to be connected.
The funny thing is, if they didn't recon there, he would have gone pushing all the way back round to C.
Oh, he'd be gone, yeah.
They've gone C, because he just pushed down mid as well, so it was the perfect threading of the needle, and then even the peek back in from Mazin was just well enough timed. Delzik, chances are just trying to hold a rifle into the next round. They won the last of some weird quasi-eco rounds, so maybe they'll have a little bit of extra cash available to them, and with a chance to invest a Blade Storm as well. I don't think that the next round is going to be for free, so making sure they'll bring something through. But again, Furia, adaptation, some decent fights on long as well, and Zand. I think that's what it came down to. If someone's going to double entry with a Spectre, I think you can be quite happy with having him on your team.
Yeah, it's I've been really impressed by Zand. I think he kind of fell off towards the second half of Ascend, but other than that, the consistency has been there throughout this series, especially considering the role that he's in. This guy is currently 8-5 on the attack side, when his role for the majority of the time involves diving at his opponents, rushing them down and trying to catch them off guard, and the pacing that the majority of the time you're going to die and your teammates are going to trade, and that's a good situation. And yet he's still managing to farm up insane levels of value before he goes down.
Yeah, the same can be said as well for Nagset. Like, what he's currently doing, the fact that he's 7-3 is silly.
For sure.
Like,
yeah.
He should be shut down a little bit more. Now, they're already going to know that Kesnet's in a very aggressive position, try and do some damage with the shock darts, and well, with the smoke covering, he'll be able to escape. Again, though, this is just an early default, and because of the utility that's currently available for that attacking side, like having that double initiator, there's always so much information. You can see they're currently using the Tiger to try and clear out short. They've already flashed long to clear out that position as well. We've seen the drone go down on long C, so they know right now that there are no aggressive positions available because they've just got all the utility to find that info out.
With the corner cleared on A long now as well, and no pushes being spotted coming through from Crew. I mean, with 50 seconds on the clock, Furia are kind of being shoehorned into playing this. They're going to have to make a move onto a site blind because there's zero information given over by the Crew side. And it will be the A site that they go towards. Kesnet has been huge so far. That cloud burst, though, manages to keep Zand alive. He doesn't get a kill, but he damn well contributes to it. So does Mazzino, though. A fast double before he's taken down. And of course, it's Zand to get that done.
Nexus just walked in. He's only using the pistol, and oh, the rifle is there. He's managed to retrieve it. This is going to be a nasty surprise if they peek in. Massive just about gets the trade. It was a good peek at the end from Furia to go together, but that was still way too close considering what weaponry was there.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, Zand was very low in HP though, right? He was on 10 health, so obviously that rush around with the classic easily takes him down with the right click. But then when they line up, and we've seen a lot of those moments in this game, Tom, where players are kind of stood directly behind each other in that spray, and it's just one bullet away from a disaster. But luckily for Furia, they do manage to recover this round. And you take a look at that timeline, it has been a very competitive half so far. And honestly, sure, it's 4-4, but these rounds have been so close as well. I don't think it does it justice.
Yeah, and that's the problem really for Crew. Even though the last fight didn't look good, it's still now an eco. Like, that was everything they had invested into the round. So this gives a real opportunity for Furia to actually put some pretty big numbers on the board. Straight walk into the C site. Obviously, knowing your opponent's economy is weak, you're going to look to take those battles at range and see it's the easiest setup for that. Again, though, this comes down to how much cost, how much damage Crew can do, and maybe if they can earn up an ultimate or two, because they're not far away from a few of them.
Now, there's opportunities, that's for sure. Rounds like this is just about max minning. You really don't want to be coming in expecting to win. They've already got the one kill. Let's see what else they can get done. Still some players trapped in towards the site. Mazin's going to be dropped as well. Look, again, chances of winning so damn low. They'll try to skirmish, though. Try to keep these players around and maybe find themselves one kill. That's why Mazzino goes to backside to pick up that Marshall. It won't work in the end, but they end up with 2 kills, farm up a couple ults. I mean, altogether, successful round considering what it was.
Yeah, not bad at all. I think both teams, though, are getting either they have the ultimates online or they're about to for quite a few of the players. So I'm going to be intrigued to see who actually manages to win that battle, because chances are that could be the difference between an absolutely dominant half coming out from Furia or a fight back from Crew if they manage to utilize them properly.
Yeah, I feel like moving into this round, I almost expect that operator on Nagzit to be a huge part of the game. His early aggression, as we said in the previous map, didn't quite pay off. He's going to use it to cover the cross as Kesnet pushes down on short. Now he'll come up to join them. This A aggression, we've seen it from them before. But Crew seem to have been read in a way. Furia instantly abandon all control of A, start to look at B, put in the Trailblazer, and they're looking to seize the control, but they have slowed the pace just enough for Crew to almost reset this hold.
Well, that's the thing. When you have Nagzit this deep, like, you're not going to be holding anybody else on A, so they've almost given them the space to rotate. The lockdown, though, is almost a fake out. They're going to start running it towards that C site, looking for the opener, but they don't expect Delzik in the corner. Still, though, he only gets one. His teammate has rotated in, even put in a counter lockdown. They need to try and destroy this, and it's being defended by Kesnet, just waiting for them to back out of the site, and now they have to try and fight back in. He takes a lot of damage on that Jiggle Peek. Forces him back, at least for the moment, looking for a repeat. It may not be worth the risk. There's still enough time that they can go for this, but Kesnet lands the shot. The heal is his, and with the spike on the ground, is left just onto one. Mazin will go down, and Kesnet will convert.
Kesnet's really impressing me, whether it's on the Breach. Again, I think he is one of the only players I've seen use Breach almost as a duelist, like, and make it look semi-viable. It's ridiculous, but it has nothing to do with the agent. Please, please do not go into your ranked games and start Breach duelist playing like everyone else in my ranked games, but it is just purely Kesnet. This guy is unbelievable, and here on Arena, he is empowered to just play this sort of aggressive style. That's why we've seen they're going to go for the same setup again, Tom, on this A short hold. Going to be Kesnet pushing, up, covering from afar. And there's a lot of utility used up. I'm surprised. Nagzit's... What? He goes all the way? I mean, Kesnet decided to back off, and Nagzit was like, oh, you're not pushing shore on me? Oh, cool, I'll just do it alone. Don't worry about it. Yeah, no, I'm good.
Just like, coward.
Yeah. We do not retreat. That's insane, dude. The confidence to go for that fight is actually just off the charts.
But I think this is the style that's working against Furia. Just, they have these plans, they have these ideas, and Crew are just trying to disrupt them. You see it in the last round, using that lockdown right at the last second, just to make sure that, okay, you had this plan to get onto C and get an afterplan. Good luck. Like, you can't do that anymore. You have to push us instead, and that's where Crew have the advantage over Furia. So I think they're doing very well to adapt to some of these positions, and a lot of it comes off this man just taking so much control away that it forces Furia to play a different plan to what they had.
I say things have been impressive so far over on that Crew side, but now they're in a lot of trouble. Delzik is on the back side. He's got a teammate of Klaus rotating in to help him, but his teammate only has the Spectre to play with. Not going to be the most helpful in a lot of these fights. Rotates sleeve, Kesnet falling. Shock dart to backside. Here's where Klaus decides to pounce. He gets the first. Delzik still dealt with eventually. And so it's a 3v2. 10 seconds left. Zeno with a huge pick. Oh my god! There's only 8 seconds for this spike to be planted, and Nagzit's walked in with the operator, closing out the round and putting Crew somehow up to 6. That is an incredibly confusing round in Furia. Oh man, they've got to be disappointed.
This is the second time, though, that somebody's gone to plant, and it almost seems like the other two players are just napping.
Yeah,
like, because we saw it on A site like a couple of rounds ago, where like this round, Zand just, I don't know, he pulls off a miracle. Like, he gets a couple of entry kills, and then it's just this moment, like, that they start to plant, and nobody is ready for players to actually push through that smoke. Like, it is an incredibly big risk.
Yes.
I will admit, like, again, that's something that if you're planning on trying to do that in your games, it won't work because you're not going to hit those 2 headshots most of the time. But the fact is, that's exactly what Mazzino did, and that's what won them the round.
Yeah, realistically, when you look at a round like that, you have to say it's not the sort of thing you can plan for, or you should plan or expect to happen, that those players are going to come barreling through the smoke, but you've got to be ready for it. You've got to be ready for anything in those kind of moments. And really, Furia with a little bit of a slip-up, we're going to have a technical pause, although I'm sure they're going to be happy enough to take a moment to think about what they want to do in this round. They're coming in with Spectres and a Bulldog to fight for the final round of the half. Crew are looking likely to push this up to a 7-5 in favor of them. And considering what the desk were saying, remember, we started this out, and the desk is saying, and I agree with them, that this is a map that for Furia on paper looks far better. It looks like they're home turf, they're comfortable here, and Crew would be on the back foot. But from what we're seeing so far, that doesn't seem to be the case.
I think that is the thing that I've really enjoyed about Crew today, is that whenever it seems like Fury are finally getting into a rhythm, they do something that just completely disrupts every plan that they had. Yeah. Be it like forcing them into angles that they just don't want, or like completely dominating a long control so they're moved to go in a different direction. Like I haven't really had much to falter like the ideas from Furia in terms of what they wanted to do. Like, okay, we have this lockdown on B, which gives us a bit of space on C. Let's go in that direction. Then you just got a player hiding in the corner like, hello. Yeah. Like, you're not expecting that, or you're not expecting a counter lockdown placed within the site, and then they're just stood behind the Cosmic Divide going, go on, run through. Go on, go on, do it. Or even in this round where it's like, okay, we've killed everyone on site, just got to get the plant down. They go to plant, someone runs through and kills 2 of them. It's like, those are the sort of plays that it's just frustrating to play against. But unfortunately, it seems like Crew have almost just gone into their element of just like, I'm going to win this round for my team. And it's working.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, look, the ballsy plays. Mazzino pushing out through that smoke was absolutely ludicrous. But the confidence to make those kind of plays is what gives you those advantages. He's paid a price for that, I'll say. Down to 30 HP as he bails on out. Nags it barely escaping with his life. And with that early pressure, Furia are going to move towards A.
Mazzino wanted the one tap. Seems like the aggression in this round hasn't been working anywhere near as well. 2 players already tagged up, but here comes the Empress.
I like the Cosmic.
Take flight.
Yeah, look, that's completely stopped them. They don't feel comfortable pushing through that Cosmic Divide. Even Rain on the other side for sure. A lot of control. So it's just going to be a rotate back, or at least they're going to fake that out. Of course, steps don't matter at this point. That wall's going to block it off. They can just start to sprint until the Sova pushed into the corner. The question is, do they check Delzik right up close? They've blinded him. They know that he's around here.
Yeah, but that was a deep flash. They might think he's a little bit further back. It does seem like QZK is trying to check these closer
the doorway in the corner.
He's heard the reload and almost get caught jumping up. Delzik, though, just still holding that ground. He'll win the duel eventually. Now, they've actually decided to bypass him. Just go straight back through, but they do not expect Klaus to just be waiting here. A second player on the peak is Kesnet, whose Empress may have dissipated, but he has not. And it's left all onto Mazid, trying to hold on 1v3. It's going to be a 7-5 scoreline in favor of Crew, who fight back strong in this half.
Yeah, altogether a very, very competitive half. We have to keep in mind Crew won the pistol round to start this off. They got their 2-round lead, and that is just a boost of rounds into the half, and they end up 2 ahead at the end. This is literally as tight a game as you can realistically expect. I would say this is almost a more even score than 6-6, which is a funny thing, but when you consider how the pistol and the follow-up works, it's when it comes to the buy rounds, I'm very impressed with what we're seeing here.
Well, let's see if the desk are feeling the same way. We're going to chuck it back over and be back after the half.
It's not quite how math works, Mitch, but I appreciate the sentiment. It is a very, very close matchup between these 2 squads here on Haven, 7-5. Just a 2-round differential with Crew, though, in the driver's seat, Potter.
They are in the driver's seat, and you know, we talked about Klaus, the Sentinel, the Killjoy. I mean, on the attack side, he was fantastic. Those Killjoy ultimates were so crucial, but on the defense as well, he just allows the freedom for his players to just freely move around. You talked about the long C push, Jess. Yep. They did it. Not only that A main control consistently pushing forward, Klaus being that solid anchor at B, and it's the Killjoy way, right? Just all that info, the turret, the alarm bot, giving you that sort of breathing room to be able to play a little bit on the back lines, and Klaus did it beautifully.
I wanted to know how Crew was going to adapt to Furia's best map. I was like, what are you going to put on the board for me? Are you going to go aggressive? Are you going to go passive? We've seen them adapt to Furia before. They decided, well, you really suck with your timings on attack. We'll wait it out. We'll bait it out. We'll see what we can do. And some of that defensive aggression that I saw throughout that round, I was like, okay, I'm feeling it. I understand, you understand that there's going to be a lot of map to deal with. So that's cool with me. I just don't know the longevity of it into this second half.
We got a trio of players there, Sportin 11 kills, Klaus, Nagzet, and Kesnet on the side of Crew. So definitely leading their team into a comfort zone. But I do want to recognize what the casters were talking about, kind of that their ability to disrupt the flow of Furia's play, right? Every time Furia felt like they were in a comfortable position, okay, we finally got in control of the site. Something happened. Yeah. And Crew's able to find 1 or 2 frags that you wouldn't think are possible.
Yeah, and it's those pre-takes, right? They've got the info in that mid-round. They're able to make those early rotations. How many times did we see them flooding through that Astra smoke at C? One by one, they never allowed the Furia guys to actually get the spike down, get into those comfortable post-plant positions so that they can actually utilize their utility and make that post work, right? So certainly for Crew, they were thriving in that chaos.
Well, these two teams are currently enduring a marathon of a series, but there's one final sprint left. We'll see which one of them can kick it home here in the second half as we return to Mitch and Tom.
It is the final half, likely, of one of these teams at this event. One of them is going home after this. I don't want to see either of them go home. Honestly, it's been such an enjoyable series that it's sad that one of them has to take the hit. One of them, I believe, will go through to take on Sentinel. So it's not the greatest prize in the world for winning out this match, but it's one that both teams want desperately.
Most definitely. Yeah, it's very strange to think the level of play that we've seen, and we've got to send one of these teams home. I'm heartbroken, but it has to be someone. Crew on 7 to close out the half. 5-5 when it comes to buy rounds. By the way, that's what I was saying, Dash, but you know, it is what it is. This pistol is going to be important as well, just to give Fury the way back in if they win on this defensive side. Look at how slow Crew are playing, though, Tom. They are spread out into a default, holding for any sort of aggression, and it's going to be a game of chicken. Who's going to make that move first?
It seems like, at least from a defensive standpoint, they're expecting this to be some sort of mid-play. You got 4 players around B and, of course, the garage door. That's also where a lot of their utility is. So it almost looks like a hard read into what Crew are going to do. And for now, at least, it's wrong.
Yeah, you can see that this is a hard retake as well from Furia because they expect it to be that mid-play. They're not even going to be on the side of A. So as Crew walk on in, it is a free plant. They'll use up a little bit of utility on the way through, but without having to take any fights, they still have their shock dart afterwards. The heals up on Kesnet. See how that plays out now as the retake will be mounted by Fury. They're still a little bit away from it, though, because they've got a couple players who need to rotate into position.
QZK is about to... Well, he has to pull out a God Flash here. There needs to be something that blinds half of the team, because getting back into this site looks like an impossibility, and he's already dead. That was the one piece of utility they had getting back in, other than just Jet dashing through. And although the trades are coming thick and fast, they need to pick up the pace a little bit. Push through from Cloud, snags it with a triple, and it is Crew to take themselves a larger lead. That's both pistols now, Mitch.
Yeah, with both pistols under your belt, it's tough to lose a game, especially one that's been this close so far on a map that's as even as Haven. You remember back in the day, Tom, we used to go through like Season 2, Season 1 probably as well. It was like every game on this map was OT.
Yep.
But you win both pistols, and that stat changes around a little bit. Yeah, I am, Tom. We don't need to go there.
It is a wonder that you're not the bulb one, considering your previous.
It's got a lot of 17, 15s in there. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We do love a good OT, Tom. Especially because they were deciding maps a lot as well. It's even better. A lot on the line, as it is here. With Crew coming in on a force buy, obviously, they've got their Spectres to play with. Furia, I've got full classics. It's a full eco from this team, and they're going to try again to group up and use their numbers to their advantage. Just a few players up close, but just enough for them to win out these fights. Oh, no! Delsic went down to the classic for that peak.
Delsic 100% was like, we've killed 3. There's no way there's more. And then he starts reloading, and it's like, oh god, this is a problem. Yeah, 2 kills already. This is a massively successful round considering that they only had classics. I would expect nothing from that sort of round. So I like that sort of stuff. A little gimmick coming out from Furia, not something that will change the outcome of the round, but now they can actually look to try and do even more damage with a couple of Spectres. I imagine the chances are they're just going to try and hold players in, and Exit, he's going to have to fall off the angle here.
He's even using his dash to get on out. Both players are spotted. Spike is planted way too open for this to be a problem. Kesnet is on the other side of the map. I mean, that bloke he's searching for them on split at this point, but he's managing to make it back eventually. It looks like there won't be too much of a threat to the round. Indeed, it is a solid round from Furia nonetheless. The fact that they've killed 2 players, a lot of the time you're going to have some guys who stick down.
He wants the ult orb. Look at him. Oh, he's actually going to go down. That's what you get, Kesnet. He wanted that ultimate orb so bad, that extra kill, that he ran all the way around and then still loses the duel. I don't even believe that on the other side they were even expecting anybody to take a duel at that point.
You expect Mazen to still be close, right, though? Because he only picked up a Spectre. He wants to die to that Spike or to the players afterwards. That is a hyper-aggressive exit. 9-5 now, playing out pretty much exactly as we wanted, or we expected it to. Here's the chance for Furia, though. They're up against the lower buy. Like, these guys didn't come in with, like, ghosts or anything like that. So
Someone dropped him a Spectre. He did that, and they're just like, okay, you can still have the Spectre.
It's Kesme.
I know, but...
It's Kesme. He could throw the weapon off the map. You'd still donate another one to him, and that's why he comes in swinging onto Khalil, and they've double opened it. That is, honestly, it's disgusting how much better Crew have gotten in the last few months. That's such a well-timed push in. How many times have we seen it from Naxit? Cloudburst down, dash in.
Yeah.
They're looking at him, but they can't see exactly where he's gone, and his teammate comes in and takes them down.
It was like they're spamming the smoke.
Yeah.
And it's almost just like that panic of, like, you know, the to be continued meme, where it's just like, and then Kesmet peeks, it's like, do.
It's like you start spraying that guy, and then you're like, oh no, wait. I know what they're about to do.
They went into a save. They're like straight away. The second that happened, they were trying to hold on to rifles, and they've already lost another player. Naxit has traded out a rifle, which honestly, they're going to have a perfect rebuy in the next round anyway, Crew.
And Blade Sword.
They could lose every player here, and they'll still be able to buy. So if they can take away any of the guns from Furia, it's worthwhile.
This is an absolute disaster for Furia if they don't manage to save these guns. And they are in a lot of danger. 1 second left on the clock. It looks like they're going to get away with it. Crew on double digits, and I can hear them getting loud behind me. They are ecstatic. They are excited. And of course, in the background, they haven't even needed to call in Owner yet. The Meg coming in, the big shark in the water, but he's not going to be needed just yet because it's just plain sailing for Crew.
Well, as we were walking around, I saw the man face to face, and by that, I mean I was looking up about 4 feet.
Owner.
Well, I was talking about Carlo.
Carlo, yeah. Carlo.
No, if I was 4 feet smaller than Owner, I'd be lying on the ground.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, Tom, I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. Listen. Well, we're going to have that timeout called eventually, so it looks like Owner's going to be able to have a chat with the boys, as is Carlo. The one calling for that pause. It's definitely time for discussion over on Furia because they have got a couple of problems here.
But that is the thing. This is what Crew does. They'll come into a matchup, we'll be like, this Brazilian team's looking really good.
Yeah.
And then they eliminate them. And they have done that multiple times now. They've eliminated Sharks. They did it previously last time with Vivo Keyed.
Yeah.
And now they're looking to do it with Furia. Yeah. And this is exactly what Crew does. So yeah, this is why when we talk about South America, we're always going to be talking about Crew because they always seem to knock out one of the Brazilian teams every single time.
Yeah, I got to say, incredibly impressed with their performance so far. Furia's timeout's coming to an end, so Owner's finishing up his final motivational words, although I imagine you've already got Crew in a pretty good position. They're pretty happy right now. They're not feeling like they're the expendables unless it's in the sense that they're the heroes of this story.
Every time. Every time. To be honest, it's not a bad comparison. Like, I wouldn't mind that comparison, although need to lose a few pounds.
Yeah, I think we both do.
Oh, okay. Man. Well, that's a good start. I don't know what was said. I don't know what words were uttered by the coach of Furia, but if it was peek mid and kill 2 people, it's a brilliant plan. I'm not sure it's one they'll be able to repeat too often, and they've got to be careful because Mizzino has taken quite a lot of control. A battle of the spam, which results in barely any damage at all.
Oh, wow. Okay, this is a strong round for Furia. They are getting away with this one almost flawlessly. A fight will be put up by Cloud9.
This wasn't a buy.
He's no stranger to picking up 3 kills here or there, but he's going to need to find 4 if he wants to defeat this Furia side that, as you said, Tom, came in with pistols and walk out with rifles.
I want to know what Carlisle said. Can we get that footage?
I reckon good chance it was in Portuguese, so I'm not sure.
I'm sure there's plenty of people here who can speak Portuguese. Get Leah to translate.
Now you're asking someone to translate it as well.
Leah can do it, you know?
Oh, wow. Fly just went right past my face.
See, even the fly is telling you to be quiet.
That freaked me out.
I want to know what he said. It must have been inspirational. It was probably life-changing. Like, look how much of a difference it's made to this round. They just went in with pistols and a single rifle and just absolutely owned. Now, there is actually a chance here for Klaus. He's into a 1 versus 3 scenario. He's baited out the plant and unfortunately goes back for it just as NZR peaks. 10-6 Furia, if anything, back in.
Yeah, I feel really bad every time I look at your side of the desk, Tom, because, like, I don't know, I must have sweaty hands. I'm just, like, coding the table. I look at yours, I'm like, Oh, this is normal. Don't worry. I look at Tom's. It's clean.
Do we know who's casting next?
I pity them.
That's who I really.
Let's get this place wiped down. Disinfected. I mean, but in all fairness, it is being disinfected.
That is true.
It's for obvious reasons. 10-6. Yeah, I think for Furia, they're going to face off against a lockdown this round, which doesn't necessarily worry them because NZR has got that Hunter's Fury to deal with it. So shouldn't be too much of an issue. Also means he can use up those shock darts in the early round, although they won't find much.
Yeah, they've spotted a turret. They also had a grav well to try and pull any players in. This is a very fast-paced mid-take. They have basically just destroyed every single piece of utility that was in mid for Furia. And they've lost nothing for it. They just ran up there, made some noise, and looked to place down more stars just to try and hold them back. This has nothing to do with the plan. Again, it links back to exactly what Crew have been doing throughout the match, which is just making a lot of these rounds really uncomfortable for Furia. The fact is they're now having to dedicate more players into B than they ever wanted to in this round, just because that utility isn't there anymore.
That's some mind games by Crew. They're playing this one perfectly, and they're even ready for Kesnet to be trapped in the corner. Another duel going their way as NZR comes back towards the A site. But even still, Crew have not pushed in. They are biding their time, waiting for a mistake to be made. And Klaus won't be able to get the flank play in, unfortunately. Oh,
it's a bait.
Here.
It is a big bait.
30
Look, they
seconds
already
left.
start rotating. NZR, he's making a move. He's going to be caught in the open, but he hits both shots. The thing is, they played him perfectly. He was in the open, but if he can keep hitting shots like that, it doesn't matter at all.
That's incredible. I mean, sometimes you can set up the round perfectly. You can do everything right. 13 seconds left. That Hunter's Fury is looking for them, trying to stop the plant from coming through. It's going to find the tag, but they can't deny it fully. Spike has been planted. Damage done to Delzik at least. It's not the toughest of retakes for Furia, really. A lot of the dangers are gone, and they've already managed to deal with Klaus.
Exit, and Delzik, though, is still standing. They brought this back into contention, down to 1 versus 2. Delzik gets the timing on the peak, into just 1. QCK looking to try and face off against him, and he will keep them alive again. As you said, it didn't look like the toughest of retakes, but the result is very different indeed.
Convincing stuff there. Furia getting in with the 1 player left alive. But look, at least they've got Seekers out of it as well. 10-7, 3 between them. And I gotta say, if you're Furia right now, that round win, it has just completely motivated you. Sure, it is super close, but for players like NZR, why do I keep messing that up? He is now gonna be fired up coming into any of these future duels. And he has just saved the team. QCK clutches it. And we talked about when you're behind, on paper, winning a round convincingly is the best way to get back into the game. But I'll tell you from experience, those clutches are what propel you forward because they don't get your economy fired up.
From experience?
Well, from experience listening to the team,
okay,
you know?
Okay.
Or on the opposite way, having Logan 1v4 with a Sheriff. You know, that will motivate a team to bounce back into the game. It fires you up more than, hey, look, we destroyed them. We won convincingly. Everybody got a kill. Team ace. You know, that feels good.
He actually
but
lives
clutch,
in your head rent-free, doesn't he?
Man, not a day goes by I don't think about Logan. I'll tell you that. Logan and his Sheriff, it's a nightmare.
But yeah, I
so
think
1v4, Tom.
That's the thing. Again, we're looking at a round where I'm sort of watching the side of Crew and saying, you know what, you played that perfectly. Like, other than the fact that those 2 duels don't go your way, again, they get rid of all of the utility in B. They bait out a rotation with the lockdown. The move starts to come through from NZR. What does he do? He pops the 2 players' heads as he's out of position. Like, he's aware that they could push that angle, but he was like, okay, they've locked down. They're obviously going in the other direction. They even break the turret to almost try and bait them in. It's unfortunate for Crew, because those are the sort of scenarios they're now going to be talking that over and thinking, like, what did we do wrong? Well, realistically, not a lot.
Yeah, I know. No, I'm 100% with you. I think that a round like that, they played them like a fiddle, and yet still just got destroyed because someone steps up, an individual performance. These are the sort of things that you have to account for. You look at how you've lost some of those rounds. Sometimes it's just a ride-off, and it's out of your control. This time, they're looking to take things into their own hands. Nags, it's already moving towards the site, but he'll be shut down by Zand. A nice opening for the Furia side. But the push hasn't ended just yet. Crew are still looking to come into this site. And oh no, a missed shot on backside. What?
What's going on? He's still alive. He actually gets another with the no-scope. I don't know how Zand lived that long, but he's made this one workable. Mazin, though, getting tagged up by the drone, is forced back, and he still gets hit by Mazzino. He's just going to hold that angle, not give him an opportunity, and Kesnit will close out the round. Again, a weak purchase. Again, a change of pace. The fact is, they were relying on a Blade Storm there, and it did nothing.
It did nothing, and the round still goes their way, right? Just that blitz out a couple seconds after. Great shot by Zam, by the way. And that kind of screwed up his entire plan of holding down that long angle. He had to bail back, play to the backside. Looked like he got caught in a bit of utility as well. Was it like a Trailblazer or something? Like he jumped back down, he was hovering in the air. He looked kind of confused. Still got away with a third kill, but it was not enough this time around. Zan's been impressive. Now he's going to have a Blade Storm, and he's around B to start this round off. Furia going all in on this a little bit. They're dedicating their economy to it. They don't want to allow Crew to push up to 12 and have to fight for OT.
That's the thing, and they'd have to fight for OT likely with some very, very weak weaponry. So this really is the be-all and end-all for Furia's tournament. So they need to make something happen here. Again, we're going to see this early presence in, and that's all the utility gone. This is the only goal of this push, by the way. For anybody wondering, they are not looking for kills to take any control. They just want all of that utility gone, and then they walk away.
It's really nice early round, honestly, just to bait out as much of it as possible. It's one of the main critiques we have when you go for those faster rounds. You leave your opponents with so much to work with. That flash on mid hasn't seen anything, but the drone coming on through hasn't destroyed it. Got rid of the Lear as well, and the recon. That's great work from Mazin, who even ends up with a kill from this situation. If they push in, there's 2 players to fight them. That is ultimate denial. 3, in fact. That's ultimate denial of garage control.
Yeah, the thing is, though, they've got to be careful elsewhere on the map. That heavy garage presence has left some openings.
30 seconds left.
One of them is towards that C site. Now, it does look like they're going for a retake, and a lot of that comes down to the fact that they do have a lockdown available for them. So if they can hold on to Garage, as you can see, it now becomes pretty awkward. Now, by the looks of it, Crew are just going to stick the plant, get themselves into an after-plant position and just fall back, or at least you'd think they'd fall back. One player still holds.
Kesnit was going to be in trouble there. I don't think he would have gotten to the lockdown in time on the side. Oh no, he's out of ammo. Zan down to the classic, and his teammates will save the day. The spray away from Klaus isn't enough, and Furia saved themselves what would have been a terrible situation if they lost this round, as they will get up to 8. My God, what a round.
I like the fact that by using that lockdown, Furia knew that there was a gap. And because that's always the thing, like, if you're going to be placing it in a random spot, sometimes you leave a gap by accident, that player exploits you. This was clearly something that they thought about prior to the round. Because you see, the second that gap is left, they know that Naxit is there, and they put a stun. And obviously, when you're stunned and using an operator, you're in a very, very bad spot. So that's why we did see one of the most awkward battles in history, but at the same time, that was purely calculated by Furia in the retake, and then it just comes down to winning the remaining duels, which were towards long.
Oh my God, this is going to be a fast round from Crew. They have full committed towards this C site. Going to be moving in, reconning up close. Hunter's Fury even thrown in there to try and clear out some of these angles, and well, they've got the site for free. It looks like Furia, even without having that lockdown, are content to play the hard retake, and after the success of the previous round, why not?
Yeah, this time they don't have a lockdown though. In fact, they don't have as much at all. In fact, there's one on the other side looking to try and just hold them back for extra time. This is a round where there's investment here for Crew just to try and utilize those ultimates. Kesnit, he gets the timing perfect on that peak. Watching the player destroy the lockdown, he goes for the kill instead. Still though, the weaponry advantage is with the side of Furia. It's just the personnel. They need to start clearing out these players. 3 currently in the cubby, and QCK! See you later, Crew. This is another round for Furia.
That's unbelievable. They didn't have any smokes part. The Cloudburst going back in for it. There's 4 players down on long. It looks like it's all secured. I thought the main threat was going to be that operator on Zan, picking off a couple of them as they went out for duels. And instead, it's QCK with an utterly unbelievable play. Here's Kesnit, obviously trading out that lockdown as if it's a player. But QCK, I want to see this. Oh, that is disgusting.
He was ready for the last one as well.
Oh, he was, yeah. Yeah, I'm fired up, man. Those kind of rounds, they really get you going. Now we're looking at 11-9, and what was previously a pretty bad situation now becomes, for Furia, now becomes doable to the extent that we're even going to have Owner coming in and calling that pause for the side of Crew.
Yeah. I love the fact as well that we're seeing composure again from those young players on Furia. Like, these are traits that I don't think we talk about enough when it comes to professional esports in general. But when you have someone who is, what, 18 years of age, being able to hold on in those sort of scenarios, because that triple kill was fairly necessary. Yeah. Like, he was holding the most important angle. We've seen Khalil as well also have some high impact over the last few rounds. They're not crumbling, they're not falling apart when they're this far down to a team that has more experience on this international stage. So yeah, as said, no matter which team goes out today, I've been impressed by the performance, and considering the two other teams they have in their group, I think it's going to be, well, one of them's already through, but it's going to be very difficult for whoever goes through to get out, but I don't want to take anything away from these two teams.
The funny thing is we talked about them not having a lockdown on Furia, and it almost looked like they did. Just because Crew were like, hey, let's go towards long. It literally worked exactly the same as if they had a lockdown to play with. One of the curious things, you know, the fact that Owner called for that fast and furious strategy, something he must be a fan of. But I think the fact that that pace got them to the site, it identifies a bigger problem with those C-site post plans. I don't think we're going to see them go towards that site in the early round again.
No, it looks like, especially now that they actually have some proper weaponry, they're going to try and slow things down at least a little. Garage control, again, challenge 4. Destroying some of that early utility once more, but Delzic's actually fighting this. Considering he's the man that has a lot of the stars, it's surprising, and you know what? He's only going to get a trade.
Oh no, that recon is so dangerous. The wall is made of paper, and Kesnet almost ends up falling. Shock dart for backside. They know Mazzino is there. They blinded him up. They wanted to deal with him. That operator's going to be retrieved. Really want to get a kill back here to return that and put it back on an even footing, but
look
Furia
at the spike.
Not giving them that opportunity. Why is Klaus here? That's...
How is he there? Isn't there an alarm bot?
How?
He must have. Did they smoke the alarm bot and he walked past? Or is there just a gap big enough?
I don't think there's a big enough gap. I think he'd be caught by that.
Yeah, so I think they must have smoked the alarm bot and then walked through, which, hey, brilliant. I don't think there's any way. But the problem is, even if he gets a kill and gets traded, he's going to put the spike in the worst possible spot. And actually, NCR is still watching for this. It doesn't matter. He'll get the kill. And that's all that was really wanted by that side of things.
Zand pushing up is going to be caught by this turret. He's got to destroy that, make him a little bit worried about that flank play. He's going to dedicate some of the resources elsewhere. But for Crew, Mazzino doesn't quite realize there's a second player there. It's a little bit awkward, but look at who's walking through the doors as we speak. He's being spotted. The spray is good, and he'll take him down as well, leaving Zand to clutch this with an operator. And well, Tom, his chances aren't looking too good.
Oh my goodness. This round was won by Klaus and Klaus alone. I still don't know. As said, did they put a smoke down onto it to bypass that position? If so, that is brilliant. Maybe that garage play was actually just a distraction, because I was watching that at the beginning and thinking, what is going on for him to be there? But yeah, the opening up, the rest of his players just being around the angles to sort of catch players as they look to rotate. And as we sort of mentioned so many times, the disruption of Crew, maybe better than any other team we've seen in this tournament. The amount of times they have caught Furia with a play that you just wouldn't expect a team to have to. He had the spike, for God's sake. Like, the gall of the man to do that is ridiculous.
It is absolutely insane. I feel like Crew have just got a better read over the game than they've ever had before. Their rhythm is perfect. That was a wallbang. Kesnet's 5 HP. I actually didn't connect onto Mazzino, but Kesnet got shot in the ankle. He is very lucky to be alive.
That is a lightning fast shot from Zand and could be the difference maker. Now I was going to say they still have a decent buy here, but I'm looking at Khalil just having a classic.
Yeah. Didn't notice that before. Not not sure what's going on there. Got shock dart.
Kesnet was so low in an aggressive position. The shock dart on the other side actually does a lot of damage onto Zand. And they're going to have the information of where these players are. The fact is, though, that opener could be everything, especially if they manage to retrieve the weapon. Now, they haven't actually been able to rotate over just yet, and it seems like Khalil is almost just relying on this lockdown to try and delay them out of B if that's the direction they go. And I will say that is where we currently have a push coming forward from the side of Crew.
30 seconds left.
Look in through garage already. This is a little bit dangerous. Klaus has been so good at sneaking up behind them and finding the gaps in that defense. On the backside, Nags, it's about to be challenged by a classic wielding player. You won't expect that, and, well, he won't be able to take him down. 15 seconds left. In through he goes, but Khalil takes him down. That's going to be the operator retreat, trying to harass in the back lines. Klaus will not be able to do all too much, and that defender killjoy ult comes into effect. The plant has been secured, though, over towards this C site. Of course, the Cosmic Divide blocking the sound, allowing them to get in there, but it's still a 2 versus 3, and quite a late flank by Mazzino, but the timing actually might be perfect. There is absolutely no way that they expect him to be here. He's got them all lined up. This is perfect. Mazzino takes the first. A little bit of trigger discipline maybe would have helped out there. Now this is in a little bit of danger.
Yeah, they still have the pull though ready to try and get anybody off the spike. So the fact is it's going to buy a lot of extra time. This duel is absolutely everything. Zand is going to win it, and now it comes all onto Mazzino, but he has dropped the man who was on the spike. There is nothing that can be done here. Crew know already that they've won it. Delsic was already celebrating before the spike even went off. Crew, they do it again. They are the team that knocks out every Brazilian the second it happens, and you can see the celebrations from them as they will go through to fight the Sentinels.
What an incredible performance and turnaround from this team. Looking better than they ever have, but doing the same thing, knocking out Brazilians. That's what Crew is all about. Incredible series from them here today. And I have to say, I don't think Sentinels are a weak team by any means, but I think they should be careful of not underestimating Crew.
Yeah, it's going to be the Red Bull clutch to close things out. This round in itself was just so back and forth, and that's the thing I want to say about this Furia squad. I have thoroughly enjoyed watching them throughout this tournament. They lose 2-1 to Sentinels, they lose 2-1 to Crew. They are not the sort of squad that just went out of this without a fight, and I think that's always been the thing with a lot of regions that we sort of talk about, like, oh, they kind of sort of came, they turned up, they went home. It's not been the case here for Furia, and I am actually devastated for them because I do think that there are plenty of teams in this tournament that they could have beaten. It's just unlucky that they face off against South American counterparts who are always so solid in these scenarios, and Sentinels.
Yeah, not the easiest of tournament runs. I mean, this is where Vision Strikers will be like, yeah, just play, let me play the violin for you real quick. What is a tough bracket? But yeah, I have to say, I'm incredibly impressed by what's being put forward today. And you got to say, Klaus in particular on that map went absolutely insane. He started it out well, he set the tone, and he just did not slow down. I am still going to be confused till the day I die about why Khalil had a classic, but it worked, which is
that was the crazy thing. The timing of some of their utility was so good. Like, I think they actually put that gravity well through as he jumped, and he got moved just enough that it was for the classic to get the kill. But then there's still stuff going on for Crew elsewhere on the map. Zand ends up as one of the top players on the board. Mazin as well, performing to a high standard. Like, I don't think there's anybody in this series that I think can be like disappointed with the way that they played. And for Furia, as said, they're a young squad with a hell of a lot of potential. I can't wait for them next year.
Yeah, as you said, you know, a team for the future that's already showing up here. The potential, the clean level of Valorant. Hell, is this, if this is what we get in elimination games, the first elimination games as well, I'm all for it, man. And there's a proud Crew walking forward, giving the fist bumps to their opponents. Respect definitely earned between these two teams.
No doubt about it. Like, both of these teams could, if they'd won, there was no way that there would be any sadness in my eyes, at least. And yeah, Crew go marching on once again. They've got an incredibly tough opponent ahead of them. But as you mentioned, with the performances we've already seen from the likes of Furia, for example, versus Sentinels, it has been proven, at least within this tournament, that they can bleed. Like, I don't want to take too much away from like Team Liquid as well, because Team Liquid have been fantastic here, as they were the ones to send, obviously, Sentinels down to this decider match. But it's going to be a tough one for Crew, but I think they're going to compete.
Yeah, I think so. I would be surprised if it's a blowout. Now, you wouldn't have heard me say that coming in today.
Yeah.
But coming out of today, this is a team that has caught my eye, and I think the majority of the audiences as well. Incredible performance. Furia as well. Can't wait to see them again coming into next year. As you said, a young squad, a lot to be done there to improve them, but they've got a lot of time to do that. So coming out into next year's competition, I'm sure they're going to be someone to keep an eye on.
Oh, for sure. And I think going forward in the tournament, even going forward into today, I think this has proven that there are no easy games. Like there is no one that we could look at and sort of sit there and be like, oh, you know, this is a team that's not going to be able to do anything, because we've pretty much seen that all the way through. Either way, we're going to have a look at this one more time. So we've got the Prime Gaming match highlights for you. Take it away.
Respect shown between the players, between the coaches. But for both of these squads, they want to make sure that this is not the last time they step out onto this stage. And if they want that to be the case, they got to take 2 maps here.
Keep the rhythm, keep the pace.
Feel the burn. You know you can feel it.
Yeah.
If you're not feeling it, you're not doing it right.
One enemy. Destroyed. One enemy remains.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Turn the LFO, come on, let's go. Turn the LFO, come on, let's go. Turn the LFO, come on, let's go. Come on, let's go.
Take the day off work.
Welcome back to Champions, where Crew have found a way to keep their tournament hopes alive by taking the series in 2-1 fashion over Furia. The last 2 maps will go their way. And I think so much of the story of this series was how they found their rhythm as the series went on.
Yeah, aged like fine wine, as most people know me to say, but I also have something else to say, a little bit of an apology, because after the desk, I'm going to have to eat this. And it's called words, because I laid down some heavy words on the pre-desk. I laid down some heavy words before the last map. I said this is Furia's map. It's their playground. It's their stomping ground. And, well, I am not going to enjoy eating this afterwards, I tell you that much. Shout out to the Crew fans. You proved me wrong.
And, I mean, it's really just the reads, right? That Klaus was making the man of the hour. That round, it was round 21, where he finds himself back B. I mean, the casters were just as bewildered as we were on the desk. How the heck is he back gone?
With Spike?
With the Spike, with an alarm bot still active front B, right? So certainly for Furia, they were not expecting that move whatsoever. But those were the kind of curveballs that we were seeing coming out of this squad, right? And the dedication, the commitment, anytime that site hit came, it was beautiful.
And you love to see Klaus stepping up in the 3rd and final map, because that's who we pointed to at the top of the series. While it was Kesnet, top of the board, the first 2 maps, Klaus comes up on the Killjoy this time around.
You know what? In the first 2 maps, I said he struggled. We highlighted in the pre-desk, and we're like, we need him to stand up. Map 1, oh, he struggles. Map 2 struggles even more. And I'm like, oh God, Klaus, they need you now. Dig deep, my friend. And well, dig deep he did, because he ended up being the MVP for his team on that map. Moves out, not just with the assists, not just with the utility usage, which I wish, Potter, we could quantify with numbers statistically. I want people to know the kind of impact that players have, and maybe in the future we can get it. But I mean, at the moment, all we can say is that that man stood up when they needed him most.
Now, by the same token, I do want to, tip my cap to the performance from Furia at this tournament.
God, yeah.
I mean, heartbreaking losses across both their series to drop in 2-1 fashion. And as the guys on the desk were saying, this felt like a team, a roster that could challenge most any squad out here in Berlin. It just wasn't their day today.
Yeah, certainly. And it feels bad, right? Just the woulda, coulda, shouldas that are running through all of our minds right now of what could have been if it was a 2-0 on day 1. What could have been if they're able to convert that second. So, Furia, feel bad.
Tough for them, but on the flip side, again, for Crew, this is very much a team that has grown and evolved so much across the course of the year, from Reykjavik to Masters 3 and now here at Champions.
When you're an analyst on the desk, you prepare everything on paper. You've got all the stats, you've got all the research, and then sometimes the stats lie. Sometimes you come into an event and you're like, the paper says this. It says that Fury should win 2-0. And I even, gave Crew a bit of a 2-1 at the start there. I gave them a bit of a nod. Again, eating my words later, not excited for that. But what I can say is that is an incredible transformation for the Crew squad. The boys hailing from Chile, well, there was definitely spice here today.
Well, again, it was Klaus who stepped up in a big way on map number 3. He's also standing by with Yinsu for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, Dash. That's right, I've got Klaus with me here, also joined by our translator, Malix. Hello, guys. Congratulations on your victory. You guys were so hyped all the way through every single map, and also when you won in that moment. And tell me how much it means to you, to beat Furia.
Bueno, para nosotros es muy importante porque ya es esta iba a ser la tercera y la última vez en el año en el que le íbamos a jugar a Brasil, y obviamente teníamos que terminar con un 3-0 y ser dominantes ante Brasil.
It actually meant a lot for us because it was the 3rd time we were facing against Brazil in the international events. So we couldn't lose that score. We wanted to go 3-0, and at the end of the day, we did it, and it was great.
I want to talk about that because Sharks, Vivo Keyed, and now Furia, every single time you've gone up against Brazil, you've eliminated them. Do you feel like you guys are the best team from South America?
Yes.
I don't think that needs some translation.
No,
yes.
no, it doesn't. I thought you were going to say that as well. Now, I want to quickly rewind, as you guys see on your screens, back to that Fracture pick. I believe you guys are the first team in this tournament to first pick Fracture. Why did you do that?
Porque es un mapa que justamente nos queda, yo creo que cómodos a nosotros, y también le queda incómodo al rival, a Furia.
It was a really comfortable map for us. We practiced a lot, and it was also a quite uncomfortable map for Furia, so it was the best pick.
Well, in terms of the Asian compositions on there, you playing the Viper for the first time, Kesnet on the Breach. What's the reasoning to have you guys sort of switch up your roles for that one map?
Creo que fue un tema de conformidad, de qué se sentía cada uno jugando, qué le parecía mejor, y nada, quedamos en eso. Que Kenny ya jugaba Breach antes del principio, yo jugaba un poco Viper, Massino también jugaba Sentinel, así que sí, somos bastante flexibles en ese sentido.
It was basically just comfort. We practiced, we had played the other roles way back, so it was just like, yeah, we feel comfortable that way. Kesney has played Breach in the past, I have played Viper, and Massino has played Sentinel in the past, so it was just that, and we're really flex about it.
And lastly, your next opponent is going to be Sentinels. You have to beat them to get out of groups. Do you have a message for them if they're watching?
We are not Furia.
Oh, okay. So what does that mean? What does that mean?
¿Qué quieres decir con eso? Que no nos... ¿Qué fue? I don't know what to say. No nos subestime. No nos subestime.
Don't underestimate us.
Oh, I love that. I love that. Thank you so much, Klaus, for joining me, and thank you, Malix, for translating. That is from us here. Don't worry, guys. We have more Valorant action coming up. We're going to throw to a break, but when we come back, Cloud9 will be taking on Full Sense.
And I'm in a set pace. 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 I'm in a set pace live. Rip the set, make the skets get live. Nicely I ride the beat. Speaking in Irish. I'm in a set pace live. Rip the set, make the skets get live. Nicely I ride the beat. Speaking in Irish. I'm in a set pace live. Rip the set, make the skets get live. Nicely I ride the beat. Speaking in Irish. I'm in a set pace live. Rip the set, make the skets get live. Nicely I ride the beat. Speaking in Irish. And I'm in a set pace. And I'm in a set pace. 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 Rip the set, make the skets get live. Nicely I ride the beat. Speaking in Irish. And I'm in a set pace live. Rip the set, make the skets get live. Nicely I ride the beat. Speaking in Irish. And I'm in a set pace live. Rip the set, make the skets get live. Nicely I ride the beat. Speaking in Irish. And I'm in a set pace live. Rip the set, make the skets get live. Nicely I ride the beat. Speaking in Irish.
Welcome back to Champions, where over the last 5 days, a whole heck of a lot of Valorant has been played out here on this stage. So before we dive into our final matchup of the day, I want to take a quick look at our bracket, get a refresh on where we stand, because we've had a few teams qualify through, we've had a few teams exit the tournament at this point, and a whole bunch still fighting for their tournament lives. As we know, Fnatic was the first to make it out, Gambit as well, and now Team Liquid, 3 EMEA squads in the quarterfinals.
I was gonna say, can you cast your eyes around that bracket right now and, you know, spot a similarity between them?
There is a trend.
There is a trend. Does it follow? Not sure.
We'll see, but they're looking pretty. Even Fnatic, you know, these boys get to have, I believe it's 4 days of a break in the middle of the biggest tournament at the end of the year. That means a lot for this squad. They're just sat back in their rooms watching all the action go down.
And it's that very group where our next matchup takes place, right? Fnatic already through. Cloud9, the team that dropped to them. Full Sends having dropped Division Strikers before. It's going to be Cloud9 versus Full Sends. Let's start on the side of Full Sends, because I think it's fair to say that in this matchup, they should be considered the underdog.
Absolutely. They only have 10 rounds to their name throughout this entire tournament. Yes, only 1 series played thus far, but that is one of the lowest round counts that we can possibly give you throughout any of these matchups we've had so far. And the roster themselves, well, they were touted as being maybe some dark horses in the tournament. Unfortunately, they're only giving us a dark figure of not much at the moment, and that is something they are looking to change here.
They have to, right? I mean, they have to. But you know what? Listen, I've had some copium, I think. I'm not sure what it is, but I'm a believer. I was watching back the VODs last night, and look, I know the score lines are very one-sided.
Okay.
And the ending of that, I can't even lie. Full Sense, they were outclassed. But the first 6 rounds, there were opportunities laid out all over the place. And it did seem like this squad in Full Sense, the 180 from the first 6 rounds to the last 6, I mean, it just completely different. The confidence, this team looked shut down completely. But again, the mechanical skill, the confidence in the first 6 rounds, if they're able to hold on to that mental fortitude, make it all the way, then we've got a series on our hands.
And to be fair, this is an incredibly tough group for them to push through.
Sure.
But if I'm going to put my eyes on any player on the team, it's going to be John Olsen.
Oh my goodness. I mean, we speak about CNED having to step up on his team and make the space, and otherwise they don't win. Some people say the same about John Olsen. And okay, let us not forget that he's played, I don't know, was it 8 different agents in the past, like 4 months? I mean, the man knows what he wants to do. Now it's Jet predominantly, so he has settled on an agent, he has settled on a role, but what he does on that agent is incredible, and he's expected to be the one to make the difference on his team. And the copium that you are absolutely inhaling over on the other side of the desk there, Potter, I want some of it, but I think that's coming down to your man, John.
It is, and it has to. I mean, look at this, crisp shots, and it's the reactions. It's not even about the aim, but it's about these dashes, this forward aggression. The reactions after his teammates get contact, or he's able to find that one, he's usually always good for the second, if not the third. And that sort of superstar patterns forming on John Olsen, I mean, shoot, hopefully it just keeps going up and up.
The other thing we have to take into account, right, is that this team doesn't have a ton of experience. And in fact, we do have a quick video with Lammy Snacks talking about competing on their very first LAN.
Hello, my name is Lammy Snack. I'm from Full Send Thailand team. It's our first LAN from Full Send team. We feel like great to play it here. Really proud of us to play here. We just learned how to play like lots of tactics like Vision Striker, how to play calm, trash each other like a teamwork. Just thanks everyone for cheering for us. Thank you for everything.
We'll see if they have what it takes to take down Cloud9 today, their opponent on the other side of the arena here today, who have sported the closest series we've had so far here at Champions. 13-11, 13-11, 14-12 was the score lines put up against Fnatic.
Oh man, Cloud9. And you know, I can't take anything away from Cloud9 when I said that I had that copium. These guys look good and they've been on the up and up. We gotta look right at Zeppa. We gotta look right at Vanity, the new in-game leader. Since he's joined this squad in August, it's very clear. The leaps and bounds that this squad has made, his leadership, you can't deny it. And it's the innovative stuff, right? It's the small things. That Asher wall, he's just so comfortable on that agent. He's able to really find all the openings for his squad on those bratty lurks.
And it's one end of the spectrum to the other. When it's Cloud9 Blue and we're talking about how close they pushed it with Fnatic, the very first team to be able to, you know, qualify themselves for the playoffs, a lot of people turned around and were like, oh, Fnatic were playing bad, this and that. I was like, oh, whoa, back it on up. Cloud9 Blue, they played good. Let us not forget. They went to Fracture on a map that Fnatic was trying to, you know, tout as their brand new playground, I suppose, and they brought it so incredibly close. So I actually think people are underestimating how good Cloud9 played the other day.
I mean, again, off of that series, people talking about Fnatic as well as the Vision Striker series, of course, as a tournament favorite. And Cloud9 played them that close. They are a team that should be feared. We talk about John Olsen. We should talk about the guy who's going to be charged with handling him and challenging him, and that's Leaf.
Yeah, oh my God. I mean, I was going to make some autumn joke there and how the leaves don't fall very far from the tree. Well, Leaf himself has had a spectacular run thus far. And okay, yes, you expect him to. That is his role. There's a lot of pressure on his shoulders, but we've seen an incredible job from him, and he's kept cool, calm, and collected for the most part throughout it as well.
For the most part, or maybe just on the Jet part.
Sure.
Yeah, you know, and that's his bread and butter, right? He's looked fantastic on Jet, but he only plays Jet on, what, 2 maps for Cloud9? The rest he's on Sky. And his Sky performance, it was pretty lackluster, I can't lie. He was getting bullied, especially on split. So for Leaf, you know, he's one of those players that he shines when he's loose. He shines when the rules are bent and he's able to just do whatever the heck he wants in that server, right? So I think that's the crux of Cloud9, but also the strength. I think versing up versus Full Sense, Cloud9, they got to be careful not to play to Full Sense's game and play to Full Sense's hand and start, you know, accepting their aggression and start throwing their own. They got to stick to their game plan here.
No fire with fire?
Yeah.
Oh man, I was hoping for fire with fire.
Well, maybe fire with fire. I don't know. One stat I will point out that I think we could be critical of for Leaf in that last series is that he was -10 on his FKD, right? So he was losing those opening duels fairly often. And if John Olsen gets the better of him, that might kind of create the opportunities that Full Sense needs to take it.
It's really funny you bring up that stat because I was going to bring up a counter stat, which actually paints an even worse picture than we were already painting for Leaf. And okay, yes, Jet plays and everything like that. When he's put in a clutch situation in the late rounds, the man can only, and I mean only, win 1v1s. He has never won a 1v2, a 1v3, so on and so forth. The man only has the opportunity. I'm looking here. 0 wins, 13 losses, 1v2. 0 wins, 12 losses, 1v3. 0 wins, 7 losses, 1v4, and 0 wins, 6 losses on the 1v5.
Well,
I mean, what?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. We're going to have to see, right? It's a totally different opponent. It's a totally different day. This is one of the biggest stages that any of these players have ever played on. So let's hear from Zeppa for what it's like to step onto it.
I'm Zeppa from Cloud9. I play the duelist show Flex Agent, and here today. The feeling's always great to play other people. The stage is obviously a big difference from what we usually play. I mean, it was the first time playing on LAN. Really appreciate everybody that tunes in and supports us, and glad to have you guys, and keep watching us.
Now, Zeppa was a top performer for them in that last series. Excited to see him step back out there with some Rays play today. Let's start talking maps.
Sure.
What are we thinking here for a team like Full Sense, right? They have a whole mountain to climb here. So what map is going to set them up the best to do that?
I wrote in my notes Haven. I mean, just because, again, that Copium, again, that VOD, the first 6 rounds, I think they go back at it again one more time. You know, I know the latter end of that half, it didn't work out, but their initial game plan, John Olsen, he certainly looked comfortable. He was finding those aggressive picks. Take it back to Haven, man.
I want to see Ascent, personally, just because if I put the ranking of the maps of like what I expect Full Sense to be most comfortable on, Ascent is the one I rank up in there. I know Split is close and everything like that, but that's where I'm throwing it at the moment.
Yeah, but Cloud9, it's kind of their go-to band. Maybe they fool around with it this time and let it float, but I think Cloud9 might just take that out first.
Oh, okay. They're like, we did not like what we saw against Fnatic. They're like, we ain't about that life. Get rid of Fracture, which is sad because I wanted to see more of that, baby. I want to see more different regions, and I said I wanted to see them on Ascent, and C9's like, we take away that good map.
Removing it from the pool, but that does mean that the Haven is still open, like we talked about, and so we'll have to see
what about Split? Hit
Well,
the split.
There's your answer. What about split? They want it.
There you go. That's what I expected. If it wasn't going to be like bind for me or ascent, then it was going to be split. And well, they're going to pick that one straight up, and that's a comfortable map for them.
It is, and it's very interesting, right? Because Cloud9, they had an okay showing on it. In fact, I think they won.
That's the one they won.
Right. That's the one map that they
eked it
won.
out.
So that's a good sign to me, actually, in fact, because that says, you know what? They made a read. They feel like even though Cloud9 showcased that they can win on this map, their game plan, they feel like it's stronger.
Yeah, bring the fight. I like it. Challenge them on one of their better maps, or at least at this tournament so far. Breeze will be the one to follow.
Okay. That's a good pick there from C9. And the reason I say that, I got a mixed bag result. And I'm holding up a bag right now. I'm looking at it in full sense. I'm flipping a coin and I'm wondering whether or not they're performing well on Breeze or they're performing poorly. And, well, the last time they played it, let us not forget, they got smashed 13-5 by Vision Strikers. So it's going to be a nice little time there for Cloud9.
Yeah, for sure. This is a punish pick coming out for Cloud9, and they've got that sort of luxury, right? I mean, the fact that they're using their ban on Ascent, one of the most commonly played maps across the pool, that shows that C9 have a bit of luxury coming into this veto. So certainly they get to just pick and choose whatever their strengths are. And in this one, it's a weakness for Full Sense.
Interestingly,
okay,
Haven gets taken off the table by Full Sense here.
Okay.
All right. I mean, do you get rid of like the lesser or the greatest evil? Like, is Full Sense turning around there and going, you know what, we like the map, but Cloud9 also does pretty good on that map, so do we just get rid of the greater evil and go with what's left?
Yeah, they just want to throw that kind of random card out the window. And, you know, another thing is I believe all three of these maps are maps that Cloud9, there's a lot of video footage and film out there for Full Sense to just write down those notes and write exactly how Cloud9 like to approach these.
That's a really good point. If we do make it to that third map, it will be Icebox, just to bring map vetoes to a close here, with Bind having been removed by Cloud9.
I mean, the only like negative I have about Icebox for Cloud9, and they brought it very close with Fnatic the other day, so that's not a bad map for them, was obviously when they went up against 100 Thieves, they also brought it close there. So when I'm looking at this map veto, I'm thinking that no matter what Full Sense had have done, if they hadn't have got rid of Fracture, if they had have got rid of maybe another strong map for them, it wouldn't have mattered because there are so many maps in the map pool that Cloud9 either can bring really good teams close on, or that Full Sense would have not preferred anyway. So it's been a really bad map veto for Full Sense, I feel.
I mean, I think it was going to be a tough map veto regardless, right? Coming in, again, in that position of being the underdogs. Split is where it starts. Challenging Cloud9 on a map that they've won is definitely a scary prospect. But if you do, then this whole series is flipped on its head.
It is. And again, going on the foot of Full Sense, having that chance, making this one competitive. Look, they're not facing off against the 200 IQ Vision Strikers who's just going to be constantly throwing perfectly lined up fault lines, perfectly lined up and layered flashbangs, right? Cloud9, they're a little bit more loose. They're not going to play to that extent yet. So I think for Full Sense, they should have those kinds of wiggle rooms within the rounds.
Well, with our maps locked in, we're going to jump to a quick break. And when we come back, it's Agent Select, and then we'll dive right in. See you soon.
Time slows down when it can get no worse. Wishing there was something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you.
Bailar, dame un beso. Bailar, dame un beso. Bailar, dame un beso. Bailar, dame un beso. Mi corazón balanceando. Bailar, dame un beso. Bailar, dame un beso. Bailar, dame un beso. Bailar, dame un beso. Mi corazón balanceando. Bailar, dame un beso. Bailar, dame un beso. Bailar, dame un beso. Bailar, dame un beso. Mi corazón balanceando.
Welcome back to Champions, where the squads of Cloud9 in full sense are raring and rearing to go. I can hear them all back there, ready to dive into the lobby, so I'm not going to stand in their way. Let's get out there and meet them. Okay, a little bit of flair on both sides here as we step in to that elimination match between Cloud9 and Full Sense.
Oh my goodness, I wasn't expecting that either. I mean, usually, you know, pretty cool, calm and collected, but they want to bring the spice to this one, and who wouldn't on an elimination match that pushes you forward? Come on, man.
Getting their heads early.
Getting their heads
That's
early.
what that says to me.
Yeah, bust out those cartwheels. You saw James there coaching there. Lead by example.
It was all business up until that point.
It was
and the
too.
cartwheel came out and I was like, oh, okay.
Okay.
It completely changed the mood.
My God. I mean, look, that's the kind of thing that you want jumping into this. Whether you're Cloud9 Blue, whether you're Full Sense, because let us not forget that Cloud9 Blue is going up against what I would consider to be an unknown quantity. Okay, yeah, Potter's saying there are some really good ingredients that are ready to be mixed together here for Full Sense. We just haven't seen it, you know, stirred in the pot just quite yet at the right temperature.
Right, you don't want to be caught in the crosshairs of a team when they finally find themselves, right? And
Their final form.
Yeah, that can happen on an international stage. You never know when the beast is going to be awoken, and so it definitely jury's out on this Full Sense squad. But if today's their day, it would be, I think, a sorry way for Cloud9 to exit the tournament after having put up such a great fight against Fnatic. It's going to start on Split. It's the one they found success on against Fnatic in that 13-11 fashion. Let's talk about it. Where did they find success? What was it about that map that allowed them to take it?
It's got to be Zeppa, right? I mean, look, Leaf, he did his job. He just didn't have his superstar performance that I'm used to talking about. So I think Leaf, he'll be fine. He'll do his job. He'll do his due diligence on that Sky. But Zeppa on the Raze, he's a whole nother level on that agent on this map. He's so comfortable. The paint shells, he holds on to it until the very last moment at those small choke points, and he gets max value out of that piece of utility. So definitely, you know, I said that Full Sense, they're not going to have to deal with the amount of utility that Vision Strikers threw at him, because at every facet of the rounds, Raze, she's only got the one paint shells.
Racing through the Prime Gaming Agent Select, we've already got the comps locked in.
You know, it's funny, I have 6 different compositions that Full Sense have ran on this map, and not more than once. They've never stuck with the composition more than once before, and it looks like this will be the one that we're going to be seeing. Chalala on the Cypher is the one I'll be looking to here. We've said this about Cypher players before. In the very previous series, we saw some big Cypher players coming in, so that will be the player I'm looking for, but we wanted the Raze, and we got it. On one side only.
On one side only, exactly. And this is actually a pretty significant switch up from the last time that Full Sense played this map in terms of composition. John Olsen hopping from Arena over to a Jet, which means that PTC doesn't get to play that Jet, which he played last time.
Yeah, and I think that's good news for Full Sense, right? Because John Olsen, again, he was the most confident looking player in that server. The way that he handles certain utility coming at him and the way that he stands his ground and he just doesn't back down, that is going to mean a lot for Full Sense to get them into the groove of these rounds and find their rhythm. And it's going to be on the back of John Olsen standing his ground.
Well, the teams are diving into the server for our final matchup of the day, and it's my distinct pleasure to hand it over to Riv and Doug, the boys, for the call.
Thank you so much, Dash Riv. A last chance for the two last chance qualifier teams coming out of North America and the APAC region for it to be settled here. Backs against the ropes. This is as good as it gets.
They know this feeling. They should be able to power through it and bring their best. It's been a long day for all, but when you're ready to play, you're ready to play. Full Sense looks like they came out very stoic, very poised. The C9 the same. They're really, I thought there was going to be a little bit more between the teams. Like, all right, let's bring it. I think these two are just looking directly at this game to get the win. No fluff, nothing else.
Well, and look, man, there's no time. You're not really afforded much else, right?
That's
like,
true.
You can't come out of this
Save the energy.
Exactly. Well, like, you can't come out of the gate slow here. You can't afford to fall behind. You can't afford some of those minor mishaps that you may have potentially been allowed at the upper bracket. Like, this is it for two of these teams. And for Cloud9, I think everyone's talked about the possibility, the aspirations for them to be tournament favorites going into this thing. And for Full Sends, you have a chance to shock the world right here.
And I think a lot of people have been shocked already with Full Sense's performance. Even with losing their game, they put up such a strong performance there, even thwarted. And they could give Cloud9 a run for their money. We're going to see it right here. As like you said, C9, the favorites from the region almost, saying, could they win it all? Is Sentinel still there? Well, they'll have to work themselves out of the lower bracket. And C9 knows all about lower brackets, from League to Valorant. Right. They do the gauntlet runs. Right. So maybe the moons are aligning for them in that sense.
They've been here before, and now they're on split. Full Sense starting off on the attacking half. Fault line swing out as Mitch tries to deal some damage, push a couple of members of Full Sense back, and they've been able to do so. Riv, we've lost already 40 seconds in the round, and we haven't seen much of anything.
Looking again, you know, the Des mentioned a bit. John Olsen back on the Jet as we have a little A pressure here. John Olsen back on the Jet, and PTC goes to that breach from their previous play of how they would have sorted this map out. So a little more utility brought to the squad, but still the opening shots of this man right here, Johnny O, coming up strong.
And it looks like, so Full Sense off of that pick A, they managed to establish heaven control, but the spike never left garage. So
that's true.
Off of Cloud9, they saw that, they started to rotate back. John Olsen now starting to work his way forward onto the site as the rest of Full Sense follows, and Cloud9 have given up space. They're still playing close by, but they're willing to give up the site, allow it to go down, and then they're going to fight for the retake. They've already lost one, 12 seconds left. Gotta get the spike down, they do so.
Where do they decide? They're packed in pretty well to the back of the site. Utility on the side of Cloud9. Looks like a few smokes, a bit of that breach util to get themselves back into the turret for the flank watch. And they're going to have to watch the flank because PTC could have the round in his hands.
Well, on the utility, well, he's burned it all at this point, but you're right, the flank is going to be there. Zeta's managed to get 2 kills, but there's PTC. You called it, Riv. He's got 2 in front of him. Lammy Snacks gets the last. Full Sense wins the pistol. This is an excellent start.
Yeah, that match, that round was so good. And again, that's the switch up. A complete paradigm shift as well for the way PTC has to change that. He used to be the Jet on the map. Now he's playing the flank, not the forward player. You have to think about it differently, and the team called this well, played it well. PTC with the comms, play it safe. I'm right behind him. Full Sense grabbed the first round. We'll see if Cloud9 will bring it back. We know they like to force a bit, and it's not going to be one of those situations.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're going to carry anything into this next round. Cloud9 playing this a bit conservatively, carry out pistols, and see if they can, cause some economic damage, potentially snatch a round back. We'll see how things play out, but Full Sense, this is, again, an excellent start for them to walk away with a pistol. They've got full Spectres and have full armor the entire way, too, and in the previous round, we saw they were much more, they were very slow, right? And it's tough to say much more slow, but they were very slow. They were very methodical in how they approach things, and this time it is a bit of the same. Once again, we're going to find ourselves at about the 1 minute mark in the left in the round before we see much movement forward at all.
And you see how C9 on defense is playing the breach. It flows from left to right, whichever site that Zeta can be at when he is on priority for it. The team will call for him. So you see him now leaning towards A. I like what Full Sense is doing here. You open up mid and see if you can get a peek from Cloud9, playing it very slow and patient here. Just a little bit of util on both sides of the map.
And Superbus is just absolutely littered B with Astra utility, right? Like you've got stars, you've got smoke, you've got everything. Right now, one of them being the smokes that's denying entry in from defender spawn. So it certainly seems like they want to lean that way. Cloud9 not rotating over quite yet. Full Send should be able to get onto the site, but you've got Vanity playing in the smoke. You might get a chance at something here if he gets the timing just right. Lammy Snacks unknowingly has the barrel right in his ear. He's able to take Vanity out. Zeta falls as well. Cloud9, I don't know that they had much of a chance in this round.
Right, the eco kind of splits them up a little bit. They did try to rotate fast with the lean on Zeta, and it looks like it will be the flawless. Spectre's in and Spectre's out from B as they clear out spawn of C9. That's going to be 2 quick ones in for Full Sense. They start off split their map. Pretty good win rate from recency for them. So if they can continue this momentum, this is the map that they love to have control on.
And I think, you know, oftentimes this third round is where we see momentum start to build, right?
Yep.
Like this is where you really have an opportunity to break an economy of your opponents, to snowball things into a pretty considerable lead. So this is where we've actually seen a couple teams struggle in this very moment as well. So we'll see how Cloud9 weather that. Full rifles, light armor on just Vanity. And while Full Suns are still riding this bonus, I like this aggression coming up from Cloud9 towards A here.
Yeah, why not? They haven't really pressured Full Sense yet. The first gun round, why don't they? And Leaf and Zeppa come up big, Doug.
And Full Sense tried pushing into that aggression, and they got punished for it. John Olsen and Superbus have both dropped. Cloud9 with the numbers advantage, and now they peel back a bit, see how they want to reset the situation. The spike is going to rotate back towards mid in the hands of PTC, as you were just saying. But here's the thing, like Vanity is set up in a really good spot to it too. You see the setup in B Heaven. There are nano swarms, and then you can play off of the contact from where Vanity is. That's a really good setup.
PTC made it through, and then they're in the strat. Maybe someone peeks me. They don't know. We've kind of encroached on defensive territory, but now that they've moved back into mid, not too much space is taken. A dangerous move by Lammy, but he gets himself in there too. So they have a bit of control over the rotation of the map through mid. Cloud9 doesn't want any of that, though. Yeah, they're going to wait for Full Sense to come to them.
And I wonder if we're waiting for Zeta, to get the fault line. It just came online. And if the flash had enough info,
oh boy,
you may have had something going there again. You see Zeta, he's already set up for it. They're just waiting for the cue, right? They're there, and that very well should be it because a couple of kills have been traded. There's a fault line that we were just talking about, pushes them back. The spike, once again, still hasn't made it onto the site, and this time we're down to 15 seconds left.
C9 stack the A site, no utility. From Mitch went off. None of it in heaven with the alarm bot. His turret never pinged anything, even though the Viper wall came up onto B from Lammy Snacks. C9 played the patient game and said, if they're not pushing us, we know they're not B. Let's stack A. Gun round comes into their favor, and this is where you said, Doug, the game can start to take off. So it's good that C9 was able to get a round under their belt.
And I worry, I know it's early, but I worry about how far Full Sends are willing to let a round go. Because if you're willing to play that late in the round, it's because you're messing with people, right? Like, you have to show enough so that you can kind of trick them later on in the round. But if Full Sends aren't showing anything, if they're just kind of sitting back and then they go, you can get figured out very quickly, Rip.
And Zeppa trying to figure stuff out right now. He'll actually see that the Cypher trap was destroyed. You can always consider they're waiting for the flank. They've already left that, but the Roomba gives them enough information. You see the lean from C9 already. Will Full Sense be able to activate this, execute fast enough as the Viper wall is up, but they have a hell of a lot of C9 utility to get through.
Gravity Well was used a bit early. The Nanostorm hasn't. Oh, actually, it just went off. Thank you, Mitch. Thank you, observers, for catching that right on time. Now, Full Sense trying to get onto the site. A couple of kills have been traded. Mitch still anchoring backside. He hasn't moved an inch, and he hasn't had to up until now. Leaf's able to take one of them back. He's still up in heaven. There's Mitch. We just called on him a moment ago. Tries to and manages to get Cloud9 into a 2v2 in this situation. Leaf caught with utility out. Mitch, the anchor, in a position to make a big play for Cloud9. He's in this 1v2 though. That's brutal. Superbus wins around for Full Sends.
Quickly taking Mitch to school right at the end there in the 1v1. Doug, all these, I'm pretty sure these are just frag rounds so far. This is a bloody match. The trades are happening, the spike gets downed early, and then the round becomes chaos. Organized chaos, because each person knows what they need to do to get to the win. But we have not seen a full plant be the post-plant, execute, retake. It has all been firefights from here on out. So we can see how hungry both teams are. You see on the scoreboard right there. 3-1 so far. We're getting to round 5. We'll see if C9 can bring it back into their favor. It's full sense. Stop the bleeding right away.
So take a look at weaponry. Vanity has a judge. Mitch has a judge as well. And it's this weird lighter buy because Zeta has a sheriff, which is a frenzy for Leaf, but Cloud9 have a knack for making judges work, particularly Vanity. So we'll see. I want to keep a very close eye on how they position because oftentimes you want to set yourself up in a spot where that judge becomes the difference maker, right? Like you're not putting yourself on poor footing.
So this time they have Zeta over towards B. They're predicting the B fault line into an exec from Full Sense here. So Full Sense may have the read, may have a site. And we'll have to see how Cloud9 finally replies to a full team being in the site. Usually Full Sense has a big flanker, but not this time.
And Full Sense has gone a bit early. They have 3 ultimates to work with as well. 3 impactful ultimates, no less. They've managed to get onto the site. There's only one left, and that's Lammy Snacks, making sure there's nobody rotating down ramps, which is where Vanity would end up if he continues this route. The Rolling Thunder comes through, and it pushes him all the way back. But John Olsen drops. The Showstopper's going to fall as well. Zappa clearing out space. He goes down. He isn't able to land the shots, but the Spectre does. It's all right. The judge gets one as well as it all falls down to Superbus to try to make this happen here. He's going to get a chance. Oh, my goodness. That would have been something.
Just the lineup. You see it. Unfortunately, one of the members there was just a punching bag for bullets. Took too many, and they were able to fire over each other's shoulder. It definitely got a bit scary on the retake, but C9 still happy with the win there. Nicely done to be able to drop each member and not make it too troublesome after Zeppa's rocket went straight into the wall of screens. So C9 again pull it back into their favor. And Doug, this is where it becomes weird. You have a little money, you spend it, then it gets taken away. The resets back and forth. If nobody gains ground here, we see this going punch for punch almost all the way to your first half score.
Full Sense also, through all of that, only spent one of their ultimates, right? So they still have the Blade Storm, they have the North left, and now they have the Cosmic Divide in the hands of Superbus to work with. And we see John Olsen's Blade Storm providing no value as Leaf just takes his head off.
Very quick. They tried to get the fault line through as well. A lot of little pre-round things, or start of round things happening, I should say. Cloud9 not falling prey to that. Leaf, we heard Dash talking about it. He didn't have a great game on that Sky 4 split, so let's see if he can pull it back here as he opens up one on the start of this round.
Then flash info gathered mid from Leaf. We talked about statistically his Sky performances have been underwhelming, but he does provide a good bit of value off the utility from the agent alone. That's a pretty good setup that they've got going on in Heaven, but really off of that, Full Sense have made this competitive, they've made this interesting, but Leaf plays the position just right and drops Superbus.
C9 not sure where Full Sense is at the moment. You just saw Guiding Light go up top, but they know where Lammy Snacks is. Little gravity well sucks him in for a shot for Mitch there.
30
and
seconds
now
left.
PTC usually has a great roam on the breach so far throughout the beginning of this game, but is it enough to drop 4? It's a lot to ask for.
Oh yeah, that's asking for a minor miracle in that instance. And as you mentioned, Riv, that was just the Sheriff. That was all he had. And for Full Sense, that was the case for a lot of the players. They may have had one Spectre, if I'm not mistaken, but other than that, it was this lighter purchase. So for Cloud9, they're able to get out of things relatively cleanly, right? Get out of that situation with as little damage as possible. They only dropped one member. So we'll see what they have to invest as far as armor goes and what they're able to bring into this. They have 4 ultimates to their name. Zeppa's the only one who doesn't have it, and well, we saw what that last showstopper looked like. That's weird. My showstoppers never do that. That's so embarrassing.
Usually when I open my eyes, I can hit them. We're looking at the map again for Full Sense here. Their pick, the last 8 plays, they are 7-1 on split. With what the record is coming in for C9 at 7 plays, they're 3-4. So Full Sense in the right to be able to pick this map, thinking they'll have the upper hand. But I have not yet seen why it is their pick, Doug.
Yeah.
The strategies are becoming more fight rounds. They're not finding themselves in the site with the majority of members other than the first few rounds. So definitely want to see the versatility there and why this is a 7-1 statistical map for them in 8 plays.
Well, and that, if that's their meal ticket, like we're just going to slug it out. We're not necessarily concerned about getting the spike down, playing economy a certain way. We're just going to fight it. Like mano a mano, sure, you can go for that. I think in that instance, if you're Cloud9, who's going to step up? Who's the one who's going to fight back, right? Like, is it going to be Leaf, who has a big performance? Is it going to be Zepaceta? Whoever it is, if they're going to lean into that, it's got to be one of them that steps up. Or the alternative is, forget about that, man. If they want to try to, like, run at us and do this, like, force your head into the wall and try to make something happen, so be it. We're just going to play tactfully.
Right.
And we're going to get things done.
Heading back in from the full sense timeout, and nice and early. I kind of like this. You know, nothing's glossed right now for either team, but sorting out the beginning so you know what to keep doing. Nobody's losing their head just yet. Full sense, I think that was a good timeout.
Interesting, different positioning from Mitch. He's got the alarm bot in mid here. Try to gather some info, as Full Sense have shown that they like to feel out, you know, test the waters, if you will, poke and prod a bit across mid before they decide where they want to go with things. You also have Leaf playing a bit further up, right? Like, he's normally up in a heaven and he'll flash down into ropes, try to get info, but he isn't normally the one himself in that spot. Now he's playing down in ropes. So Cloud9 have clearly shown a bit more interest and a bit more focus in controlling mid-map. The alarm bot's already grabbed value. The gravity wall comes out, but Full Sense manages to stay alive for now.
That's nice. A little change by C9's alert bot change there for Killjoy. Mitch gets the dash already out of John Olsen. Little things changing to mix up how Full Sense feels the round out. Like you said, they still want that mid, though. And Cloud9's been giving it to them. It's interesting to see what teams have altered to switching on, focusing A alt orb, now letting A heaven be a thing you defend. Giving up mid and just defending this rotational spot now of rope. Because what do they get? Left. Heaven? Still have to get the sight. Right. C9 playing it very patient. Oh my gosh, Zeta throws out the Rolling Thunder to just deny anything. 20 seconds left, Doug.
Well, and they want, oh, what was that? Zeppa drops. PTC swings around. You mentioned the Rolling Thunder. They also dropped the Seekers as well, and they spotted that there were a couple players mid. You see the Cosmic Divide coming out, as the Defenders does as well. Lockdown. 3 ultimates on the site here. The Spike still just now making its way onto the side. And you've got Vanity in a brutal spot as Vanity and Mitch. Leaf gets in on it as well. It's a clean sweep onto the site once Full Sense made their way there. Cloud9 respond beautifully.
That was incredible. Here comes the defuse. Vanity looks down, and they're gonna be able to get it there. Mitch stays alive even with Vanity falling. The double Cosmic Divide, I think, gave a little bit of false sense of security to Full Sense. Well, knowing they didn't have to look at their sides too much, if you look backside, C9 never really peaked, which means Full Sense was then thinking, where else could they be? What a take on the site. Instantly, as Full Sense drop in, the moment they couldn't retaliate, that's when C9 peaks it.
Your Vanity popping off.
Yep, we're getting a little bit of it now. Yeah. Now that they've gotten the lead. It was quiet before.
And it's a good advice, right? You have to kill the bomb diffuser.
There you go.
Certainly wise words of wisdom out from Vanity in that instance. But Full Sense, they've been very competitive up until this point. They still have 2 ultimates to work with in this round. And this mid presence that we've seen really every single round up until this point, Rev. They're not deviating from that initial approach.
They're not. They're setting up the same default. Mitch? You're kidding me.
He was sitting in that fault line. He was sunned up.
Yeah. Mitch with an up, by the way. Something we've mentioned from Cloud9 before, that he is such a flexible player, always has been, and you'll see him with the operator in different positions on the map. It'll catch you completely off guard as Full Sense lose John Olsen at the beginning of round 8.
Full Sense rocking the spike in the hands of Lemmy Snacks. You see a couple of pings on your mini-map looking towards back B site, so it looks like that's where they want to go. But guess what? Mitch isn't letting you in. That operator, he's been so good with it, and he just continues to cause problems. There's nowhere that's safe. You can't go in towards garage. You can't work your way up mid as well. Cloud9 causing serious problems for Full Sense here. Zeppa gets the last on the round. Cloud9 gets a 5. And this bus?
Yeah.
You feel it?
Yeah. The wheels are turning, and that round systematically destroyed everything Full Sense wanted to do as the dominoes fell. The first kill, you're not going to be able to have John Olsen opening up the round. He's been dashing in, getting your first frag. The second kill, we see Viper go down. The Viper's ult was planned for B. One after the other, they couldn't get any of the things they wanted to execute into the round as C9 shut that down. Ultimates are still there, though. Full Sense now with that Rolling Thunder, still with the Viper's Pit. Let's see if they can execute a bit more here. bomb's going to be in mid this time.
Yeah, and I mean, you're right. They have the ultimate economy to their name, but they do have armor. They all have light armor.
Try and go for a little buy. See what they can hit.
Yeah, I guess ultimately that's what it comes down to, right? Like, see what you can hit. You all have sheriffs in your hands. See if you can make something out of this. But Riv, I think the interesting thing is Full Sends, they're not changing the opening plays to the rounds, right? Like,
No.
It's been
Cypher
a bit of the
right,
same.
Viper left, 3 mid.
Right.
Oh, I feel that. And that kind of works to only protocols. They're trying to feel what Cloud9 is doing, I think, instead of have their own agenda, which sometimes work if you're trying to read the other team. But now that they're ahead of you, C9 won't be giving much up. And they'll be taking quite a bit. Chalalala goes down there on a ramp. Almost another shot here from Vanity, and he's going to call for Leaf. Oh, my word. He drops 3 immediately, and those sheriffs will do no damage.
None at all. It really just comes down to Lammy Snacks and his sheriff to do some damage. There's no way he can easily get to the spike at this point either. So this seems like a bit of a foregone conclusion. Cloud9 should be able to get their way to 6. Although Lammy Snacks, if you hear me, brother, make me eat my words, because that would be one heck of a play. But it's not doing a Prime Gaming flawless coming out from Cloud9 as they get to 6. Full Sends, as we mentioned, they haven't deviated very much from their playbook. This might be the time that we need to see something different. We highlighted the ultimate economy, the position that they're in. Now they should have rifles to work with as well. If there was a time to dial up something, this is it.
So there's nothing, as well as C9 with these rounds has been incredible to just snuff out Full Sense. So they can't deviate from it. But while running that play, you have to find, for Full Sense, you have to find a precedent that C9 is putting up every time. You're like, oh, this is where the alarm bots are. This is where. So walk into the alarm bot instantly and get away from the round. Now one of the players of C9 have to worry about Heaven more. The little hanging fruit that you can attack that you're seeing from C9 isn't being attacked by Full Sense.
Well, and so we already see a difference. Full Sense, instead of working mid, they're trying to work A, but Leaf has already gotten 2 flashes that have confirmed that there are people there, right? Like, they're getting the information off of that, so they should be wise to it, and John Olsen gets dropped.
The first time KJ Turret has been watching Heaven, giving Leaf an upper hand in the situation. Mitch with the operator from Heaven B into the back of B, now using that at A as he continues to be omnipresent for the squad.
Seekers come through. Superbus finds an opener towards B, but you've got Zeppa who's there as well. He hasn't moved.
You just gave up another Vandal in mid.
I know exactly.
Oh, that's a good neural theft though. That's going to push things back. You can see Zeppa's going to have to give that angle up, drop the nade, just in case they're pushing an aggressive. That's actually going to force Full Sense with the spike towards A, but they walk right into an alarm bot. Now they still have to reconsider things. They haven't found a way in.
And that alarm bot also was not there for the past 9 rounds. C9 changing things up to just throw Full Sense for a loop. They can still respond though. 3v4 is a very, very possible round here for Full Sense.
2 members of Cloud9, they're on B. They're going to have to make something happen. Zeppa not able to do so. Do you check Vanity in this spot? He's still playing back garage, plays his life, plays around some of the utility as well as Chala gets the spike down. You see the other remaining members of Cloud9 now starting to show up. The Viper's Pit comes through out from Lammy Snacks as Vanity.
That kind of gets
mad. Laddie's going in! Oh, he's able to take her Lammy Snacks, but Chala takes him out as well. A 2v2 for the side as the operator not able to land the first time, but the Frenzy does, as they're going to get the defuse as well. Full Sense found a way in. They managed to get the spike down, invest util on it, but it still doesn't work. Cloud9 get to 7.
That should not have happened for Full Sense, and props to Cloud9 for swarming the site. Vanity recognizing right away that, oh, this Viper's Pit gives me a way in. Nobody picks me from spike. The Viper's Pit was cast over by what they call new box or the brown box, so he knew he had time to walk in. Really smartly played by C9 here as Full Sense looked like they were going to have the collapse on the site. Whew. Just unstoppable in these comeback rounds. Or I should say, post-plan executes, not comeback rounds. Really, they were 4v3 to a 3v3 there. No comeback needed.
Still rifles for Full Sense, even with that last round going a bit sideways. Lammy Snacks has the Bulldog, but everyone else has Vandals and Phantoms to their name. I like this positioning out from Cloud9, taking space across garage, and they set up this cheeky little angle where you have Zeta.
Oh boy.
Yep, the flash comes out. Forget it. It wasn't a cross. They just flash and they go in aggressive. The Rolling Thunder is going to come up and it's going to push them back. And off of that, Full Sense take garage.
The 1v1. Do they pause it though? Obviously the rotation's coming over. It's still going to be Leaf waiting as Full Sense. Pause for just a moment.
Oh, and I think the pause is off of, you mentioned Leaf, Riv, just a moment ago. He dropped the Trailblazer in towards mid, back towards Ramen, and didn't spot anyone. So that's why you see him playing a bit more cautiously.
Right? Might need a VA.
Rotated off. Yeah, exactly. But now they know, and Mitch able to get the first. You can see the lockdown's going to come out as well. Zeppa's dropped. Woo!
Wow.
The lockdown wasn't needed.
Honestly,
last round in the half.
I don't have an answer for Full Sense at the moment. The walls are up. They're utilling in. C9 is just finding the angles, finding the directions to take them down every time. Boom. Mitch is going to be able to throw that down right in the nebula that he's next to. Flies down. Just a hop, skip, and a jump with an operator. Why not? Mitch is on fire for this game right now, and Full Sense can't seem to a way to avoid him.
No, that's 7 rounds in a row out from Cloud9. You can tell, you can even see it in the post-round reactions. They're having fun, they're loose, they're enjoying themselves right now, and that's a scary Cloud9, right? Like, that's the Cloud9 that people expected coming into this tournament, this loose play style where they're confident, they're popping off across the stage, and they're feeling good about themselves. That's where you see this incredible run that they've gone on, where Full Sense have not found any room to work with, they haven't found any room to breathe. And that's how they find themselves at this 5-round deficit. A stack towards A, a 5-man stack too. And this is where things get really interesting because once again, take a look at where Zeppa is. He's already pushed in Garage. He's in Ramen now. He's about to see that mid is absolutely clear. There's so much info gathered here.
We have an altered strat here, Bit, not the 1-3-1 that we've seen from Full Sense across the map. Focusing numbers, PTC finds Zeppa. And this is going to be a good start.
Yep. That was very unexpected, an upgraded weapon. But with that, they still double down A. You still have the op, you still have the KJ and the Astra util all over the place.
There.
But it looks like they want to go
30 seconds left.
anyway, and the question is like how long until Mitch gets a shot at this thing?
I mean, you technically have a third person, right? You don't need Vandy there. He's going to throw off the Astra util 2 in sight, are distracted by the turret, and that could be enough, Doug.
And there was the op that we talked about, the grabby one, kept the first player at bay. Mitch gets a second one onto PTC. He's about to have another one up close. John Olsen swings around, drops him. Vanity does the same right back. Vanity's going to have to win this 1v1. He isn't able to do so, but Zeta has shown up. 3 seconds left. Make that none as Riv throws his pen across the desk, and Cloud9 gets to 9. Hell of a half for Cloud9. We're going to throw it to the desk to break down what they saw. Dash.
Thank you very much, gents. Love the speed there on that one. A 9-3 half for Cloud9, stringing 8 rounds together in a row.
Oof.
They came alive.
They
took them a few moments, a few rounds to warm up, it looked like. But boy, did they come out strong.
I've got 2 very important notes to make about that first half there from C9. 1, loving the Gravwell alarm bot combo, keep it up. And I'm loving that you're placing it in different spots because by the time Full Sense is right into it, oh, mid, you know, alarm bot, Gravwell, make sure I go around it. It's not there anymore, it's somewhere else. That trap is laid. And I think I saw the most expensive round of Valorant I've ever seen in my entire career on round 7 of that first half. This game has everything.
Something like 6 ultimates were used in that round. It was absolutely ridiculous from both sides.
Yeah, a lot of investments into that one. And for Full Sense, they're pretty lucky that they got away with the pistol because that gave them that 2-round cushion. You know, the woulda, coulda, shoulda is coming out again. I'm thinking back on round 10, that 3 versus 3. It seemed like every step of the way, Full Sense, any of those swing rounds that they absolutely needed to convert to kind of get themselves some sort of momentum into this half, they lost it, you know, and it was so damn close, right? 3 versus 3, Vanity finds himself in that B main, pushes into that Viper ult, takes out the other Viper, and all of a sudden, they're able to convert a retake they weren't supposed to win.
Doug said it, though. This is the kind of Cloud9 that you wanted to see come into this tournament. Playing loose, right? And guess who stepped up, who we were critical of before the series started? It's Leaf. He's got 14 frags to his name through the first half. He's topping the charts for Cloud9. That's what you want to see, a full-power Cloud9.
Yeah, that's what I want to see. I also want to keep seeing the operator in the hands of Mitch. I mean, I know it's unorthodox, but I'm here for it. I mean, look, there's a script, right? There's a script in Valorant, an unwritten script, but people follow it. And Mitch said, he has the script, light it on fire. This is how I work with the Killjoy, and I am living for it because he's hitting some good shots.
Well, we do swap sides for Full Sense on the attack or on the defensive side now. Obviously, you're going to look for winning the pistol again. If you can at least do that, you give yourself another couple round cushion, perhaps, and we'll see if they can find a way to answer Cloud9 as we toss it back to Doug and Rib.
Thank you so much, Stas. A bit of a disastrous first half for Full Sends as Cloud9 just kind of had their way with them. Now Cloud9 are on the attacking half, and if they dictated the pace, if they kind of did what they wanted against Full Sends defensively, there's really more of an opportunity for them to continue to impose their will upon their opponents.
Gotta check the stats for defensive side, because Full Sense for picking this map has not convinced me, Doug.
Nope.
The 1-3-1 consistently running the rounds. Maybe it's the defensive side where they start to absorb their opponents and just play the way that C9 played that in a sense. Obviously not the same game, but Full Sense's style, because Cloud9 with a pistol here could easily run away with it, and they are set up to just default the heck out of this one to start it and see what Full Sense will throw at them as defense.
You just saw Zeta considering things. They want to go B here. You see they've taken mid. You have some of that breach util. Zeta just goes back, picks up the spike. They want to go that way. The Flash should gather some info that there are two players, or at least that there are players, excuse me, back towards Heaven, and they're going to peel right back, Riv, but I'm not fully convinced. Again, Zeta still has a spike towards Garage.
Right there.
Turret's watching the back, so it looks like they at least want to stay or wait for the turret to trigger so they can play off of that. But Mitch is going to peek first. Big dink onto John Olsen.
Massive.
Think twice about doing that again. Leaf's going to do the same, and there's the push coming in as PTC, or sorry, Chalala wants to get the aggression onto Garage, and it's not going to happen on Mitch.
No, it's not working, and even if he had somehow gotten that, there were two other members from Cloud9 who were rotating back onto the site, so the guy was sitting duck. He was surrounded. Lamy snacks up in Heaven. That's an excellent shot. Superbuzz keeping things interesting as well. Mitch in this 1v2, they're both so weak. All he has is a classic to work with, though, and he's certainly worse for wear as well. One, that's the key. He had to isolate that gunfight. He still has his classic jumping around, waiting to see where Superbus is going to push this. Patience! Superbus lands the shots. Full Sense win the pistol. Potter mentioned it on the desk, like it was essentially their saving grace that they won the pistol in the first round. They managed to do it again here.
And maybe a few more rounds, because right after those next two of the first half, it was a punch-for-punch fight until C9 said thank you very much and ran right away with what they found out Full Sense was doing on attack. Now the other way around, maybe Full Sense runs away with it. We'll see here. C9 now looking to be on the eco as Full Sense come up with this one. Super busts. The great patience there. I think hearing Mitch jump twice kind of gave Superbus a bit of patience. He's like, all right, if he does that again, I have an idea I can execute. So really well played there in just a mind game.
Looking full Cloud9. Maybe not Full Sense Cloud9. They buy
do.
Spectres and a Bulldog in the hands of Mitch, so doesn't seem like they're comfortable just letting this round go. And they're leaning towards A right now. The spike not in anyone's hand. They want to frag this bad boy out.
This is a statement round for C9.
Oh, what statement's being made? Lammy Snacks and Superbus make a statement, but Cloud9 do as well, as the debate continues between these two. A couple of kills go down, and off of that, they should know now that Cloud9 did buy up, that they don't just have pistols, and Full Sense have to adjust accordingly and keep that in mind as the rest of the round goes on.
Currently have the upper hand in those weapons, and as much as it is a make-or-break round here, in the message sender for C9, if Full Sense wins it, it's return to sender, right? They say, here, take it right back. Right. We're going to make it that much harder on you. So C9 really have to come up with this. Mitch one away from the ultimate. If he can get it this round, it pretty much solidifies it. So a kill on him would be huge.
Whoop.
Ooh, Chalalala.
That's huge. Talk about huge. Chalala is the only one on the site, too. So he had to go big there as Vanity dropped. Chalala still is going to have his hands full, but he has full armor. He has full health. And he's got two targets before him, but he drops! PTC, the last one on the site here in this 1v2. Both members of Cloud9 so weak. The spike just now starting to go down. I like the use of utility to delay PTC's advancement to go forward, create path for the spike to go down. Zeta's up top in Heaven. He gets 3 on the round. Cloud9 get to 10. The investment was well spent.
One more flash, Doug! Oh, one more flash in the pocket. Wasn't able to use it, though. Wanted the first peek for maybe a pillar flash after. You never know what's going on in the mind of those clutch situations. But 10-4, we said it would be a hell of a message sent if C9 could grab it. And you see the economy that is Full Sense is now stuck with here as we go in around 15.
I mean, they've got nothing. Right, and all of a sudden, we're probably looking at 11-4. You've got maybe 1-2 more rifle rounds to really get a shot at this thing to make it competitive, or else you're going to get blown out on your map pick to open the series in this elimination match.
And Doug, we go to Breeze next. In the last 10 plays, C9 are 9-1 on Breeze to a 3-3 record for Full Sense. So for Full Sense to lose their map here may be enough for C9 to bring it through. This one's not over yet. We can't say that, but Full Sense have their work cut out here as C9 has played the default to perfection to get the site.
Taking that back.
A little bit of Astra eye candy going down towards A as Vanity drops 2 stars, 1 in Heaven, 1 in Defender Spawn, and then recalls them almost instantly. And off of this, you see Cloud9, they're slowly working mid, trying to see if they can find some room to work with. Also, the alarm bot there in B to make sure that Chalala is not up to his crazy antics again, pushing his way into garage. We'll see how Cloud9 choose to play this out.
45 seconds. Secondary util's going to be up. Might be another guiding light coming through. Leaf's going to have the one they need, however, to take Heaven. And they run right through once again, knowing it's pistols that they're facing.
Yeah, it's a bit too easy at that point, right? Like, you can see it once they had the positioning that they wanted, once they had the utility available. It was the flash, it was the fault line, it was taking space across mid, and there was really nowhere for them to go. Vanity cleans up the last. The Prime Gaming flawless out for Cloud9 as they get to 11. Full Sense, we mentioned at the beginning of the previous round, Riv, like, they have maybe 1-2 more windows. This is one of the last few that they'll have.
It's getting tough. The economy is not going to be in their favor with another loss here. And maybe maybe you get a push-up. I think their read on C9 needs to be a little bit better without feeling so scared about the situation. Get a little get that cackle. Oh my word. Can't, just contagious laughter. Maybe a push out of A main, at least to get a feeler. A push into B main to get a feeler, right? Know where C9 isn't is enough right now, I think, for Full Sense to get the upper hand on the first kill. Because right now, they're not using any info. They're letting C9 approach them.
So Lammy Snacks and Superbus are 1 point each away from having their ultimates online, and those are considerable ultimates when it comes to trying to push back a site take or trying to fight for a post plant or site retake as well. So we'll see if they manage, if they can get either a kill or get an ult, or if they can do something with those.
Vanity's like, hey, I'm in sight. And with the way Full Sense is playing this, it's, hey, will post-plant execute? But the trades haven't been there. The timing hasn't been there. So you're going to give Cloud9 a full sight when you've had trouble taking it back. Full Sense is definitely putting the pressure on themselves.
TC with the flash.
Oh, that's
able to get it, but yeah, it's traded right back. The spike still hasn't made its way onto the site. You've got Chalala, who's still playing up in Heaven on this side of the Astra smoke. It drops. He's able to land the shots on the Leaf and manages to stay alive.
Right
Damage has been done. Spike's still not down. Now it's going to go down. Zeta has the Rolling Thunder, too.
Yes, good call.
Spike planted.
I don't think they can get Chalala over anybody for that neural uplink, so they're not going to be able to figure out where they can get the frags left. They have the flank from Mitch, Doug. The post plant set up. Will Full Sense keep this off game point?
And remember, he just has a Bulldog, and Zeta only has a Spectre. But once they feel where the pressure's coming from, they may be able to get something going. Here they go. The dash comes through out from John Olsen. That's going to trigger the Rolling Thunder. As you see, John Olsen made his way around Pillar Zeppa. Creeping his way forward from up from Heaven. He gets dropped at the hands of Superbus. It all falls down to Zeta. Zeta's able to get one. Able to get a second. Oh, he's going to have to get a third. Switches to the Classic. Not able to do it. Full Send should get the defuse and get to 5.
It's the yellow wire. Perfect. Nice cut. That's a big one. That's especially for the positioning Full Sense had on the execute for Cloud9. PTC coming up with a very big trade frag to start that one off. Nice fault line in to make sure they could capitalize on that. And Zeppa gave him a real big trouble time coming in here. So a lot of those guns are going to have to be repurchased, which will affect Full Sense. Happy on the round, but they're going to be digging into their into their pockets.
Cloud9 still comfortably in the lead. They also worth noting, as we mentioned, Riv, they didn't have a full buy. Now they do. They have so much to their buy that they have Mitch with the operator, making sure there's nobody pushing in garage. Full Sense in an equally, oh, I shouldn't say equally because that's not entirely true. John Olsen only has light armor, but they've been able to buy up full rifles as well.
And it hasn't been like a Blade Storm alt game or any, you know, it's just the chances have not arisen for the power players here on Full Sense, it seems. This is creeping. Oh boy. Oh. Almost awkward moment. And C9's playing this one a little faster than usual. And yeah, Zeppa's going to go in without the utility first, and it's costly. John Olsen picks up frag 1.
Mitch has managed to work his way all the way into garage with that operator. We just have to keep a close eye on that. They also have Leaf Seekers.
Ooh, that's right.
So they, I mean, if they decide to go here, they've got, the thing is they don't have any pressure coming up from heaven, right? Like they don't have any mid presence either, so it's all gonna be funneled in from the same spot. And Superbus and John Olsen are able to stuff the 2 entry members of Cloud9 who don't manage to rake their way out of the site. John Olsen gets a 3rd on the round. Cloud9 get wiped.
Collapsing on C9, and that's big because in the hands of C9, we only saw the 400, 500 credits. I think Zeta's the one that might be able to overbuy for people if they aren't going for the save here, but he'll have a bit of cash, and they're kind of put in a bad spot right now. Leaf's going to go for the Stinger. You see he does have enough to buy. You can buy down to about 1,600 if you know you're getting 29 the next time, so he goes to about 15. You see the rest of the team trying to get what they can.
Now, and on the side of Full Sends, John Olsen's got an op.
Yeah.
Now, we'll see if he's able to make some magic happen with that bad boy. Picks up what Mitch had. Also has that Blade Storm to his name, and it looks like he's going to be peeking right across mid early on. There's no one who's going to contest that, at least yet. Keep a close eye on it. The Guardian, though, that's pretty good out of Mitch.
Good return on investment to start this one off. And that's going to cause a little bit of a sorting here from the rest of Full Sense as they move around to get new angles and figure out what would be the most efficient. Another has taken his PTC falls.
They're doubling down on this. Or if Cloud9 have 3 pistols in this round, they do have 2 rifles, and they've paid off already. They've found value, but they still have to get to do 3 more rifles on the fight. On the side of Full Sense, Shalala has been pushed back as Mitch drops. You also have the Blade Storm coming out from John Olsen as well. We'll see what he's able to do with it as the spike goes down at the hands of Cloud9.
Spike planted as Superbus still checking the far side of the map. C9 doing a great job of getting themselves in, and now they start to spread out. They leak out of the site, and it's almost going to be a retake on their own plan if they have to.
Oh, they want to push. You can tell Vanity, he wants to push, he wants to go, and there Chalala drops him. The neural theft comes through. John Olsen makes that operator sing, and the Blade Storm does it as well. Full Sense looking so good right now. Cloud9 had a moment where it seemed like they were going to be able to pull it back at a gun deficit, not able to do so. Chalala gets the defuse. Great answer from Full Sense. They're getting to 7. They're bringing this thing back, Rick.
Absolutely. A C9. I thought that push out was going to give them the advantage, but forgetting they were on the half-buy round definitely makes it tougher to hit those long shots. Hit a shot where you're coming out of a smoke to react. And that is the situation that Full Sense creates. Nicely done. We talked about the Blade Storm. Here it comes into play. Johnny O making it happen for his squad right now. Superbus to clean that one up. You can see how pumped they are to keep these rounds coming. They found a bit of a groove here. Let's see if they can shut C9 down for a few more rounds.
Cloud9 with a full buy. Ops still in the hands of John Olsen. You hear that early ult coming out from Lammy Snacks across mid.
Video. Well, they know he left his ult. Or at least know somebody's outside the ult. They wouldn't necessarily know it's him. Depends on how Leaf decides to play this further. And they are actually going to stack a PTC just on either side for a bit of a flash or a fault line if Lammy needs it. I like this. That was an A last time. C9 now with their eyes focused on the B side.
And the spike is there. Mitch clearing out the corners into garage. They're going to get in just fine, but you still have John Olsen's operator who's playing backside, as you can see right now. They've really got to play off of utility to make this happen. The Cosmic Divide, all sorts of ultimates coming through, and the Gravity Wall keeps Zeppa showstopper at bay, but he manages to land the shots onto PTC anyway. With that, Full Sense have given up site control. They can't fight for this. They have to attempt to do this at a retake situation.
That makes it so tough. Just on the other side of the wall. Oh my word. Zeta's going to be stuck for a moment now. Cat and mouse everywhere within B site, Doug.
3 members remain for Full Sense as they attempt to retake this thing. Zeta should have just spotted a little bit of something. Operator still in the hands of John Olsen. are gonna have to work their way forward soon. Reinforcements arriving for Cloud9 as well. John Olsen drops, Lammy Snacks does as well. It's just down to Chalala and his 10 HP, dancing around the utility, trying to make something happen as he falls. Zeta gets to 3, Cloud9 get to map point.
I like the B-side take. Cloud9 goes in, knowing an operator on the other side always makes it more difficult for the team to play those close quarter situations. As well, C9 getting to switch up site to site, and that little gem that Zeppa was able to pick up to start this one off. A few shots come from that off, but you see how hard it is to set up. Zeta just able to rip off one after the other here.
His breach is just so good, man.
It is really good.
Full Sense calling a timeout late in this map, and Riv potentially too late.
They found their groove, so they're like, all right, maybe we don't need that. We have to understand what C9 is doing. It seems like they had the read for 3 rounds, but Cloud9 always has these explosive rounds where they blast in and they surprise you. There it was on to B, and they were able to basically, if they don't get that showstopper frag, do they win that round? Maybe, right? Things like that can definitely sweep you off your feet, but I still think the play was right with an operator being on the side of Full Sense to go for the closer site. It starts to come down to economy as well. If you know your team, the opposing team can't support themselves fully, B site is that much harder to take. It's not a site you can just continue to fire from top down on heaven. You have to get up close and personal to your opponents, blast them out of the back and displace them with utility. And if you don't have that, they just get to pick you off as they approach B site. So that's why economy can become so big on split and really start to sway the game more than others for a map.
Full Sends on their map find themselves a round away from losing it and then having to go over into Cloud9's bread and butter, right? Breeze, we talked about it as map 2, but before we get much further, Cloud9 still have to finish this thing. Full Sends, they are going to have a full buy. They have the operator in the hands of John Olsen as well. We've seen he's pretty freaking good with it.
Yeah.
And they've got the Cosmic Divide in the hands of Superbus.
And full util is there. No excuses on retakes for anybody. Game point, Full Sense. Pressure on their map pick. The first one of this series coming through. The last chance qualifier teams looking to keep their lower bracket run alive here in game 1 with a win. What will it be? C9s or Full Sense?
John Olsen wants to go fast. Look at where he's positioned right now with that operator. There it is. It was just off of the utility from PTC. Swings out, and he takes this aggressive angle. The Trailblazer. Oh, Mitch! Oh, baby, that timing was close to Gravity Wells there as well. That's going to push them back.
I think only one was seen, maybe 2 there. I think he saw PTC, but maybe John Olsen as well. So Trailblazer with great info. Turret set up, and a little bit of a different look from C9 as well that Full Sense will have to read now. John Olsen will approach the ramp once again.
With that operator, he should get a much cleaner angle, but no, the turret pulls him back. That's what I love about this game, man. You've got like these little mini micro fights that happen throughout the much bigger story that goes off throughout the round. So even like that opening duel and the positioning that was set up opened up so much more. And now we see some more of that going down as 2 kills have been traded. Back and forth, the spike rotating back mid. You still have John Olsen with the operator back towards A, and that seems like where Cloud9 want to go. The problem is, Leaf, you rat. You're going to get the timing just right, aren't you? Right into John Olsen. He spots the barrel of the operator. This is surely not one of those images taken right before disaster. No, John Olsen's operator drops. The site's been cracked open. Cloud9 should be able to work their way in very effortlessly.
Beautifully taking space. That was incredible. Especially without Vanity, you don't have smokes to go down. So everything you do now only gets a little bit of utility from Raze or from Sky. That's incredible. Leaf made it that far.
Good flash to get info that somebody's creeping in from Defender Spawn, and that is PTC. He's slowly, surely creeping his way out, trying to do so safely. A little bit of dueling breaches as Fault Lines comes through. The Gravity Well there is there as well to keep Zeta in a brutal spot. Cosmic Divide dropping, Leaf playing first contact. The flash comes out, and there it goes. Yeah, man, they just fall apart. There was just nothing to it. Full Sense crumble. They're late on the map. Cloud9 take first map 13-7 in pretty clean fashion.
Pretty clean fashion. The few round drops there, I think, you know, they got surprised by Full Sense, but I feel like Full Sense didn't fully have a chance to come online because Cloud9 prevented that. The first few rounds we saw were, okay, first pistol, that buffer that they had, and then C9 just started to wear away what Full Sense was doing. Never really allowing Full Sense's default to become more than just kind of mid-rope play or A heaven play. So I think there needed to be a little bit of versatility there for Full Sense, and Cloud9 was just able to read it overall.
Yeah, and I think while we make jokes and laugh, whatever, about the 9-3 curse and what have you, I think the truth is, like, you're right. I don't know that there was enough versatility out from Full Sense in the beginning half for them to find themselves down 9-3 going into the defending side. Like, Full Sense, the deficit was too big. Right, and while they made it a bit competitive at the end there, we saw, again, Cloud9 doing Cloud9 things, taking space, starting aggressive moments that you wouldn't necessarily expect to take space away and to take early duels that lead to numbers advantages. Like, they had their T's crossed, and what's the T's crossed and the I's dotted? I always mess that up when I try it.
Lowercase J's too, yeah, don't miss anything.
For Cloud9, like, excellent start.
It is, and looking at as well, Full Sense looking to come in with the breach, put John Olsen onto Jet. Maybe a little too much at the last moment. Obviously things that they practiced and feel comfortable on, but it didn't seem to throw C9 for a loop at all with the preparation that they did coming into the game as John tried to get back on this Jet to make it work for the squad.
And even as much as, look, man, even as much as we talked about John Olsen on the Jet and can he have his moments, can he have his place, we did see a fun highlight play or two, right? We think about that Blade Storm across heaven and how that was flashy, but the truth is, nobody on Full Sense went positive. Nobody.
That's a big point. And I think one of the things to recognize for C9 is that they were altering strats they see that did not work, right? They wouldn't run the same default. We saw 2A, 3B, 2B, 3A, some mid and some rounds. Really just not setting a precedent, so Full Sense could never get a read.
Cloud9 takes split in pretty commanding fashion. We're going to throw it to a break, see what map 2 looks like. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to Champions, where Cloud9 lock up map number 1 in relatively clean fashion on the back half. Full Sense giving them just a little bit more trouble by taking an extra round. But by all accounts, this is a dominant-looking Cloud9.
It was. And, you know, even going into the second half, I was still convinced. I'm not going to lie, I was still convinced. I thought, Full Sense, 2 Sentinels, that's tough to run a default on the attack side. Switching over the defense, they should have a better look. Nah, not to be. I mean, Leaf, he's just on another level. When his confidence is hitting at these levels, it is so hard to stop him. Take a look at that last round. How is he in spawn? How is he in screens? Finding that hole, flanking the Opera in A site like that. These kinds of holes that Leaf is able to find, it really just, it garners so many rounds for Cloud9.
You're speaking about the Opera as well. I know, I'm like a Mitch fangirl all of a sudden. I'm just sitting here like, please keep picking up the Killjoy Operator. I wanted to point out a funny stat I took.
Okay.
He managed to get 2 kills on Lammy. Okay, cool, no problem. He also managed to get 2 op kills on John Olsen. He got 3 op kills on PTC, and every single time all those 3 players had attempted to kill him back, they lost. Flawless going up against those 3 players on the other side of the roster. My goodness, if you wanted a Killjoy Operator, he's your man.
Well, and that's going to make it tough for a team like Full Sense. You heard Doug call it out, not a single player on the team positive when it came to the KDA. And so if you're not winning the gun battles, it doesn't really matter how much strategy you have behind it. But you called out the 2 players. It was Leaf, it was Zeppa. I mean, they were just top performers.
Yeah, and I mean, just look at the type of frags that these guys are getting in tandem. They're just so aggressive. The entirety of mid, any time that Full Sense were trying to default, look, they're just pressing forward. They're never letting go of that sort of pressure, and you've got to almost play perfectly on the attack side to be able to react well and give yourself a chance in your defaults, man. Cloud9, they never let go.
And the big thing about the duo of Zeppa and Leaf is that, okay, Zeppa struggled a little bit with the opening engagements, actually. He was negative in opening engagements, and that's a little unusual for a player of his caliber, but guess who picked up the slack by his side? It was Leaf, who was positive in his opening engagement. So it just goes to show, if you need your front man, you can pick either one of these, and if they don't necessarily pick it up, don't worry, the next man in line's got the slack.
Well, so again, by all accounts, dominant-looking Cloud9 as we look towards the second map that will be hitting up in this series. It's going to be Breeze, and that's where my concerns grow even greater for a team like Full Sense, who got beat 13-5 by Vision Strikers on this very map.
Yeah, and you know, they've got to have a much stronger game plan coming into this one, because sure, it was buzz on the Vision Strikers. It was really the buzz show, that map, but it's going to be the Leaf show this map. Unless Full Sense has an answer. Leaf, Breeze, that is his backyard, man. He's always pushing down mid. He's never relenting, and he's got the backup of Zeppa on that KO. Well, I don't know if they're going to bust out the KO, but in the past, that's what it's been.
We've said his name a million times. Let's take a look at how he warms himself up in our Aim Lab shoot-around for the pre-match here.
I'm gonna let the shooting speak for itself here just for a little bit, because I think everyone wants to know exactly how the pros, train, how they warm up. Not a lot of people know. And this shooting range is some of the best places to be able to do it. Get that reaction. And of course, Aim Lab as well with their software. I use it, so.
I could use it. I need to use it.
I was gonna ask, do you use it? Because like I use it for reaction time. So.
I haven't been able to play a game of Valorant in a few months here. I've been traveling constantly, but I definitely could use to hit headshot percentages like some of the teams and players that we've seen here at the championship is just wild.
Yeah, good stuff.
No, but if we're going to focus on Breeze here, I'm looking over the stats a little bit. Cloud9, they beat Rise 13-8. 100 Thieves 13-5. And I think Doug said it very well on the cast before. I think they're 9-1 in their Breeze plays. This is their most dominant performance on a map of Cloud9. If you're Full Sense right now, you could only pull max 7 rounds against them on a map which you favored yourself going onto. You're now going onto the playground or the backyard. Thank you for using the Australian terminology. I enjoy that very much.
I totally did that on purpose.
Yeah, I'm sure you did. We'll pretend like you did. But I think that this is just like, I know I said it before about Crew, and like Crew going on to Fury's map pick, and I'm like, yeah, I'm going to eat my words. I don't think that's the same here. I don't think I'll eat my words here.
I would be surprised if you had to this time around, but it was the 13-7 on split for Cloud9 that takes us to Breeze. If we're lucky enough to get a third map, we would go to Icebox, but it's going to take some real magic coming out of Full Sense here on Breeze. Let's take a look at what they ran last time around against Vision Strikers, because you mentioned how to contain Leaf, how to keep Leaf down, right? And that's, again, where you're probably looking at somebody like John Olsen on the Jet to contain him.
Yeah. And it should be better, and I have to keep saying should be, because they haven't quite actually shown us what it could be like when Full Sense are hitting on all cylinders.
Yeah.
But John Olsen, he's got to have a better start. Sure, at the end of that split, towards the second half, he was finding some shots. Those knives at A Heaven, that was spectacular. But give yourself some breathing room. Obviously, it's easier said than done, but if John Olsen is able to find some sort of openings early on, give his team some confidence, that's something this squad can work off of.
Well, another player they usually work off of, at least on the attacking side, is Chalala. I spoke about him on the very first map. I wanted to see some Sentinel highlight plays, and that's what we got. But it's very concerning that when I go over just the ACS, not the best statistic to go over, but if we reference it as being one of the most reliable ones, if John Olsen or PTC isn't stepping up, they have a rough time on this map.
Generally, I will say I liked their defensive half on split more. Also just looked like they were having a little bit more fun. So I don't know if to some degree that's what it's going to take for this Full Sense squad to kind of relax on the stage a bit and really start letting themselves, you know, find some shots and have some fun while doing it. You can tell that Cloud9 is very much in that place. Obviously, it's easier to do when you're in the winning position.
Sure.
Yeah, and I think that's such a good point, right? Because even the casters pointed it out early on, Full Sense, they were aim mapping a bit, right? Those first 4 rounds that they put on the board, they were all over the place. They were loosey-goosey, taking those aim duels. And, you know, I think that's a good point. They're coming over to Breeze, hey, it's a huge map. The type of angles that are on Split, those small choke points, those are non-existent on Breeze.
Well, maybe they could have read Cloud9 just a little bit, because I tell you what, if there's something to be able to counter-strike Cloud9, it's that they almost always plant A. So maybe you can just look at that and be like, all right, let's stack A. Let's see what we can do with that.
Well, then that's the man right there who's going to have to have done it as he checks the notes heading into Breeze. For any eagle-eyed viewers as well, when we were peeking over Cloud9's shoulders, we may have gotten a quick peek at what Agent Select would look like, but we will wait on bated breath to get our official answers.
Well, let's see, the man on your screen is the one that Potter just can't keep his name out of her mouth, and I want to see exactly what he's going to be on. I don't think we're going to stray away from the usual
Surely
here.
not.
I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, Leaf, that Jet operator, it's going to be the crux for Full Sense, because when we think back of Full Sense's, okay, it is the KO on Zeppa. I'm glad to see that Cloud9 are going back to step 1 here.
Damn, I'm loving this. I'm not just loving this, but I know PTC has played like 100 different agents. I get it. Like, this is just one of the things that he does. But he's played Reyna on this map. He's played Skye. He's played Jet. I mean, now he wants to go back to the Jet. Sure, no problems. We need someone stepping up, because John Olsen says, I want to be the Skye this time.
I like seeing more teams jump towards that KO, like you mentioned here specifically on Breeze, to show us what it's made of. Notice that Mitch hops from the KJ over to the Cypher. Definitely seems to be the favorite, paired up with that Viper. Crazy B control, and so then it does kind of feel like the map becomes a one-site map at that point.
Yeah, it does, and don't be surprised once again to see Mitch busting out that operator, even on the attack side. You know, he was on it on the Killjoy, and he always somehow finds success, finds an opening kill on the Sentinels of all agents. But yeah, I think with the Cypher on Breeze, he's definitely going to be wielding that operator.
We're going to Breeze. Let's see if Full Sense can pull out some kind of miracle and extend this series. Riven Doug, take it away.
Thank you so much, Dash. Here we go, baby. Breeze, Cloud9, so good on this map. Historically, statistically, it's all there. This, on paper, looks like should end right here, Riv.
Absolutely, as long as they remember how they played it all the way back in LCQ. No, it should still be theirs. Cloud9 feels great on this. I love the fact that we see PTC and John Olsen switching it back up again, as it would have been. You heard Jess saying it, PTC's played everything from the Skye, he's usually on here, to John Olsen being on the Jet. So they're feeling a little bit of flavor of switch, and we'll keep watching what Zeppa's KO will produce for Cloud9. We're on to Breeze, another chance for Full Sense here to get themselves a map, as Cloud9 took map 1 on Split.
Starting off the attack, and I want to say it was Jess who said it, right? Like, if there's any ability to counter-strat, it's that you know Cloud9 more often than not is going to play an A, and guess what? That's exactly where they are. So Full Sense, they stack 3 that way. The opening tag on the Leaf pushes him back, and PTC continues to move forward, but are you going to check the 50? Oh, baby, yes, you are. PTC with the opener.
And that was a tag on 3 with the 0 point from Zeppa, so they're just hanging to see if those 3 will push. Shots now coming in, 65 HP.
Look at where Vanity is. Oh, okay, forget it. For a moment, I was going to say, look at where Vanity is naturally. I curse him. And he dies.
No.
What?
Okay.
Full Sense still with the numbers advantage here, though. Although they've looked better, right? John Olsen down to 50 HP, PTC to 65. Chalala still healthy. and the spike. Still no further to making it onto the site.
Just one of the rounds. I think people on both sides forgot to tie their shoes. We're just getting situated on Breeze. Zeta says, thank you very much. Finds the audio shot as they drop right out of vent.
What a lunatic. He just drops down and takes the fight. John Olsen left in this 1v1. Zep's so weak, the ghost shot's not going to land. Cloud9 won the pistol.
Oh, that was a very scattered pistol for shots all the way in spawn. Deaths in B, deaths near vent and mid, deaths in A. That was a spread out round and literally just called on everybody to be able to play it out solo. Not too many trades we saw there.
And Riv, I think we need to draw us back to something that we said on Split was full sends. They won the pistol, and that was like their opening in, right?
Yep.
Like they were able to rattle some stuff off. The 3 rounds that they did get, 2 of them were because they won the pistol. This time they don't do that.
Yeah.
This has the potential to be very bad.
Another 0 point goes out. We'll keep an eye on where Zeppa uses those because even not hitting something, that information is still usable to know there's no push. It's free space. 0 point does a lot for KO.
Cheeky little spot out here from PTC with the Marshall. Playing up on top of pyramids. And it seems like Cloud9's not going to give them a chance at this, right? Like, they're just patiently waiting. It looks like they want to wait to see if anyone's going to push forward, but take a look at how they've worked their way closer and closer up to elbow, and you've got Superbus, who, if he hits the timing just right, could spell disaster for Cloud9. Keep an eye on Superbus. There it is. Yeah, the information's there. I love it. Doesn't flinch.
Toxin screen down.
Wow, they're just keeping this quiet. Smart play by C9. To figure there could be a Marshall somewhere, and that could really turn the round around. The first one they see is the drone, and it may still be a bit of pressure towards A here, as Leaf just getting missed as he puts some fire down onto the side of Full Sense.
Vanity went back and he picked up the spike, and I think they've been lulled into thinking that this may be safe because Vanity peeked out. Okay, they are going to rotate off, but oh, John Olsen took mid.
So big.
Down, mid.
What a Vandal grab, too. A Vandal second round could play against Cloud9 here. You have to be kidding me. If anybody can get to John Olsen, this would be huge, but it looks like they just want to keep it and allow him to play this situation himself.
They don't have a chance. They don't have time. And you saw the members of Cloud9 were still split. There were 2 in Defender spawn. You still have Zeta alive, but you had Leaf back up in in Defender spawn, excuse me, while the other 2 were in Attacker spawn. They were split. The spike was nowhere around. A thrifty round win for Full Sense.
Get it?
A desperately needed one as well, and the Vandal.
A second win. Let your senses.
That's a tough one. So a lot of times that Vandal will come into play, so you can play the long range. You can take down the Marshall when you find it. But what a map read by Full Sense. We saw none of that on Split, Doug. They didn't push out of their home. They didn't leave. But that time, they brought the welcome mat all the way to the side of C9's spawn, actually. And that was not expected. I don't think C9 expected it either.
Menacing looking sloth.
It was.
Right, with the rifle and like the scope.
Probably took him a year to get in that tree, too.
They're not known for being speedy. Unlike Leaf, who's already dashed his way onto the site, and well, that may have been a bit of a mistake, as Cloud9 really just kind of crumbles. A thrifty round win, or excuse me, not a thrifty round win. For Full Sense, though, they had everything that they needed, right? Like, they had the Vandals that they had brought in previously. They had the gun advantage. Cloud9 not nearly as fortunate as Full Sense take the lead.
All right, C9 back to weapons. Across the board, down to 100 credits there. If they lose this one, 2,900 credits on top of that. So obvious equal round if they do lose this. And Full Sense might be able to find themselves a bit of a lead here. Now they're the ones picking up second round and trying to take the lead. See how C9 responds as the operator here in the hands of PTC for round 4.
Well, and look, Cloud9's not going A, right? Again, we see them stack 3A. I know I called back to what Jess said on the desk earlier, but I've got to mention it again. It's just Vanity who peeks out. PTC decapitates him. But in the flash, too, to make sure nobody's creeping forward, he gets another one across mid.
PTC being mobile with the operator looks towards mid, like you said, right after a quick shot A, and there were 3 to guard him there. Full Sense is doing much more positional trading, ready to act off of each other's opportunities than they were on Split. And we're seeing it in the first few rounds here. See if they can hold on to that as C9 may try their hand at B.
And they should have a really good idea that they're going B, and there's also a drone coming out from Lamies next to confirm that there's nobody working mid, so with that, I wonder how long Full Send stay on A. Okay, we're starting to see some of the rotations come out from John Olsen. See that, and the rest of the other 2 members are staying A, but they should have a very good idea that the hit is going to end up on B. Mitch working his way forward. He doesn't have the spike, but Zeppa does. Yeah, and they both drop.
Spike down.
Great awareness by Full Sense there to back up. Zeppa's knife just missed both Super Bus and Chalalala in there in B, and they were able to execute back onto what was happening from C9. So nice play, knowing 0 point would come in there for C9 from Full Sense.
Not the start we expected.
10 seconds left.
Out from Cloud9, it all kind of turned Riv when they lost round 2, right? Like when Full Sense was able to thrifty their way into a gun advantage, into an economic advantage, a prime gaming flawless coming out from Full Sense.
That's the gun round too.
And that, yep, exactly. Took the words right out of my mouth. That was Cloud9's gun round. No. That was Cloud9's gun round. It's early, I know. But I think the big takeaway so far is that Full Sense, they just look more comfortable. You alluded to it a couple of times.
Much more as a team.
Yeah, they look so much more comfortable than they did on Split.
No more 1-for-1s for Full Sense. They have at least 2 or 3 there for each engage. We may see it again if they decide to push up towards A. They've been pretty aggressive on the beginning of these rounds. Again, they put a few more members up by Brick, and it looks like they will take a little aggression here, but not fully peek it. A lot of hallway play coming from C9 this time.
Yeah. A lighter buy here, the Hunter's Fury. Excuse me, comes out late and he snacks. Oh, he's been flashed, and he comes down and he's gifted with 2 members of Cloud9, and he's able to clean them up. Leaf and Zeta, the only 2 that remain. The spikes on the other side of the wall. You've got shock darts, you've got to dance around, you've got everything you've got to consider. Leaf not able to clean things up. Zeta swings out at just the right time to grab the spike. Get it to a 1v2, and he's got a Vandal, but no, the operator out from PTC cleans things up. Cloud9, they were on equal footing, and the outcome is, well, as expected.
Full Sense is everywhere right now. When you think you have the long angle, PTC's checking it. Something else, you're going to have a Cypher cam on you. They are being smothered by Full Sense as they approach. C9 now with 3 ultimates here, but against 4 ultimates of Full Sense. We're back onto a gun round. And C9 stays on this economy, they're going to continuously be put on ecos with each loss. There's a bankroll for Full Sense right now.
Operator in the hands of PTC, as you mentioned, now working across mid. As we saw, he found success here before, and he's going to get a chance to do it again. The drone was there, and it didn't matter. Leaf able to trade that out, though, and the drone's going to continue to clear the way.
Step it down.
Seekers come through. Amistex has to give the space up as the door goes down. The spike still hasn't made its way onto the site, but the members of Cloud9 have cleared the path, right? Like, there are no remaining members of Full Sense on the site. It's just Chalalala who's working his way up tube. He's going to have to dance around the smoke. Able to land the shots onto Vanity. That was well played. The neural theft coming out as well. Riv, they're going for this.
It seems like nothing will stop them at this point. They have the momentum, they have the money, they can lose the round, so why not push a little bit and see what else you can tag onto C9. 3 members sit in the site. 2 members of Full Sense trying their best.
Yeah, Leaf able to get the third. Chalala left in a 1v3. Shockdar keeping him back. Just to figure out, number 1, how the heck do you get onto the site? Number 2, how do you deal with the members that are on the site? And then if you manage to get through those 2, you have to defuse the spike as well. Play around the time, and it doesn't look like any of that is going to happen, as he doesn't even get out the gates for that list. Cloud9 should get the second. Leaf is going to save the op into the next round as well, unless...
Yeah.
No, Leaf gets 4.
And Doug, this round might start to fold over for Cloud9. They were actually able to get out of that one relatively unscathed. They lost 2 members, but nobody had to use ultimates. 2 ults were used on the side of Full Sense. So now C9 may actually be able to get a bit of a run.
Well, and so explain more of that to me, right? Like, we talk about gun economy a lot, but how does the ultimate economy play into this?
I mean, we heard the players in the interviews with Yinsu earlier. It's knowing the mind game, understanding what pivotal rounds will be good to use the ultimates, right? Those rounds are usually the ones where maybe not this one, see where you can get and pressure an ult, but after this, when the economy is low for Full Sense, that's when you go for the throat. Make sure that round is yours and put them on an eco. So we may not see too many ults from C9 this round, but next round you will.
Operator in the hands of Leaf. They've taken caves. The Viper wall goes up towards A. It's pretty common spot, and you even see the ping on the minimap. Make sure you check that 50 back there. That often can be problematic as attackers try to take this site. You also have Midge, who's making sure there's nobody working in through mid. Here we go, the null command, the blade storm forward.
They have Hyper Spit too.
Oh, Leaf doesn't get a chance to do anything. The timing was so good. Skills go back and forth. They still have control of the site. You've got the Viper Spit, as you mentioned, but Chalalala able to keep things interesting, at least for now, with 3v3 onto the site. Zeta looking to get the spike down. The other two members of ProSense now starting to show up as Zeta dances around his utility, making sure there's no one on the flank is Zeppa. And PTC, my goodness, you bold man. Oh, he's got a shorty. He doesn't get a chance to fire that either. Numbers still in favor of Cloud9. Spike ticking away. The ult goes down. Superbus left alone in that 1v2. They've got an excellent crossfire too, Riv. This is so brutal to swing your way around. You're going to have to deal with both of them. And Vanity able to land things. The shots gets the third. Cloud9 gets the 3 as well.
Nicely done. I agree with their ults as well going in this round. A lot of times on Breeze, you'll make it into the site versus 5 members. Nobody gets dropped. Breeze is such a big map. So if you're in there, then now's the time to ult. You're not going to save them for next round. So we saw a lot of those coming out for C9 as they didn't make it in with too many frags to start. They solidify the round. Nicely done. And they really start to help themselves in the economy game, because had Full Sense started to pick those rounds up, they would have just started, C9 would have started hemorrhaging rounds.
Early Viper Spit out from Superbus. You see it drops right into caves, taking some of that space away. And the dart, you see it on your minimap, goes right past it to make sure there's no one on the other side as well. I don't believe it tagged anyone up. So they have very, at least they have a good bit of information to understand there's nobody pushing caves, but they also know that they're working their way, or they should know at this point, that there is some presence in towards Hall.
Yeah, now they do.
Yep.
Operator actually saves quite a bit of the vision that Trailblazer would have seen. Spike is, I wouldn't say a peculiar spot, but to get that to a site at this point could be difficult. It's the first time we've really seen somebody hover halls this much, so they're going to be able to pour out into either site, whichever one feels best, and the 0 point won't make them privy to anything else.
The door goes up, Vanity goes down, but Leaf takes one down with him. Now they can work through this, and there's going to have to be off of Zeta finding some space, right? You hear the Hunter's Fury comes out. John Olsen gets a bullet right into his mouth as Leaf swings around and takes care of him. Zeta does as well, but PTC can do a bit of the same with an op-up zone. The spike still not down yet. Now Zeppa's able to do it. The shock dart, woo! Gift delivered.
Touchdown on that one.
PTC having to creep his way up. We mentioned that he has an operator. He only has 70 HP on his positions and given away as well. He's not able to take care of the cam either. Shalala drops. PTC has the Blade Storm, but I think at this point, yeah, you just kind of save the op. Try to stay alive. We'll see if Cloud9 go hunting, and oh baby, they're going. You see Midge creeping his way forward, making sure on your mini-map that he hasn't made his way towards B. I wonder if Zeppa tries to get in on it as well. Where's the challenge come from? Oh, right there. Yep.
PTC has been on it. You definitely can't give him a shot. He will make it. Look at in your mini-map as well, where Full Sense has gone down on D. One in mid, towards Halls, back of sight, pushed a lobby as Mitch does drop that operator. A huge frag at the end of the round. But Cloud9 caught Full Sense completely scattered. They didn't have those trade opportunities. And I love this look. We haven't seen many teams just kind of play a full team into heaven. They had into Halls. They had 3 there. Fist bumps all around for C9 as they come up with that one. Nice job by Leaf.
And the thing is, Full Sense had the setup that they wanted, right? Like, they had the Viper Spit in towards A, so, you know, Cloud9, they had to work in through door. Once the door went up, they knew they were able to get the opener, but it was the trade back with the operator and then the Hunter's Fury that just caused so many problems that they just weren't able to deal with it. It was very well played by Cloud9.
A few more trippies up in that hallway now for Chalalala. Oh, PTC with one. Can he find another one? The dash to dash, and it's going to be a kill on the lead from John Olsen.
This is a pistol round for Full Sense. Now they're going to upgrade a couple of weapons. They've managed to get one. The Blade Storm should. Oh, Zeta drops.
Those are the trades, Doug. Those are the trades that we saw before.
And now the spike is in a horrible spot for Cloud9. In this 2v4, they do still have 2 rifles to work with. That helps.
Vanity, you're disgusting.
Yeah, forget the rifles. You can do it with the snake bite. Vanity trades that out, and that's one of the 2 Vandals that Full Sense had.
PTC, a decent lurk. There's one, crisp shot. Another one. Oh, he runs out of ammo. It's not going to be enough.
But Chalalala makes it enough.
Chalalala coming up huge at the end of that one. Full Sense on their push-out rounds. When they take Cloud9 off guard, it just seems so much different for this team. The confidence that they bring in those ecos, bring them to the gun rounds.
That was such a clean shot. And then he almost gets a second, and his teammate was able to clean things up. But for Chalalala to win that clutch 1v1 with the Sheriff, given how the guns kind of flip back and forth.
3 rounds just going to C9.
Exactly, yeah, that was a big turn, and for Full Sense at this point, you've just won that round. Call the timeout, reset things, make sure you still have control of what's going on. PTC still has that operator in hand, and they've got money to work with, right? Like, they're sitting in a really good spot here to win a couple more rounds and get a very competitive first half.
And to Full Sense, we said the record was 3-3 here. I've gone back to kind of just before everybody got into Berlin for the first time with these stats. And their better side is their attacker side. So they keep themselves on par here with C9 on the map. C9 should have statistically. I think Full Sense could really bring an attacking side that will surprise, because they're doing a little bit of attack on defense right now, and it's throwing Cloud9 off.
The pace has been great out from Full Sense. For them to keep this as competitive as they have, and it's off of that pace, as we mentioned, and it was stuff that was lacking on Split.
Yes.
We didn't see it, and now we're seeing individual trades, right? Like, you're seeing kills traded back, not just these like 1-for-1s, and then somebody gets away. They're playing at what feels like a much better pace. They're dialing up aggression at the right times, and again, that's what has Full Sense's lead here.
And it seems like they've, feel good. PTC back onto the jet, John Olsen back onto the sky for himself, or whatever he might pick for the game. In his smorgasbord of agents.
Yeah, whichever way the wind is blowing.
Exactly. Whichever way the hawk flies, right? Round 10 on your screen right now. Full Sense grabbing the lead once again here, as C9 brought it back to a tie. I think this one is just going to be as close as it can be. We do have a bit of a lower buy coming in for Vanity, so he can find all the utility for himself, but shouldn't affect the round too much. Is an op for PTC again.
Light armor and the hands of Leaf as well. I guess it could be in the hands. Oh, Mitch!
Was that an op? Nope, it's a Vandal, but still Mitch.
That was gross. That was gross.
Okay,
Snacks.
Answers.
Yep, gives it right back. I wonder if this is just like a feel things out. The thing is, they don't have info of anything else on the map, so it's hard to rotate away here. You're going to have to be so careful about checking everything. A great kill out from Zeta off the Shark Dart. That should probably be the committal. So now they want to go. They drop the Viper's Pit as well as they work their way forward. You've got Leaf, who's got an aggressive angle to make sure nobody's coming in from bridge or under it. But op shots flying through the ult as the Hunter's Fury comes out as well. That's going to reposition Zeppa. He's got to stay alive, or he's got to dance around it. No, he falls.
Spike down A.
That's a tough one. Wet socks and a Hunter's Fury. You never love it.
That's a bad day.
Yeah, it's a bad day. PTC down to off the op to a Vandal to make the retake a little bit easier, as now it's the 3v3, Doug.
Spike ticking away. You've got Leaf, who's taken more of a defensive position as the other 2 members of Cloud9 are playing in the smoke. Make that one as Vanity drops, and the ult's going to fall with him. Zeta playing his Type 50. Nice shots onto PTC at 2v2. Zeta's so weak, and Leaf is as well.
Zeta with these quick peeks, always so good.
Oh, there it was! A 1v2! Lamestex has to stay alive. Lamestex gets into a 1v1, but Leaf wins that one as Cloud9 get to 5.
So many intricate things going on in the end of the rounds there, with the wall going up, the sonar bolt going through, the spams coming in from the back of the site, so Superbus could get into the front and take down the Viper. Just all the little mind games there played by both teams to the max, and Cloud9 come out on top in the end. Trades after trades, and we see C9 adapt a little bit here. They've been losing the 1v1 trades. They've been falling to the mid pushes. All 5 of C9 go through A lobby there and rush onto the site with Vanity's ultimate to make that round work.
Full guns for Cloud9.
Okay.
Not so far. I was actually about to say PTC was the only one with Marshall, and he had that. Falls. Lamestex able to pick it up, though. The door's been opened up. We're going back towards A, and it's just Chalalala who's playing backside by himself. He's going to have to be the anchor, and no, not able to find any success back there. Cloud9, A is theirs.
Instant. It's a replication of last round with just Leaf going into the halls now. So that's the difference that they had, and it completely threw him off with Leaf's opening frag. And another one, a 3K for him already.
Yeah, as the Marshall falls, John Olsen, Sheriff in hand, Leaf not able to land those shots. And if at first you don't succeed, well, he didn't succeed the second time either. Ultimately, Leaf finally does, as he gets the 4th. Cloud9 take the lead back. Full Sense should have full guns to close out this half.
Whew, what an awesome first half to this one. We still see if Full Sense can tie it up, and both teams have been changing up their strategies from what we saw on Split. A lot more aggression from Full Sense. C9 reads that for the past few rounds, starts to absorb it a little bit more, and then say, you know what? No more absorbing, no more defaulting. A is the hit. Will they even go B this time? C9 sets up towards A. Could end B, but again, they're just loving this right now.
Looking to finish things off, ideally get to a 7-5 half for Cloud9, and if you're Full Sense, a 6-6. Given that this is Cloud9's highly touted map, this is where they're supposed to be at their best, a 6-6 is gold. That's money.
For sure. 0 point comes out. Nobody's close. That means Leaf can get right into the face of somebody who's next up in line to go down from the Blade Storm.
Yeah, but he took some damage. Chalalala swinging out as well. The Blade Storm, there it is, out from Leaf. A 3v3. Nice shots out from Chalala. Man, he's been so big in this round for Full Sends. But he's so weak now.
He's just trying to buy time with his gaze. He says, you can't see me, hopefully. Dodging out the shock darts, and now he's going to have the rest of his team to back him up.
A 3v3 to close out the round. Zeppa's 1 point away from having that null command. Online advantage. He's in a bit of an awkward spot here. As soon as he decides to go forward, that trip's going to go down. There it is. And that allows him to get past it. They're not expecting that he's there, but PTC stays alive, dashes away to safety. Zeppa drops, Ladies Next gets 2, and PTC gets the last. They had the setup that they wanted. They were able to get past the defenses of Full Sense, but they weren't able to get past the guns.
Dude, Lammy Snacks in the tight situations when he's called upon for more than one has come up for Full Sense. What a first half 6-6.
We're gonna take a look at it one more time again. Like Chalalala was so big there, he gets a couple of big kills, and then it was Lammy Snacks who cleans things up at the end. And I really wish we could like rewind that and draw it out on the telestrator or something, because I think that was the opening that Cloud9 needed, and they just weren't able to find the success that they were looking for there. We're gonna throw it to the desk to break down that first half. Dash.
Thank you so much, Doug. Now that's what I'm talking about.
There we go.
A 6-6 half for Full Sense. They've come alive a little bit on Breeze, and hey, maybe it's my time to eat some words. I was the one who said I'm incredibly worried about going to that map after they dropped 13-5 to Vision Strikers, but they've given us a game.
As you should have been, right? But, I mean, just let's take a look at that last round, how it went down, right? Zeppa throws that KO knife. It takes out the Cypher trips, allows Vanity to make the flank. Even with all of those things going on, Full Sense, they're able to get the shots and convert the round under all those different challenges. So that is a fantastic first half here for Full Sense.
I was sitting here listening to Doug a little bit throughout that half, and he turns around and he goes, well, Jess kind of said they were going to do A hits pretty hard. That's what the stats are at least telling. And then so as a result, do you stack A? Do you chuck 3 people on A? And then multiple of those rounds, they had the numbers there to overwhelm C9 when inevitably habitual, strikes, and they're going to hit A. And I'm wondering whether or not, the repetitive predictableness of C9 is going to be their curse. But something we did also point out, and I ran the stats whilst we were off the screen, turns out that, John Olsen overall on every map is the highest rated Jet on the team, but on Breeze specifically, guess who's the highest rated Jet? PTC. That's why you got to put the man on Jet on this map.
Yeah, now he got eclipsed by Lammy Snacks in that kill column right there at the end of the round. But I have to say, for the majority of the beginning of that half, it was all PTC. Early on, he was already in the double digits, and that was good to see.
Yeah, and we saw him having a little anime battle in mid, right? Yes. Off the back of those sky flashes. You love to see it. A Jet flying into the air, and he was good for it. Fantastic stuff. And it takes the cojones to bust out and change up your role in the third map, in a second map in an elimination series.
Yeah.
Kudos to PTC.
Question remains, how much do they have left in the tank when they move to the attacking side?
I mean, they didn't win the pistol. Maybe that's the win condition, is like, don't win the pistol, and then maybe you do it. I don't know what it is, but it feels like Full Sense does well under pressure. We've seen multiple teams do that throughout the tournament thus far, and I hate to say it, but maybe Cloud9, the more and more pressure they apply, the less they're likely to win.
Don't win the pistol. Some questionable advice coming out of Jess here on the desk. Doug, make of it what you will.
There's no shot I'm touching that. No shot. You do with that what you will. Really move forward at your own risk. If you choose to take Jess's advice, we're not responsible for what happens to your elo. Full Sends on the attacking half here. And I mean, we've taken some space mid early on, and Leaf is there to keep it back, for at least for now.
Little tag up, not too bad. As it is a spread here from Full Sense in mid. Leaf will make it bad. And that's going to sting onto TTC here. We see him being the open and fragger for the side of Full Sense, but not this time around, as Leaf has been feeling confident this match.
And where do Full Sense go from this? They've taken some space mid. They haven't fully pushed out up to elbow, and they haven't found much A either. And at this point, they don't have very much to go towards at all.
Losing your jet right away as well on pistol round, you kind of lose your huzzah. You're just going to be walking into sight on util, which is perfectly fine. Something you're going to have to do anyways. But they're not going to be throwing C9 for any loops. This is going to be a big fight to whatever site we go to. And it looks like they are going to be able to keep themselves alive here. And hopefully Full Sense do have a flanker, but it looks like they may have to put 4 into one direction.
Well, and it's interesting. Okay, so they just flashed. John Olsen did towards B. I don't know that he got a tag, but they got some of that space, but they are going to end up back on A. As you were saying, Zeppa's there, doesn't have an or a blade up quite yet. Does have that nade to work with, and Leaf is holding mid as well. That's going to push Super Bus back, and there's that knife that we were talking about. Again, still has the nade to work with, but creeping his way forward. The nade drops. Chalalala looking to get the spike down. Should be able to do so. Man, they cut it so close every time. That's a heck of a shock dart, though.
Almost gets the tag to get the kill. Leaf's going to answer with a second one on the round, but they drop 2-3 now from Full Sense's side.
A 2v2, all that remains. Vanity with 54 HP as he tries to retreat. He tries to stay alive. Mitch much healthier. Creeping his way forward as well. You see him wrapping around the 2 remaining members. Superbus is in a really good spot, though. If they don't check that 50, it's going to spell disaster. Oh, Chalalala comes up big, but Mitch gets it to a 1v1.
Bring around the Rosie.
17 HP as he got to buy time. He tries to go up top. He lands the shots. Cloud9 win the pistol.
Wow, Mitch coming up huge there. Again, a pistol round coming down to the wire between these two teams. C9 will come out on top. And it just keeps going to the last drop between these on these pistol rounds. C9 will grab it. And we'll see if they can keep this. Leaf, the big part of this was Leaf seeing Viper in mid right at the last second.
Right.
The rest of Cloud9 starts to rotate over to A, and they have the positioning to make this count. So Leaf's little patience there to anchor mid paid off big.
Red Bull clutch coming through for Cloud9 to open up this second half. But Full Sense, they buy up. I mean, they've got four Spectres. They have the Marshal as well, so they drop a little bit of money into this round. Cloud9 do the same as well. Early tag spots a couple of members of Full Sense working towards caves. The Ultorp going into the hands of PTC early on. The Trailblazer, Vanity's gonna have his hands full.
Look at that. Walls up, smokes up, doesn't get seen, but it is going to be all 5 here from Full Sense.
Oh, I think that may have been a bit of a misfire for PTC. He tried going in aggressive to take the angle, to take the fight into Vanity, but the slight misstep falls apart, but Lammy Snacks does not! He doesn't fall apart at all, and John Olsen gets in on it as well. Mitch is left alone. He's in a 1v3, but he's so far away. Guess what? They're coming. Mitch. He's got so much work to do, and he doesn't check that early 50. Lammy Snacks with 4. We've seen this before. We have Cloud9 win the pistol. Full Sense take the second.
Lammy Snacks is going wild right now. 3Ks, 4Ks on a round, completely sweeping the rug out from under Cloud9. It's so hard to respond in those situations. Oof. Look at that push coming in from his own dart. Literally playing off his own utility to just go in and slap C9. Says, don't worry, I'll take care of it. Oh my word, a one-man army on that round.
You're in the only spot I could go.
You can see the communication kind of back and forth, that they were bumping into each other on the right side of pillar there. That's nothing Zepa and Vanity could do to get out of that alive.
Full Sense heavy lean towards B, the Trailblazer to clear the way. There's also a dart back sight, but you haven't cleared out Leaf yet. The drone should be the one to do it, but he swings around it at just the right time. There it goes. He's got that sheriff to work with.
God,
but
already
he doesn't
in?
have any health to work with. Yeah, they've gotten onto the site. We'll see what Cloud9 do as far as this retake goes. They don't have much to work with here at all, really.
No. It's good to see, though. Full Sense saying pistol round, we give no cares. Push in, do what we can. Okay. Now it's actually doing a bit of damage. They have to make sure not to troll this too much. Superbus is going to come up with 4 there, so he's banked a good bit of cash. They shouldn't be too hurt by 2 guns down there, but good push. 8-7 is Full Sense. Give themselves the lead now off a nice 2 rounds.
Yeah, and we'll see, given some of that damage that you mentioned from Zeta at the end there, what's their economical situation look like? Yeah, both Chalala and Lamy are going to have to spend pretty big here. And off of that, they'll be in a much better spot. Lamy's next also, you highlighted him earlier, Riv. He's having himself a day. He's now 1 point away from having the Hunter's Fury online. We'll see how they choose to play around that, or if they try to actually like set up something early on to get him the ult orb to bring that online a bit earlier and perhaps have an exec around it.
Full Sense.
Here.
You can see how much they are fighting to keep themselves alive within this series, within the lower bracket run. Leaf is already pushed up.
Oh! Excellent adjustment on a PTC there. That was not his first target.
Nope. He also got that ping out, so your focus is dead on that person. Nice change up, like you said. And now Leaf controls mid. How does Full Sense respond to this?
I mean, you see Superbus. He's got to be so careful, right? He's got to be so slow and methodical in doing this. Because you just saw Leaf, he was playing there. So off of that, the slow but certain swing out around pillar ensures that Leaf is no longer back there. So they can play this out a bit more confidently, at least for now.
Hall's trips on both sides. Who's going to come in here? Nice little dart, actually. Grabs Lammy.
Take flight.
This is very slow play. Again, Full Sense is going to bring it down to the wire to try and plant and pressure C9 into moving immediately to use that utility correctly in the 45 seconds the plan is down.
There's Fury coming out from Zeta. A couple of tags potentially, but no kills landed yet. Oh, and John Olsen drops. Mitch is playing in this corner. My goodness, Cloud9, they just mow over them. The neural theft is there as well as they fall apart. 8-8, you mentioned it going into it. This is getting scary. Riv, tell us a bit more about why that was such a precarious spot.
Full Sense getting in, as soon as you don't have the right side covered, right side is like your U-Haul, your everything. If you don't know what enemies are behind the right pillar, you don't plant, you don't do anything. And as soon as the wall dropped, all of Full Sense got surprised because you saw them in front of the pillars trying to figure out what to do, and they just got taken down before they could really get into the site. So nice job by C9 to keep the utility up and basically be able to shoot through the wall at every of the pinged agents. Just textbook sonar bolt and frag out coming in from C9 there with the 8-8 Full Sense with the timeout.
You know, I often think about the air fist bumps, right, that we have the players have to do here. That can't be nearly as satisfying as like an actual fist bump. It can't be.
Maybe. You just do both at the same time. You're just like, wow, I'm done with it.
Maybe
there's
more
no missing.
efficient.
There's no missing.
That is true.
Right?
That is true. That's always, it's such an
never have to worry about that.
Yeah, when you whiff.
Detrimental situation.
So we're tied up at 8 apiece. You mentioned Full Sense. They've called the timeout, and even, you know, for as close as things have been, and as much as Cloud9 seem to have the slight advantage, but the advantage nonetheless, like Full Sense, they're not going away. They've been very competitive up until this point into remind me what the stat was, or was it 9-1 for Cloud9 going into Breeze?
Yeah, a 65% win rate nearly on both sides too, so it's not like you're gonna find a weaker side for them.
Right.
That's tough. That's really tough. And with that too, with these late rounds Full Sense is putting themselves in, Cloud9 is realizing that precedence. They're like, oh, okay, it's 30 seconds left. Let's back up a few more. Zepa will have 0 point if we know they're rushing. We've pushed out B a little. Leaf already figured that out at elbow. And C9 is kind of reading the round as it goes and figuring out where Full Sense is. So maybe Full Sense back into the fast rounds, back into just clobbering C9 could be what will get them these rounds back. 8-8 though. Both teams even it up here as we get to round 17.
Revealing area.
Interesting start from Full Send. So you've got the tripwire, you've got the Cypher Cam as well. So you've got this defensive setup towards B, and then you also had Lammy with the recon dart playing further back as well, hitting back towards back by elbow. So concern of early action from Cloud9 towards the western half of the map.
I feel like you see the strat here already. It's Viper's pit down. Lammy has a Spectre, so he's not in. He's out of the site, using utility, and then Hunter's Fury. There is a way Full Sense gets in with this round, even having a bit less of the economy coming in. Just missed out there and also right past the Cypher trap, so I'm not going to get much out of that bolt. Again, they're going to take it down to the wire. Once again, 0 point's going to be up. This could actually be nullified by Zeppa as he comes in. Having a KO with a team against a team that's going late into the round may not favor it. There it is. They push back, and they actually see the Vipers there with the ult being up. That could tell them everything.
Yeah, but I wonder if off of this is where Full Sense go, right? Knowing that you're not going to be like stuffed by, they kind of have to go now, and this is where they go. They creep their way forward. The Jet's going to be the tip of the spear. You call the Viper's pit. There it goes. Drops down. The spike should follow shortly after. Zeppa, we'll see if he can get any damage with that. Nade, no, spike goes down.
All right, so this is C9's kind of defense. This is what they want to do. Is it the right call, though, is the question. Now that Full Sense is all in, the 5v5 retake begins.
Oh, there it is, and it's an excellent start for Cloud9 as PTC drops, so John Olsen's able to take it right back. A 4v4 remains. As you see that knife coming through, Lammy still has that Hunter's Fury. They're going to have to pinch around the flank, and that's exactly what Cloud9 do. Vanity and Mid show up at just the right time to stop the safety valve that Full Sense had. They drop him. Vanity gets the defuse as well. An excellent round from Cloud9.
Doug, if we could see it, C9 could see it, that Hunter's Fury is up, that Viper's pit is there. As soon as Zeppa hit that 0 point with 30 seconds left onto Super Bus, they had a read on the round. The flank coming around, as you said, from C9 then sealed the deal. That was actually a really nice round from C9, just letting Full Sense in.
I mean, that flank was everything, Riv. It was, because without that, the Hunter's Fury is still in play. It becomes a bit of a mess where they have to fight where they know where they're coming from. But Cloud9 showing some of that dominance, some of that expertise on this map specifically. You see why they like to play on it. They just seem to read things very well.
I love the KO usage, too. Like I said, it works so good against a team that's forcing themselves into the last 30 seconds of a round. If Zeppa doesn't hit that on anybody, oh, it's probably B. So much info from the KO, and C9 has been using it spectacularly. 9-8, it's only a one-round lead. We're getting hyped here. Full Sense could easily bring this back to 9-9 as they have been tying it up regularly.
All they have is pistols here in the Blade Storm that you just saw a moment ago coming online from PTC.
Yeah, lots of ults. Lots of sheriffs.
It's a luxury. I wonder how much they choose to use, right? Like, you imagine maybe if you get just the right look that you're wanting, maybe you make something happen, or you just drop that. You drop the Hunter's Fury to try to clean up one, and no, Vanity's able to shuffle his feet and stay alive.
All right, where can this Blade Storm come up? Yeah. They're just making their way out of every tough situation that Full Sense was getting a return on investment on earlier. They were finding these frags, they were finding the trades, and C9's playing much more patient to be receiving Full Sense now, and it seems to be working. What can Full Sense do to put it back in their favor, though? This would be a big one.
Oh boy.
Dash on dash, that's the wrong weapon.
Nobody's hitting shots. Literally nobody's hitting any shots in this fight. Lammy shows up and says, fine, I'll do it, man. As he takes care of Leaf. You heard through all of that, too. Zeppa ulted. And now you've got the Seekers coming online from Full Sense with only 11 seconds left. They find themselves in a dire situation yet again. A 4v3 as Lammy Snacks drops down to almost nothing. Zeta dancing around, staying alive, landing the shots that are needed as Superbus is left alone. Cloud9 get to 10. This late round execute, Riv, it's not working.
It's not. Absolutely isn't. C9 has a read on it. And it is a way to pressure, right? You might find the right agent or the right utility you want to hit on the site. But C9's retake here, especially with the KO still alive, Zeta absolutely finding so much in that sonar that got them a few more kills on the way in, has just been shutting down Full Sense. So I'm not really sure what the right call is for them. Going aggressive was what worked for them, but it does not seem like they want to go for that role anymore, being down 2 rounds.
Well, and I mean, look, it doesn't seem to be any different this round, right?
Spikes
like you
dropped.
talk about wanting some early aggression. They're kind of huddled up. They're just now making their way out. They're just now making their way up.
And they're so far from ultimates, too, to be able to capitalize on some of those pivotal points, or if they could put a pressure point onto C9.
That's a good start out from Chalala.
The ultimate. So B is going to be taken over here by Vanity. He'll look to keep himself forward pushed in that, and maybe they leave him.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the right call here, right? Like, you have that Viper's Pit. You can kind of handle things yourself, especially as a Viper, or at least you're more equipped to be able to do so, and they send Zeta over to A. And that's exactly where Full Sense are going.
The clock ticks down once again. Full Sense go for the pressure round here. And C9 looks to read it. Vanity hasn't left just yet, but 4 members of C9 waiting to defend this as PTC opens it up nicely.
Mitch is going to have to go big there, and he's not able to do so. He was in a really good spot, but just wasn't able to convert it into anything. Vanity, who we mentioned earlier on in the round, was still over by B, and his ultimate, he drops. As Full Sense get the spike down, you're hearing some of the cheers already early on as Full Sense know that this is really just a formality. The rest of the round is at this point, as they should get to 9.
Quick spans from Vanity. Lammy Snacks coming up with a pretty big round himself, too, with the dive through the middle of the pillars to pick up another frag. And, you know, we say it's not working for him, but they're still pressuring it because the times when they trade off each other are so clean. And Full Sense is relying on that. They haven't found it in the past few rounds, but this last one they did click. But is that enough? Is clicking a few rounds in enough as C9 continues to string one after the other once they do get a lead?
Well, and I think there is an adjustment worth noting is that for Full Sense there, they pulled the trigger to about the 35-second mark. It wasn't like the 10-second mark, right? Like, and there's a notable difference there when you think about utility at its respawn rate and like when that comes back online, that is a big deal. So it was, while it still seemed like, okay, Full Sense went a little bit later in that time of work, it was not the same approach, and the success was there, as you said.
A little bit of a push here from C9, so they know A has not been taken over, at least towards shop. This is the first time we've really seen C9 start to take a little bit of ground and take the round into their hands. Leaf has an operator, and that's why you see Zeppa's protection on him push forward.
Now I wonder how far up they're able to get Superbus is into halls.
Great call. I mean, you haven't taken this area, you have to retake it with utility. As smart by Full Sense. They're not leaving anything to chance.
They push the op off the angle. You see Leaf repositioning. You might get a shot at PTC here in a moment. A little jump.
Saw him.
Nothing doing yet.
Don't know if he tries that again. Waiting for a bit of the push. No real focus or rotation, but Superbus could have a frag here. Right on the other side. He sees the gun. He sees it.
Oh, there it is.
Does he get a second one, though?
No, he's not. Zeppa still looking for that to come up. Yeah, but no, he drops. He does take Chalala with him, but he falls. Numbers, Full Send, still 20 seconds left in the round as the spike goes down. They've managed to take control of A. Both Vanity and Mitch now start to approach the site. The camera goes down, but they did get a tag on one, and I like how they're approaching this, right? They're approaching this from different directions. They're going to try to push in at the exact same time, see if they can divide the attention of the members of Full Sends that are on the site and make something happen, but it's slow. It's a bit too slow as Vanity falls. Mitch left alone in this 1v3. They don't know where he is. That's the one benefit, but you have so many eyes looking your way. As soon as you get one, everyone's going to be there. Full Sense tie us up at 10, baby.
Word, 10-10. As Full Sense look to keep themselves alive in this series. That was a little bit of variety to the strategy they have as well. Now you have Superbus going into halls. C9 has thought to these rounds, all we have to do is flank. All 5 members of Full Sense have been on these 20-second takes, executions on the site. Just change it up a little bit that time. Superbus comes up with a big frag that separates who was coming from halls, and the rest of Full Sense take care of A site. They have not been focusing on B too much. I wonder if that's a loop they throw C9 for here. It's all been A.
All right, we saw PTC do something a little gross here a couple of moments ago. Oh, that flash. The timing on that flash was so good. Leaf had him there, but he wasn't able to land things, and he takes 2-3 more chances, and still not able to convert. His presence known. He has to stay alive. He has to dash away, uses some cloud bursts for safety, and somehow manages to preserve his life.
A lot of spikes put in this round already, with the spike still being down. 1 from each side on, actually 2 from C9, sorry, on their eco. As 2 Spectres still live, they could do some damage here. And there's a shot, Superbus again through Halls, replicates his last round strategy and comes up with another kill as John Olsen gets the 3K for this round.
Yeah, they fall apart. You see John Olsen drop that Seekers. You mentioned the 3K as well. So things going rather nicely for Full Sends as Vanity manages to get Superbus down to 8 HP, but he's having to swing around. There's mouse all over the place to try to stay alive, and John Olsen takes care of him at the end. Full Sends take the lead back late in this map. We'll see how Cloud9 respond.
Doug, it's so night and day from a C9 win to a C9 loss to a Full Sense win to a full. You think somebody is going to start running away with it, and then you have a 4K from John Olsen. But the rest of the team's still alive. It wasn't just him that round. It could have been anybody else. They're just making it so crisp on the rounds that they do win. It's wild to see how much it's going back and forth with how definitively each team is taking a round.
And I like some of the adaptations we've seen from Full Sends, right? Like we talked about it a bit, but you're seeing that kind of play out, and that's some of also what we missed on Split, right? Like Full Sends, they're starting to get a read on Cloud9 on how Cloud9 are playing these rounds out. They're adjusting accordingly, and now they're finding the success that has kept them in this game.
Just a few more. This gun round coming in, I believe, for what is the 11th win on the side of Full Sense. Put them on 12. Do they wait for 12th on the side of C9, right? It's that idea of what ultimates are ready. What are you going to be able to do? Full Sense has a rock solid mantle to be keeping this one going on C9's map. C9 took Split. Full Sense's pick. Full Sense in position to take C9's breeze.
And again, remember, folks, this is an elimination match, right? Like, this is a very big deal. There's one of the two teams is going home at the end of the night as we get closer to getting back into the action. Full Sense still have the lead. They've got full-on buy. Cloud9 do as well. They have a lot of cash. They only have the neural theft as far as ultimates go, and you're right, Riv. There's money for days on the side of Full Sense. Cloud9 are going to have to play this pretty perfectly the rest of the way.
Yeah. So you look at a 3-round loss, you get 2,900 credits. Add that to the side of C9, and you're looking at about 3,600 at max for Leaf. Not a full buy for the squad, so it's going to be very tough here. Full Sense probably going to play this one slow to make sure they get the round. Vanity and squad are not pushing up this time. C9 will stay back, playing full util and to absorb Full Sense. This is the first time Full Sense will be going B in quite a few rounds.
And they're going to have to deal with some of the utility out from Vanity. We talked about Viper on this site specifically and how she's really just kind of built for it. And we're seeing some of that utility already come through, but Vanity's going to get pushed back. Are they expecting Leaf? They are now, as he's able to get the second. This aim is magnetic. He just snaps onto PTC's head. And now they push forward. Vanity's still alive as he gets one as well. But now Chalala has shown up. But Vanity keeps things back. Lammy Snacks left alone as he falls. Cloud9 tie us up at 11. What a hold.
That round was so sick from C9. The fact that Leaf had the wherewithal to quickly smoke out for Vanity. Vanity got to hide a little bit longer, pulls up another few when it comes around. Oh my God, Leaf gets tagged one. And then he's able to get another frag as he backs up. He thinks, let me help my teammate. You see the smoke just to the right. It does help Vanity. Holy multitasking coming in from the C9 squad there to make that a victory round.
The hold.
The
right,
hold.
Like the hold from those two. You mentioned, you talked about some of the micro stuff there that kept Vanity alive and just how cool that was. We're going to get into the next round. Again, Full Sense, because of the money that they've had up until this point, they're still sitting pretty. You are seeing Lammy Snacks hit that Cypher tripwire there from the shock dart to clear that out. We'll see how Cloud9 really kind of adapt around that operator in the hands of PTC as well.
2 rounds for either team mean drastically different things here, Doug. C9 on the cusp of moving forward here. Like we said, their gauntlet runs, there's something very aware of from the lower bracket. Full Sense again towards A, but this is an early one. They have a minute left here.
The Trailblazer's going to come out. Cloud9 should have a decent idea that the hit's in towards A. You see Vanity is getting a little bit more bold as he's peeking through his smoke on B, taking some of that space away. And with that, you're seeing the defenses of Cloud9 double down a bit more, right? Zeta's there. You've also got Leaf, who's now there as well. And Full Sense have not left caves. They haven't been able to make their way out.
Nowhere to run!
Hunter's Fury going to be coming out just to try to go up the gut and disperse where C9 might be hiding.
They want to go. Zeta's already been dropped. Now you see Vanity hightailing it over. He's going to have to make it there quick. Superbus gets the spike down. The Viper's Pit's going to come down as well. We'll see if there's enough of a counter. No, Zeppa drops. Superbus dancing around it. Superbus gets a second as he continues to move forward into his jellies. They're going to have to fight into caves because the 3 remaining members are back there. Superbus on 3. But what can Leaf do? No, Leaf falls apart. Full Sense get to 12.
Match point for Full Sense, keeping themselves alive here in the series, in the tournament for champions. Both teams from the last chance qualifier in their regions know exactly what this pressure is. And Full Sense is coming out on top right now. They have one more here. It was such a big round for C9 to come out in what would have put them on a 12th round eco, but Full Sense still say no, this is ours.
Superbus was a bad man in that round, Riv.
They're bringing out the big guns. Double up for the side of Full Sense here to close it out.
And Cloud9, they're on this lighter buy, right? A Spectre, a Marshall. They have 4 ultimates to work with, and Zeppa's 1 point away from having that null command, so you've got some to fight back with here, but this is not how they want to be able to approach this round. You hear the Blade Storm comes online. We'll see what they can do with those double ups. Hunter's Fury coming through as well. Oh, Superbus. There's not a whole lot of room for you to dance there. Woo-hoo. That could have been bad.
He tucked in for that one. Sucked in the stomach for sure. I don't know how he made it away from that.
We also threw that Vanity investing the Viper's Pit early on.
Right,
there to deny vision of B. So this is a very similar setup to what we've seen. We've got Leaf there close by to help out with that Blade Storm. But it looks like Full Sense want to go A.
0 point is still up. Look for Zeppa to be using that come 30 seconds on the round if he wants to figure out who's going to be coming into the site, or maybe right once he hears the utility to shut down the follow-up of what would come from the team.
PTC has managed
there it
to
is.
take... PTC has managed to take some space. Yeah, the 4 being caught off of that knife, and that's going to have Full Sense at least hesitate for a moment as they think through how they want to do things, but they want to go. The Trailblazer's going to be the opener. How much further do they get? 2 Jets with Blade Storms playing around halls. They still haven't made their way in, Riv.
If Zeppa can capitalize on one frag, he null commands the entire site. He is trying to get that so tough right now. The first one up in the fray, PTC starts it off.
Oh, and there it is. Zeppa gets it, and you call the null command. It's going to be a 4v4 for the side, and Zeppa goes huge. Zeta does as well. Lammy Snack's left alone, and he falls apart. We're going to overtime. We're not done with Breeze yet.
Oh, my word. The dominoes falling into place now. For C9 to capitalize. Zeppa, a huge play in sight to not just go for it, to bring himself back for the right moment. 12-12 as we make it into overtime, Doug. Oh, this is so good.
I think I've had one overtime map every series that I've casted.
Let's go.
But
thanks for choosing this one.
The teams are going to start to hate me, bro. This is not good. But they've been bangers every time.
I love you. Production, put me with Doug more. This is awesome stuff coming from 2 teams fighting for their tournament lives more so. Full Sense right now is Cloud9 looks for 2 rounds and they move on. Full Sense wants to push C9 to another map here. We're into OT. Does the operator get bought? It does. PTC looking to go naked on this one.
Oh, and that's such a gutsy call. Again, because of the way economy works in overtime, if you choose to buy the operator, you don't have enough to afford armor. So as you said, you're as naked as a Jaybird. The drone's there. Oh, he's got the angle, but he doesn't land the shots. Leaf destroys him, and that's going to allow Cloud9 to get onto the site as Leaf gets a second. Full Sen's already down to 3.
A really risky play for overtime, Doug. No need to be a superhero right off the start, but imagine the first shot, the second, right? It's always looking back on it, what could have been the call there. But I think the one and done for an opposition was not the right one as C9 start to tack on more frags for the round. Superbus, he's done quite a bit, but I don't know if he's going to be able to do it all here.
Okay, so he is going to be able to do something.
A little bit of something.
Yeah, but how much more can he do with his 70 HP? You've got shock darts, you've got flashes, you've got the kitchen sink thrown your way. The Superbus has to back up a bit. But if the dart didn't give him info of where he is, the knife does. Superbus with the spike ticking away. Not able to do much. As Leaf gets the third, Cloud9 win the first round of overtime. Full Sends, it's on them to respond.
Full Sense does have that stronger attacking side for themselves, where we've seen their comfortability from statistics on this map. Does that come to fruition once again here? Leaf with some absurd shots, and again, playing the op so close after being detected is such a chancy game. You're hardly ever going to come out with that on top more than one. And C9 punish. Here we are, 13-12, Doug. C9 on game point.
And so this is really where Full Sense found a lot of their success through some of the adaptations they made in the second half. They corrected minor things, micro adjustments that got them to overtime, and they're gonna have a chance to lean into that again. You just saw the ult orb get picked up by PTC as Full Sense creep towards A, and Riv, nobody on the site.
No one at all. We saw C9 playing a bit of the full retake earlier. This time the flanks won't be as effective with the utility up of Chalalala. So it's a 5v5 for possibly your final round here as C9 looks to move on in Champions.
First bit of utility, second bit of utility, clear it out off of that super bus, swings out back towards caves to make sure there's nobody creeping forward. And what that does is that separates Full Sends a bit. They're all tunneled back into caves.
That's
you
tough.
called it, Riv. It's going to be a straight up slugfest for the site. We'll see if Superbus can get the flank all the way around.
He's the
to
one.
Get back onto Cloud9. He's going to have to go big here. The setup is there. First couple of kills have been traded. Here comes Superbus. We talked about him going in through double doors. He spotted Mitch.
He holds.
The gun discipline is there. He spotted a
Wait,
second one as well. But Vanity's got to get to the fuse.
Oh my gosh.
The setup was there, and the Thieves in the night. The Dark Horse stays alive. They live to fight another day, and they send Full Sense home.
Cloud9 are no strangers to a lower bracket run, and they start off with a victory. Fist bumps all around for the squad as they take down Full Sense, who fought to the end. What a showing from this squad. A lot of people counted out, but they came into this group showing up a lot more than people thought. Unfortunately, going home after this one.
Bro, did that end with 4 alive for Full Sense?
Like I said, it was going to be a 5v5 hectic round. They all are 5v5, but for the spike to get planted 1 minute left in the round with 5 up and C9 leisurely approaching the site, that's what they played on each defensive round for their D side. They were like, oh, they're going to go in. They'll wall. We have all the util to get them back. And the fact that each one funneled into that lobby of a cave made it a lot tougher for Superbus to equalize on anything.
The retake was gorgeous, and you know, we go back to the beginning of that round, and it was all off of them clearing out that Cypher utility early on, right? Like you mentioned it at the beginning, it's all there, the tripwires, the cameras, everything was there to deny the flank from Cloud9. Cloud9 show up, they remove all of that, and then they double back down. They're able to establish control, and they fully commit to the defuse. I think that was the other key thing there, right? Like
pros don't fake.
Well, and they didn't try to like show up and fight and try to feel things out and then maybe commit to it. No, as soon as they got on, the direction was clear. Vanity called, we're defusing this, we're going for it right now.
Man, everybody on both teams had some spicy frags. Lammy coming up with a lot of rounds. Leaf, Vanity. Oh my word. I think a big one here is the use of KO for C9 in the situations they were able to detect the 30-second hits. A lot of rounds were brought back into C9's favor off of Zeppa's utility. A lot of people always talk about Zeppa, this KO that C9 had brought into the squad, and there is a reason.
Now, Riv, Cloud9, it wasn't probably what anybody expected going into Breeze, right? They win it, not in the way that anyone expected, as I was just saying. How do you interpret Cloud9 given what we just saw, given their tournament run so far?
I think C9 are playing a very adaptive style. Once they realize that a team is going to be surprising them, we saw a lot of absorbing of what Full Sense was doing on the attack rounds, as well as C9 not knowing how to act on quick rounds that Full Sense went. So definitely something to look at for C9, where why weren't we reacting good on those fast rounds? And I think they almost repaired that at the end of the game, whereas we took a few fights and we lost to Full Sense, and then there'd be 3 for the 4 retake, right? At the end of the game, that was taken out of the situation, and they were always a 5v5 retake. So a lot repaired there, but still C9 can look at what plagued them from Full Sense there, because usually you don't get that pressured of a match in lower bracket. I'm sure the C9 fans were kind of like, what happened there? But Full Sense is not a team to be messed with, and they showed right there.
And I think the other thing, too, to remember is that for Cloud9, we've talked about how they seem to thrive in these lower bracket scenarios and these miracle runs that they have to make. So it won't always be clean, right? It won't always be sexy, but if they're able to provide these kind of results consistently, who cares about how you do it? Just get the dub.
That's right. And we're not, unfortunately, Icebox was our last map, which probably giving us another banger, even though we usually see Icebox on one thing, but I would love to see the versatility between these two teams because they were pushing each other to the limits, right? They're like, all right, everybody's fragging, everybody's trading. What do we alter on this strat? One person go here, one person go there. We started to see the protocols really change as teams figured out what was and wasn't working. And the series that go that distance are my favorite because you start to see that pulled out of each squad.
It was a banger of a Series 10 tonight. We are going to throw it to the Prime Gaming post-match highlights and then to Desk, an interview. Don't go anywhere quite yet. We're not done. Stay tuned.
Ooh,
okay.
Okay. A little bit of flair on both sides here as we step in to that elimination match between Cloud9 and Full Sense.
Usually, you know, pretty cool, calm, and collected, but they want to bring the spice to this one, and who wouldn't on an elimination match? Come on, man.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A. Nailed it. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day I die for you.
Welcome back to Champions, where Cloud9 keep their tournament hopes alive here for at least one more day. And they do it in two-map fashion, albeit that second one was razor close.
So close, so close. Anyway, of course, it's Leaf to push Cloud9 right over to the edge. I got to shout out PTC, though, on the other side of things. You know, we highlighted the fact that he was slotting in, suiting up on the jet, coming into the second map, and he was fantastic. The only other person close and near him in the first duel, first death scenario in those stats was Leaf. In fact, PTC beat him out in those. So a good look, individually speaking. Unfortunate that they get get knocked out in 2.
I mean, it's close for a reason. 6 attack for both teams, 6 defense for both team, and then you get into OT, and it becomes essentially this like best of 2, and all of a sudden C9 have the wherewithal to be able to push through it and nail it down. I tell you what, I said the Full Sense thrives under pressure. Sheesh, they thrived under a lot more than that.
Yeah, it was an impressive showing, and I'm glad we got to see that version of Full Sense out here on this stage. Leaf was in the kind of form that we asked him to be in though today, which is why you see him up there with the MVP tag. But I want to talk about the guy just behind him in Zeta, because we did a lot of Leaf talk on map number 1, and Zeta today as well definitely showed up.
Yeah, and Zeta, you know, it's hard to give him a lot of kudos when you've got flashy players like Zeppa and Leaf constantly taking all the highlights from you. But Zeta, he steps up when he's needed. He's a rock. He's not going to ask for a lot of flash, but he's going to provide the backbone to this squad. You know, the amount of clutches on the attack side on Breeze, the way he tucks, again, he's not looking to get the craziest aces of the squad, but he's looking to secure rounds and get around on the board.
I mean, yeah, pretty damn comfortable stats. Second in line behind Leaf overall for that series. That's not a bad spot to sit. If you're the Breach player, you're the Sova player, you're working around. I will say on Breach, I was really happy with his ability to be able to gain the intel. Yes, Zeppa was doing a heck of a lot of work with his ability to be able to work out how many players were pushing, but I will say that, you know, we're having a few players on the C9 roster who are showing up, doing their role. I hate to say it though, and I know we got to say it because this is not over for Cloud9, but I hate to say it, wasn't the most comfortable showing on their best map in their entire map pool. So like when we heard the casters say, where does this put Cloud9 now? What do you think about Cloud9 now? I know I got more questions than I had coming into this series, really.
Yeah, work is definitely not done yet. I know we have already talked a lot about him. We're going to talk about him one more time. It's Leaf. He came up with our HyperX reflex play of the day. This one's a little comical, if anything, coming from round 8 here on Breeze.
Yeah, but I mean, and these are the kinds of moments that this man Leaf continues to thrive in. Look at the flashbang. I mean, he should be full blind. Somehow he isn't. Somehow he finds the perfect aim to be able to dodge that just at the right time, and just a quick no-scope to be able to just delete John Olsen.
I would have loved to have seen how flashed he was, like from his own perspective, you know what I mean? Because obviously on our own observation, we don't necessarily see it. Comes up with an icon for us, but I mean, I'm sure he just heard the sound, he knew what was coming, and I mean, reflexes go beyond your own sort of thinking there.
Well, that's the thing. For me, it's the awareness of exactly where it's coming from, right? Because it's so easy to just assume, oh, that some flash came flying out of, you know, the cave, and instead he knows, no, this is right behind me. I'm going to flip and look for it. So kudos to him on that one. We're going to hop over to a winner's interview real quick. It's Doug with Vanity for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Dash. Yes, I am here with Vanity, who just came off of a 2-0 win over Full Sense. But Vanity, that was a bit closer than I think many people expected, myself included.
I don't know. I mean, it was kind of like, the split was pretty easy. Like, they won both pistols, and I think they got like 7 rounds. I think we like playing from disadvantages, so like we like losing pistol rounds, because I think we won both on Breeze, and then we got ecoed both times, like fully, or they bought on we won defense and they forced spot on attack side. And then Zeppa was just sitting on top of me for some reason. It happens, you know, misplay. So we don't usually play that bomb site together, so I mean, it's gonna happen. But I don't know. We felt pretty comfortable. I mean, the scoreline was pretty close, but we knew that we would take it home either way.
Now, I want to talk about Breeze, because statistically, you guys come into the tournament looking really good on Breeze, right? Like a 9-1 record, as Riv mentioned, but it's looked a little suspect in this tournament so far. What's going on in Breeze specifically?
I mean, it's the only time we've played it, so I think it's still our best map. Maybe it's one of our best maps. We don't really know because we don't play very many matches, so it's like hard to judge like maps off of like scrims, especially in like NA scrims at the end were really bad because like all the teams that were here, like Sentinels and Envy, weren't practicing for a little bit because they took a break, and then we couldn't scrim like 100 Thieves or any of the teams in LCQ, so we're scrimming like tier 3 teams. And it's hard to like judge your map pools, like how deep they are, like when you're just outskilling the other team. So, I mean, we think it's one of our better maps. We still felt pretty good on it today. We threw a lot of stupid rounds, which is kind of like similar to what happened against Rise, like the first time we played Breeze. And we also haven't played it in an official since Rise.
Since Rise, yeah.
So yeah, it's like, I think we'll be fine going forward. Just some little kinks to figure out.
Now, you guys seem to like the lower bracket, right? It just seems to be a thing, like Cloud9 and lower bracket, and you thrive here. What is it about this team that just seems to be built for these miracle runs?
No, I think it's something that the org gives you, you know? I think it's the Cloud9 lower bracket buff. I mean, I don't know. I think we start off kind of slow because I think given like the format of Valorant currently, like the gap between matches, it makes it kind of difficult because I think like the opportunities you do get to play matches when you're like a tier 1 team is far and few between. And I think like the excitement going into like the opening matches makes us play a little bit like more shaky because people are just excited to play, right? Versus like the more you get into the tournament, like the more the nerves are out of there, and then you're just playing like the game that you normally play in like practice.
All right, now the last question I have for you, Cloud9, this dark horse idea. I mean, you're rocking the chain, which is so dope, by the way. But tell me a bit more about this dark horse mentality, this dark horse really identity that you guys seem to have attached to so well. What does that do as far as like preparation goes and mentality going into these matches?
It's always easier to be like an underdog, I think, because there's like not much expectations on you. So I've never really been like a favorite on any teams I've been in. I guess we were favorites in the LCQ to a decent amount of the community.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, other than that, I mean, it's just a lot less pressure going on to you. Like, obviously, there's always going to be like a little bit of pressure playing on stage, but I think given it's like a studio environment or whatever you want to call this, it's just like an empty stage. So like no fans. So I think I don't really feel it that much, and we don't really like think about it too much. It's just normal, like what we've been doing. Like me, Leaf, and Zepper are still like the exact same as when we were on Chaos. So I guess it's pretty similar because we were like the dark horses of NA also, I guess. But then obviously the careers got cut short.
Well, the dark horse run will continue. Again, congratulations to you. Congratulations to Cloud9 for taking care of Full Sends. We're going to throw it back to Dash at the desk to close out the day.
Thank you so much, Doug. Good mix of everything in that interview. A little humor.
Yeah.
A little serious talk, though, as
Oh, yeah.
well. He still thinks Breeze is one of their better maps. Your thoughts?
I mean, look, good questions, good answers, and we got a lot of information in that one, right? And I think bottom line is Cloud9 need reps, right? I mean, the practice formula in NA, he mentioned it, the tier 1 teams is few and far between, right? So I think just this squad getting the reps in, losing enough, and winning enough is going to give them a different identity than just that dark horse one.
He also made a really key point about map pools for multiple, not just his team, but I think this is going to span across all teams in this tournament. One, we already made comments about Vision Strikers, and he said when you're dominating other teams in scrims, how do you even judge how good you are at a map?
Yeah.
That's what Vision Strikers is doing in their own region, so that there's already a team that is struggling with that same mentality. And conversely, Cloud9 Blue is just coming out of and saying in their interviews, we don't know what our map pool really is because we're just smashing people on maps and scrims because we're going up against tier 3 teams. That's a serious concern going into Worlds, knowing full well that some of your opponents here are the ones that won't scrim you as well. There has been a whole host of problems for these teams going in, and for them to turn around and say Breeze is comfortable, sure, but now you got to prove it because against tier 3 teams, I can't put that down on my stats and say that's a confident win.
Right. It'll be interesting to continue to track things like that, the way the map pools develop and teams' overall confidence in different scenarios. We talk about that lower bracket run and how much Cloud9 loves it. Let's remind ourselves of what lies ahead of them as we take a look at our bracket here at the end of day 5. Cloud9 move ahead to play Vision Strikers to get out of their group. That's Group D. Crew moving on today to get that matchup against Sentinels after a dope 2-1 series against Furia. And then, of course, we've got Vikings versus X10 as well. Lots of matchups still, with only those 3 teams so far still qualified into the quarterfinals.
Man, I cannot believe C9. I mean, I know it's the group of death. We already said this going in, but I can't believe C9 has to beat Vision Strikers to make it out of their group. Like, it wasn't going to be easy, was it, for Cloud9? They love the lower bracket. Or do you also like going up against an opponent that is ready to tear you apart, strat after strat after strat? Oh, man, I do not envy Cloud9 Blue.
Cloud9 Blue have an imposter, though, guys. They don't even have just one imposter. They've got 2, right? They've got Autumn. They've got Zeta.
Okay.
They're pretty familiar with that whole Korean meta, the jet, the breach flash dashing in. So I think this is going to be spicy. I cannot wait.
It continues to ramp up this tournament. End of day 5. This was an incredible day of Valorant action. We got 3 more matches that promise plenty more tomorrow. We're going to shut things down here at the studio. We'll catch you tomorrow. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other. Good night.
when you look at the situation that they're in right now, and whether you're Vivo, whether you're Ascend, you've got to be mentally strong to come back in today.
Defeated.
And it is done. It took Ascend a long time, but it is not quite enough for VivoKid.
This is it, the first elimination match of VALORANT Champions. It's time for Team Secret and Crazy Raccoon to take the stage.
One enemy remaining.
Let's go.
Enemy remaining.
Team Secret, they stay in the tournament. 13-2 on Haven. They eliminate Crazy Raccoon.
Respect shown between the players, between the coaches. But for both of these squads, they want to make sure that this is not the last time they step out onto this stage. And if they want that to be the case, they got to take 2 maps here.
Keep the rhythm, keep the pace.
Feel the burn. You know you can feel it.
Yeah.
If you're not feeling it, you're not doing it right.
One enemy. Destroyed. One enemy remaining.
They are the team that knocks out every Brazilian the second it happens, and you can see the celebrations from them as they will go through to fight the Sentinels.
Woo! Okay. A little bit of flair on both sides here as we step in to that elimination match between Cloud9 and Full Sense.
Usually, you know, pretty cool, calm, and collected, but they want to bring the spice to this one, and who wouldn't on an elimination match? Come on, man.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.